Chapter 85, Valley of the West Wind. They aimed to slay the Grand General previously, when Xu Taiping confronted the demonic monk Xinwu. Although Master Xianji did not witness the event, he had heard it distinctly and sensed the unique power of the Buddha beads. Master Xianji, how did you discern that? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished. Because the young monk possesses a similar item, albeit incomplete and rather cumbersome to wield, replied the young monk Xianji, as he removed a broken white jade ring from his finger. You are indeed correct, Master Xianji, Xu Taiping acknowledged, glancing at the ring in the young monk's hand before continuing. This string of Buddha beads was originally capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation to my level. However, with the severance of the connection to the ethereal Buddha, this bracelet cannot manifest its inherent power. Upon hearing this, the young monk nodded in realization. He then retrieved several copper coins from his sleeve, clasping them in his palm before extending his hand towards Xu Taiping, saying, Brother Xu, may I borrow those Buddha beads to see if I can activate them with the power of creation? Xu Taiping's eyes brightened at this suggestion. He had previously witnessed the extraordinary nature of the power of creation, and now, hearing the young monk's proposition, he felt it might indeed be possible to unleash the full potential of the Buddha beads representing the equality of all beings. Certainly, Xu Taiping replied, handing the string of beads to the young monk. This string essentially served as a mark left by Master Kasyapu upon him. Even if someone were to seize it, it would automatically return to his possession. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding any ill intentions from Master Xianji. Thank you for your trust, Brother Xu, Master Xianji expressed as he accepted the beads with both hands. He then held the copper coins obtained through alms in one hand and donned the beads on his palm, chanting the scriptures to invoke the power of creation while manipulating the beads. As the copper coins in his palm began to emit a radiant white light, Xianji declared, Equality of all beings. No sooner had he spoken than Xu Taiping felt his own strength suppressed to a level equal to that of Master Xianji. It truly works, Xu Taiping exclaimed with delight. If this power of equality could be fully realized, I would not fear the monstrous beings at the periphery of the Blood Rain Forest, nor even the demonic monks from the Fire Cloud Temple. The power of creation can indeed unleash the complete force of equality among all beings. But I fear the resources I have acquired through alms will not sustain it for long, Master Xianji remarked, glancing at his palm, where not a single copper coin remained. It is sufficient to use them only when facing formidable foes like the demonic monks of the Fire Cloud Temple, Xu Taiping stated. Should it assist you, Brother Xu, I would not hesitate to expend all the resources I have gathered through alms, Master Xianji nodded. He was not dogmatic. Before rescuing the villagers of Xinghua, the lives of those beside him were paramount. Your words are more than enough, Master Xianji, Xu Taiping replied with a gentle smile. Just as the fairy Linghua had said, Master Xianji represented both a tribulation and fortune for him. Suddenly, as the two intended to dismount the small monkey and seek a suitable place to camp, a violent explosion erupted from the bamboo grove behind them. Xu Taiping turned to look. A soldier clad in crimson armor was seen impaled by a spear within the bamboo grove. Simultaneously, a pale-faced man in dark robes descended from the heavens, striding towards the soldier. That was none other than the Red Dragon Cavalry of the Yunhe Tower. The Red Dragon Cavalry of General Zhang Tianzi. The young monk Xianji recognized the identity of the soldier. Upon hearing this, the man in dark robes unsheathed his blade without hesitation and swung it towards the armored soldier. Xu, save him. Xianji monk glanced nervously at Xu Taiping. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xu Taiping had already leaped into action, drawing his water-severing blade with a swift motion, aiming a strike at the pallid man. With a piercing resonance, a glimmering scar of the blade appeared before the man. Though unaware of the man's cultivation level, Xu Taiping, having encountered demonic cultivators on numerous occasions, immediately discerned that this individual was indeed a demonic cultivator. Thus, he wielded his blade with utmost vigor, sparing no effort. As the man sensed the might of Xu Taiping's strike, he swiftly redirected his blade to counter. However, just as he adjusted his stance, Xu Taiping's blade pressure immobilized him entirely. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a dazzling blade aura penetrated the demonic cultivator's body, passing through him entirely. With a resounding crash, the man's form was torn asunder by the energy of the severing demon blade, shattered into countless fragments. Do you dare to offend my language? Prepare to meet your demise. A wraith emerged from the remnants of the demonic cultivator's body. Yet, Xu Taiping would not afford him the chance to escape. He raised his arm, brandishing a hand inscribed with a ghost-sealing talisman, and with a swift motion, he drew the wraith into the talisman. Ba. I am grateful for your presence, Xu. Xianji clasped his hands together in gratitude. Xianji, why is the Yingwich pursuing the Red Dragon cavalry of the Yunhe Tower? Xu Taiping inquired as he approached the soldier still pinned to the ground by the spear, not turning to face Xianji. Please, do not concern yourselves with me. Quickly, go to Jinshuan Valley and save the thousands of households. He possesses vital information regarding the fate of the Yunhe Tower. They intend to kill the general. Before Xianji could respond, the blood-soaked soldier suddenly struggled to rise, his face pleading as he looked towards Xu Taiping. Chapter 86. Secrets of the West Wind Valley. On that deep, moonless night, within a concealed cavern of the West Wind Valley, Xu Taiping curiously asked Xianji, "How did you come to know of this underground cavern in the West Wind Valley? Even the maps sold by the Shi Zhai do not indicate its existence. This underground cavern is exceedingly difficult to locate without knowledge of its entrance," Xianji replied. "Xu, you may not be aware, but the path through the Blood Rain Forest has been traversed countless times by monks from Yunhe Temple in their quest for cultivation, making them far more familiar with the terrain than ordinary cultivators." The young monk Xianji was administering medicine to the gravely injured red-armored knight when he turned to Xu Taiping, smiling as he responded. "I see." Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully and subsequently settled by the hearth. "Tell me, Master Xianji, are you aware of any location within this Blood Rain Forest that resembles the ruins of a palace?" He inquired further. This place was what he had glimpsed in the second scene of his sixth tribulation. Initially, he had intended to ask Xianji about it while in Sangmu Valley, but the appearance of the mountain demon had disrupted his plans. "Brother Xu, are you referring to the Jinshan Valley?" Xianji looked at Xu Taiping with a face full of astonishment. "Jinshan Valley." Xu Taiping frowned, casting his gaze upon the gravely injured red-armored knight. For it was in Jinshan Valley that the man, whom he had endeavored to send for rescue before the knight fell unconscious, had awaited. This posed a considerable complication. "This is rather troublesome," he murmured to himself. Having been marked by the 7-kill tribulation, Xu Taiping recognized that all occurrences were far from mere coincidence. If the second location of his sixth tribulation was indeed Jinshan Valley, then in addition to confronting the hidden demonic monk Zhen Wu of the Fire Cloud Temple, he would also have to contend with the sinister Yingui Pavilion mentioned by the red-armored knight, as well as the poison mother of Jinshan. Since evading the third tribulation, the 7-kill tribulation had not followed sequentially. Instead, it had become a series of nested tribulations. Should he evade this sixth tribulation, the final one would likely be even more perilous. Xu Taiping found himself once more at a crossroads. "Master Xianji, if what you previously stated was unclear, allow me to elaborate on the scenery of those ruins. Perhaps you can determine whether it corresponds to Jinshan Valley." After careful consideration, he resolved to seek further confirmation from Xianji. "Please, Brother Xu, go on," Xianji replied, placing the bowl used for administering medicine aside. His hands pressed together as he regarded Xu Taiping with utmost seriousness. Xu Taiping took a moment to reflect before describing. "The ruins are situated amidst a dense grove of towering shrubs, with crumbled walls surrounding the site. The only structure that remains intact is the stone tablet found at the center of the ruins." After sharing this, Xu Taiping pondered briefly and realized there was little else to describe. He then looked back at Xianji, eager to see if he still believed this place to be Jinshan Valley. To his surprise, Xianji appeared momentarily stunned. "Master Xianji?" Xu Taiping called out, puzzled by the monk's expression. "Brother Xu, did you witness this scene with your own eyes, or is it a description from ancient texts?" Xianji asked, his face grave. "Consider it an experience from a dream under certain fortuitous circumstances," Xu Taiping replied after a moment of thought. To label the vision he had seen with his left eye as a dream was not entirely untruthful. Upon hearing this, Xianji furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. "Master Xianji, is there something amiss?" Xu Taiping queried, somewhat perplexed. In his perspective, the desolate scene perceived by his left eye bore no particular significance, especially considering that the young monk had merely heard his description and should not have reacted so profoundly. "Ba, forgive me for any amusement I may have caused, Brother Xu," the monk Xianji said, scratching the young monk's bald head with an awkward smile. Before turning serious to explain to Xu Taiping, "If the place you speak of lies within this Blood Rain Forest, it must undoubtedly be the Golden Toad Valley. for it is the only ruin within the entire forest that resembles such a desolation. Then why did you seem so bewildered earlier, Master Xianji? Xu Taiping inquired. Because, Master Taiping, the stone tablet you described, situated at the heart of the ruins, vanished eons ago. Presently, the center of the Golden Toad Valley ruins is occupied by a vast lake, long claimed by a malevolent dragon, one that even the Golden Toad's poisonous mother cannot expel. Thus, what you dreamed of may very well be the ancient Golden Toad Valley, Xianji elucidated with a grave expression. The ancient Golden Toad Valley. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, fully aware that the visions from his left eye depicted events yet to unfold, not those of the past. Indeed, in ancient times, the Golden Toad Valley was also known as the Spirit Tablet Valley, named after that very tablet, Xianji confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing the name Spirit Tablet Valley, Xu Taiping suddenly grasped something, prompting him to ask, could this Spirit Tablet be the Spirit Bone Tablet? Anticipating Xu Taiping's deduction, Xianji nodded with composure, replying, you are correct, Brother Xu. That tablet is the legendary Spirit Bone Tablet, one of the two remaining tablets imbued with divine power since the ancient war between gods and demons. Chapter 87, West Wind Valley, Zhang Clan, and the Town Sea Tower. Originally, this Blood Rain Forest was not known by that name, but was a mystical realm called the Twilight Rain Forest, which opened once every 60 years. The first to reach the Spirit Tablet Valley and pass the trials of the Spirit Bone Tablet would receive its blessings. However, after the disappearance of the Spirit Bone Tablet, the barriers of the Twilight Rain Forest's secret realm also became ineffective. Coupled with the continuous wars among the nations of Yunhe, it gradually fell into the hands of monsters and demons, becoming increasingly difficult to reclaim. As he concluded, Xianji let out a deep sigh. Master Xianji, these tales were conveyed to you by your senior brothers at Yunhe Temple, were they not? Indeed, knowledge of the Blood Rain Forest's history is scarce, known only to a few, aside from certain sects and royal families in Yunhe with traditions spanning thousands of years. Xianji nodded. If what you witnessed in your dream truly corresponds with the Spirit Bone Tablet's reemergence in this world, our current predicament could be readily resolved. He added with a sense of wistfulness. Why do you say so? Xu Taiping felt a stir in his heart. If the stone tablet he beheld in the scene was indeed the Spirit Bone Tablet, he could ascertain that the legendary tablet must still reside within the Golden Toad Valley. According to my master, the barriers of the Blood Rain Forest remain intact, merely lacking the Spirit Bone Tablet as the focal point. Therefore, once the Spirit Bone Tablet manifests in this realm, the cultivation of the demons within the array will be suppressed. More importantly, the high platform where the Spirit Bone Steel resides is, in fact, a site of teleportation. Once activated, it can transport you to various locations in the vicinity of the Blood Rain Forest, in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. One of these locations is quite close to the Fengming Mountain that you, Brother Xu, intend to visit. Master Xianji explained this in great detail to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, no wonder Lian Tong urged me to see that Golden Toad Valley. It turns out this is the key to breaking through the calamity. He finally grasped the intention behind his left eye. If he could truly locate the Spirit Bone Steel, then the risks of reaching Fengming Mountain would be significantly diminished, and he would no longer have to deliberate over whether to venture forth to rescue others. However, the question remained, how could he find the already vanished Spirit Bone Steel? As Xu Taiping pondered this in his heart, he began to carefully scrutinize the images of the Spirit Bone Steel in his mind. He felt that the clues regarding the Spirit Bone Steel were hidden within these visions. Brother Xu, I have a humble request, Master Xianji suddenly called out to him as Xu Taiping examined the scene in his mind. Please, Master Xianji. Speak your mind, Xu Taiping replied, lifting his gaze to meet the monks. Throughout their journey together, he had come to trust this young monk completely. I would like to ask Brother Xu to escort me to Golden Toad Valley tomorrow. Rest assured, once you have delivered me there, you may return along the original route to Fengming Mountain. Master Xianji earnestly requested, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Master Xianji, do you wish to rescue those countless families? Xu Taiping inquired. Indeed, Master Xianji replied with a smile and a nod. Xu Taiping regarded the young monk intently. He believed that with the hidden cards the monk possessed, he could indeed save those families. Yet, he wondered why the monk would undertake such a perilous endeavor. Was a mere piece of intelligence, potentially related to the assassination of General Zhang Tianzi, worth risking one's life to obtain? Xu Taiping posed this question to Master Xianji. Brother Xu, as someone from outside Shiliang, you may not know that the entrance to the Jiyuan Demon Cave in the Yuyuan Sky is monopolized by the Shiliang Kingdom at 2 locations, one of which is even located in the deep sea. Throughout the millennia, even during the zenith of the Great Xia dynasty, which once unified Yuyuan, the people of Shiliang still suffered from the relentless onslaught of demons year after year. The region where the Yunhe Tower stands was originally a breeding ground for demons to capture and exploit the human race. It was not until the Zhang family of Shiliang was commanded by the king of Shiliang to guard the Yunhe Tower that things began to change. To combat the horde of demons, the Zhang family, comprising 30,000 clansmen, migrated en masse to Yunhe Tower. After 10 years, only 3,000 remained. Fearing the annihilation of the Zhang clan, the king of Shiliang issued several decrees to summon them back to the capital. However, the then clan leader, Zhang Kaiqing, who was also the grandfather of Zhang Tianze, refused to return. Instead, he presented a blood oath to the king. Unless the demons were repelled, the Zhang clan would never abandon Yunhe Tower, even at the cost of their lives. Through the diligent efforts of 2 generations of the Zhang family, the red armored cavalry of Yunhe Tower finally gained the strength to confront the demons, achieving a remarkable victory by slaying 300,000 demons during the Battle of Tianhai Pass, which brought Yunhe Tower into the spotlight of Yuyuan. After the deaths of 2 successive clan leaders at the hands of the demons, the Zhang family ultimately exchanged the lives of 30,000 clansmen for the strongest martial fortunes that Yuyuan had seen in a millennium. The youngest and least conspicuous son of the Zhang family's 2nd-generation patriarch, with an unremarkable lineage, transcended into the realm of the martial deity. Miraculously, he later broke through to the transformation stage, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable martial deities in Yuyuan. This individual is none other than General Zhang Tianze. From the day General Zhang Tianze ascended to the rank of martial deity, the demons within the territory of Shiliang trembled in fear. One entrance to the demon lair was sealed by General Zhang Tianze with the power of the Yunhe Tower. Although the other entrance could not be sealed, the demonic creatures within dared not ravage the nearby populace with the same reckless abandon as before. Over the years, the once tumultuous Shiliang Kingdom transformed into the most stable realm among the 7 nations of Yuyuan. At this juncture, the young monk Xianji cast a deep glance at Xu Taiping, then resolutely declared, Brother Xu, though I am a monk, I was born and raised in Shiliang. Therefore, even if it is but a thread of a clue, should it threaten the life of General Zhang Tianze, I must intervene. The people living within Shiliang owe their lives to the Zhang family. Chapter 88. The reappearance of the spirit bone steel in the Valley of the Western Wind? I shall accompany you. Xu Taiping pondered seriously for a moment, then extended the string of Buddhist beads in his hand towards the young monk Xianji, saying, Brother Xu. You. Xianji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xu Taiping to join him. He stood in a daze for a moment. I have a personal motive. If possible, I wish to locate the spirit bone steel. Xu Taiping pressed the string of equal empathy Buddhist beads into Xianji's hands. If they could successfully locate the spirit bone steel, reopen the barrier of the blood rain forest, and activate the teleportation array, his journey to Fengming Mountain would be considerably smoother. It would be akin to taking a significant risk to alleviate numerous smaller dangers. However, Brother Xu, the royal families, sects, and noble clans of both nations have scoured the blood rain forest for years without any leads, relying solely on the vision you witnessed in your dream. It is exceedingly difficult to find the spirit bone steel in a short span of time, Xianji responded, his expression becoming grave once more. If Xu Taiping was agreeing to accompany him solely for the purpose of seeking the spirit bone steel, he would surely refuse. Master Xianji, could it be possible that the spirit bone steel was not lost, but rather, due to certain circumstances, was returned to a mechanism within Jinchuan Valley, and subsequently sealed once more? The descendants, unaware of how to activate the mechanism, have thus been unable to locate it. Xu Taiping articulated his conjecture. Assuming that the vision from his left eye was indeed reality, this was the only plausible explanation for the disappearance of the spirit bone steel. Otherwise, even if they were to recover it, it would not appear as it did in his vision, seamlessly integrated with the stone platform within Jinchuan Valley. What you propose has indeed been contemplated by some. However, the ruins where the spirit bone steel was originally housed in Jinchuan Valley have long since been obliterated, leaving only rubble. Even if there were a mechanism to activate, It would be exceedingly difficult to uncover. Xianji shook his head in response. Master Xianji, do you still recall the scenery within Jinshuan Valley? Xu Taiping did not respond to the previous statement, but instead posed another question to Xianji. Yes. The monk Xianji nodded emphatically, and then elucidated. Before I undertook my arduous cultivation, my master once guided me through the blood rain forest in search of medicinal herbs. At that time, we not only traversed the Golden Toad Valley, but also encountered the Golden Toad's toxic matron. The vividness of that experience remains etched in my memory. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy and continued, Master Xianji, if the visions I beheld in my dreams are not remnants of the past, but rather manifestations following the reappearance of the spirit bone steel, could we not uncover the mechanism to activate it by comparing the scenes before and after its emergence? If such a mechanism indeed exists. Xianji's eyes sparkled at this notion. Were a practitioner from the true martial heaven to hear these words, they would surely dismiss them as fanciful nonsense, believing it impossible for anyone to witness the future. Yet, here in the enigmatic realm of Yuan, where fortunes are capricious, the very idea of dreaming the future is not beyond belief. Indeed, Xianji had heard of various arcane arts capable of reversing the flow of time during his extensive travels, though the veracity of such tales is often questionable. Brother Su, please recount the details of your dream with greater specificity. Perhaps I might discern some discrepancies, the young monk urged, a hint of fervor in his expression. Should we truly locate the spirit bone steel, not only would our present predicament be resolved, but the malevolent creatures within the blood rain forest would also be sealed away, thus serving the greater good for the populace of the nations of Xiliang and Nanshu. Furthermore, the spirit bone steel is a divine artifact that could enhance the cultivation of human practitioners. Very well, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to elaborate on the scene captured by his left eye's lotus pupil, the voice of the fairy Lingwei resonated within his mind. Taiping, grasp the Moonshadow Stone. I shall imprint the vision from your left eye onto it, allowing the young monk to scrutinize it closely, perhaps leading us to the spirit bone steel. A wave of elation washed over Xu Taiping upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Moonshadow Stone. As the fairy Lingwei's ability to manifest had diminished due to the suppression of a page's imprint, he believed her willingness to speak indicated she had indeed discovered something significant. The moment he grasped the Moonshadow Stone, a warmth surged through his brow, followed by a gentle current flowing through his meridians, ultimately being absorbed by the stone. Clearly, this was the fairy Lingwei utilizing her spiritual essence to extract the imagery within Xu Taiping's left eye and imprint it onto the Moonshadow Stone. Such a technique, which involves drawing forth visions from the soul, Xu Taiping had previously inquired about, only to learn that he would need to reach the spirit refinement stage to practice it himself. Thus, he was compelled to seek her assistance. It is complete. A moment later, the fairy Lingwei's voice echoed once more in Xu Taiping's mind, though it sounded notably feeble. Sister Lingwei, are you all right? Xu Taiping inquired with concern. Not particularly well, she hesitated before revealing the truth. Xu Taiping's heart sank at her admission. It was the first time he witnessed the indomitable fairy Lingwei openly acknowledge her frailty. The master of the Leaf Book seems to have recently made a breakthrough, attempting to suppress the imprint of the Leaf Book, a task more arduous than I had anticipated. If all goes well, I can manage to endure for another 7 days. After explaining this, the celestial maiden Lingwei solemnly advised Xu Taiping. Taiping, if it were any other matter, I would never allow you to take such a risk. However, the spirit bone tablet is different. It is worth the peril. It is the origin of all laws in this world, capable of leading you to the source of your cultivated techniques, and even elevating all your practices to their utmost limits. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was suddenly covered in goosebumps. It is vital to understand that he had previously endured life and death trials to elevate the Qingtian style of the Qingniu Great Sage Fist and the Mingchan style of the demon-slaying blade to their ultimate forms. However, the prerequisite for this endeavor is that you and the young monk must discover a way for the spirit bone tablet to re-emerge in this world, as depicted in the vision seen through the left eye. If you cannot achieve this, you must be selfish for once. After escorting the young monk to the Golden Toad Valley, you must immediately return the way you came, following the original route we had established, skirting the edge of the Blood Rain Forest to reach Fengming Mountain. Although Zhang Tianze is undoubtedly a commendable individual, your life is far more precious in the eyes of your sister. The last words of the celestial maiden Lingyue were almost delivered in a commanding tone. Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Yes, I will, Sister Lingyue. The senior brothers and sisters of the Qingxin sect are waiting for my return. I will not gamble with my life. He silently replied to the celestial maiden Lingyue. All right, I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. From here on out, it's all up to you. After saying this, Lingyue's presence faded once again. It was evident that she felt relieved after imparting this information to Xu Taiping. I must not allow Sister Lingyue to worry any further. As Xu Taiping tightened his grip on the Moonshadow Stone, his gaze sharpened. Xu brother? The monk Xuanyi assumed Xu Taiping was lost in thought and gently called out to him. Xu Taiping nodded in response and began to infuse a strand of true essence into the Moonshadow Stone in his hand, saying to the monk, Master Xuanyi, I have employed a method to imprint the scene I witnessed in my dreams onto this Moonshadow Stone. You may carefully compare it and see how the depiction of Golden Toad Valley differs from what you have previously encountered. Upon hearing this, the monk Xuanyi was overjoyed. This is marvelous, he exclaimed, nodding in approval. One admirable trait of the young monk is that, despite his immense curiosity, he never pries into other secrets. Just as the two were conversing, a vivid image materialized on the Moonshadow Stone cradled in Xu Taiping's palm. Indeed, this was Golden Toad Valley, and it bore little resemblance to the Golden Toad Valley before the Spirit Bone Tablet vanished. It appeared more akin to the valley of recent years. As soon as the monk Xuanyi beheld the scene emerging from the Moonshadow Stone, astonishment filled his countenance. When compared to the Golden Toad Valley I once witnessed, this altar housing the Spirit Bone Tablet does indeed resemble something that has risen from the depths of that lake. Upon surveying the altar, one could observe an abundance of aquatic plants and moss, clearly recently emerged from the lake's depths. After a meticulous examination, the monk Xuanyi suddenly pointed with great excitement at the moss and water plants adorning the stone walls surrounding the altar. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the monk's keen observation, he might have overlooked this detail. However, it was not entirely his fault, for he had never before ventured into the Golden Toad Valley and was unaware that a lake now occupied the heart of the ruins. Yet, where was the mechanism that had raised the altar and the Spirit Bone Steel? Upon confirming the possibility that the Spirit Bone Steel was indeed sealed, Xuanyi began to search for the mechanism that could elevate it, drawing comparisons to his previous encounters in the Golden Toad Valley. While examining the images that materialized upon the Moonshadow Stone, wait a moment, these 8 pillars, they once seemed to have been positioned within that treacherous serpent pool. How now do they stand in the Golden Toad Valley? After a lengthy and careful comparison, Xuanyi suddenly pointed toward the image, indicating the stone pillars erected in various orientations within the valley. Presently, these pillars were not visible, were they? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's spirit lifted. They were indeed obscured, lodged at the bottom of that pool, which housed the malevolent serpent, a place where ordinary individuals would not dare venture. Even those cultivators capable of diving would not risk such peril for a few stone pillars. Xuanyi nodded in affirmation. With the monk's confirmation, Xu Taiping realized that the crux of the matter might reside in these pillars. He then reached out and adjusted the scene displayed on the Moonshadow Stone to reveal a bird's-eye view. As the perspective shifted, the two men clearly discerned that the 8 stone pillars formed a swastika pattern, centered around the altar, embedded within the Golden Toad Valley. This is the 8-pillar Ma, Vairocana seal of our Buddhist lineage, said to conceal all things within the folds of time, rendering them elusive to others. Could it be that our Buddhist order has hidden this Spirit Bone Steel? Xuanyi exclaimed in astonishment. Is there a method to decipher this? Xu Taiping was unaware of what the 8-pillar Ma, Vairocana seal entailed. His sole desire was to understand how to bring the Spirit Bone Steel back into the world. Indeed, after a brief moment of astonishment, Xuanyi nodded vigorously. One merely needs to retrieve the 8 stone pillars from the serpent pool and position them according to the calculated alignments to unlock the temporal seal of the Ma, Vairocana, allowing the Spirit Bone Steel to re-emerge in the mortal realm. Hearing this, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply, regardless of the risks. As long as he could bring the Spirit Bone Steel back to the world, he was willing to venture into the Golden Toad Valley. Xu Taiping, brother. Just as he was preparing to discuss the method to unravel the Ma, Vairocana seal with Xuanyi, Pingyin, and Baiyu, who had been keeping watch outside, rushed in with great urgency. What is the matter? Observing their hurried demeanor, Xu Taiping sensed that trouble was afoot. That monk. The monk from Huiyun Temple is pursuing us with his men. Ping stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought, prompting Bai Yu to step forward and respond. Moreover, it was not merely the monks of Huiyun Temple. There were also those malevolent cultivators pursuing the scarlet armored riders, alongside a lady referred to as the princess of the Chu kingdom. Bai Yu continued to elaborate. The princess of Chu? Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 90. Rescuing the Princess. Is Master still alive? In the West Wind Valley, Xu Taiping, cloaked in a concealing mantle, concealed himself atop a towering tree replete with lush foliage, gripping the Shinto bough as he gazed intently at the unfolding scene more than 10 miles away. In his line of sight, a monk accompanied by several blood puppets, 3 pallid youths, and a strikingly beautiful maiden were engaged in a tense standoff. The monk, draped in a blood-red robe, was shrouded in a veil of black mist, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, Xu Taiping recognized the blood puppets behind him. They were the same disciples of the Ghost Axe sect he had encountered at Fengzi Pavilion. From their identities, one could easily infer the truth. The indistinct monk was none other than the demonic monk, Jinwu, from Huiyun Temple. The 3 wan-faced youths bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent cultivators from Yingwich who had pursued the scarlet armored rider earlier that day, indicating they were likely also from Yingwich. As for the lady, she held a small bronze orb, enveloped in a translucent sphere composed of delicate golden scales, valiantly fending off the assaults of the 3 Yingwich cultivators. Bai Yu, how did you discern that this lady is the princess of Chu? Xu Taiping queried, perplexed. Through a telepathic communication. It was the Yingwich cultivators who referred to her as such, Bai Yu replied, hidden in a nearby tree alongside Xu Taiping. Why would the princess of Chu be in the Blood Rain Forest? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. He then retrieved a listening talisman from his gourd, cradling it in his palm. This listening talisman was something he had casually purchased at the Lost Treasures Pavilion, intended for use with the Shinto Bao. Although a single talisman could only be effective for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, its affordability made it a worthwhile investment. Your Highness Tianshou, if you would kindly inform this humble monk of the occurrences in the Blood Rain Forest over the past decade, I can guarantee your safety. The voice of the demonic monk Jinwu echoed in Xu Taiping's ear as soon as he grasped the listening talisman. Jinwu, she is a key figure in our Yingwich. Your actions may be deemed inappropriate, a discontented cultivator from Yingwich voiced to the monk. Jinwu merely cast a sidelong glance at the Yingwich disciple, who then found himself engulfed in a surge of demonic energy, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Evidently, Jinwu's spider demon I was also effective against fellow cultivators. Your Highness Tianshou, I shall ask you once more, where have you been hiding in the Blood Rain Forest for the past decade? Are the Lu couple with you? Jinwu's gaze once again fixed upon the maiden. I have nothing to divulge. The Princess Tianshou, holding the bronze twin koi orb aloft, struggled to defend herself against the onslaught of the 3 Yingwich cultivators as she spoke. Bang! As she finished her statement, one of the Yingwich cultivators unleashed a devastating claw strike, nearly shattering the protective golden light surrounding Princess Tianshou. However, in contrast to Princess Tianshou's perilous situation at that moment, what truly occupied Xu Taiping's thoughts were the 5 characters, Lu Ruo Shuang and her husband, uttered by the demonic monk Jinwu. Could it be that my master is still alive? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Since your Highness Tianshou is unwilling to elaborate, I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. Jinwu's voice echoed once more through the listening talisman, reaching Xu Taiping's ears. Simultaneously, he observed the 3 demonic cultivators from the Yingwei Pavilion launching a full-scale assault on the protective artifact surrounding Princess Tianshou. Boom! As Xu Taiping pondered whether to extend his assistance to the princess, the bronze orb in his hand, engraved with a pair of koi, suddenly expanded dramatically. Subsequently, a rapidly swirling stream of water surged forth, crashing towards the 3 demonic cultivators. With a resounding bang, the trio was forcefully repelled. Clang! At the same time, a silver bracelet on Princess Tianshou's wrist transformed into a flying sword, which darted towards the 3 demonic cultivators. Swish! Accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, the 3 demonic cultivators were pierced by the sword. Nevertheless, these 3 cultivators possessed at least the cultivation of a demon sovereign and bore true demonic bodies. Thus, even though they had been pierced, they sustained no significant harm. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, The three demonic cultivators revealed their massive, true demonic forms and charged towards Princess Tianshing. Clang! Yet, with another explosive sound of the sword. The flying sword transformed into 9 sword shadows, which then converged into 3 roaring fire dragons, surging towards the 3 demonic cultivators. Boom! With a deafening roar. The true demonic forms of the 3 cultivators were shattered by this strike. How could this Princess Tianshing wield our Qingxian sect's fire dragon sword technique? Xu Taiping was taken aback at this sight. He was certain that the sword strike just executed by Princess Tianshing was indeed the fire dragon sword technique of their sect. Could it be that Master taught her? Xu Taiping contemplated this possibility. Bang! Just as Princess Tianshing prepared to annihilate the soul of that demonic cultivator, the ever-watchful Zhenwu suddenly intervened, directing the blood puppet Shikai to cleave at the silver flying sword. Although Shikai was sent reeling from the impact, Princess Tianshing's sword momentum was momentarily halted. In that brief interlude, Zhenwu raised his palm and forcefully struck towards Princess Tianshing. Boom! With a tremendous quake, a colossal dark palm shadow descended upon her like a mountain. Bang! Yet, in a moment of crisis, the silver flying sword transformed once more into a fire dragon, intercepting Zhenwu's strike. The shadows of the sword and palm clashed, resulting in a stalemate. However, it was evident from their expressions that Zhenwu appeared to be far more at ease. Chapter 91. Save the Princess. Are you a disciple of the Qingxian sect? Amitba. Princess Tianshing, you have indeed encountered fortune within this blood-rain forest, Zhenwu remarked with a smile directed towards the princess. Swish. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by an arrow crackling with electric light that cleaved through the night sky, heading straight for the demon monk Zhenwu. Boom! Zhenwu was utterly unprepared for an arrow to be shot at him at that moment, and in a rush, he could only withdraw his hand to defend himself. Bang! What he did not anticipate was that the power of this arrow far exceeded his expectations, forcing him to stagger backward several steps. More crucially, the thunderous force within the arrow possessed the ability to counteract their demonic powers, rendering him momentarily unable to channel his own energy. Boom! In that fleeting instant, another arrow soared through the air, piercing through his chest. The searing flames enveloped him in an instant. Boom! The demon monk Zhenwu, who had always presented himself in his true form, was compelled to reveal his frenzied golden body manifestation. At the moment this manifestation appeared, Zhenwu's aura surged explosively, increasing tenfold. Bang! He effortlessly swatted away Princess Tianshing's flying sword with a single palm, then turned to the direction from which the arrows had come, exclaiming, "You brat! It's you!" Despite being at least 10 miles away, Zhenwu could still sense the presence of Xu Taiping after he released those 2 arrows. However, just as Zhenwu spoke, yet another arrow shot through the air, heading straight for him. Bang! In response to this arrow, Zhenwu, in his frenzied golden body form, unleashed a single punch, shattering it. Whoosh! At that moment when Zhenwu knocked down the arrow, a figure darted out from the forest, racing swiftly into the depths of the thicket. Trying to escape? Zhenwu snorted coldly. Then suddenly, a golden thread shot out from one of the arms of his frenzied golden body, ensnaring Princess Tianshing along with her protective artifact. Your Highness, please wait a moment. This monk will deal with that brat and return to converse with you. Zhenwu sneered as he glanced at Princess Tianshing, who was completely trapped in the golden thread, then stepped onto the dark clouds and flew toward the direction where the figure had disappeared. Bang! Princess Tianshing attempted to slice through the golden thread with her silver sword, but the thread was immensely sturdy, impervious even to her blade. Are you Princess Tianshing? Just as she found herself in despair, a young man appeared before her, as if conjured from thin air. Are you the one who shot arrows to rescue me? Princess Tianshing took a cautious step back, but upon seeing the bow in Xu Taiping's hand, her wariness transformed into surprise. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. With that, he swiftly drew the water-slicing knife from his waist and struck down onto the golden thread with a resounding crack. It's futile. This golden thread is likely a celestial treasure, and it cannot be severed so easily. Princess Tianshing shook her head, signaling Xu Taiping not to waste his efforts. Young man, your illusion will not deceive that demon monk for long. He will be upon us shortly. Do not concern yourself with me. Just deliver a message to the royal family of the kingdom of Chu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Princess Tianshing was about to explain something to Xu Taiping when she was interrupted by the sound of his blade slicing through the air in rapid succession. Finally, On the seventh strike, the golden silk ropes binding her were unexpectedly severed. Was it truly cut? Princess Tianshou looked at Xu Taiping's sword in astonishment. Wait, you just performed 7 strikes. Could this be the water-severing blade? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping, equally astonished, had not anticipated that this princess not only mastered the fire dragon sword technique from their Qingxian sect, but also knew of Elder Duan's water-severing blade. Your swordplay just now was called the fire dragon sword technique, wasn't it? Xu Taiping set aside the matter of the water-severing blade and first inquired about the fire dragon sword technique, as it concerned his master, Lu Rushuang. How do you know about it? Princess Tianshou's eyes revealed her shock upon hearing the name of the fire dragon sword technique from Xu Taiping. However, after a brief moment of surprise, a glimmer of realization sparked in her beautiful eyes, and she asked, filled with joy and excitement, "Are you truly a disciple of the true martial Qingxian sect?" Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was certain that Princess Tianshou must know Master Lu Rushuang. For in the past 7 or 8 centuries, she was the only one from the Qingxian sect to have visited the Yuyun heaven. Your Highness, do you know a woman named Lu Rushuang? Xu Taiping did not answer her directly, but countered with a question. At this, Princess Tianshou grew suddenly alert and extended her hand towards Xu Taiping. I want to see your Qingxian sect token. In response, Xu Taiping nodded and retrieved the token from his pocket, holding it up before her. Indeed, this token is identical to the one worn by my master. You are truly a disciple of the Qingxian sect. My master is saved now. Upon seeing Xu Taiping's token, joy erupted across Princess Tianshou's face. Master. Xu Taiping was about to inquire about the princess's master when he sensed that his decoy meant to lure Jinwu had been destroyed. Jinwu is coming. I must take you to a more concealed place to hide for a while. Without further ado, Xu Taiping donned his invisibility cloak and swiftly carried Princess Tianshou toward the entrance of the underground cave. Chapter 92, Within the Cavern. Concerning the realm of no thought inside the cavern, upon realizing that a high monk from Yunhe Temple was aiding him, Princess Tianshou's tense expression completely relaxed. However, Xu Taiping seemed oblivious to her words, his gaze fixated on her legs. He observed as her body gradually began to turn transparent from the legs upward. It appears you have noticed as well, Senior Brother Xu. A bittersweet smile graced Princess Tianshou's face. What is happening? Xu Taiping inquired with some bewilderment. I merely escaped using my primordial spirit, while my physical body, like my master, remains confined at the bottom of the Golden Toad Valley. Princess Tianshou replied with a calm demeanor. Though her words were simple, the information they conveyed was profound enough to leave Xu Taiping pondering for an extended time. My primordial spirit cannot linger here for long, Princess Tianshou remarked, furrowing her brow as she summoned the silver flying sword and the intricately carved bronze sphere adorned with twin carps before her. She then spoke earnestly to Xu Taiping. Brother Xu, I am aware that you have numerous questions at this moment, but time is of the essence, so please allow me to convey the most pressing matters first. Please proceed. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. My master and I were ensnared a decade ago and imprisoned together in the malevolent serpent pool of the Golden Toad Valley. Alongside us were several other formidable practitioners and a highly skilled demonic cultivator. Given my master's capabilities, it should have taken merely a month or 2 to unlock the water prison's gate. However, just as we were on the verge of opening it, a radiant golden light enveloped the entire water prison, and we, along with my master and the other cultivators, were transported to an utterly desolate expanse. This place is devoid of seasonal changes, the cycles of day and night, and even the passage of time itself. Most importantly, we encountered the spirit bone steel, which had vanished for millennia, along with the remains of several legendary figures. Upon hearing this, the young monk Xian Zhi's eyes suddenly sparkled. Amitba, you have fallen into the realm of the Ma, Virokana Seal's realm of non-thought. In this realm, even time can be sealed, which aligns with the conjectures I previously shared with Brother Xu. The confirmation of their speculation indicated that the dreamlike visions they had previously encountered were not mere fabrications. You are already aware? Princess Tianshou looked at the two with surprise. She had prepared herself to spend considerable time elucidating this matter to them. To be candid, Your Highness, we have, through certain fortuitous circumstances, deduced that the spirit bone steel is concealed beneath the malevolent serpent pool, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Princess Tianshou exhaled deeply once more. In truth, we had been in that forsaken place for quite some time, when we inadvertently discovered a monk's final words inscribed upon the cave's stone wall, revealing that our desolate location was indeed the realm of non-thought of the Ma, Virokana seal. Yet, despite this knowledge, we remained unable to break the seal and escape. However, the monk's testament mentioned that during the transition between day and night, one could sense external consciousness. Furthermore, at this moment, it is possible to momentarily exit the realm of non-thought using the method of primordial spirit projection. The challenge lies in the fact that the realm imposes severe constraints on transformation stage cultivators, making it impossible for my master and the others to project their primordial spirits. Consequently, my master resolved to take me as her disciple and elevate my cultivation to the refinement of the spirit. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Princess Tiansheng's face before she continued. Although I had already attained a significant level of mastery in the Xian realm at that time, my abilities were merely the result of the palace elixirs. My innate talent is quite ordinary. It took me nearly 9 years, under the combined guidance of my master and several esteemed elders, to finally break through to the spirit refinement realm. However, for safety's sake, my master had me spend considerable time refining her flying sword and the pair of carp pearls. It was only through the projection of my primordial spirit that I managed to escape the realm of Wuxiang and seek help. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping and the young monk Xianji began to piece together the story. So, Your Highness, is this your first time projecting your primordial spirit? Xianji inquired curiously. No, not at all. In fact, this marks the 6th occasion. The earlier attempts either resulted in being swallowed by a vile serpent or captured by the poisonous toad mother. This is the 2nd time I successfully escaped from the Golden Toad Valley. Just like this time, I nearly fell into the hands of a demonic cultivator. I feel utterly inadequate, Princess Tiansheng admitted, scratching her head sheepishly. Ba, Xianji shook his head. Your Highness has already performed admirably. The Wuxiang realm is not conducive to cultivation. Your ability to break through to the spirit refinement realm there undoubtedly required immense effort. Others might not have fared better than you. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, imagining the immense pressure Princess Tiansheng must have endured as the sole hope for those trapped in the Wuxiang realm. After receiving their comforting words, her eyes visibly brightened. Oh, I must get to the point. At that moment, Princess Tiansheng glanced at her form, which had already diminished by half, and nervously addressed Xu Taiping. Su Shixiang. My master instructed me to find you, and to use these carp pearls as a token to return to Jinwu Heaven and seek a mon of the pure Yang Sword sect. In exchange for this celestial sword, I need to implore him to venture to the wild Thousand Buddha Kingdom to uncover the method to unravel the Mahapilu Jina seal. Furthermore, my master urges you to leave the Blood Rain Forest promptly and to refrain from taking further risks until a solution is found. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his master's strategy would involve enlisting Amon's aid to journey to the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Why not request someone from the Yuan Heaven to assist? Your father is the king of Chu. Surely he possesses the means and capabilities? He asked, curiosity piqued. Initially, we intended to seek my father's help, but upon learning that you had entered the Blood Rain Forest, we collectively concluded that enlisting the help of cultivators from Jinwu Heaven would be more prudent than relying on those from Yuan Heaven. The Lingu steel is far too unique. The 9 Abyss demonic cultivators wish to destroy it, while the various nations of Yuan Heaven desire to claim it for themselves. A single misstep could ignite conflict and calamity. Thus, after extensive deliberation, we all agreed to follow my master's suggestion to seek assistance from the cultivators of Jinwu Heaven, Princess Tiansheng explained to Xu Taiping. This reasoning was understandable to Xu Taiping. Yet he couldn't help but wonder how his master had known of his presence in the Blood Rain Forest while she was in the Wuxiang realm. Your Highness Tiansheng, how did Master Gu know I was in the Blood Rain Forest? Xu Taiping inquired of Princess Tiansheng. The princess, whose form had nearly vanished below the neck, hastily replied. Before entering the Blood Rain Forest, my master left a sound-transmitting jade disc with a pair of siblings from the Xian Yun Martial Hall, longing for their master. They often used the disc to communicate with him. Occasionally, just as day transitions to night, my master's disc receives their messages. Recently, the siblings informed him of your arrival in the Yuan realm and your impending journey to the Blood Rain Forest. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's face illuminated with understanding. During his time at the Xian Yun Martial Hall, he had seen the jade disc worshipped in the siblings' home, often witnessing them speak to it. By the way, this flying sword is called Baiju. It knows a secret path into the Jinshan Valley. Once you discover how to unravel the malevolence seal, you can let Baiju guide you through the path, allowing you to evade the Jinshan Poison Mother and enter the valley. Furthermore, Baiju is also a formidable celestial weapon that can assist you in fending off the Poison Mother if you encounter her. The Xuanyin Pearl is an extraordinary protective treasure, bestowed upon me by the Elder Xu, who is trapped in the Wuxiang realm. With sufficient spiritual power infused, it can even withstand an attack from a transformation realm cultivator. Su Shixiang, you must keep these two treasures safe. As her body began to gradually fade away, Princess Tianshou spoke increasingly rapidly, leaving Xu Taiping and the young monk Xuanji no opportunity to interject. My master instructed me to tell you not to rush the rescue of us. We can wait for 10 or 20 years. Always prioritize your own safety. Additionally, please ensure that the item left at the Xianyun Martial Hall is returned to your Shizu, Lu Daoxian, at the Qingxian sect. And if possible, please convey a message to my father from me. Tell him I have disappointed him, and also inform my sister that. Before Princess Tianshou could finish her sentence, Xu Taiping interrupted, you should convey these messages yourself. He smiled at her. Huh. The princess, now with only half a face remaining, looked bewildered. Your Highness, Master Xuanji and I have already discovered how to unravel the malevolence seal. Tomorrow, we will set off for Jinshan Valley. Please prepare your master for the possibility of encountering disruptions from demonic cultivators when we attempt to unravel the seal. We will need assistance from several esteemed seniors. Xu Taiping explained solemnly to the princess. Wait. You must not act impulsively. Upon hearing that Xu Taiping and the monk Xuanji were to venture into Jinshan Valley the following day, Princess Tianshou's expression changed dramatically. She was eager to dissuade them. Yet before she could finish her words, her consciousness dissipated. In an instant, only the Xuanyin Pearl and the celestial sword Baiju remained, swirling in place. Master Xuanji Baiju, Pinyin, please guard the entrance for a moment. I must enter the cave to handle some matters. Xu Taiping stowed away the twin carp pearls and the white steed sword, his demeanor turning grave as he solemnly instructed them to proceed without concern. Baiju understood Xu Taiping's intentions. He was preparing to commence the process of burning seeds. The following day, after an entire night of toil, Xu Taiping successfully completed the seed burning, now holding a peach pit in his palm. This was the seed obtained from the fourth burning, signifying that once the earth fruits matured, a peach tree would spring forth. Cradling the pit, Xu murmured softly to himself, as the spirit moon fairy remained in slumber. He could not ascertain whether the outcome of this endeavor was favorable or not. Taiping, that demonic monk has already located the vicinity of this cavern. He must have detected our presence, Baiju reported, having flown in from outside after conducting reconnaissance. Xu Taiping was not at all surprised that the monk from Huiyun Temple had found them. Is he accompanied by that blood puppet Shirkai? Xu inquired. He is. The blood puppets he currently commands have grown considerably stronger since we last encountered them, likely having absorbed the blood essence of other cultivators in the mountains, Baiju replied. Shirkai has slain the son of the Golden Toad's Poison Mother. Perhaps we can devise a plan to have them cross paths, thus buying us some time to retrieve the stone pillar from the pool's depths, Xu Taiping mused thoughtfully. Although he is aware that you possess the art of duplication, he is oblivious to the extent of your capabilities. Why not create two doppelgangers, one to act independently while the other I carry to Golden Toad Valley? You could then lead Master Xianji and the others through the secret passage into Golden Toad Valley, splitting our forces, Baiju proposed to Xu Taiping. Isn't that a tad too perilous? Xu Taiping hesitated. At the very least, I am confident I can elude him before we enter Golden Toad Valley, Baiju asserted with conviction. Indeed, among their group, Baiju was the swiftest. His previous restraint had merely been to avoid attracting the attention of aerial beasts. After contemplating seriously, Xu Taiping tossed the twin carp pearls to Baiju, saying, should you be pursued, take refuge beneath these pearls. I will come to find you. Understood. Baiju swiftly grasped the pearls with his beak. In the wind-coming valley's dense forest, the demonic monk Zhenwu was commanding his blood puppets as they meticulously searched for Xu Taiping and his companions. Just as they were nearing the entrance of the cavern, a figure darted forth, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Pursue! Zhenwu exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. However, he quickly recalled how Xu Taiping's doppelganger had tricked him the previous night and abruptly halted his advance. Instead of chasing blindly as before, he spread his spiritual sense. acutely attuning himself to the subtle movements of the surroundings. At last, amidst the forest ahead, he sensed a white-headed eagle soaring aloft, carrying several figures. "Amitba, let us see where you flee this time." Zhenwu smirked slightly, and then, accompanied by a few blood puppets, he set off in pursuit. Chapter 94, The Golden Toad Valley. Entering the secret passage of the Golden Toad Valley not long after the monk Zhenwu pursued outside, another figure darted out from the thicket near the cave entrance, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. However, the moment that figure departed, Zhenwu, who had originally been chasing in another direction, suddenly transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, racing after the spot where the figure had just disappeared, accompanied by several blood puppets. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping, cloaked in a disguise, let out a gentle sigh. Zhenwu's vigilance exceeded his expectations. It was only through the deployment of all three of his avatars that he managed to divert Zhenwu's attention. "Amitba, Brother Xu, you were indeed correct," said Monk Xuanyin, his hands clasped in reverence, his eyes filled with admiration. Initially, when Xu Taiping suggested testing the monk Zhenwu once more, Xuanyin felt it was unnecessary. However, he was taken aback by how accurately Xu Taiping had anticipated the situation. Did that crimson-armored knight mention where the Yunhe was imprisoned when he awoke this morning? Xu Taiping inquired, simultaneously using his avatars to verify if the monk Zhenwu had truly fallen for the ruse. The Yunhe Pavilion has offered benefits to the Golden Toad Demoness, and together they have confined Yunhe and a squad of crimson-armored knights within the watery prison of the evil flood dragon pool, replied Monk Xuanyin. Is it not said that the evil flood dragons within that pool are not even afraid of the Golden Toad Demoness? Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. "Amitba, they have long since colluded. The Golden Toad Demoness feeds them the slain cultivators as sustenance, and in return, they guard the watery prison for her." Monk Xuanyin explained with a hint of resignation. "However, Brother Xu, you need not worry. Although these evil flood dragons have gained some intelligence, their wits are limited. The Six Beasts prosperity spell will suit them perfectly." With a smile gracing his lips, he added, "When we return to the water, those evil flood dragons will be entrusted to you." Xu Taiping patted Monk Xuanyi's shoulder. "Amitba, leave it to this humble monk." Monk Xuanyin nodded slightly, his eyes alight with excitement. "It is time to set forth. We shall proceed according to last night's discussions." Sensing that the monk Zhenwu was indeed still pursuing his avatars, Xu Taiping glanced at Xuanyin. "Amitba," Monk Xuanyin nodded in agreement, visibly tense. Such apprehension was understandable. Their undertaking that day was akin to walking on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead to being cast into the evil flood dragon pool, feeding those vile creatures. Soon after, guided by the celestial sword white steed, they entered a secret passage. This so-called secret passage was, in fact, an underground cave, hidden beneath the surface of a water pool. Without the guidance of the celestial sword white steed, Xu Taiping and his companion would surely have been unable to locate it. "My two avatars have been destroyed." Xu Taiping suddenly halted midway through their journey. "What of Brother Baiyu?" Monk Xuanyin asked, concern etched on his face. "The avatar following Baiyu is still intact, but the monk Zhenwu is caught up. I am uncertain if it can hold out until we reach the Golden Toad Valley." Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and directly grasped the white steed sword before him. "Elder, please take us directly to Jinshan Valley. It would be swifter." Unlike spiritual swords, immortal swords possess a certain intelligence, hence Xu Taiping's address was entirely appropriate. The white steed sword, held in Xu Taiping's grip, emitted a low humming vibration, its tip quivering slightly. Although it did not speak, the aura it projected unmistakably conveyed its agreement. "Thank you," Xu Taiping said, his brow relaxing as he expressed his gratitude. He then seized the arm of Xianji beside him. "Let's go." No sooner had he spoken than a swift whoosh echoed, as the white steed sword transformed into a streak of silvery light, carrying Xu Taiping and Xianji through the winding caverns at remarkable speed, leaving behind a serpentine silver afterimage. As the flying sword came to a halt, a tremendous sound of rushing water completely drowned out the sound of its passage. Xu Taiping and Xianji then beheld, at the mouth of the cavern, a colossal waterfall cascading downwards. Through the flowing water, a lush green valley came into view, accompanied by the occasional melodious chirping of birds. "Amitba, this is indeed Jinshan Valley, and below this waterfall lies the evil flood pool." Xianji, the monk, stepped forward, straining to glimpse outside through the waterfall. his hands clasped in delight as he turned to Xu Taiping. "Thank you, Elder White Steed." Xu Taiping nodded, once again expressing his gratitude to the immortal sword. The White Steed sword merely circled around Xu Taiping, remaining silent. However, it seemed intrigued by the iron gourd at Xu Taiping's waist, tapping it gently with its hilt. Almost immediately, Xu Taiping felt the rusty lion within the gourd emit an excited sword cry. "Do you two know each other?" Xu Taiping asked, somewhat surprised, and promptly opened the iron gourd to release the rusty lion. Upon their meeting, the two swords resonated with joyous cries, akin to the reunion of long-lost friends. If this sword belonged to his master, it would certainly recognize the master's rusty lion. Before Xu Taiping could ponder further, a sudden buzzing filled his ears, causing him to stumble precariously. This was the backlash from his avatar, which had suffered severe damage and was now affecting his true self. This is bad. Baiyu is still 1 or 2 miles from Jinshan Valley, and with the avatar destroyed prematurely, it may not reach the valley. Xu Taiping's brow furrowed once more. "What should we do now?" Xianji inquired anxiously, glancing at Xu Taiping. If they failed to orchestrate an encounter between the Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Shenwu, not only would Baiyu be in peril, but their subsequent endeavor to extract the 8 stone pillars from the evil flood pool would inevitably encounter obstacles. A slight misstep could lead them to face the dual assault of the Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Shenwu. Wait a moment. After contemplating seriously for a while, Xu Taiping took a sip of Longdan liquor, swallowed a chi-gathering pill, and then produced another avatar. As long as the number of simultaneous avatars did not exceed 3, the burden on his true self would remain manageable. Su Xiong intends to use a clone to lure the Golden Toad's poison matriarch out of the valley, and then let it encounter the magical monk Shenwu. The young monk Xianji discerned Xu Taiping's intent. There was no alternative at this juncture. Xu Taiping nodded. "However, this clone of yours may not withstand even a single strike from the poison matriarch. How can it possibly draw her out of the valley?" Xianji expressed his skepticism. Xu Taiping first placed a golden body talisman on the clone, then turned to the celestial sword Baiju and said, "Elder Baiju, I implore you to escort this clone out of the valley." Upon hearing this, Baiju immediately buzzed and flew to the top of Xu Taiping's clone, evidently comprehending the conversation that had just transpired with Xianji. Enveloped in the golden light of the golden body talisman, Xu Taiping's clone donned crimson armor and held a handful of true fire talismans, soaring from the waterfall on the celestial sword. As it approached the Golden Toad Valley, Xu Taiping guided the clone, shouting, "Poison Matriarch, you dare to imprison the people of Yunhe Tower? Are you not afraid that our great general will raze your Golden Toad Valley to the ground?" Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Xu Taiping sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if a torrential flood surged forth from within the Golden Toad Valley. As the leader of the Blood Rain Forest's formidable beasts, the Poison Matriarch's cultivation was formidable, rivaling that of the abbot of Huoyun Temple. The moment this aura manifested, Xianji scattered a handful of millet from his sleeve into the air, then began to chant the Buddhist incantation for the flourishing of livestock. "You seek death." Not long after, Xu Taiping heard an enraged roar, reverberating like thunder. Following this, through the clone's vision, Xu Taiping finally beheld the poison matriarch, a regal elderly woman, clad in opulent attire, wielding a staff, with a frog-like visage. With a furious expression, the woman abruptly opened her mouth, her tongue shooting forth like an arrow towards Xu Taiping's clone. Bang! However, this strike was intercepted by a beam of sword light unleashed by the celestial sword Baiju. The Princess Tianshou did not deceive them. This celestial sword Baiju was extraordinarily powerful. "Humph, do you think to escape my Golden Toad Valley with merely a celestial weapon? Dream on." Failing to strike, the poison matriarch grew even more enraged, stomping her foot upon the ground, which manifested a verdant lotus leaf beneath her, carrying her swiftly towards Xu Taiping's clone that was preparing to flee on the sword. "Poison matriarch, we have come to assist you." As the matriarch pursued, several demonic cultivators from Yingwich, who had just emerged from the evil flood pool, followed suit. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping breathed a sigh of relief, withdrawing his gaze from the clone. "How goes it?" Xianji inquired nervously, glancing at Xu Taiping. Unable to see the external circumstances through the clone's vision like Xu Taiping could, he remained unaware of the situation outside. The Baiju celestial sword can contend with the poison matriarch and has successfully lured her out of the valley, along with several demonic cultivators from Yingwich, Xu Taiping replied. Upon hearing this, Xianji also relaxed significantly. By the way, which specific Buddhist incantation for the flourishing of livestock did you employ against the poison matriarch just now? Xu Taiping inquired with a hint of curiosity. Under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult to provoke a beast of the caliber of the golden toad's venomous mother, let alone drive it to the brink of madness. Thus, the scene that unfolded earlier must undoubtedly be attributed to the influence of the livestock prosperity spell. Ba, Brother Xu. It is the bull charm, replied Monk Xianji with a smile. Xu Taiping nodded. Monk Xianji's comprehension of the livestock prosperity spell had long surpassed his own. Let us descend into the evil serpent pool, Xu Taiping suggested, stepping forward to gaze at the pool, which lay 100 or so zhang from the cave entrance. Just in time to witness several evil serpents tearing into a corpse within the waters. Ba, upon witnessing this scene, Monk Xianji chanted a Buddhist invocation, then pressed his palms together, beginning to cast the livestock prosperity spell upon the several evil serpents below. In but a moment, the serpents ceased their gnawing and turned their attention towards one another. Soon after, they commenced a frenzied bout of biting. Brother Xu, the livestock prosperity spell remains effective even against these evil serpents, Monk Xianji remarked with a knowing glance at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded, offering Monk Xianji a water avoidance talisman and a golden body talisman before they cautiously descended along the cliffside to the evil serpent pool. As they moved, they encountered clusters of serpents entangled in fierce combat, their low growls resonating throughout the area. A few male serpents were engaged in a violent struggle over a female serpent, filling the entire evil serpent pool with an indescribable atmosphere. Throughout it all, Monk Xianji, the architect of this chaos, maintained a serene smile. Pinyin, assist Monk Xianji in retrieving the stone pillars. I shall venture into the water prison to rescue the captives. Upon reaching the bottom of the evil serpent pool, Xu Taiping summoned the little monkey Pinyin, handing him over to Monk Xianji along with a green gourd meant for carrying items. Though the stone pillars were vast, the gourd was more than adequate for the task. Brother Xu, do take care, Monk Xianji cautioned. Ah, indeed. He suddenly pressed his palms together and softly chanted. All beings are equal. No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden radiance, akin to ripples, emanated from the beads of the all beings, our equal prayer bracelet on his wrist. Brother Xu, for the duration of a stick of incense, all creatures and demonic entities within this evil serpent pool shall be on par with you, Monk Xianji stated with a smile towards Xu Taiping. Thank you. Xu Taiping responded with a nod. With the transformative power of Monk Xianji, the strength of the all beings are equal spell was nearly commensurate with that experienced in the land of 1,000 Buddhas. The two then began to act separately. Monk Xianji, accompanied by the little monkey, proceeded to the pool's bottom to transport the stone pillars, while Xu Taiping swam directly towards the entrance of the water prison. Crack. Just as Xu Taiping reached the entrance of the water prison, he was met with the sounds of whips cracking and anguished cries emanating from within. Without a doubt, these were the members of the Yunhe pavilion interrogating the red-armored riders. Do you think this one can endure half a stick of incense? Half a stick of incense? I doubt they can last even through a cup of tea. The hearts of the countless red-armored riders are indeed hardened. If a common person were to witness their brothers, with whom they have shared trials, perish before their very eyes, they would likely succumb to despair. Do not underestimate mortals. At times, their hearts can be more ruthless than those of my demonic brethren. Amidst the anguished cries, the two demonic cultivators stationed at the entrance of the water prison were engaged in light-hearted banter. Chapter 96. Breaking into the water prison. A scene of infernal torment. Why is there such a commotion from those serpents today? Could it be the season for their spawning? Shall we venture up to take a look? Do not act recklessly. Elder Luo has expressly instructed us not to provoke those vile serpents. If we anger them, even Elder Luo would be unable to save us. Understood, understood, I merely suggested it. The two guardians continued their idle chatter while Xu Taiping, cloaked in a concealment mantle, silently approached them. With a swift, sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air, a gossamer-like gleam of steel swept across their necks, and their heads rolled away. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping reached out and captured their souls with a ghost-binding talisman. Since his breakthrough into the profound realm, the side effects of the talisman had diminished significantly. What once haunted him had now become a means to confront demonic entities. With the souls of the two cultivators sealed, Xu Taiping sheathed his blade and remarked, You were correct in one regard. The hearts of men can, at times, be more merciless than those of demons. He then pulled up his cloak once more and stealthily entered the water prison. This water prison appeared to possess some sort of water-repelling barrier, for the entrance was completely devoid of any flowing water, remaining entirely dry. Bang, bang, crack. In stark contrast to the outside, once inside the passageway, the sounds of lashes and blows, along with the groans of the tormented, grew increasingly pronounced. A heavy scent of blood permeated the air. They were still interrogating. It seemed these demonic cultivators had yet to extract the information they sought. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he continued to navigate past the guards within the passage. Occasionally, he would insert a few golden coins into his left eye. Ever since encountering the 7 killings calamity, his left eye had remained in a state of weakness. To mask his own aura, he had to use the golden coins. Bang! After traversing the lengthy corridor, Xu Taiping finally arrived at the cell housing the crimson armored riders of Yunhe Tower. The scene before him resembled the butcher's yard he had inadvertently witnessed in his childhood. The courtyard was littered with the carcasses of pigs, cows, and dogs, some left discarded after slaughter, while others trembled in cages. The ground was smeared with blood, strewn with intestines and entrails. The sole distinction was that now, the ones being slaughtered and those awaiting their fate were all human, rather than livestock. Moreover, the gruesome sight within the prison surpassed even that of the butcher's yard. At least the butcher would set aside the valuable organs, limbs, and heads. Yet within this prison, severed heads, torn flesh, and dismembered arms lay scattered indiscriminately. Behold the flesh and the severed limbs. The wounds are clearly not the result of a sharp instrument, but rather brutally torn apart. At that moment, within the confines of the cell, 2 demonic cultivators seized a hand, forcefully tearing asunder a red-armored knight. Stop! In the center of the cell, a blood-soaked man, hanging upside down, let out a frantic, hysterical roar upon witnessing this atrocity. Xu Taiping's gaze fixated momentarily on the suspended man before he glanced down at the heads placed before him. Piecing together the conversation of the 2 gatekeeping demonic cultivators, a name surged forth in his mind: Wan Qianhu. Just as Xu Taiping recognized Wan Qianhu, an elderly figure with hands clasped behind his back strolled leisurely towards him. Have you made your decision? The elder inquired, tilting his head to smile at Wan Qianhu. This elder, with hair as white as snow and a complexion pallid as parchment, possessed eyes that sparkled with youthful vigor. Without a doubt, he was the elder Luo mentioned by the 2 demonic cultivators at the entrance. Bah! The upside-down Wan Qianhu spat defiantly at the elder. Yet the saliva was deflected by the elder's protective energy. Once again, I say, if you reveal the location of the seal for Zhang Tian's 3rd lifebound object, I shall spare you and your brethren. Never. Wan Qianhu erupted into a raucous laugh, his gaze steely and resolute as he retorted vehemently. It is merely one lifebound object. Even if we were to find it, the esteemed General Zhang Tianzi may not even perish. At worst, he would sustain grave injuries. Elder Luo kicked the head that lay unblinking at his feet, continuing to smile as he urged Wan Qianhu. Old man, do you think your words can deceive me? Wan Dongshan. Wan Qianhu scoffed, then coldly challenged Elder Luo. If you have the ability, then use soul-searching techniques on me. Otherwise, do not expect to hear a single word from my lips. In response, Elder Luo grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Do not think I am unaware. You have long since placed a restriction upon your soul. Attempting to search it would surely lead to your demise. How could I grant you such an easy exit? After speaking, he glanced at the 2 accompanying demonic cultivators, then pointed to the youngest red-armored knight in the adjacent cell, commanding, drag him out. Do not be hasty to kill him. First, gouge out his eyes, then slowly peel the skin from his face, so that Wan Qianhu may see and hear the suffering. Upon hearing this, Wan Qianhu's countenance turned icy. The steely resolve in his eyes faltered for a fleeting moment, a moment that Elder Luo keenly observed. This was precisely why he chose to torment Wan Qianhu's subordinates. For demonic cultivators, the slightest wavering of one's spirit could be exploited in 100 different ways to compel submission and corruption. Noticing the flicker of emotion in Wan Qianhu, Elder Luo smirked and raised his hand, saying, Do not rush to begin. Let him bid farewell to Wan Qianhu, for soon he may lack the courage to speak. Chapter 97. Breaking into the water prison, Wan Qianhu on the brink of collapse. Yes. 2 dark cultivators from the Yunhe pavilion dragged the young crimson-armored knight before Wan Dongshan and, with a thud, cast him onto the ground. The youthful knight slowly rose from the earth, lifting his gaze to Wan Dongshan and declared, "Wan Qianhu, I am unafraid." After uttering this, he even managed to grin towards Wan Dongshan. Crack! Yet before Wan Dongshan could respond, Elder Luo brought his foot down heavily upon the soldier's instep, shattering his foot completely. Despite the agony contorting his features, the young soldier bit down hard on his teeth, refraining from uttering a single cry. "You lot, remove every last one of his teeth," Elder Luo said with a smile, gesturing towards the soldier's mouth. "You wretched, inhuman fiends, one day, my Yunhe tower shall eradicate all of you." As he watched the silent soldier being dragged away, Wan Qianhu could no longer contain the fury within him and roared with all his might. Hearing this, Elder Luo erupted into wild laughter. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping, who had been silently observing, placed one hand upon the hilt of his blade and with the other grasped the communication jade slip, mentally reaching out to Ping En and the monk Xianji. "Have you secured the stone pillars?" His restraint was a result of awaiting news from Ping En and Xianji. The previous night, he had conferred with Xianji that their primary objective upon descending into the evil flood pool was to gather the stone pillars to unlock the Maha Virikana seal, with the rescue of Wan Qianhu and his companions being secondary. Otherwise, even if they saved Wan Qianhu, their own escape would be uncertain. Snap! At that moment, a dark cultivator used pliers to extract a tooth from the soldier's mouth, casting it with a sinister grin at Wan Dongshan. Yet, even amidst the torment, the young soldier remained silent. This scene not only caused veins to bulge on Wan Qianhu's forehead, but even Xu Taiping couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword. Just as the dark cultivator prepared to extract a second tooth, Wan Dongshan, who had been mentally tortured for several days, let out a desperate roar. He could endure any pain himself, but he could not stand idly by while his comrades were tormented by these fiends. They were not monsters. They were flesh and blood, possessing hearts and souls. Witnessing this, Elder Luo grinned, thinking to himself, "What sort of individuals have I not encountered? You, a mere Qianhu, dare to contend with me, utterly deluded." Wan Dongshan's emotional collapse had long been anticipated by him. "You too, take your time in extracting, there is no need to rush," Elder Luo advised the two dark cultivators. From his experience, he reckoned that within an hour, Wan Dongshan's spirit would shatter completely. At that point, whatever he wished to know, Wan Dongshan would divulge obediently. Xu Taiping had sensed this as well. "Xianji, respond quickly," he murmured anxiously, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, the transmission jade slip in Xu Taiping's palms suddenly grew warm, followed by a voice resonating within his mind. "All 8 stone pillars have been collected, but the livestock flourishing charm has ceased to function. I have taken refuge in a nearby location with the little monkey." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping promptly replied with his spiritual sense, "Stay hidden for now. Once I resolve matters here, I will seek you out." After conveying his message, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly consumed 2 chi-gathering pills, while simultaneously gripping a golden body talisman in his hand. Once he had prepared himself, disregarding any potential disturbance to Elder Luo, he abruptly split into 2 avatars. Boom! The 2 avatars charged towards the 2 demon cultivators restraining a soldier, unleashing their fists upon the foes. Bang! With a resounding crash, the heads of the 2 demon cultivators were obliterated by Xu Taiping's avatars. At that moment, Elder Luo, having regained his composure, raised his arm and clawed at Xu Taiping's 2 avatars with the might of a demon lord. Boom! Under the immense power of Elder Luo's strike, Xu Taiping's avatars were nearly shattered upon impact. Only then did Luo realize he had been deceived, but it was too late. With a sharp clang, a blade's cry sliced through the air, and a brilliant knife mark appeared before Elder Luo, resembling a rift in space. Following this, amidst the sound of cicadas, an extraordinary blade intent manifested, akin to a colossal hand that ensnared Luo, rendering him immobile. A wave of dread surged through Luo's heart, as he sensed an imminent threat to his life. Boom! Without hesitation, he unleashed all the true demon power he had amassed within, attempting to withstand the impending strike with his true demon form. Yet, before he could reveal his demonic visage, an enigmatic force descended upon him, binding his released power as if it were shackles, leaving him with only the strength equivalent to that of a half-step refining spirit realm. The power of equality, manifested through the transformative force of Xianji, had taken effect. "What is happening?" just as Elder Luo stood there, bewildered. A blade aura as delicate as a cicada's wing pierced through his body, traversing effortlessly within him. Boom. In that instant, as the blade aura penetrated his form, the demonic energy within him erupted uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the unique blade aura of the Demon Slayer's sword began to rapidly corrode his demonic body. Whoosh. In a desperate bid, Elder Luo attempted to escape through his soul. However, before he could reach the door of his prison, an immense pulling force yanked him back, dragging him inexorably into Xu Taiping's palm. "You, who are you?" Hung upside down, Yuan Dongshan witnessed the entire scene, his face etched with sheer astonishment. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping severed the iron chain binding Yuan Dongshan, then tossed him a bottle of great recovery pill and an ordinary steel knife, before stating, "If you have any strength left, let us eliminate these demon cultivators together. We shall discuss other matters later." After uttering these words, he charged forward with his blade raised. Not looking back, Yuan Dongshan was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly picked up the steel knife from the ground and stuffed a large elixir into his mouth, grinning wickedly as he shouted, "Even if I have but one breath left, I, Yuan Dongshan, shall slay a demon to serve as my final tribute." Chapter 98. The truth of the sage in the water prison. Something feels amiss. Why are these demon cultivators so easily defeated? Half a jaw stick later, gazing down at the corpses of 5 or 6 Yunhe pavilion cultivators, Yuan Dongshan's face was etched with shock and confusion. There is no need for such astonishment, my friend. Upon our entry, a high monk from Yunhe Temple performed a grand spell called Equality of All Beings, which has reduced these demon cultivators to our level of cultivation. Xu Taiping casually explained to Yuan Dongshan as he sheathed his sword. So that is how it is. It was indeed the intervention of a high monk from Yunhe Temple. Enlightened by this revelation, Yuan Dongshan's face transformed into one of realization. He had sensed that the demon cultivators before them were evidently weaker than when they first encountered them. Xu Taiping's gaze shifted to the rear of the prison, where 6 armored warriors were besieging the remaining 3 demon cultivators. It was evident that these 6 warriors were not cultivators, but mere warriors. Yet, once they retrieved their weapons and donned their battle armor, they handled the demon cultivators with a remarkable ease. Even with the assistance of the spell, their orderly and well-coordinated offensive and defensive techniques left Xu Taiping astounded. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the most skilled hunters pursuing their prey. In mere moments, the last 3 severely injured demon cultivators were pierced and slain by their long spears. As the souls of the 3 demons attempted to escape, the 6 armored warriors forcefully struck their spears to the ground and loudly proclaimed, "The human heart is perilous. The way is subtle. Be precise and singular. Hold fast to the center." As their voices echoed, the battle spirit emanating from the 6 warriors surged forth like a mighty righteous aura, obliterating the souls of the 3 demon cultivators into nothingness. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping, much like Yuan Dongshan moments before, was filled with confusion and astonishment. Brother Xu. The 16-character mantra of the Confucian school was sought by General Zhang Tianzi for us armored warriors. We may chant it for 300 years, but it can only be used during the slaying of demons, Yuan Dongshan explained, having discerned the confusion in Xu Taiping's eyes. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, somewhat astonished. I did not expect General Zhang Tianzi to be a Confucian general. My knowledge of the Confucian school is limited. I know only that during the reign of Zhenwu, Confucians held a place in the secular world, but I am unaware of their status in the realm of Yuyuan. Indeed, when our family migrated to Yuyuan, the Zhang clan was a renowned Confucian lineage from the Shiliang kingdom. However, they could not bear to witness the suffering of the people at the hands of demons, and thus forsook their pens for the sword. Yuan Dongshan replied with a tone filled with reverence. Brother Xu, might I borrow a few fire talismans? We are likely to encounter more demon cultivators when we venture out. He suddenly extended his hand towards Xu Taiping. Indeed, there were several demonic cultivators from the Yingwage outside. Xu Taiping nodded and casually handed a few true fire talismans to Yuan Dongshan. Wan Qianhu, let us exit first. There are still some individuals from Yingwage in the Jinshan Valley. I led them away earlier, but I estimate they will return shortly. As he passed the talismans, Xu Taiping walked towards the cell door while speaking to Yuan Dongshan behind him. Su Xiong. Yuan Dongshan did not follow Xu Taiping's pace, but called out to him. What is it? Xu Taiping looked at him with a hint of confusion. At this moment, they were already separated by a distance of 2 to 3 zhang. I thank you sincerely for saving me this time, which prevented the demonic cultivators from succeeding, but we will not accompany you out this time, Su Xiong. Wan Dongshan flashed a smile at Xu Taiping. Why? A sense of foreboding surged within Xu Taiping. After we assist the general in sealing that innate object, we have prepared ourselves for death. The general will naturally not permit this, but we understand that once we perish, neither Yingwage nor any other demonic sect will be able to exploit the general's weakness. Wan Dongshan smiled again at Xu Taiping. Boom. At that very moment, a blazing inferno enveloped him. Wan Xianhu, hurry out. I can ensure your safe return to Zhenhe. Xu Taiping urgently extended his hand towards Wan Dongshan. He never anticipated that Wan Dongshan was requesting the true fire talismans for self-immolation. Su Xiong, it is not that I do not trust you. It is simply that even a 1 in 10,000 chance is a risk I am unwilling to take. Moreover, even if I return to Zhenhe, I will still remain a target for the demonic cultivators against the general. Anyone in Shiliang can perish, but the general must not die. My insignificant life pales in comparison to that of the general. Wan Dongshan's resolve was unwavering. Xu Taiping found it difficult to reconcile with Wan Dongshan's words. Yet he was at a loss for how to refute them. Su Degu, you are not from Shiliang. You cannot comprehend. Just then, the young red-armored rider, previously subjected to the demonic cultivator's torment, leapt into the blazing flames beside Wan Dongshan. Have you ever awakened to find your loved ones being cooked by demons? I have. The young rider, with a gap-toothed grin, gazed intently at Xu Taiping. Su Xiong, have you ever witnessed your younger sister, who just moments ago was crying for food, torn apart by demons? I have. Another red-armored rider resolutely jumped into the roaring flames. Su Xiong, do you know? I should have had a daughter around 7 or 8 years old, but because I offered food to a red-armored rider, the demonic cultivators killed my pregnant wife and slaughtered my entire village. Yet another red-armored rider leaped into the inferno. Chapter 99. In the water prison, have you ever regretted? Su Xiong, it was the general who saved us, and only the general can eradicate the demons of Shiliang. Only the general can ensure that the descendants of Shiliang no longer fear their loved ones being devoured by demons. No longer shall one endure the anguish of being separated from family. To die for the great general is indeed our fortune. The remaining few red-armored cavalry, amidst fervent declarations of sacrifice, leaped into the flames beside Wan Dongshan. Brother Su, the red-armored cavalry are predominantly those who have faced death once. Thus, for us, death is merely a release. At this moment, Wan Dongshan, who had remained silent, finally spoke. As he uttered these words, he suddenly raised his hand and tossed a token of command towards the silent Xu Taiping. Brother Su, should the opportunity arise, kindly deliver this token to the red-armored cavalry, allowing them to convey to the great general that I, Wan, have no regrets about joining the red-armored cavalry, nor about following the great general. Amidst the roaring flames, Wan Dongshan declared with an unwavering gaze of iron. At this juncture, he abruptly turned to the few red-armored cavalry behind him and asked, "Do you harbor any regrets?" "No regrets," the red-armored cavalry shouted in unison. In the midst of their cries, their faces were gradually consumed by the flames. Xu Taiping glanced at the token in his hand, then at the red-armored cavalry being engulfed by the true fire, and with hands clasped in salute, he bowed deeply before resolutely turning away. He could not save those determined to meet their end. Yet, even with this understanding, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart as he departed the water prison, as if he were holding his breath, unable to swallow or exhale. At that moment, the voice of Master Xianji resonated in his mind through the communication jade slip. Brother Su, the demonic cultivators from the Yingwei pavilion have returned, and their leader has awakened. The six beasts prosperity spell can no longer control them. Pingan and I are trapped at the bottom of the pool and cannot escape for now. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, quickening his pace while transmitting to Master Xianji. Master Xianji, how much longer until you can summon the power of equal existence again? After dealing with those demonic cultivators in the water prison, the power of equal existence will automatically dissipate shortly thereafter. The young monk speculated it would take at least the duration of a tea ceremony. Master Xianji replied, unlike when Xu Taiping employed it himself, the power of equal existence, when wielded by Xianji, not only had a limited duration each time, but also required a significant interval before it could be cast again. They had tested this last night in the cave. If I employ the demon suppression seal along with talismans such as the golden body talisman, I should be able to endure for a while, Xu Taiping pondered. Then transmitted to Master Xianji. Master Xianji, continue to hide with Ping'an. I will attempt to lure those demonic cultivators and the vile serpents over. Seize the opportunity to escape from the serpent pool, and when the power of equal existence can be summoned again, begin placing those stone pillars. In response, Master Xianji's voice came swiftly. Brother Su, among the demonic cultivators from the Yunhe Pavilion, there is at least one demon sovereign. Although these vile serpents have yet to awaken their divine abilities, their physical prowess is formidable. Perhaps it would be better for you to hide in the water for a while. At this moment, Xu Taiping had already emerged from the water prison. Looking up, he caught sight of several demonic cultivators from the Yunhe Pavilion soaring towards the direction of the water prison. I have just slain all the demonic cultivators of the Yunhe Pavilion within the water prison. Should they discover this, a massive hunt would undoubtedly ensue, putting both you and Ping'an at risk. Xu Taiping, while donning his concealment cloak, transmitted a message to Master Xianji. The vile flood pool is vast, its depths plunging thousands of fathoms, making it impossible for him to rendezvous with Xianji and Ping'an in the immediate future. Therefore, for the sake of safety and to keep the secrets of the Maha Virakana seal from being uncovered, he must divert the attention of those demonic cultivators right away. Master Xianji, do not act recklessly until I have drawn them away, Xu Taiping cautioned once more before leaping into action, his form slicing through the water like an arrow released from its bow, heading directly towards the group of demons. The distance may have seemed insurmountable, yet his mastery of water manipulation allowed him to traverse through it with speed comparable to that on the surface. Could it be that Elder Yu has misjudged? With Elder Luo's cultivation, who could possibly harm him? Indeed, Elder Yu, you may be overthinking this. As Xu Taiping closed in to within 100 paces of the demonic cultivators, he concealed himself behind the remnants of a submerged ruin. Aside from Elder Yu, who possessed the power of a demon sovereign, the remaining 5 cultivators were likely at the level of demon kings, their strength equivalent to the pinnacle of the mysterious realm. After a brief observation, Xu Taiping reached a conclusion. Do not let your guard down simply because the pavilion master is approaching. Those are the red armored riders. And after going missing, they will certainly draw the attention of the Yunhe Tower. Perhaps the Yunhe Tower's forces have already arrived in the Blood Rain Forest. At that moment, Elder Yu, who had remained silent, suddenly admonished a few of his disciples. Following his reprimand, the demonic disciples fell silent, their demeanor shifted. The pavilion master of the Yunhe Pavilion is coming? Xu Taiping's heart raced, and he fixed his gaze upon Elder Yu, contemplating. The variables with a demon sovereign are too great. If I cannot slay or restrain Elder Yu first, my position will remain precarious until I can wield the power of equalization among beings. With that thought, he unhesitatingly summoned 2 clones. Boom! His 2 clones erupted from the water, flanking the demonic cultivators from either side. Whoosh! However, without the aid of the power of equalization, and with the aura of the clones unable to be concealed, they were immediately detected by the demons. Even before Elder Yu could intervene, the 2 clones found themselves surrounded by several of the demonic cultivators. You 2 dare to launch a sneak attack against us? One of the Yunhe Pavilion's demons scoffed, preparing to approach and ascertain the identities of the attackers. Crackle! At that moment, one of the surrounded clones suddenly crackled with electric energy in its grasp. 5 thunder talismans. Everyone get back! The ever-vigilant Elder Yu shouted, simultaneously producing a black umbrella from his sleeve and raising it to shield the group of demons. Boom! With a resounding tremor, blinding arcs of lightning filled the small expanse of water. Bang! Miraculously, Elder Yu managed to block a significant portion of the incoming thunderous energy with the large black umbrella in his hand. Before they could catch their breath, a resounding boom echoed as a golden statue of a Buddha, performing the demon-subduing mudra, materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, Elder Yu discovered a young man wielding a long blade, charging at him with fierce intent from beneath the golden figure. Chapter 100, The Crane's Crying Style. Sensing the bottleneck of power, Elder Yu's reaction was undoubtedly swift, yet the moment the cicada's song of the Mingchan style rang out, a blade of energy pierced through his body. As he prepared to manifest his true demonic form to withstand this onslaught, the golden Buddha, with a casual motion, dispersed his amassed demonic energy. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength between Xu Taiping and Elder Yu was insurmountable. Even though the blade's energy had penetrated him and his demonic aura had been utterly shattered, the fluctuations of Elder Yu's presence remained unabated, and alarmingly, they began to ascend once more, especially when the large black umbrella in his hand started to rain down droplets of black rain. His previously dispersed demonic energy began to coalesce anew. With no hesitation, Xu Taiping brought his fingers together, harnessing the power of the Xuanyin ring, and executed the sea-splitting strike towards Elder Yu. The force of the sea-splitting strike unleashed a torrent of energy that cleaved through the water, striking directly at Elder Yu of the Yingwich. Simultaneously, the demon-subduing hand seal shadowed Xu Taiping's sea-splitting strike, converging upon Elder Yu. In an instant, due to Xu Taiping's rapid assault, the minuscule amount of demonic energy that Elder Yu had just gathered was once again scattered, with a portion of it obliterated by the demon-subduing hand seal. Yet despite this, only a wound was left on Elder Yu's body, interrupting his attempt to manifest his true demonic form once more. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Yingwich finally regained their senses. As Xu Taiping prepared to draw his sword and strike at Elder Yu again, several of them unsheathed their respective demonic weapons and launched a collective assault against him. Although the strength of these ordinary demonic cultivators paled in comparison to Elder Yu, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. If Xu Taiping were to disregard them, he would undoubtedly suffer serious injury. However, to their astonishment, Xu Taiping merely snapped his fingers, and sharp blades of wind materialized, swirling in the water like a multitude of razor-sharp knives, enveloping the attackers entirely. Xuanyin ring, 2 fingers shattering mountains, infused with pure essence. The current might of the Xuanyin ring was equivalent to a half-step into the refining spirit realm, delivering a full-force blow. Moreover, with the presence of the demon-subduing seal, which was specifically designed to counteract demonic entities, these ordinary cultivators stood no chance of escape. In the blink of an eye, the spiraling spray of water unleashed by the wind blades erupted violently, leaving behind a fierce gale that shredded the bodies of the demonic cultivators into bloody fragments. Simultaneously, the power of the demon suppression seal shattered the demonic energy enveloping them. Yet, akin to Xu Taiping's previous strike against the demon Lord Elder Yu, even though these demon cultivators' bodies were obliterated, their aura remained unweakened. For those who had transcended to the Demon King realm, even if their corporeal forms were reduced to mere fragments, they possessed the ability to reassemble. As long as they were not annihilated in a single blow, Xu Taiping's efforts would be in vain. However, unlike the previous situation where the force of equality among beings held sway, Xu Taiping, at the level of the profound realm, found it impossible to deliver a fatal strike against 5 Demon King realm cultivators. In that moment, he acutely sensed that his cultivation and combat prowess had reached a bottleneck. Nevertheless, rather than feeling disheartened by this realization, a fervent desire for breakthrough surged within him. Without the necessity to advance to the god-refining stage, attaining a half-step into it would elevate his physique to the dragon whale realm. With further progress, he could refine all techniques of the Demon Slayer Blade and the Great Sage Fist to their utmost limits. Not only could he contend with the Demon Kings, but he could also vanquish the Demon Lords. In this state of mind, his blade intent suddenly deepened, and the great snow mountain within his Dan heart trembled violently, releasing the vast true essence stored within into Xu Taiping's meridians. His body seemed to respond to his current state of mind, akin to a soldier poised on the battlefield, awaiting the general's signal to charge. With a sharp blade cry, Xu Taiping unleashed another technique, Cicada's Cry, striking towards Elder Yu, who was once again gathering demonic energy. With a resounding crash, a blade mark appeared, and the Elder's body was once again pierced by the surging energy of the Demon Slayer Blade. While the power of the Demon Suppression Seal scattered the demonic energy he had just amassed, yet, Xu Taiping could distinctly feel that the aura of Elder Yu beneath the black umbrella had surged more than threefold. With the next strike, the Demon Suppression Seal would likely be unable to continue restraining his true demonic form, and at that point, he anticipated that there would be no further opportunity to strike. Thus, he resolved to suppress him with blade force before his true demonic body manifested, leaving the duration of that suppression to fate. Upon sensing the Elder's burgeoning aura, Xu Taiping quickly made his judgment. He abruptly turned his head and exhaled a breath of frosty air towards the 5 demon cultivators behind him, unleashing the frost breath technique. Unlike Elder Yu, who could swiftly disperse the power of the demon suppression seal, These 5 demon cultivators remained in a state of shattered bodies. As Xu Taiping released this icy breath, their severed limbs were instantly encased in ice, transforming into a colossal block of ice that began to float upward towards the surface of the pool. Although he could not extinguish these 5 demon cultivators, he still possessed means to confine them. After dealing with them, Xu Taiping raised his broken water blade once more and, with a swift motion, slashed towards Elder Yu. With a sound akin to a crane's cry, a streak of blade light, as swift as lightning, struck Elder Yu. In the pursuit of dominance, Xu Taiping chose not the Mingqian style this time, but rather the relentless Heli style, which strikes with a ferocity that knows no surrender once the blade is drawn. The most distinct feature of the Heli style, as opposed to the Mingqian, lies in its unwavering pressure. Regardless of the number of adversaries, be it hundreds or thousands, or the strength of the opponent, which may surpass his own 3-fold or 5-fold, it will continuously exert its might until the foe is vanquished or slain. Thus, the Heli style represents the most frenzied and unrestrained form of the demon-slaying blade, epitomizing its lethal intent. With a swift motion akin to a man possessed, Xu Taiping struck once more at Elder Yu from the Yunhe pavilion, aiming precisely at his already vulnerable neck. However, in the very instant that his blade descended, a resounding boom echoed as Elder Yu's form suddenly surged to a height of 10 feet. With a mere strike of his palm, he deflected Xu Taiping's lethal blow with a resounding thud. Chapter 101. Heli style. I have no self, only the blade. You have had ample opportunities to slay me, yet here I stand unscathed. Now, it is my turn to bring about your demise. Elder Yu of the Yunhe pavilion scoffed coldly, raising his arm with sudden vigor. His arm, now seemingly forged from iron, transformed into a blade as he struck down towards Xu Taiping with ferocity. Yet, to Elder Yu's astonishment, the momentum of Xu Taiping, who had just been sent flying, did not dissipate. Instead, it surged further. In a flash, he evaded the elder's palm strike and retaliated, aiming for his waist with a swift cut. With a crash, Xu Taiping's blade met Elder Yu's waist, but was thwarted by layers of dark scales that adorned the elder's body. My true demonic form, known as the Iron Flood Dragon, cannot be cleaved, Elder Yu declared with a smug snicker, launching a palm strike towards Xu Taiping. As he did so, hundreds of palm shadows, conjured from the pond behind him, surged forth in unison towards Xu Taiping. Yet, as if oblivious to the multitude of impending strikes above him, Xu Taiping's blade remained undeterred, cleaving through the mass of palm shadows. With a thunderous roar, a blade of light sliced through the dense array of palm shadows, landing heavily upon Elder Yu's hand. The sound of grinding metal resonated sharply as Xu Taiping's broken water blade carved a deep gash into the palm shrouded in dark scales. However, the radiant aura emanating from Xu Taiping, derived from his golden body talisman, shattered in response. His serpent-like physique, in its awakened state, bore several varying depths of fissures, from which blood began to flow, a clear testament to the formidable power behind Elder Yu's earlier strike. Undeterred by his injuries, Xu Taiping continued to unleash a frenzied barrage of strikes upon Elder Yu, each slash further escalating his unrelenting blade intent. Despite having numerous means to eradicate Xu Taiping, the elder found himself bereft of any opportunity to change tactics amidst the madness of Xu Taiping's onslaught. Any attempt to alter his approach would only serve to further subjugate him beneath Xu Taiping's relentless pressure, rendering him ever more reactive. Thus, he could only continue to meet the onslaught with his own strikes. The overwhelming momentum of the blade was astonishing, despite being merely at the transcendence realm. It exuded an aura akin to that of the spirit refinement realm. Who could this young man from the Tian sect be? After enduring a flurry of strikes from Xu Taiping, Elder Yu of the Yunhe pavilion felt increasingly alarmed. However, he reassured himself that Xu's vitality and true essence could not sustain for long. Once Xu exhausted his strength, a single strike from him would be sufficient to end the young man's life. Elder Yu, seasoned in combat experience, soon discerned the flaws in Xu Taiping's technique, resolving to engage him in a war of attrition. Yet, what he failed to realize was that Xu Taiping was equally intent on consuming his time. Brother Xu, the vile serpents have heard the commotion and are making their way towards you. The power of equality among all beings will take at least the duration of half a tea's brew. At that moment, while Xu Taiping was fervently wielding his blade, the voice of the monk Xianji echoed in his mind, dismissing it as if he had not heard. He remained lost in the euphoric sensation brought forth by his crane cry style. Though his true essence was nearly depleted and his blood vitality insufficient to support his serpentine physique, his mental state soared as if he were leaping over the dragon gate. Entering a realm of unprecedented freedom, he became oblivious to all, wholly untethered, chanting repeatedly to himself as he unleashed his strikes with unrestrained zeal. Even when a portion of flesh from his arm was severed by Elder Yu's gust, he remained entirely unaware. Under this transcendent mindset, his blade's momentum escalated to a level so fearsome that even Elder Yu felt a chill run down his spine. With a thunderous sound, Xu Taiping's blade struck, sending Elder Yu reeling backward. How could this be possible? As a creature who had lived for 5 or 6 centuries, it was the first time he witnessed someone merge blade momentum and technique so flawlessly. Had he known that allowing Xu Taiping to seize the initiative would lead to such grave consequences, he would have done everything in his power to prevent it. At that moment, the blade spirit sealed within the demon-slaying talisman, typically reticent, could no longer contain his excitement upon sensing Xu Taiping's rising momentum. Yes, Xu Taiping. Just like that. The crane cry style thrives on being oblivious, on being unfettered. You are a sword cultivator, an unfettered sword cultivator, capable of severing all that obstructs your path, whether divine or demonic. Kill, kill, kill. Slice, slice, slice. If Xu Taiping's previous mindset resembled a roaring inferno, then the blade spirit's words were akin to dousing that flame with a barrel of oil. I am no longer myself. There exists only the blade. Xu Taiping suddenly let out a primal roar, his figure morphing into a fleeting shadow as he disregarded his injuries, channeling the tumultuous momentum of his blade towards Elder Yu. In that heart-stopping battle cry, Elder Yu of the Yunhe Pavilion was struck multiple times by Xu Taiping's relentless assault. Though none were fatal, each strike deepened the dread within his heart. At that moment, the fearsome serpents, accompanied by their thunderous roars, began to surge down from the surface of the water above. Upon witnessing these monstrous creatures, the elder of the Yunhe Pavilion felt as though he had found a lifeline. While fending off Xu Taiping's blade, he turned and shouted, "This person has trespassed into the serpent's lair. Summon aid at once." However, even without his call, the vile serpents had already locked their gaze upon Xu Taiping. In the span of a mere moment, he found himself surrounded by dozens of colossal serpents. Yet, in that very instant, Xu Taiping, lost in a state of transcendence, began to emanate a pearlescent aura. Almost simultaneously, scales resembling those of a dragon began to appear on his arms. His physical form surged once more, with the sound of cracking bones echoing as his muscles writhed beneath his skin, and his vitality surged with unrelenting vigor. His physical prowess was ascending toward the realm of the martial sage. The elder of the Yunhe Pavilion, possessing knowledge of martial arts, immediately discerned that Xu Taiping's physique was gradually breaking through to the martial sage realm. However, he was unaware that Xu Taiping's serpentine body had already attained the martial sage level upon transforming into the furious serpent state. This current enhancement was merely elevating his awakened serpent state to its pinnacle. Once he further elevated the furious serpent state, his physique would transcend to that of the dragon whale. Even at its initial stage, the dragon whale physique would be comparable to that of a martial god among martial practitioners. Boom! With a tremendous surge of vitality erupting forth. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping's awakened serpent physique underwent a metamorphosis to its peak form. Not only did his stature rise to an impressive height, but his shoulders also broadened and solidified, each muscle appearing as if sculpted from stone, the definition visible even through his garments. His arm, wielding the blade, seemed to harbor serpents coursing beneath his skin. This physique bore no resemblance to the beasts or true demonic forms, save for the scales adorning his arms. Yet it exuded a power that transcended both beasts and true demons, imparting an inexplicable illusion that a mortal body could rival the strength of demons and divine entities. Without any regard for his own transformation, Xu Taiping continued unabated, unleashing a strike towards the elder of the Yunhe Pavilion. At that moment, his mind was consumed by 8 words, unfettered by the world, beyond all law. Bang! A violent collision resounded. Although the elder managed to deflect Xu Taiping's strike, he bore a new, deep gash upon his arm, revealing flesh to the bone. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, this elder, a creature who had lived for 5 or 6 centuries, would find it hard to believe that a mere youth, not even at the threshold of the arcane realm, could inflict such a wound merely by seizing the initiative and asserting dominance. In that moment, amidst the unceasing cries of the cranes, layers upon layers of blade shadows, along with Xu Taiping's elusive figure leaving behind remnants in the pool of evil serpents, enveloped the elder of the Yunhe pavilion like a tempest. To the elder, Xu Taiping's sword felt increasingly weighty, ferocious, and precise, so much so that even the mysterious scales of his true demonic form began to falter against the onslaught. Boom! Just as the elder's heart filled with escalating dread, a dozen malevolent serpents suddenly lunged from the surface of the water towards Xu Taiping. The sight of such massive creatures surging as one towards a single individual sent a shiver of fear through the elder of the Yunhe pavilion. Boom! However, just as he believed that Xu Taiping's sword momentum would be stymied by these serpents, with a thunderous splash, Xu Taiping cleaved through the heads of 3 serpents in quick succession, then directed his strike once more at the elder of the Yunhe pavilion. The crane-like momentum of his blade remained unbroken. Boom! In a moment of panic, the elder could only raise his palms to deflect the strike. As his hands, enveloped in dark scales, met the descending blade, they radiated a crimson halo in an instant. Although several serpents could not fully withstand Xu Taiping's assault, they bought him a fleeting moment to channel his demonic energy, thus amplifying the power of his palm strike significantly. Bang! Another resounding shockwave ensued. After elevating his awakening of the serpents to its peak, Xu Taiping's strike had grown immensely more potent, and despite the elder's enhanced palm strength, it was still outmatched by Xu Taiping's blade. Swish! Amidst the splashing sound, one of the elder's hands was severed by Xu Taiping's strike. Gazing at the severed limb, the elder's emotions were dominated more by fear than by rage. This reaction was akin to that of any being when confronted with the incomprehensible. Even a creature of 500 or 600 years would lose composure. Boom! However, just as Xu Taiping prepared to strike again, dozens of serpents surged forward, completely engulfing him. After being suppressed for nearly the duration of a tea brew, the elder of the Yunhe pavilion inexplicably sighed in relief upon sensing the dissipation of Xu Taiping's blade momentum. Sizzle! At that moment, another piercing clang of the blade erupted from beneath the water's surface. The elder glanced down and noticed that even surrounded by the throng of serpents, Xu Taiping's sword momentum remained undiminished, with fierce blade energies weaving their way through the mass of serpents. How could over 30 serpent kings not approach him? This young man must possess some extraordinary trait. After a brief lapse of composure, the elder's gaze towards Xu Taiping gradually transformed into one of avarice. This young man is destined to be mine. With this thought, the elder, while supporting himself with a black umbrella, slowly drew a black spear from his sleeve. He then raised his arm high, assuming a throwing posture. In that instant, his true demonic form underwent another transformation, revealing a creature with the lower body of a goat and the upper body of a man, entirely cloaked in scales. Boom! In the fleeting moment this posture emerged, a surging aura of demonic energy expanded from his true demonic form. The arm gripping the black spear bulged with veins, becoming several times thicker. At that precise moment, Xu Taiping's blade aura once again dispersed the dozen or so ferocious serpents that had encircled him. The 2 nearest were met with dire fates. One had its head severed, while another was split open along its belly. This strike effectively quelled the frenzy of the attacking serpents, rendering them hesitant to approach Xu Taiping any further. Just then, seizing the opportune moment, Elder Yu from the Yunhe pavilion hurled his spear at Xu Taiping. The black spear, akin to a dark line emanating a ghastly crimson glow, pierced through the bodies of 2 serpents before shooting directly towards Xu Taiping. Having entered a state of selflessness, Xu Taiping sensed the spear's trajectory the instant it was thrown. Consequently, before the spear could reach him, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, intertwining his blade aura to intercept the black spear. Yet, despite his efforts, Xu Taiping's blade aura could not halt the spear propelled with all the might of Elder Yu. It pierced through his defenses. The ice walls that had suddenly formed around him proved futile against the black spear, which penetrated even his spiritual grade armor. Ultimately, the spear struck Xu Taiping, but in a critical moment, he deftly avoided a fatal blow, allowing the spear to pierce his shoulder instead of his heart. With the immense force of the spear driving him, Xu Taiping was impaled against a crumbling stone wall within the serpent pit. The moment the scent of blood wafted through the air, the serpents surged forward, seemingly intent on devouring him. However, Elder Yu, sheltered beneath a black umbrella, positioned himself before the frenzied beasts. The emanating rings of dark light from his umbrella enveloped both him and Xu Taiping, keeping the enraged serpents at bay. Once the blade's momentum falters, you become naught, Elder Yu remarked with a sly smile directed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping, undeterred by Elder Yu's presence, glanced at the spear lodged in his shoulder and attempted to yank it free. Finding it impossible, he instead raised his water-slicing blade and struck it forcefully against the spear. This spear is forged from a millennium of profound iron. You cannot sever it, Elder Yu scoffed upon witnessing Xu Taiping's futile efforts. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping disregarded him, lifting his blade once more to deliver 5 consecutive blows against the spear. Young man, allow me to guide you down a clearer path. What say you? The elder, intrigued by Xu Taiping's resolute spirit, had no intention of killing him outright. Xu Taiping, intent on continuing his assault on the spear in hopes that another strike from his water-slicing blade would break it, was interrupted by the voice of the little monk Xian Ji resounding in his mind. Brother Xu, hold on a moment longer. I will soon be able to unleash the power of universal equality once more. Chapter 103. Slaying in the shadows with an awareness of his own limitations. Yu, elder of the Yunhe Pavilion, found himself confronted by Xu Taiping. The latter had deftly deflected the black spear aimed at him with the water-severing blade. Turning to regard the elder with a composed demeanor, the black spear, embedded in his left shoulder, incessantly emitted dark energy, attempting to invade his corporeal form. Yet, it was valiantly repelled by the vigorous life force within Xu Taiping's body. Witnessing this, the Yu elder's eyes betrayed a flicker of avarice, momentarily causing him to forget his response to Xu Taiping. His cultivation in demonic arts thrived on the principle of devouring the weak, and the possession of a robust body was crucial for his ascension. However, most methods of this nature could not target lifeless entities. This was precisely why he hesitated to eliminate Xu Taiping. A mere martial saint's physique would suffice for him to attain another breakthrough. Yet the one before him evidently surpassed the ordinary, potentially allowing him to ascend directly to the pinnacle of demon sovereign. The Yu elder's thoughts raced. Elder Yu? Xu Taiping called out once more, snapping the elder from his reverie. The elder feigned a calm smile, surveyed his surroundings, and inquired, Do you truly believe you can escape, even if I were to retract my spear? In response, Xu Taiping leaned against the stone wall, his expression as serene as a placid lake, and replied, Escape is undoubtedly impossible. As he spoke, he reversed his grip on the water-severing blade, lightly resting it against the wall. At least you possess some self-awareness. A smirk graced the Yu elder's lips as he cut to the chase. Though I, Yu, am a practitioner of demonic arts, I also appreciate talent. Should you pledge your allegiance to me for 30 years, I shall grant you your life today. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping shook his head. I will not succumb to darkness. The Yu elder chuckled, his smile widening. Many among the ranks of Yunhe Pavilion have not succumbed to the demonic path. Implicit in his words was an invitation for Xu Taiping to serve as a spy for the human race. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping proposed. 10 years is more agreeable. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Yu elder's eyes upon hearing this, and he promptly nodded. It is settled. His desire for Xu Taiping's formidable physique outweighed any concern for the duration of service. As the words "it is settled" left Yu's lips, Xu Taiping heard the voice of the monk Xian Ji resonating in his mind. Xu brother, I am now capable of invoking the power of equality among all beings for the second time. However, based on our attempts last night, this power will only last the duration of a single cup of tea. To make the most of this time, please be prepared and inform me when you are ready. Having already grasped the limitations of the power, Xu Taiping remained unfazed and calmly conveyed to the monk, Xianji, let the sound of my blade be your command. In response, Xianji, hidden in some corner beneath the pool, immediately replied, I understand. After the conversation between the two concluded, Xu Taiping cast a glance at the black spear lodged in his shoulder, then raised his gaze toward Elder Yu of the Yunhe Pavilion. Elder Yu, may I reclaim this demonic spear? Upon hearing this, Yu smiled silently. After observing Xu Taiping for a moment, he suddenly produced a dark seal from his sleeve. Then with a flourish of his robe, sent the seal flying towards Xu Taiping. Only then did he speak. Young brother, extend your hand so that I may imprint this seal, thus solidifying our agreement. Xu Taiping regarded the seal with a vigilant eye. Noticing his apprehension, Yu promptly reassured him, "Do not worry. This seal is not a malevolent entity. It will merely track your location without imposing any constraints upon you. If you are still uncertain, you may use your spirit to sense it." His tone was open and undeniably persuasive. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Taiping extended his partially clenched left hand and, with a calm demeanor, addressed Yu, "If that is the case, I would appreciate it if Elder you could personally assist me in this." Hearing this, Yu chuckled heartily. Why not? In an instant, he appeared before Xu Taiping. To him, Xu Taiping's request for personal involvement in the sealing was a sign of trust and submission. "Young brother, Yu, never neglect those who serve me. You may rest assured in following me from now on." He picked up the seal, gazing at Xu Taiping with a smile. Xu Taiping nodded and opened his palm. In an instant, as Xu Taiping's hand unfolded, the Duanshui blade at his waist suddenly unsheathed, landing precisely in his grasp. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping swung the blade toward the black spear embedded in his shoulder. A resounding crack echoed as the spear, which Yu took great pride in, was severed by the Duanshui blade. In the moment of the spear's fracture, Xu Taiping propelled himself off the stone wall behind him, enduring excruciating pain as he extracted himself from the remnants of the shattered black spear. Simultaneously, the muscles in his left shoulder writhed, sealing the wound created by the spear. With both hands gripping the long handle of the Duanshui blade, he swiftly slashed toward Yu. Having mentally rehearsed this sequence multiple times, Xu Taiping executed the entire maneuver, from unsheathing the Duanshui to severing the spear, in the blink of an eye. In such a brief span, even Yu, a figure of demonic sovereign caliber, could not react swiftly. Moreover, he had never considered the possibility that Xu Taiping could cleave through his prized spear. Thus, the only course of action available to Yu was to raise his large black umbrella to deflect Xu Taiping's strike. With a thunderous sound, the alarming cry of the Duanshui blade resounded once more. Concurrently, the chaotic flurry of blade shadows erupted like a sudden burst of fireworks, charging toward Yu alongside Xu Taiping's Duanshui blade. With a resounding impact, the blade struck heavily against the large black umbrella. As the colossal black umbrella came under assault, it instantaneously transformed into a gargantuan, grotesque visage, which opened wide to consume Xu Taiping's blade aura, simultaneously clamping down on the broken water blade in his grasp. This formidable black umbrella was evidently a divine artifact of immense power. Had it not been for your opportunistic strike that allowed you to seize the initiative, you would not have had the chance to unleash a second attack. After the black umbrella thwarted Xu Taiping's strike, Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with a sense of indignation. Initially, he had underestimated the ferocity of Xu Taiping's blade force, which led him to forego employing the full strength of the divine artifact, thereby falling prey to Xu Taiping's overwhelming assault and losing the opportunity to counter. However, now that he was aware of the threat, he resolved to employ the artifact's power without delay. With a resounding boom, as Yu's words echoed, the black umbrella in his hand abruptly merged with his right arm, morphing into a fearsome two-headed black hound, its razor-sharp fangs glistening ominously. One head clamped firmly onto Xu Taiping's broken water blade, while the other lunged forward, aiming to sink its teeth into Xu Taiping's neck. Judging by the terrifying aura exuded by this two-headed black hound, should Xu Taiping fall victim to its toothy maw, he would surely sustain grievous injuries, if not face death itself. Thus, in Yu's estimation, Xu Taiping stood no chance against him. Yet, just as Yu contemplated how to seize Xu Taiping's corporeal form, the malevolent energy within the divine artifact he wielded suddenly shattered. In an instant, the once dreaded two-headed black hound's aura diminished, rendering it akin to a mere beast of the Demon King level, indistinguishable from the vile serpents nearby. This unexpected turn of events was undoubtedly due to the hidden presence of the monk Xianji, who had unleashed the power of equality among all beings. In the very moment the two-headed black hound's malevolent energy dissipated, Xu Taiping's previously suppressed blade force surged explosively, cleaving through one of the hound's heads with a single stroke. The moment the head was severed, the remaining malevolent energy of the two-headed black hound shattered once more. Simultaneously, Yu, whose consciousness was intertwined with the divine artifact, suffered a significant blow from Xu Taiping's strike. How could the malevolent energy of the divine artifact suddenly collapse? Confounded and incredulous, Yu struggled to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping was not inclined to grant him the luxury of contemplation. After decapitating one head of the Black Hound, he unleashed another fierce strike, advancing upon Yu with relentless ferocity. Seeing this, Yu instinctively retreated, raising the remaining head of the divine artifact, while simultaneously amplifying his own aura to its zenith. He could not fathom that he, a dignified demon sovereign, could be bested by this martial artist of the transcendent realm. With a tremendous release of his entire malevolent energy, Yu's aura generated a pressure that forcefully displaced the surrounding waters, causing the once eager vile serpent to recoil in fear. This demonstrated the sheer terror of Yu's strength when he exerted himself to the fullest. Upon unleashing all of his demonic energy and elevating his aura to its zenith, a gleaming long blade unexpectedly emerged from the head of the dual-headed Black Hound, a divine weapon in the hands of Yu. With a thunderous crash, Yu's form merged with the hound's blade, ultimately transforming into a colossal demonic sword shaped like a hound's head, which he swung menacingly towards Xu Taiping. With a resounding impact, the moment the blade was unleashed, the demonic energy coalescing upon it suddenly shattered. In that instant, the fluctuations of Yu's aura matched those of a practitioner at the profound realm. Anticipating this, Xu Taiping surged forth from the depths of the pool, propelled by a tempestuous blade aura, and struck at Yu. The blade swept through the air, cleaving Yu's true demonic form in two. Something is suppressing my cultivation, Yu realized, gazing at the gash upon his body. Without hesitation, he erupted into a mass of demonic energy and surged towards the water's surface, intent on fleeing. Having finally inflicted a grievous wound upon him while he was caught off guard, Xu Taiping would not allow such an escape. He cleaved through the water, pursuing Yu with relentless speed. Another strike landed upon Yu, just as a group of disciples from the Yunhe sect, previously trapped in ice, descended from above the pool after breaking free. Block him, Yu commanded upon seeing the disciples. Though they were unaware of the circumstances, the 5 disciples of the Yunhe sect complied with Elder Yu's order and launched themselves at Xu Taiping without hesitation. In a swift strike, the 5 demonic cultivators, whose powers had been suppressed to the profound realm by the force of universal equality, were severed in an instant, their bodies subsequently disintegrated by the tempestuous blade aura. Unlike before, with their powers suppressed, their true demonic forms could not endure Xu Taiping's assault and collapsed irreversibly. After delivering his strike, Xu Taiping disregarded them and conveyed a message to the monk Xianji. I will unleash the power of universal equality and create chaos within the Golden Toad Valley. You and Ping must take this opportunity to properly plant the stone pillars. Remember, you have but the duration of a single tea session. With that admonition, Xu Taiping surged forth from the water's surface, his long knife slicing through the air to strike Yu once more. The impact shattered Yu's true demonic body yet again. As Xu Taiping prepared to continue his pursuit, determined to obliterate Yu's form entirely, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from the valley ahead. Looking up, Xu Taiping beheld a massive white-headed eagle soaring backwards into the valley, crashing violently against a cliffside, which erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, an elderly woman, standing upon a lotus leaf and exuding an aura of formidable power, flew into the Golden Toad Valley. Baiyu, Xu Taiping exclaimed, redirecting his attention from Yu to soar towards Baiyu. Chapter 105, The Battle of True Enlightenment. A brilliant move to distract the tiger from the mountain. Xu Taiping, I am unharmed. However, the poisonous mother of the golden toad has allied with the monk of true enlightenment. Just as Xu Taiping approached Baiyu, he heard it struggle to rise and let out a fierce roar. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a fiery shadow of a palm descended from the heavens. Undoubtedly, this strike originated from the abbot of Huiyun Temple, true enlightenment. Observing this, Xu Taiping sheathed his blade, positioned his feet outward, and slightly crouched, with his toes pointing forward. As he lowered his center of gravity, his fists alternately surged upward toward the sky. The Azure Bull Saint Fist, thunderclap style. Boom! In an instant, Xu Taiping's fists, propelled by a torrent of momentum, transformed into a series of ascending fists aimed directly at true enlightenment. Bang! The collision of the palm shadow and the fist shadows resulted in the immediate shattering of most of Xu Taiping's fist manifestations. Alas, the abbot of Huiyun Temple had reached the level of a demon lord. Even in a severely injured state, He surpassed the realm of the demon sovereign's great perfection by a considerable margin. Good move, distracting the tiger from the mountain. The voice of true enlightenment echoed from above. Xu Taiping promptly closed his eyes, continuing to counter the fiery palm shadow descending like a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, the dual carp pearl, which had been protecting Bai Yu, now soared above Xu Taiping's head. Two enormous white carps, infused with a flowing spiritual force, enveloped Xu Taiping entirely. Bang! At that moment, true enlightenment intensified the force of his palm, instantly shattering most of Xu Taiping's fist manifestations. His fierce, wrathful golden body descended with the crashing palm. Let us see how you escape my grasp this time. As true enlightenment prepared to breach Xu Taiping's fist momentum, he shouted and brought down his other hand upon him. Boom! With this dual palm strike, Xu Taiping's fist shadows were largely obliterated, though the force still lingered. Should he meet it with his bare fists, it was likely that he would not withstand a single blow, and his arms would be rendered incapacitated by the dual palms of the monk from Huiyun Temple. However, Xu Taiping seemed utterly oblivious to this impending peril, continuing to clench his eyes shut as he relentlessly pounded the air with his fists. In the state of waking dragon's peak, the power of his fists was nearly equivalent to the full force of a novice in the refining spirit realm. Yet, at this moment, merely 30 yards away, the monk was exerting power equivalent to that of a half-step into the transformation realm. Bang! With another resounding crash, the descending dual palms of the monk shattered the final remnants of Xu Taiping's fist manifestations. The massive palms and body came crashing down upon him. Boom! The golden body talisman that Xu Taiping had positioned earlier shattered almost immediately. Had it not been for the protective water curtain formed by the dual carp pearl, Xu Taiping would have had no opportunity to retaliate. Bang, 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 bang. In the instant the monk's dual palms descended, Xu Taiping managed to unleash a flurry of over 100 punches, barely managing to halt the force of the palms. However, the cost of unleashing over 100 punches was the fissures that marred his arms, resembling shattered porcelain. Compared to the true demonic form of the demon lord, Xu Taiping's physique was significantly weaker. This essence of blood and vitality belongs to me. At this moment, Jinwu's voice resonated with a hint of exhilaration. During the earlier battle in the imperial city, he had lost a substantial portion of his strength. Only after absorbing the blood essence of numerous cultivators in the blood rain forest was he able to regain some power. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to contend even with Xu Taiping. However, much like Yu, the vitality of ordinary cultivators could not fully restore him. Only the essence of martial artists, especially those possessing the physique of a martial sovereign or even a martial saint, could completely rejuvenate his strength. This was the source of Jinwu's excitement. Boom! He braced himself against Xu Taiping's relentless barrage of punches, gradually closing his palm around Xu Taiping and the ball of water formed by the twin carp sphere. Bang! Yet, the moment Jinwu's hand grasped tightly, the flames engulfing it erupted without warning. Boom! Before he could react, the flames wrapping around his other arm also burst apart, revealing his true blackened form. Alongside the extinguishing flames, the unique pressure emanating from Jinwu, characteristic of a demon lord, dissipated as well. In mere moments, Jinwu's aura fluctuated from that of a formidable demon lord to an ordinary demon king. My cultivation has been suppressed? He realized that the artifact in Xu Taiping's possession was not merely a tool to suppress his aura, but rather a direct suppression of his cultivation level. In an instant, Jinwu recalled the moment within the blood mist when his power had been momentarily subdued by a certain force. He had been wary of such a power all along. Yet the strength of the equalization of all beings, augmented by the little monk's transformative ability, had surpassed the previous manifestation wielded by Xu Taiping in the blood mist. It was precisely for this reason that he was caught completely off guard when this power descended once more. Boom! Just as Jinwu pondered his countermeasures in sheer astonishment, Xu Taiping's unrelenting fists surged skyward in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping disregarded the wounds on his arms and unleashed a flurry of 50 to 60 punches toward Jinwu. Bang! The enormous hand of Jinwu was shattered by Xu Taiping's relentless strikes. With a sudden draw of his sword, Xu Taiping unleashed the dragon's cry, aiming a devastating slash at the blackened form of the mad demon. Chapter 106. Confronting Jinwu, the top 10 of the Golden Scales Association? Accompanied by a resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry, The Duanshui blade in Xu Taiping's hand sliced through the air, conjuring a colossal blade shadow that surged towards the black, demonic visage. Upon witnessing this, Zhenwu finally reacted, raising his other arm to wield a dark, enormous axe to meet Xu Taiping's blade shadow head-on. Whoosh! Amidst the piercing sound of the air being sliced, the 100-foot-long blade shadow unleashed by Xu Taiping abruptly shifted direction. Before one's eyes, a colossal blade shadow deftly maneuvered around the axe swung by the demon monk Zhenwu, tracing an elegant arc through the air, before slashing diagonally towards the waist of the frenzied magical apparition. With a swift stroke, the manifestation was cleaved in two by Xu Taiping's dragon cry dragon slaying technique. The moment this occurred, the power of equality among all beings that suppressed the demon monk Zhenwu rendered him incapable of sustaining the golden body manifestation, forcing him to witness its shattering demise. The frail true form of Zhenwu, reminiscent of an elderly man, retreated hastily. Sensing the fleeing aura of the demon monk, Xu Taiping promptly drew his divine bow, nocked an arrow, and released it towards the direction of the sensed presence. With a whoosh, the lightning-infused arrow left a trail of violet electric arcs in its wake, piercing through Zhenwu's true form and pinning him against the cliff face across from the Golden Toad Valley. Yet, Xu Taiping felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the shot. He had intended to strike Zhenwu's head, but due to a slight deviation in his sensing, he only managed to hit the chest. To vanquish a demon, one must aim for the head. Fond of delivering finishing blows, Xu Taiping retrieved a fire virtue arrow from his quiver, once again drawing and knocking it, aiming for Zhenwu's head. Golden Toad Mother, if you do not intervene, do not presume he will spare you. Struggling to fend off the thunderous force of the lightning arrow with his own demonic energy, the demon monk Zhenwu glanced towards the Golden Toad Mother, who stood observing from a nearby lotus leaf, seeking her assistance. After a moment of contemplation, the Golden Toad Mother opened her mouth, emitting a piercing croak directed towards the trajectory of Xu Taiping's arrow. The sound waves reverberated, spreading outward like ripples upon a water surface, rushing towards Xu Taiping. Just then, Xu Taiping released the fire virtue arrow. A resounding boom echoed as the arrow was momentarily halted by the sound waves. However, the waves, akin to bubbles on water, dissipated without warning once they entered the area affected by the power of equality among all beings. With its restraints lifted, the fire virtue arrow surged once more towards Zhenwu. Yet, due to the brief pause, Zhenwu had already extracted the lightning arrow lodged in his chest, and, at the instant the fire virtue arrow approached, he struck out with both palms. A thunderous crash erupted as the fire virtue arrow was sent flying. Though he could only exert the power of a demon lord at that moment, as the former foremost martial monk of Huayun Temple, Zhenwu's martial prowess and mastery of techniques were no less formidable than Xu Taiping's. I comprehend now. Your artifact must harbor the power of Buddhist equality among all beings, capable of diminishing an opponent's cultivation to match your own. The demon monk Zhenwu, enveloped in an aura of deep black, stood poised upon a black lotus, silently observing Xu Taiping. The power of this young man, embodying the principle of equality among all beings, appears to be effective solely in the vicinity of this malevolent dragon pool. The cold voice of the poison mother of the golden toad resonated. Master Zhenwu, the peculiar force within this child cannot possibly endure for long. Otherwise, he would have unleashed it the moment we engaged in combat. At this moment, the elder of the Yunhe pavilion, Yu, ceased to conceal himself and soared to the side of the demon monk Zhenwu. With the presence of the poison mother and Master Zhenwu, he naturally felt no fear of Xu Taiping. Thank you for the information, Elder Yu. Zhenwu replied with a slight nod. With the acquisition of this knowledge, he felt a sense of assurance. Boom. As Zhenwu stepped forward once more, his frenzied true form surged to an impressive height of 10 feet, his muscles bulging, exuding an indescribable aura of oppression. This physical form has not been employed by me for many years. I never anticipated it would be of service today. Zhenwu brought his palms together, quietly observing Xu Taiping below, then a faint smile graced his lips. Young man, do not presume that your attainment in the profound realm renders you invincible. Yu, who had been harboring a tempest of anger, coldly laughed as he regarded Xu Taiping. In the profound realm, Master Zhenwu has already perfected the Fire Cloud Palm and the Diamond Leg of the Fire Cloud Temple to their utmost limits, making him the sole disciple in a millennium to enter the top 10 at the Golden Scales Assembly. Even I, in the profound realm, have mastered the breaking cloud spear of our invoke pavilion to the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping cast a distant glance at the poison mother of the golden toad before turning his attention back to Jinwu and Yu. What is there to boast about in merely achieving the top 10? If you dare, come down and face me in battle. His provocative words were intended to buy time for the monks Xianji and Pingyan, who were busy setting up stone pillars. The greater the commotion here, the safer they would be. As he spoke, he also received a message from Xianji in his mind. Brother Su, we have secured 4 stone pillars. Hold on for a moment longer. Hearing this, Xu Taiping inadvertently exhaled a breath. You wish to provoke us into a one-on-one duel? In response to Xu Taiping's taunts, Jinwu clasped his palms together and smiled before turning to the distant poison mother of the golden toad. Mother, if my conjecture is correct, this child possesses information you have long sought, related to the spirit bone steel. Upon hearing this, the poison mother, who had previously shown little interest in besieging Xu Taiping, immediately brightened, fixating her gaze on Jinwu. Are you speaking the truth? Chapter 107. Unsealing the seal. The poison mother of the golden toad strikes again. Elder Yu, I presume your people encountered His Highness Tianshou the day before yesterday? The demon monk Jinwu, with palms joined, smiled amiably at the elder Yu. Yu was initially taken aback, but then, under Jinwu's suddenly icy gaze, he reluctantly nodded. Indeed, our disciples stationed at the water prison saw His Highness Tianshou, who had been missing for over a decade. The significance of this discovery is not inferior to that of the few red armored riders they captured. Now that the red armored riders have likely been let go, I intended to use this information to negotiate with the pavilion master, which is why I was initially reluctant to disclose it. Regrettably, the presence of Jinwu beside me instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. At this moment, all variations in Yu's gaze were keenly observed by the golden toad matriarch, whose expression of skepticism gradually transformed into one of astonishment. For centuries, the golden toad matriarch has steadfastly guarded the golden toad valley in search of the legendary spirit bone steel. The sword you recently sealed within the cliffside. It must still be fresh in your memory, correct? Weren't you just inquiring why Lu Ruoshuang's sword appeared outside the golden toad valley? Jinwu reminded the golden toad matriarch. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up with realization. Are you suggesting that the sword was brought forth by Princess Tianshou, who is coincidentally together with Lu Ruoshuang, both of whom have been missing for decades? The matriarch's gaze shifted gradually towards Xu Taiping, and suppressing her exhilaration, she inquired in a hushed tone, but what does this have to do with this young cultivator? In response, Jinwu also turned his gaze to Xu Taiping and softly remarked, it is he who rescued Princess Tianshou from the clutches of the invoke pavilion last night. Upon hearing this, the excitement within the golden toad matriarch's eyes became increasingly difficult to contain. No one knew better than she about the disappearance of Princess Tianshou and Lu Ruoshuang, as it was she who had imprisoned them a decade ago in the malevolent serpent's water dungeon, witnessing their vanishing moments firsthand. At the instant of their disappearance, the golden toad matriarch sensed an indescribably potent aura emanating from the depths of the vile pool. After rescuing Princess Tianshou, this young man did not return to the royal palace, but instead stealthily infiltrated my golden toad valley, presumably to rescue the remaining captives, suggesting that he likely possesses knowledge of how to access that mysterious location. With thoughts racing through her mind, the golden toad matriarch resolved to capture this young man alive. Jinwu, I can join forces with you. Once our objective is achieved, his corporeal form shall belong to you, but his soul must be mine. You are not to inquire further about the spirit bone steel. The matriarch cast a cold glance at Jinwu. Amitba, the spirit bone steel is of no benefit to us demon cultivators. We merely wish to prevent it from falling into the hands of human cultivators. If it is your desire, matriarch, I shall not interfere. Jinwu readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, you from the invoke pavilion appeared to have something to express, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Jinwu. The golden toad matriarch was immensely satisfied with Jinwu's response. She nodded, then lightly tapped her staff in the air several times before unleashing a series of sharp croaks. Subsequently, a chorus of croaks began to resonate from all directions within the golden toad valley. Toad demons of various sizes and forms surged forth from the valley, converging near the vile serpent's pond. Judging by their stature and aura, the majority of these toad demons were of the demon lord and demon king caliber. It was astonishing that the golden toad matriarch had secretly nurtured such a formidable host of toad demons. Even Jinwu, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a flicker of fear in his eyes. No wonder the Golden Toad Matriarch had been able to safeguard this Golden Toad Valley for centuries. In the shadowy confines of the Yunhe Pavilion, Yu could not help but tremble as he expressed his sentiments aloud. Children, this individual has dared to trespass into the Golden Toad Valley. You and the esteemed Yuan Master, alongside Elder Yu, should teach him a lesson. The Golden Toad Matriarch commanded with authority. No sooner had her words echoed than a multitude of enormous toad demons leapt into action, targeting Xu Taiping by the cliffside. With a thunderous crash, the horde of toad demons unleashed torrents of gale-like winds akin to cannonballs upon Xu Taiping. In response, he promptly summoned the Xuanyin Ring to erect a wall of wind around himself. The gale-force winds expelled by the toad demons collided against the protective barrier, all thwarted by the exquisite artistry of the Xuanyin Ring's wind manipulation, which far surpassed any ordinary wind technique. Observing this turn of events, the Golden Toad Matriarch's expression soured, prompting her to emit a sharp command. Instantly, dozens of white toads sprang forth, opening their gaping maws to unleash a barrage of water arrows towards Xu Taiping. In a swift counter, Xu Taiping inhaled deeply and unleashed a chilling breath, channeling the frost breath technique to expel a wave of frigid air towards the amphibious adversaries. In an instant, the white toad demons were encased in ice and plummeted into the water below. This time, however, Xu Taiping did not await their next move. With a decisive snap of his fingers, he unleashed the Xuanyin Ring's formidable, shattering mountain power. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries and explosive sounds, another wave of toad demons was violently obliterated by the forceful winds released from the ring. Altogether, the Golden Toad Matriarch, now visibly agitated, brandished her staff and commanded the toad demons of the valley to converge upon Xu Taiping. At this moment, the mage monk Jinwu and Yu of the Yunhe Pavilion also ceased their passive observation, one wielding a palm strike while the other brandished a spear, both advancing menacingly towards Xu Taiping. Having previously engaged in combat and witnessed Xu Taiping's prowess against the toad demons, the adversaries had shed any underestimation of him. Facing the overwhelming numbers of toad demons, Xu Taiping once again exhaled a breath of icy air, freezing the foremost ranks of toads attempting to surge from the water's surface. Yet, just as he executed the frost breath technique, a sleek black spear darted toward his throat with the swiftness of lightning, thrust by none other than Yu of the Yunhe Pavilion. To Yu's astonishment, Xu Taiping did not evade the spear. Instead, he braced himself against it, bending the spear into an arc with sheer force. The stout physique of a serpent dragon in the awakened state was more than capable of withstanding a strike from an ordinary profound realm expert. Simultaneously, as the spear bent, Xu Taiping roared and suddenly gathered his strength, delivering a powerful punch towards Yu. The thunderous bull fist reverberated through the air, with a resounding clash akin to thunder. Xu Taiping's punch sent Yu's true demonic form careening backward, crashing forcefully against the cliff wall behind him. In the days of his youth within the realm of the transcendent, Yu was indeed a standout among his peers. However, having long since surpassed the transcendent realm by centuries, he had grown accustomed to subduing his adversaries through sheer cultivation. The memories of a weaker fighter's tactics had faded from his mind. In stark contrast, Xu Taiping's journey from the opening door realm to the present pinnacle of the transcendent realm was forged through relentless perseverance, one punch following another, one blade after another. Engaging in combat as a weaker individual had become second nature for him. With a powerful strike, Xu Taiping sent Yu flying. As he maneuvered to change positions, he forcefully exhaled upon the frozen surface of the lake once more. This time, he employed not the frost breath technique, but rather a modified mist technique, enhanced by the celestial maiden lingua. In an instant, the Golden Toad Valley was enveloped in thick fog, although Xu Taiping was not particularly adept at this technique, rendering it ineffective against cultivators or demons of higher realms. The current suppression of the power of equality among all beings rendered it useful. Simultaneously, as Xu Taiping enacted the mist technique, the true form of Jinwu, manifested as a true demon, broke through the dense fog with a palm strike infused with fiery energy, crashing heavily towards Xu Taiping. Anticipating Jinwu's approach while executing the mist technique, Xu Taiping swiftly drew his blade in response. However, in that fleeting moment, Jinwu suddenly retracted his hand, his body tilting sharply to evade Xu Taiping's strike, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Xu Taiping's midsection. The force of this kick rivaled the full might of a blade master at the peak of the transcendent realm, showcasing the formidable strength of a Buddhist warrior monk. Yet, to Jinwu's surprise, upon landing the kick on Xu Taiping, he found only a wisp of azure smoke where his opponent had been, leaving behind a solitary blade that plummeted into the water. It was a mere clone. Jinwu quickly realized, but it was too late. Just as Jinwu executed his kick, Xu Taiping, concealed beneath the fractured ice and clad in a cloak of invisibility, unleashed a heavy punch aimed directly at Jinwu's vulnerable back. The force of the Azure Bull Saint's punch sent Jinwu spiraling off the ice like a top. As he struggled to regain his footing, a blinding arc of a blade swiftly approached his neck. However, just as Xu Taiping's blade was about to cleave through Jinwu's throat, Yu, wielding a spear that bore the ferocious visage of a tiger, lunged at Xu Taiping. Once again, Xu Taiping's form shattered into fragments, another clone. Witnessing this, both Yu and Jinwu wasted no time in activating their protective techniques. Jinwu summoned the Vajra body protection technique of the Buddhist sect, while Yu enveloped himself in the impenetrable scales of his true demonic form. As expected, Xu Taiping's ethereal figure reappeared behind them. One shadow pointed a finger at the back of Yu's head, while another shadow swung a fist toward Jinwu's rear. In the blink of an eye, a fierce gale, akin to a piercing arrow, shot forth from Xu Taiping's fingertips. The Tsangwan ring pierced through the clouds, striking true. Amidst the thunderous tremors, the center of Yu's brow was directly pierced by a fierce gust of wind. Despite possessing the physical form of a true demon, he did not perish instantly. However, this strike was sufficient to inflict severe injury upon him. Meanwhile, another manifestation of Xu Taiping was relentlessly unleashing a flurry of punches. The force, intent, and essence of his strikes converged into a singular blow aimed at the true monk, Jinwu. Bang, bang, bang. Like cannonballs, his fists rained down upon Jinwu's indomitable body with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet, after enduring the initial barrage of dozens of blows, Jinwu's expression momentarily relaxed. He realized that Xu Taiping's fists could not breach his diamond body technique. What appeared to be devastating strikes felt merely like a light tickle to him. Concurrently, he confirmed that the one striking at him was undoubtedly Xu Taiping's true form. With these realizations, the demon monk Jinwu continued to fend off Xu Taiping's onslaught, while quietly awaiting the opportune moment to counterattack. He was resolute in his belief that should there be any opening in Xu Taiping's defense, it would spell the latter's demise. Unlike the half-hearted Yu from the Yunhe pavilion, Jinwu was a genuine martial monk who had once ascended the golden scale rankings before succumbing to darkness. If he were to find a flaw, Xu Taiping would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Boom. However, as Xu Taiping unleashed his 100th punch, elevating his strikes to an unprecedented magnitude, Jinwu's expression shifted to one of concern. This technique is peculiar. Upon realizing this, the demon monk Jinwu ceased to passively await his moment and began to marshal all his strength in an effort to counter Xu Taiping's formidable strikes. Though his cultivation was suppressed to the level of a demon lord, rendering him unable to employ supernatural techniques such as the spider demon eye, the monk's formidable physique, honed before his descent into darkness, retained immense potential. Boom. At that moment, Jinwu, breaking free from Xu Taiping's overwhelming onslaught, transformed his hand into a blade, engulfed in searing flames, and delivered a heavy strike aimed squarely at Xu Taiping's head. Faced with Jinwu's palm blade, Xu Taiping merely met the attack with his own fist. Bang! The collision of fist and palm resounded with a thunderous echo, sending shockwaves that swept across the surface of the lake, dispersing the thick mist over the icy expanse. Though Jinwu's strike did not shatter Xu Taiping's defense, it at least succeeded in staving off the assault momentarily, granting him precious time to prepare for his next move. Chapter 109. Unsealing the last pillar amidst the chaos. Just as Jinwu prepared to strike again, an inexplicable force suddenly surged within him, scattering the blood and energy he had painstakingly gathered. More terrifying was the fact that, if he did not intervene, this force, akin to relentless waves, would continue to crash within him, one after another. Could this be the legendary thousand-fold strength? Jinwu's expression was one of astonishment. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, was equally surprised, for Jinwu was the first to recognize this thousand-fold strength. Bang, bang, bang. Astonishment aside, Xu Taiping's onslaught of punches did not waver. In the blink of an eye, He unleashed over 100 strikes upon Jinwu, each infused with profound force. As this torrent of might surged into Jinwu's body, he found himself bereft of the strength to counter Xu Taiping's relentless assault, compelled instead to defend against the barrage while striving to dissipate the overwhelming power within him. At that moment, the voice of Master Xianji resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Brother Xu, 7 stone pillars have been firmly placed. Yet the final one must be positioned behind the golden toad's toxic mother. Additionally, the power of equal beings can only endure for another 10 breaths. Upon absorbing Xianji's words, Xu Taiping's expression grew gravely serious. 10 breaths of time were all he had to divert the golden toad's toxic mother, while simultaneously maintaining control over the formidable monk, Jinwu. As he continued to rain down punches, Xu Taiping's mind raced with possibilities. After 3 breaths of contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion. He must eliminate Jinwu. Indeed, should he exhibit sufficient power to vanquish Jinwu, it would surely provoke the golden toad's toxic mother to intervene, granting Xianji and Ping the opportunity to secure the final stone pillar. However, this strategy bore a perilous risk. If the power of equal beings were to dissipate, and he failed to truly defeat Jinwu, he would be left to confront both the golden toad's toxic mother and Jinwu, 2 terrifying entities on the brink of transcendence. With resolve ignited, Xu Taiping wasted no time in unleashing the oppressive qi that had been confined within him, simultaneously channeling all the true essence from the depths of the snow mountain of Danshin. He concentrated the accumulated force of 300 to 400 punches into the fist aimed at Jinwu. Concurrently, a bead inscribed with the demon-suppressing seal on his wrist shattered with a crisp sound. Boom! As Xu Taiping unleashed his fist, the ancient Buddha's golden avatar, embodying the demon-suppressing seal, materialized. With the punch propelled forward, a palm surged toward the demon monk, Jinwu. Initially sensing the exponential increase in Xu Taiping's power, Jinwu was gripped by a foreboding feeling. Upon glimpsing the Buddha's avatar and the purging aura emanating from it, that feeling transformed into sheer terror. I will die, he thought, realizing that should he absorb this punch, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it at his current level of cultivation. Golden Toad's toxic mother, what are you waiting for? If I perish, you shall be next. In a state of panic, Jinwu's voice quavered as he shouted toward the direction of the Golden Toad's toxic mother. The Golden Toad's toxic mother had already sensed Xu Taiping's murderous intent, the force of his punch, and the formidable energy contained within the Buddha's avatar. Thus, even without Jinwu's plea, she would have acted. At this moment, Xu Taiping unleashed the demon-suppressing seal, and his first punch, enhanced by immense power, struck Jinwu with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding crash, Jinwu's protective Vajra technique shattered, the dark aura enveloping him disintegrating. However, just as Xu Taiping's fist was poised to collide with Jinwu's head, a colossal toad descended from above, crashing down upon Xu Taiping with formidable weight. Despite the equalizing force of all beings which managed to suppress the cultivation level of the golden toad poison matriarch, it could not quell the true form of the 1,000-year-old toad demon that she had cultivated. Should this true form weigh upon Xu Taiping, he would face grievous injury, if not death. More critically, as the golden toad poison matriarch's true form descended, it was simultaneously exuding torrents of white venom. Any cultivator familiar with the golden toad poison matriarch understood that the venom within her was beyond the resistance of even those in the divine refinement realm. Thus, at this moment, Xu Taiping had no option but to withdraw his fists. However, luring the golden toad poison matriarch had been his intention all along. Boom! Xu Taiping swiftly redirected his fists, launching a powerful strike towards the descending golden toad poison matriarch. Bang! With a resounding crash, the massive form of the golden toad poison matriarch was forcefully repelled by Xu Taiping. Nevertheless, due to the ineffectiveness of the demon suppression seal against the demon race, the damage inflicted by Xu Taiping was limited. Regardless, he had successfully diverted the golden toad poison matriarch's attention. The equalizing force of all beings has vanished. At that moment, Jinwu, who had been on high alert towards Xu Taiping, suddenly felt a lightness in his body. He then looked at Xu Taiping with unrestrained elation, exclaiming, "You shall meet your demise." Since becoming the head of the Fire Cloud Temple, he had never felt so constrained, and now, genuine ire surged within him towards Xu Taiping. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping conjured 3 avatars and swiftly inscribed the golden body talisman upon himself and his avatars. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ping and the monk Xianji, who were currently erecting the final stone pillar. If he could endure just a moment longer until the seal was lifted, the trapped master Lu Ruoshuang and her companions would emerge, and at that time, he would no longer fear Jinwu or the golden toad poison matriarch. This child has a scheme. Just as Xu Taiping prepared to continue drawing the attention of the golden toad poison matriarch, Elder Yu, who had been lying injured on the ground, suddenly rose. Fear etched upon his face as he pointed towards a nearby stone pillar that was being erected, exclaiming, "Poison matriarch, head. This child has been shielding that monk while they install the pillars. They surely have ulterior motives. Hurry and stop that ape demon and the monk." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart sank. He had been so focused on attracting the golden toad poison matriarch and Zhen Wu's attention that he had completely forgotten about Yu from the Yunhe pavilion. Chapter 110, Spirit Bone Steel. Is that you, Xu Taiping? Boom. Without any hesitation, Xu Taiping unleashed his last high-grade talisman, the Fire Torrent Talisman. A tremendous blaze erupted from the talisman in his hand, surging forth like a torrential flood, instantly engulfing half of the malevolent serpentine pool, including the golden toad poison matriarch and the demon monk. Once the force of all beings had dissipated, although the golden toad poison matriarch and the demon monk Zhen Wu had regained their original cultivation levels, they were ultimately distracted by Yu's warning. Naturally, they had not anticipated that Xu Taiping, whom they had pushed to the brink of life and death several times, still possessed such a formidable talisman. As the Fire Surge talisman detonated, they were unable to evade its blast in time and could only endure its impact. This talisman, being of the celestial tier, inherently possessed restraining effects against demonic entities. Consequently, even the formidable golden toad poison matriarch and the mage monk Jinwu did not dare to underestimate its potency. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping had prepared himself the moment he discerned the situation in the ethereal realm. With a fluid motion, he cast the Fire Surge talisman and swiftly summoned a Wind Ward talisman, simultaneously consuming a great rejuvenation pill and a giant strength pill, channeling his full energy into the technique known as 1,000 miles in an instant. This particular body technique, while not remarkable in ordinary circumstances, excelled in its capacity to traverse hundreds or even thousands of feet in the blink of an eye, making it difficult for even transcendent cultivators to catch up immediately. However, the considerable consumption of both true essence and mental energy rendered it impossible to employ the technique again in quick succession. Yet, in a moment of peril where his life hung in the balance, the advantage of its instantaneous distance became evident. With a resounding bang, Xu Taiping appeared to vanish before the golden toad poison matriarch and mage monk Jinwu, re-emerging before Ping and the others. However, as he had anticipated, the delay caused by the Fire Surge talisman did not suffice to prevent the golden toad poison matriarch and mage monk Jinwu from launching their assault. With a thunderous roar, the golden toad poison matriarch, ensnared in the fiery inferno, expelled a white bubble that arced gracefully through the air before plummeting directly towards Xu Taiping and Ping'an. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this white bubble contained a viscous, century-old toxin, certainly the lethal poison from the golden toad matriarch's own being. Simultaneously, mage monk Jinwu hurled his colossal axe towards them, targeting Xu Taiping and Ping'an. Get in. Master Xianji, move aside. The stone pillar. Xu Taiping decisively gathered Ping'an, who was attempting to position the stone pillar, into his gourd, then forcefully pushed Master Xianji aside with a gust of wind, while seizing the stone pillar in his arms. With a resounding clash, Jinwu's axe descended upon Xu Taiping, first shattering his golden body talisman, then breaching the wind barrier of the Zhongwan ring, ultimately delivering a heavy blow to his back. From a side view, it appeared as though Xu Taiping would be cleaved in two by this strike. In the throes of excruciating pain, Xu Taiping could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, the white bubble expelled by the golden toad poison matriarch suddenly shattered, releasing a torrent of toxic liquid that drenched Xu Taiping. Although his cultivation of the Danxia technique and his serpent-like physique afforded him some resistance to toxins, the injury inflicted by Jinwu coupled with the extraordinary nature of the poison rendered him vulnerable. In an instant, he succumbed to the agonizing effects of the venom, crying out in torment. Alongside the searing pain, the poison began to rapidly erode his mind, driving him towards madness. Just as he felt his sanity slipping away, the jade bracelet on his wrist, a treasured item from the Listening Wind Pavilion, emitted a blinding radiance, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Xu Taiping, is that you? Have you encountered trouble? Where are you in the ethereal cloud realm? Tell me, I shall come to you. It was the voice of Lin Buyu. Although the source of Lin Buyu's voice emanating from the jade bracelet remained a mystery, Xu Taiping's consciousness was abruptly roused by this unexpected sound. Thank you, Buyu. I am fine, do not worry. Perhaps it was due to the relentless refinement of his body and spirit through various elixirs since his cultivation began that he gradually regained clarity after being startled. Uncertain of its efficacy, he grasped the stone pillar with one hand while lifting the gourd filled with Longdan wine with the other, tilting his head back to drink the entire contents in one go. In an instant, the potent true essence and spiritual energy contained within the Longdan wine surged through Xu Taiping's body. His mind regained sharpness, and the numbness that had settled in his body from the toxin's assault dissipated in a flash. Awaken. Despite the possibility that this might merely be a fleeting moment of clarity, Xu Taiping could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. With reckless abandon, he disregarded the pain in his back, tensed his body, and leaped high while clutching the stone pillar. Boom! As he soared into the air, Xu Taiping let out a roar and forcefully drove the pillar into the ground. Boom! The moment the pillar penetrated the earth, the entire Jinshan Valley trembled. An aura imbued with antiquity and desolation permeated the valley, and faintly, one could hear a low, sorrowful murmur echoing through the air. Taiping, do not listen. The slumbering fairy Linghua awoke once more, her tone stern as she admonished Xu Taiping. Sister Linghua, rest assured, my ears are filled with a buzzing sound. I cannot hear. Xu Taiping weakly replied, a bitter smile forming in his heart as he leaned against the stone pillar. At that moment, he lacked the strength to inquire why he could not hear. However, when he witnessed a horde of toad demons that had been rushing towards him suddenly exploding one by one, he grasped Fairy Linghua's intention. What have you done? As the power of the fire talisman waned, the enraged toad matriarch burst forth from the flames, leaping directly before Xu Taiping. Accompanying her was the magical monk Xinwu, whose body was adorned with numerous spider-like eyes. They, along with the enigmatic Yunhe pavilion, were aware that Xu Taiping was scheming something, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics of his plans. What are you saying? I cannot hear, Xu Taiping replied, popping another large elixir into his mouth while smiling at the two. The more composed he appeared, the more wary the toad matriarch and the magical monk became, causing them to instinctively retreat a step. Simultaneously, the magical monk cautioned the toad matriarch, instruct your minions not to heed that strange sound. It may be some ancient forbidden spell. The toad matriarch nodded and immediately relayed the command. As the toad demons sealed their hearing, the earlier phenomenon of them exploding ceased, greatly relieving the toad matriarch. However, just as it was about to proceed with the demon monk Xinwu to take away Xu Taiping and interrogate him meticulously, a thunderous clattering of mechanisms suddenly resonated from the depths of the lake. Following this, the Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Xinwu beheld the ruins beneath the evil flood pool gradually ascending from the bottom. The waters of the evil flood pool were disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. Why had the power of equality among all beings dissipated, while our cultivation remained suppressed? Simultaneously, both Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Xinwu once again felt their cultivation being restrained by some invisible force. As they were engulfed in confusion, a young monk clad in a white robe swiftly lifted the feeble Xu Taiping, who was slumped against a stone pillar and with a radiant aura enveloping him, leaped directly to the center of the evil flood pool. This young monk was none other than Xianji. Stop them. Due to Xianji's extraordinary swiftness, by the time Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Xinwu reacted, they found themselves standing upon a slab of icy terrain at the center of the evil flood pool. Boom! Both Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk unleashed their powers, disregarding the possibility of harming Xu Taiping, and struck with all their might. In an instant, two massive axe shadows and concentric sound waves, imbued with an aura of terrifying destruction, surged towards Xu Taiping at the center of the pool. Bang! To the astonishment of Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Xinwu, just as the axe shadows and sound waves were about to engulf Xu Taiping and the young monk, a curtain of water rose from the evil flood pool, effectively intercepting the oncoming assault. It's you? How are you still alive? as the water curtain thunderously dissipated. Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Jinwu stood in shock, realizing that 7 or 8 familiar figures were lined up in front of Xu Taiping and the young monk. Among them were Princess Tiansheng of the state of Chu and the couple Lu Rushuang, who had been missing for over a decade. Simultaneously, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Jinwu observed that behind this row of individuals, a stone platform bearing a fragmentary black stone tablet was elevating Xu Taiping and the young monk from the water. The spirit bone tablet, Jinshan Poison Mother exclaimed with wild elation. Beside her, the demon monk Jinwu, with a look of horror, realized. So it was the stone pillars that this young man used to shield the monk that served to unlock the seal, allowing the spirit bone tablet to re-emerge in this world. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinshan Poison Mother and the demon monk Jinwu struck once more. Although their cultivation was somewhat restrained, the suppression was not as severe as it had been under the power of equality among all beings. Bang! However, just as they launched their attack, an elder intercepted them with a decisive punch. This seemingly ordinary strike caused the demon monk Jinwu's enormous axe to tilt backward, forcing him to stagger a step back. Could you be Wu Tiego, the former head of the Wu clan from southern Shu? The demon monk Jinwu gazed in astonishment at the elder before him, who had a grizzled beard, wore straw sandals, and was clad in coarse cloth. Jinshan Poison Mother, you have kept us in darkness for 10 years. I shall devour you alive. Wu Tiego ignored the demon monk Jinwu and, raising his fist, suddenly hurled it toward Jinshan Poison Mother. The monk Jinwu immediately stepped forward to assist. Wu Bo, strike him, strike him. Below, on the stone platform, Princess Tiansheng watched with excitement as Wu Tiegu battled against monk Jinwu and the poisonous mother Jinshan, her fists pumping in the air. Beside Princess Tiansheng, Lu Rushuang turned to look at Xu Taiping, who was being supported by Master Xianji, and with a glint of excitement in her eyes, she asked, "You are Xu Taiping, the disciple of our Qingxian sect, correct?" "Indeed, I am Xu Taiping of the Seven Peaks," he replied, making an effort to stand and bow respectfully to Lu Rushuang. "Young Master Xu, Master Xianji, I never imagined you would lift the seal of the Wuxiang realm in just one day." Princess Tiansheng approached Xu Taiping and Master Xianji. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from below the stone platform, interrupting their conversation. The sound caused the group, including Princess Tiansheng, to furrow their brows in concern. "Miss Rushuang, that old demon is attempting to break free from our restraints," remarked a middle-aged scholar standing beside Lu Rushuang, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His expression grave. Lu Rushuang nodded and glanced at Princess Tiansheng. "Tiansheng, according to our previously agreed plan, you will assist Taiping in activating the teleportation array of the spirit bone tablet and then lead them to escape the blood rainforest." At this point, she turned her gaze back to Xu Taiping. "Taiping, though I have many questions for you and know you have many for me, this is not the time. Our priority is to survive and escape the blood rainforest. We can discuss everything when fate allows us to meet again." "Master." Xu Taiping couldn't help but wish to inquire further, but before he could utter another word, a colossal creature enveloped in dark energy burst forth from the nearly dry bottom of the pool. "I, the night demon, have finally emerged from that cursed place." The immense being, whose shape was indiscernible, suddenly manifested a ghastly face and let out a thunderous roar. At the same moment, the elder Yu of the Yingwich, who had been feigning death on the ground, sprang to his feet upon hearing the name Night Demon, his expression one of disbelief. "Our ancestral Night Demon of the Yingwich is still alive." Chapter 112. The Spirit Bone Tablet and the Grudges of 300 Years Ancestral Master. I am Yu, a disciple of the Yingwich. 300 years ago, I had the fortune to meet you. Upon confirming that the creature before him was indeed the ancestral Night Demon of the Yingwich, Elder Yu ceased his pretense of death, suppressing his injuries as he flew towards the monstrous figure. Yu? The creature, upon seeing Yu, writhed violently, then its body split open, revealing a gaping maw that swiftly devoured Yu whole. Yu didn't even have time to scream. Gulp! The creature belched contentedly, and on its grotesque body, a face filled with Yu's agony emerged. "Ah, yes, I remember now," the Night Demon exclaimed, its largest face displaying a look of realization, followed by dissatisfaction. "After 300 years of cultivation, you've only achieved such a meager level of power? Not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. However, You too cultivate the gluttonous demonic art, and I can conveniently utilize your body to transform. Upon uttering these words, his immense form, akin to a mountain of flesh, suddenly began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, the previously mountain-like mass morphed into a creature with the lower body of a goat demon and the upper body of a humanoid covered in scales. In its hand, shrouded in dark scales, it wielded a black bone spear. This was precisely the manifestation of the true demonic form of Yu, as previously revealed by the Yunhe pavilion. Yet, at this moment, Yu's true demonic body, whether in stature or in the subtle aura emanating from it, was far superior to that which he had controlled previously. The physique of a hybrid demon was evidently more suited for combat against foes. After seizing Yu's true demonic form, the night demon ancestor grasped with his outstretched hand a few times before directing his gaze toward Lu Ruoshuang and her companions by the altar. Lu Ruoshuang, you wretched creature. The night demon raised the bone spear, his eyes icy as he fixated on Lu Ruoshuang, then continued with a murderous intent. In the realm of thoughtlessness, I warned you not to let me escape alive. Otherwise, I shall extract your souls and use them as wicks, enduring the torment of being scorched daily. As his words fell, a sharp sound pierced the air. The night demon ancestor's form suddenly fused with the bone spear, shooting forth like a slender black line aimed at Lu Ruoshuang by the altar. Boom! At the moment the spear lunged forward, an elderly woman beside Lu Ruoshuang suddenly raised her hand, smiling as she beckoned. Little carp, come here. As her words echoed, the twin carp orb that had been shielding Xu Taiping's sword into the old woman's grasp. With a resounding crash, a 9-layer water curtain enveloped the altar and the gathered individuals. Bang! 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 The night demon's bone spear pierced through 7 layers, but was ultimately halted. As the elderly woman manipulated the ethereal forms of the 2 white carps, they spiraled around the altar, restoring the 9 layers of the water curtain and forcefully pushing the night demon ancestor back. However, after fending off that strike, the twin carp pearl in the old woman's hand cracked with a sharp sound. Her already pale visage turned ashen, and blood tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Zhu Lengxiu, you old fool, this is not the realm of thoughtlessness. Do you think you can withstand my bone spear? Outside the layers of the water curtain, the night demon spoke with a tone brimming with derision. Meanwhile, the dark energy enveloping him gradually spread across the golden-toed valley, even obscuring the sky bit by bit. Zhu Lengxiu, the former master of the South Chu Immortal Carp Mountain, the demonic monk Zhenwu, engaged in battle with Wu Taigu, was struck with astonishment upon hearing Zhu Lengxiu's name. Even he had not anticipated the emergence of such a legendary figure. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, Wu Taigu's fist landed heavily on his face, sending his maddened golden body flying like a projectile. Dare to be distracted while competing with me? Wu Taigu let out a cold snort, then swiftly directed a punch towards the golden-toed poison mother, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack from the side. Observing that Wu Taigu could contend with both the demon monk Zhenwu and the golden-toed poison mother, Lu Ruoshuang felt a slight sense of relief. She then turned her gaze towards the elders beside her and declared, esteemed seniors, if this demon is not eradicated, the calamity of the empty city in the state of Chu 300 years ago may repeat itself. Even if we perish here today, we must leave it in the blood-rain forest. You need not speak. We know what must be done, responded Zhu Lengxiu, stepping forward with the twin carp's pearl in hand. Had it not been for the pursuit of him back then, we would not have been trapped in the realm of no thoughts. Today, we merely continue the unfinished duel from 300 years ago. An elder, carrying a sword on his back, also stepped forward at this moment. Lu Ruoshuang nodded, then raised her hand, commanding, White Steed. As her words fell, a sword light, sharp and swift, sliced through the air and landed in her grasp. Following this, her entire being was enveloped in a tempestuous surge of sword energy, soaring upwards with a thunderous roar. Esteemed seniors, assist me in slaying this demon. Lu Ruoshuang bellowed, her form transforming into a streak of sword light that pierced the heavens. In succession, the sound of breaking air echoed as the elders, who had stood beside Lu Ruoshuang, all soared forth from the altar, leaving only Zhu Lengxiu remaining. Xiao Tiansheng. Next, she tossed the twin carp's pearl to Princess Tiansheng and then threw a small porcelain vial, saying, inside is a life bone pill. Give it to that little one. Once his injuries have somewhat healed, swiftly activate the teleportation array and leave, for this place shall soon become a land of death. Upon finishing her words, the old woman flickered and vanished from the altar. Chapter 113. The Spirit Bone Steel. The determination of the young master's Zhu Lao. You must be careful. Princess Tianshou called out anxiously, clutching the twin carp's pearl and the small vial as she shouted towards the water curtain, understanding the plan of the few individuals. She knew that this battle against the night demon would likely mean a life-and-death struggle for her masters, including Zhu Lingxiu and Lu Rushuang. Boom. Just as her voice faded, a series of violent fluctuations in aura erupted from beyond the water curtain. The sheer terror of these fluctuations was enough to instill fear in those within the altar. Your Highness Tianshou, why do the esteemed elders insist on confronting that night demon to the death? Can we not escape this place together? Xuanyi the monk inquired of Princess Tianshou after administering a pill to Xu Taiping, his confusion apparent. This night demon is inherently ferocious. 300 years ago, it devoured all the citizens in 9 cities of the state of Chu, leaving devastation in its wake. It was only after countless masters suffered casualties that the various sects and families of Chu managed to confine it within the blood rain forest. However, during the preparations to seal it, these esteemed elders fell into the realm of no thoughts alongside the night demon. Thus, to prevent further catastrophe, my master and the esteemed ones devised a strategy for the eventuality that the night demon might escape. They have adjusted their techniques, studied formations, and have been rehearsing in secret for many years, Princess Tianshou elucidated to the young monk and Xu Taiping. Amitba. These esteemed individuals are truly rare paragons of chivalry in this world, remarked the young monk, his hands clasped together in reverence. At that moment, Xu Taiping was seized by a sudden fit of coughing. After consuming the life-restoring bone pill bestowed by Zhu Lingxiu, his chaotic breath, the result of his grievous injuries, finally began to stabilize. Su Gongzi, are you feeling better? Princess Tianshou asked with a look of delight directed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded and then inquired of Princess Tianshou and the young monk. Was it not said that once the spirit bone steel reappears, the secret barrier within the blood rain forest would open, and the demons would be constrained by this barrier? In a previous conversation with Xianji, it had been mentioned that if the Maha Pilu Jinna seal could be undone, allowing the spirit bone steel to manifest once more, the ancient trial realm of the blood rain forest would reopen its barrier, imposing restrictions upon the demons that ventured within. Indeed, why has the barrier not activated following the reemergence of the spirit bone steel? Upon Xu Taiping's reminder, Xianji suddenly recognized this anomaly. To activate the barrier within the blood rain forest using the spirit bone steel, a multitude of transcendent beings must collectively channel their spiritual power to resonate with the steel. Alternatively, a singular being of transcendent power could personally initiate the barrier. However, at present, we lack the requisite number of transcendent beings to act in concert. And it is beyond our means to summon such a powerful ally, Princess Tianshou lamented. Hearing this, Xu Taiping and the monk fell into silence. Though we cannot activate the entirety of the blood rain forest barrier, my current cultivation is sufficient to assist you in establishing the teleportation barrier for this altar, Princess Tianshou said, smiling at Xu Taiping and the monk. But that would mean I am of no help at all, Xu Taiping responded, somewhat disheartened. The scene of the crimson armored knights from the Yunhe Tower taking their own lives resurfaced vividly in his mind. For him, successfully escaping the blood rain forest and reaching Fengming Mountain would signify the completion of a significant portion of his mission in the Yuyun realm. However, he could not bear to merely watch as his junior disciples faced their demise. Su Gongzi, do not blame yourself. Without you, we might have been trapped in the land of Wuxiang for eternity, and others would scarcely know how we perished. Moreover, with the spirit bone steel's return to the world, the Yuyun realm will surely see an influx of human powerhouses, a testament to the efforts of you and Master Xianji, Princess Tianshou reassured him. She then stood and swiftly approached the seemingly dilapidated spirit bone steel, placing her hands upon it, before turning to smile at Xu Taiping, saying, Su Gongzi, Master Xianji, please stand by the teleportation platform. I shall send you on your way. And what of you, your highness? Xianji, the young monk, asked in astonishment. I shall remain. My masters have cared for me in the land of Wuxiang for many years, and I have no reason to abandon them, Princess Tianshou replied with calm resolve. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping and the young monk fell silent once again. Taiping, there is a method, a weary voice suddenly echoed in Xu Taiping's mind amidst the silence. Sister Lingyue, you must not intervene. Before Lingyue could utter another word, Xu Taiping abruptly interrupted her. In his view, even if Lingyue possessed such abilities, her current frailty forbade any further expenditure of her spiritual essence. Listen to me, Lingyue's feeble voice resonated once more. As I am now, I am incapable of sensing the Linggu Bei's spirit. What I wish to convey is that you should take my place. She continued. Me? Xu Taiping pondered in astonishment. If you hold the Longdan stone in your mouth, it will momentarily amplify your spiritual power to rival that of a true dragon. However, this will subject you to a pain 100-fold that of consuming Longdan wine, or perhaps even 1,000-fold, Lingyue explained in a weak tone. After a solemn consideration, Xu Taiping earnestly inquired, will it be fatal? Lingyue chuckled softly. No, it will not lead to death, but it may feel worse than death. Xu Taiping glanced back at the young apprentice, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the night demon outside the water curtain, before returning his gaze. I wish to attempt this for them. If I do not try, I may live with regret for eternity. Chapter 114. Opening the barrier. Who is the summoned one? Young Master Xu, Master Xianji, please hurry to the teleportation platform. At that moment, Princess Tianshou suddenly urged Xu Taiping and Master Xianji. Xu, my brother, Master Xianji said, casting a glance at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping did not respond, but rose and walked towards the Linggu Bei, inquiring of Princess Tianshou, Your Highness, to connect with the Linggu Bei's spirit, I simply need to place my hand upon the stone tablet, correct? Indeed, but young Master Xu, you need not waste time on that. Although we cannot approach the Linggu Bei in the Wuxiang realm, my master and the others have already attempted it when the Linggu Bei emerged from the ground, Princess Tianshou explained. She paused for a moment, then realized Xu Taiping's intent. Your Highness, my cultivation is modest, yet I possess a method to rapidly enhance spiritual power. I implore you to allow me to try. Xu Taiping's face, still bearing the marks of recent injury, bore an earnest gaze directed at Princess Tianshou. A method to swiftly augment spiritual power? However, as Master Shuang stated, all such methods come with unimaginable suffering for the practitioner. Upon hearing this, Princess Tianshou's expression tightened with concern. Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young apprentice had also considered employing a method to swiftly enhance spiritual power to connect with the Linggu Bei. Yet, upon reflection, in the lengthy expanse of the Wuxiang realm, their options were limited, making such considerations entirely reasonable. Your Highness, it will not be fatal. Please allow me to try. Xu Taiping smiled at Princess Tianshou. Although the Xinggu Dan had stemmed his loss of vitality and his external wounds were healing rapidly, the severe depletion of his energy had inflicted damage that could not be fully restored in a short time. Yes, it is certainly possible, but... Princess Tianshou's gaze turned anxiously towards the water curtain surrounding the altar. Through the shimmering curtain of water, one could witness Lu Ruoshuang and Zhu Lengqiu, along with several others, fiercely battling the night demon. Yet, despite the combined efforts of 7 or 8 individuals, they were still firmly suppressed by the night demon. Bang! At that moment, a section of the outermost water curtain of the altar could no longer withstand the aftermath of the fierce clash and exploded with a resounding boom. In an instant, one layer of the 9-fold water curtain shattered. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, Zhu Lao's twin cart pearl would not endure for much longer. After making a resolute decision, Princess Tianshou cast a serious gaze towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. With somewhat unsteady steps, he approached the legendary spirit bone steel, raising his head to behold its grandeur. Despite its battered state, the steel still stood at least 2 zhang in height. Externally, the spirit bone steel appeared unremarkable. Its surface covered in dust, bearing scratches, knife marks, palm prints, and traces left by arrows. Amitba. At this moment, the monk Xianji arrived beside Xu Taiping. My master once said that in ancient times, even if demon cultivators could not destroy the spirit bone steel, they took pride in leaving their marks upon it. Some even viewed this as an opportunity for breakthrough. The young monk gazed at the steel and spoke contemplatively. Upon hearing the monk's words and observing the myriad scars on the steel, a surge of inexplicable sorrow welled up within Xu Taiping. He then placed his hand upon the spirit bone steel, attempting to connect with it through soul resonance. Any cultivator who has practiced the art of object manipulation understands the essence of soul resonance, and Xu Taiping, being an invisible sword cultivator, was no exception. Whoosh! The moment Xu Taiping's hand made contact with the spirit bone steel, a chilling mountain wind, imbued with a sense of desolation, antiquity, and barrenness, rushed toward him. In that instant, Xu Taiping was struck by the illusion of being transported to an era of blood and fire, a savage age long past. He felt as though he had become the spirit-bone steel itself, towering into the heavens, gazing down upon the multitude of beings below, witnessing the rise and fall of the continent in an immortal state. This sensation birthed a bold hypothesis within Xu Taiping's heart. The spirit-bone steel was, in fact, a gaze of the heavens, observing all sentient beings. Just as Xu Taiping pondered this notion, Princess Tianshou and the young monk Xianji, standing by his side, suddenly exchanged alarmed glances. Then, Princess Tianshou pointed at the spirit-bone steel and whispered, "The spirit-bone steel has chosen young Master Xu." The once dust-covered steel now gleamed as if newly polished, revealing a line of ancient characters. To respond to the summoned, Zhenwu Tian, Qingxian sect, Xu Taiping. Both were cultivators of the Yuyun Tian, and they understood the profound significance of the words inscribed upon the steel. It was said that when the Blood Rainforest was still known as the Twilight Rainforest, only those who ventured into its depths and earned the spirit-bone steel's recognition could be deemed summoned. Upon becoming the summoned, a cultivator would receive the steel, a gift beyond ordinary comprehension. "Young Master Xu, you must cease. You are the summoned. There is no need for you to take such risks." Princess Tianshou suddenly called out to Xu Taiping with a hint of anxiety. Xu Taiping, who had originally kept his eyes slightly closed, slowly opened them and, with a weary expression, inquired, "What is an invoked individual?" An invoked individual is one who has gained the recognition of the spirit-bone tablet and is thus entitled to its gifts, Princess Tianshou explained rapidly. Can becoming an invoked individual unlock the great array within the Blood Rainforest? Xu Taiping asked, his lips pale and his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "No, that is a separate matter. However, now that you have become an invoked individual, there is no need for you to take further risks by remaining here. Should you fall, it would be a tremendous loss for the realm of human cultivation," the princess urged anxiously. Xu Taiping looked up at the inscription on the spirit-bone tablet and shook his head, responding, "If that is the case, then let us proceed. From now on, Your Highness, please do not disturb me." With that, he closed his eyes once more, continuing to use the remnants of his spiritual power to connect with the spirit-bone tablet. "Your Highness Tianshou, Xu's resolve far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Having decided to rescue Elder Ruxiang and the others, he will undoubtedly do his utmost. There is no point in dissuading him," the young monk interjected, halting the princess's attempts to persuade. He clasped his hands together, gazing at Xu Taiping with profound admiration. Meanwhile, as they spoke, Xu Taiping's consciousness became fully entwined with the spirit-bone tablet. The initial sensation of being transported to ancient times faded, replaced by the feeling of plummeting into an endless abyss, devoid of beginning or end. Only the incessantly depleting spiritual power served as a silent reminder that he was still in the Blood Rainforest, engaged in a soul connection with the spirit-bone tablet. Before long, Xu Taiping's spiritual essence was exhausted. Waves of piercing pain, akin to the sensation of bone scraping and marrow extraction, began to assault him. This was the symptom following the depletion of spiritual power. Anticipating this, Xu Taiping swiftly placed the dragon gallstone, which he had been holding in his palm, into his mouth. Upon doing so, his withered spiritual power was instantly replenished. However, the immense spiritual energy contained within the dragon gallstone created an overwhelming sensation, as if his very soul were being expanded. During this process, the agony of his soul tearing began to surge in relentless waves, akin to a tide crashing upon him. Unlike ordinary pain, which can be interrupted by fainting or death once it reaches its limit, the pain of soul tearing cannot be halted. It only escalates without end. It was as if Xu Taiping were plummeting into an abyss, utterly devoid of an endpoint. In the throes of such extreme agony, even with his steadfast spirit, Xu Taiping could not suppress his cries of anguish. The princess, watching this scene with a dazed expression, felt utterly helpless. She longed to pull Xu Taiping's hand away from the spirit-bone tablet, yet each time this thought emerged, she was reminded of the unwavering determination in his eyes. Amitba. As Xu Taiping's anguished cries grew increasingly hoarse, the monk Xianji suddenly joined his palms in prayer and began to chant sacred verses. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped both him and Xu Taiping. In that fleeting moment, as the white light cocooned them, Xianji's countenance turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, the luminous aura surrounding him dissipated. Master Xianji, what has happened to you? Princess Tianshou inquired, her expression filled with confusion. This is the compassion mantra of Yunhe Temple, which, when recited, can alleviate the suffering of others. However, I did not anticipate that Brother Su's current agony far exceeds what I imagined. Leaving me unprepared, the young monk explained, taking a deep breath. May I share in this burden as well? Princess Tianshou hastily pointed to herself upon hearing his words. Your Highness, based on the faint trace of pain I sensed, Brother Su's torment is sufficient to drive an ordinary cultivator to madness. Xianji shook his head gently. Bang, bang. At that moment, the water curtain of the altar shattered twice due to the residual force from the battle between the night demons and Lu Rushuang outside. I wish to give it a try. Noticing that only 6 layers remained of the dual carp pearl S water curtain, Princess Tianshou's eyes darkened with resolve. Then let us proceed. Xianji nodded, reciting the compassionate mantra once more, allowing the emanating white light to envelop both himself, Xu Taiping, and Princess Tianshou. Just like the previous monk, as the white light enveloped her, Princess Tianshou's face turned pale as paper, and her body trembled uncontrollably. You and I are merely experiencing 1/10 of Brother Su's current suffering, the perspiring Xianji reminded her with great difficulty. Upon hearing this, fear flashed in Princess Tianshou's eyes as she gazed in horror at Xu Taiping ahead, exclaiming, "This is only 1/10?" With her vital energy in turmoil due to the excruciating pain, Princess Tianshou could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Your Highness, if you cannot endure, simply withdraw your compassionate heart. Xianji cautioned her with a strained voice, still holding on. No, I refuse. Princess Tianshou shook her head firmly. Young Master Su is enduring this pain to save my masters. As their disciple, I cannot stand idly by. Her voice was weak, but her determination unwavering. Let us aim to share 3/10 of young Master Su's suffering, Master Xianji. Princess Tianshou continued. Very well. Xianji nodded emphatically. After taking on 3/10 of Xu Taiping's torment, both individuals, who had been able to stand, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat cascaded from their pale foreheads, soaking their garments. As the two endured their excruciating pain, a profound sense of bewilderment surged within them. How could they, sharing merely 30% of the torment, feel as if they were living a fate worse than death? What must the experience have been like for Xu Taiping, who bore the entirety of this suffering alone? It was difficult for them to conceive that a person could withstand such agony without witnessing it firsthand. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the altar. Princess Tianshou and Master Xianji turned to see the night demon's spear pierce through an elderly, white-haired swordsman, shattering the double carp pearl's 5-layered water barrier in the process. Old Xiao. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Princess Tianshou could not help but exclaim. The old man, hearing her voice, suddenly displayed a look of astonishment, and with a tone tinged with irritation, he shouted at Princess Tianshou, "You foolish girl, why haven't you left yet?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, his body was impaled by the night demon's spear. Staring at the lifeless form of the elder, Princess Tianshou stood in a daze. Over the past decade in this place devoid of thoughts, several individuals, including old Xiao, had treated her as if she were their own daughter. Now, witnessing the brutal demise of a beloved figure, her heart experienced an overwhelming shock. Oh, are you planning to activate the blood rain force barrier? The night demon, peering through the water barrier, regarded Princess Tianshou and Xu Taiping with a mocking glint in his eyes. Just then, a streak of sword light descended from the heavens. Bloodied and battle-worn, Lu Rushuang severed the night demon's trajectory with a single stroke. Tianshou, you must leave. Lu Rushuang turned to Princess Tianshou and the others, her eyes filled with urgency and confusion. Bang! Before she could finish speaking, the night demon struck her with a spear, sending her hurtling like a cannonball against the nearby cliff. Master, witnessing Lu Rushuang's grievous injury, Princess Tianshou felt a tightening in her heart. After barely hesitating for a breath, she turned to Master Xianji and inquired, Master Xianji, if all the pain Su Gongzi endures is transferred to me, can he then immediately activate the blood rain force barrier? Yes, but no buts. Just give it to me, all of it. Princess Tianshou declared with unwavering determination, fixing her gaze upon the young monk. Your Highness, not everyone possesses the resilience of Su Xiong. Should all this immense pain be placed upon you, it could very well shatter your spirit, rendering you nothing but a mindless fool. Master Xianji cautioned her with concern. Little monk, you are being excessively verbose. Princess Tianshou retorted somewhat petulantly at Master Xianji. Ba, then let this humble monk share this burden of pain with you, Your Highness, he replied with a smile. Just as Princess Tianshou was about to speak, she was interrupted by the resonant chanting of mantras. Instantly, a blinding white light enveloped both Master Xianji and Princess Tianshou, ultimately transforming into a soaring pillar of light. A piercing scream echoed in the air. Simultaneously, upon the previously silent spirit bone steel, two new lines of text emerged: summoned individual, Western Liang Kingdom, Yunhe Temple, Xianji. Summoned individual, Southern Chu Kingdom, Royal Daughter, Chu Tianshou. Chapter 116, The Summoner. The spirit bone steel's methodology unbeknownst to Xu Taiping, all that transpired around him, as his entire focus was devoted to the mental communion with the spirit bone steel and the resistance against pain. When the agony suddenly vanished, he felt as if his body, which had been plummeting through darkness, had abruptly landed upon solid ground. Subsequently, his consciousness transformed into an expansive, boundless wasteland. Gazing upward, he beheld a towering stone monument that reached into the clouds, resembling a giant surveying the realm. At that moment, a voice, indeterminate in gender yet imbued with immense authority, resonated in Xu Taiping's ears. In the primordial ages, who imparted the teachings? Before form took shape, how could one discern? In the depths of obscurity, who could fathom? In the ethereal essence, how may one recognize? The voice echoed with a haunting, desolate timbre, akin to a whispering murmur or an inquiry directed at an unseen listener. However, before long, Xu Taiping's attention was captivated by a line of grand text materializing upon the colossal spirit bone steel. The twilight rainforest barrier shall be immediately activated. All demons of the mortal transformation realm shall be expelled. Zhenwu Heaven, disciple of Qingxian sect, Xu Taiping, you are the summoned one and may beseech the spirit bone steel for assistance once, or allow it to elevate your practice techniques to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier. Upon first seeking the steel's guidance, one may glean a trace of true essence from these techniques. After perusing the message thoroughly, Xu Taiping finally grasped its significance, and, with a spark of exhilaration, mused, the first line pertains to the twilight rainforest barrier, which I am familiar with. The subsequent line, could it be a boon from the spirit bone steel? Realizing this, he instinctively stepped forward. Remarkably, with just a single stride, he found himself before the spirit bone steel. Through its mirror-like surface, he could even discern the reflection of his own visage. I wish to request the spirit bone steel to assist me in deducing my techniques. Xu Taiping respectfully gestured towards the steel. The matter of technique deduction had been previously discussed with the fairy Lingua. The source of all techniques in this world is, in fact, inscribed upon the spirit bone steel. However, after its destruction, it could no longer provide direct access to the original methods. One must now gradually deduce from their practice techniques to ultimately attain the methods closest to the original. The fragmented spirit bone steel possesses the capability to derive high-tier techniques from ordinary practices, yet to prevent exploitation by demonic cultivators and nefarious individuals. The emperors of the five directions sealed this divine ability, granting access only to the summoned individuals. It is said that the victor of the Zhenwu Heaven's 9 prefectures sword competition also earns the privilege of utilizing the spirit bone steel for technique deduction. Understanding this, Xu Taiping chose without hesitation to have the spirit bone steel assist him in deducing his techniques. As he placed his hand upon the steel, a new line of text appeared. Xu Taiping nodded and, complying with the instruction, pressed his hand against the spirit bone steel. In an instant, all the techniques he had cultivated manifested as characters upon the steel, including even the sword concealment technique taught to him by Uncle Jiao. Startled, Xu Taiping's gaze fixated unwaveringly on the colossal steel. Before long, he noticed the characters began to transform at a barely perceptible pace. When he scrutinized the text again, he observed that the Taoist Great Sage fist had been simplified to the Great Sage fist, while the demon-slaying blade retained its name but had altered the names of its moves. The Red Crow Golden Flame technique, taught by the fairy Lingua, had evolved into the Great Sun Golden Flame technique. Other techniques, such as the Clone technique, Fire Flicking Finger, and even the Mist Borrowing technique, had completely transformed into entirely different practices. The only technique that remained unchanged was Uncle Gio's sword concealment technique. Though it now bore an additional line of small text, true meaning lies within the sword, akin to a professor's annotation after reviewing a student's essay. Upon noticing this, Xu Taiping meticulously examined all the techniques extrapolated from the spirit bone steel and discovered that the third move of the Great Sage fist was accompanied by a golden comet. True meaning lies within the fist. Could this be the true essence pursued by the transformative realm practitioners that Sister Lingua mentioned? Xu Taiping pondered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the hand he had pressed against the spirit bone steel became inexplicably hot. Following this, he witnessed the words of the various techniques on the steel flowing into his palm like a rushing stream. Given that this body was merely an illusion within his consciousness, the influx of these words into his palm effectively meant they were entering his sea of awareness. Clearly, this was the transmission method of the spirit bone steel. Once the transmission concluded, the deep, murmuring voice began to resonate in his mind once more. In the primordial days, who imparted the teachings? Before form took shape, how could one discern? However, he was once again unable to comprehend the entirety of the message. Amidst these murmurs, his consciousness gradually detached from the sea of awareness. Instantly, his vision brightened, accompanied by the explosive sounds of combat reverberating in his ears and the pungent scent of blood filling his nostrils. At that moment, it had been less than a breath since Xianji and Princess Tiancheng alleviated his soul's torment with their compassionate incantation. Master Xianji, the pain of my soul has just vanished. It must be your and Princess Tiancheng's assistance, right? Upon seeing the painful expressions on both Xianji's and Princess Tiancheng's faces, he quickly deduced the truth. This little monk has indeed gained fortune from misfortune. Although Master Xianji appeared quite weakened, his face radiated joy. Fortune from misfortune? Xu Taiping was somewhat puzzled. Young Master Xu, look at the spirit bone steel. At that moment, Princess Tiancheng smiled at Xu Taiping, then, with great difficulty, raised her hand to point at the damaged spirit bone steel before them. Xu Taiping raised his gaze and was astonished to see 3 new lines of prominent text on the steel. Summoned individual, Zhimu Tian, Qingxian sect, Xu Taiping. Summoned individual, Shiliang Kingdom, Yunin Temple, Xianji. Summoned individual, Nanchu Kingdom, Royal Daughter, Chu Tiancheng. Chapter 117. The Summoner. Is that foaming mountain? Upon reading these lines, Xu Taiping immediately grasped the meaning. Congratulations to you both, he said with a respectful nod. Just then, additional lines appeared on the spirit bone monument. The restrictions of the Twilight Rain Forest have been activated. Apart from the existing creatures within the mountain, no transformed demons or cultivators below the transformation realm may enter. The Twilight Rain Forest selects its summoned ones once every 60 years. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of these words, the skies above the Blood Rain Forest erupted with thunderous roars, followed by torrential rain pouring down. This was the farewell rain of the Twilight Rain Forest, harmless to cultivators below the transformation realm, yet detrimental to those above, as prolonged exposure would erode their powers. With the backlash intensifying with their cultivation level, whether they be demons or humans. Surely, that night demon will not dare linger in the forest any longer, exclaimed Master Xianji, his face alight with joy. Hearing this, Xu Taiping appeared contemplative. It is not enough that it killed Chu Bo, it must not go unpunished. Princess Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Without further ado, she stepped up to the spirit bone monument, placed her hand upon it, and declared loudly, I do not request your assistance in cultivating techniques. I only ask that you aid me in slaying that night demon. As her words fell, a radiant golden light enveloped her, followed by a surge of formidable energy emanating from her, rivaling that of the night demon itself. Your Highness, how can you squander such an invaluable opportunity? At that moment, Zhu Lingxiu, who had rushed to provide support, witnessed this scene. Upon seeing the text on the spirit bone monument and sensing the aura surrounding Princess Tiancheng, she quickly deduced what the princess had just done. Princess Tiancheng did not respond. Instead, she forcefully struck the spirit bone monument, activating the teleportation array. Su Gongzi, Master Xianji. The teleportation array can only be used once, and once the Twilight Rain Forest formation is fully activated, my master and the others must also exit. Therefore, you two must leave quickly and depart from the Blood Rain Forest. Princess Tiansheng's gaze was intense as she looked at Xu Taiping. "Until we meet again." Xu Taiping replied with a respectful bow to the princess, then resolutely approached the teleportation platform. He had done all he could. With the support of Princess Tiansheng and the Spirit Bone Monument, his junior sister and the others would at least be safe. For him, the pressing matter was to swiftly reach Fengming Mountain and plant the earth fruit. Moreover, since the existing creatures in the mountain would not be expelled, should his junior sister and the others also be forced out by the restrictions of the Twilight Rainforest, he would likely have to confront the likes of the Golden Toad Poison Mother once again. "Amitba, may your highness take care." Master Xianji pressed his palms together and bowed deeply to Princess Tiansheng. "None shall escape." Just then, the night demon broke free from Lu Rua Shuang and her companion's siege, wielding a black spear, its form transforming into a massive shadow as it lunged from the sky, aiming to strike the ground. If that spear were to be thrust down, even if the altar's barrier would not shatter, Xu Taiping and the others would surely meet their demise on the spot. Just in time. At that moment, Princess Tiansheng suddenly drew the long sword of the aged musician into her grasp, and her figure transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring towards the sky to meet another shaft of sword light. With a thunderous roar, the shadow, which had metamorphosed into a night demon, was unexpectedly cleaved asunder by Princess Tiansheng's single stroke. Is this the power of the Spirit Bone Monument? Xu Taiping was utterly astonished. If his senses were correct, the strength of this night demon should be on par with that of the Celestial Wolf King. According to the words of several abbots, there were scarcely a few demon lords of the Celestial Wolf King's caliber to be found throughout the entire realm of Yuyun. Yet now, the Spirit Bone Monument had effortlessly manifested a practitioner whose combat prowess rivaled that of the Celestial Wolf King. How could Xu Taiping not be amazed? Amitba, the realm of Yuyun has regained a Spirit Bone Monument, and Brother Xu has conferred a great blessing upon the world's sentient beings, sowing the seeds of such virtuous karma that will surely bear good fruit in the future, remarked Monk Xianji, gazing at Princess Tiansheng cleaving the night demon with a sense of profound emotion. Good fruit is unnecessary. As for your Buddhist sect, I would be grateful if you could spare me some troubles in the future. Xu Taiping sighed helplessly. Ever since he encountered the ancient Buddha Kasyapa, he felt as though he had continuously stumbled into unimaginable predicaments. Just as the two were conversing, the radiance of the teleportation platform beneath them began to grow increasingly blinding, signaling the imminent activation of the portal. Whoosh! At that moment, a black lotus inexplicably breached the altar's barrier and flew before Xu Taiping and Xianji. Bang! In the instant the teleportation array was about to activate, the lotus suddenly erupted, transforming into countless specks of black pollen that clung to Xu Taiping and Xianji. This is the demonic lotus pollen cultivated by the Fire Cloud Temple. Once tainted, it can be tracked to any hiding place. Finally realizing the situation, Monk Xianji exclaimed in alarm. However, before he could finish his words, a resounding crash echoed as the teleportation platform activated. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a valley. Xu Taiping looked up and, just in time, glimpsed the exit of the valley, where a towering peak, blanketed with snow at its summit, loomed. That must be Fengming Mountain, he could not help but inquire. Indeed, that is Fengming Mountain, Xianji nodded, then turned with a bitter expression, raising his hand to point towards the sky ahead, and said, "If this humble monk is not mistaken, the creatures summoned by the demonic monks of the Fire Cloud Temple should be lurking above that dark cloud." Xu Taiping followed Monk Xianji's gesture and looked up. Beneath the overcast sky, clusters of black lotuses were swiftly approaching the valley. Simultaneously, the voice of the Fire Cloud Temple's demonic monk echoed once more. "Little fellow, not only have you unsealed the Spirit Bone Monument, but you have also reopened the barrier of the Twilight Rainforest's secret realm. My curiosity regarding the secrets you harbor grows ever more intense. Do not think that the constraints of the Twilight Rainforest can prevent me from capturing you. I understand the laws of the Twilight Rainforest better than you do." Chapter 118. The Prison Dragon Tower, blocking the entrance to Butterfly Valley. Boom. As the words of the demonic monk Zhenwu left his lips, a bolt of lightning struck down from the mass of black clouds above him. As the torrential rain poured down once more, the few black lotuses that had been soaring above the Twilight Rainforest fell one by one into the mountainous woods. Amitba, the parting rain of the Twilight Rainforest, though unable to expel the true monk Zhenwu, still managed to suppress him. Witnessing this, the monk Xuan Taiping beside him finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Xuan Taiping glanced at the approaching figure of the demonic monk Xinwu, then turned to Xuanji and inquired, "Is flying within the Twilight Rainforest also prohibited?" Xuanji nodded in response, saying, "Once the barrier is lifted, the high altitudes of the Twilight Rainforest are beset by torrential rain and fierce winds. Unless one possesses the prowess of a demon king or a spirit bird, both aerial maneuvers and object manipulation are perilous. Not to mention, demons are inherently unwelcome within the confines of the barrier." Upon hearing this, Xuan Taiping's mind began to formulate a plan. He then cast a glance at the towering twin peaks behind him, surveyed the valley nestled between them, and without turning back, asked, "Master Xuanji, how long would it take for them to traverse this valley if I were to block it?" After a moment of contemplation, Xuanji replied, "This valley, known as Butterfly Valley, is one of the entrances to the Twilight Rainforest from the east, west, north, and south. The valley is flanked by mountains, forming a natural barrier to prevent outsiders from entering freely. Now that the restrictions of the Twilight Rainforest barrier have all been lifted, if this exit were to be blocked, ordinary human cultivators might take a day or two to scale the mountains. As for demons, they would have to find their way around to the other exits, or they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences of the Twilight Rainforest's prohibitions." Just moments ago, the demonic monk Xinwu had barely flown 100 feet before being forcefully returned to the ground by the forest's restrictions. Given that the surrounding peaks soar well over 1,000 feet, I am confident that those demons would not dare to attempt the climb. However, Brother Su, this valley is vast. How could it be entirely sealed? Xuanji turned to observe the rapidly approaching demonic monk Xinwu and the beasts trailing behind him. His expression filled with concern as he looked toward Xuan Taiping. Xuan Taiping remained silent, quickening his pace into the depths of the valley while surveying the terrain. "Brother Su, in my humble opinion, it would be wise for you to refrain from heading to Fengming Mountain for the time being and instead seek refuge with me at the nearest Tianhai Pass in Shiliang," Xuanji advised as they walked. Finally, Xuan Taiping came to a halt. At that moment, he and Xuanji stood at the narrowest point of the valley. "I cannot afford to wait that long." Xuan Taiping shook his head toward Xuanji. He sensed that the spiritual essence of the moon spirit fairy had grown exceedingly frail, with a mark left in his hand ready to manifest at any moment. Thus, he must plant the earth fruit immediately, without a moment's delay. "What do you intend to do?" As the demonic monk Xinwu approached within 1,000 feet of the valley, Xuanji prepared to chant his scriptures. Xuan Taiping did not respond. Instead, he retrieved the Panlong Tower from the iron gourd, cradling it in his hands. According to the moon spirit fairy, this Panlong Tower, also known as the Dragon Confinement Tower, was inscribed with countless profound restrictions and had once contained a true dragon. Aside from entering the tower and closing its gates, one cannot enter or exit for 6 years. This aspect has already been introduced at the auction by the Shi Pavilion. However, what they did not mention, and what remains unknown to them, is that at the base of this tower, there is inscribed a mustard seed shumi formation. This is a long-lost Buddhist array that, when infused with sufficient true essence or magical power, can expand to an unimaginable size. It could easily fill not just a small valley, but even an entire city, provided one possesses enough true essence. "Taiping, do you remember the method I taught you to activate it?" The frail voice of Fairy Lingwe echoed once more in Xu Taiping's mind. "Sister Lingwe, you need not worry. I remember it all." Xu Taiping promptly replied to Fairy Lingwe. "Su, are you planning to use this tower to block the Butterfly Valley?" asked Monk Xianji, visibly surprised upon seeing the small tower in Xu Taiping's hands. While some magical artifacts can indeed amplify several times after being refined, it is inconceivable that one could block such a vast valley. Boom. In response to Monk Xianji, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted. Xu Taiping poured the last 5 gathering chi pills into his mouth. Then, in one breath, infused the true essence derived from the pills into the dragon-trapping tower. Bang! In an instant, the originally few feet tall tower surged to a height of 10 feet. Xu Taiping immediately let it drop from his hands. This small tower actually bears the mustard seed shumi formation. As a practitioner of Buddhism, Monk Xianji instantly associated it with the Buddhist mustard seed shumi formation. "Amitba, little one, have you reached the end of your rope, attempting to block my path with this tower?" At that moment, the demonic monk Zhen Wu stood at the valley's entrance. Due to the distance, he did not sense the aura of the mustard seed shumi formation on the small tower as Xianji had. Boom. However, as the tower, now 10 feet high, absorbed Xu Taiping's true essence, it suddenly grew to a height of 100 feet, causing Zhenwu to display a hint of panic in his eyes. Is it truly a mustard seed shumi artifact? Realizing this, the demonic monk Zhenwu transformed into a mass of black clouds, stepping upon a black lotus platform, his form darting towards Xu Taiping like a gust of wind. "Monk Xianji, lend me a hand." Xu Taiping called out to the monk beside him. Xianji immediately understood, placing his palms against the tower's walls and channeling all his magical power into the tower. At the same time, Bai Yu and Ping and also emerged from the gourd, collectively infusing spiritual energy into the dragon-trapping tower. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous rumble, the tower, which was originally 100 feet tall, surged to over 1,000 feet in an instant. Chapter 119. The Dragon-Trapping Tower, meditating for 6 years within the tower. From a distance, the colossal tower, adorned with peculiar runes, appeared as if it were embedded between two mountains, seamlessly melding with the towering peaks on either side. Bang! Most importantly, when the axe of the demonic monk Zhenwu struck the tower, the runes on its surface suddenly blazed with brilliance, absorbing the full force of the blow. The already immense tower, upon absorbing the power of this strike, surged higher once more with a resounding boom. Upon sensing the transformations within the dragon-capturing tower, Xu Taiping couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Sister Lingyue was so eager for me to acquire this tower." Beside him, Xianji clasped his hands together, releasing a long sigh of relief and delight. "Brother Xu, after you block this exit, the demons inside would require at least 3 days to circumvent to Fengming Mountain," he remarked with a smile directed at Xu Taiping. 3 days is ample time." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. "Brother Xu, you are tainted with the pollen of the Black Lotus. Once we reach Fengming Mountain, why not accompany me back to Yunhe Temple? My master will certainly assist you in resolving this matter," Xianji suggested earnestly. "I appreciate your kind intention, Master Xianji, but I do not intend to leave the Blood Rain Forest," Xu Taiping replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head as he gazed at the grand entrance of the dragon-capturing tower. "I plan to meditate within the tower for 6 years, and after that, proceed directly to the capital for the Golden Scale Assembly." During his journey to the Blood Rain Forest, he had previously conferred with the fairy Lingyue regarding this matter. After planting the earth fruit, they had deliberated whether to engage in external training for 6 years while awaiting the earth fruit's maturation and the commencement of the Golden Scale Assembly, or to enter seclusion for the same duration. Initially, Xu Taiping had favored the idea of external training, believing it would enhance his abilities while also allowing him to seek out the whereabouts of the little fish. However, the calamity in the Blood Rain Forest had starkly exposed the shortcomings in his cultivation, dissuading him from that path. Furthermore, the earlier bestowal of the Spirit Bone Steel was astonishing. Xu Taiping felt that even 6 years might not suffice to fully assimilate its gifts. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to enter seclusion within the dragon-capturing tower for 6 years. "Since Brother Xu has made up his mind, I shall refrain from further discussion," Xianji acknowledged with a nod. He then returned the bracelet imbued with the power of equality to Xu Taiping. "By the way, Master Xianji," as they were about to part ways, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled something and took out a token from his gourd, presenting it to Xianji. "Although I rescued thousands from the water prison, to protect General Zhang Tian's secret, they chose to take their own lives. Before his departure, Wan Qianhu entrusted me with this token of the Yunhe Tower's red armored cavalry, asking me to deliver it to Tianhai Pass and convey a message to General Zhang Tianza, expressing that he has no regrets about joining the Yunhe Tower in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Xianji fell silent for a considerable time, finally clasping his hands together and sighing. "Thank you, Brother Xu." He expressed his gratitude once more. Xu Taiping shook his head in response. "Moreover, Master Xianji, I have a friend named Duan Xiaoyu, who was taken by MOU from the Yuyuan Heavenly Shinblade sect. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in uncovering her whereabouts." He suddenly remembered that the woman who had abducted Xiaoyu seemed to hail from the Western Liang Kingdom. The Shinblade sect? I am not very familiar with that sect, but I have a senior uncle who appears to have some connections with them. Once I return to Yunhe Temple, I will inquire on your behalf, Xianji said earnestly, noting the matter with great seriousness. "Thank you very much," Xu Taiping nodded appreciatively. "Brother Xu, you have journeyed from the distant Jinwu heaven, likely to participate in the Jinlin conference 6 years hence, correct?" Monk Xianji inquired with a sudden smile. Indeed. Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. Then, Brother Xu, we shall meet again in 6 years. I shall certainly be present to witness the event, the young monk said, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. Until we meet again, Xu Taiping replied, returning the gesture. That night, atop Fengming Mountain, with the assistance of Ping and Bai Yu, Xu Taiping followed the guidance of the fairy Lingyue to unearth 5 caverns, 1 large and 4 small, within a secluded hollow of the mountain. Had it not been for fairy Lingyue's direction, Xu Taiping would never have discovered this hidden nook. The largest cavern was designated for the earth fruit, while the other 3 were to contain the Shuntu Bao, fragments of the sealing stone, and the blood jade formed from the essence of the demon god. Additionally, these caverns would be filled with treasures, golden coins, and the remains of demonic beasts as sustenance. The final cavern was reserved for all jewels and precious metals, where I would reside. The fairy Lingyue, her spirit gravely weakened, persevered to guide Xu Taiping. Do not worry, Sister Lingyue. I am well aware of these matters. Xu Taiping assured her with a nod, for this was not his first endeavor with the earth fruit, and he was well prepared. Once the earth fruit was planted and all treasures securely buried, the hour had grown late. Xu Taiping glanced at the back of his hand, noting that even without the spiritual suppression of fairy Lingyue, the mark of the one-leaf book no longer appeared. He breathed a long sigh of relief, as the sensation of being watched had finally dissipated. Taiping, though the mark of the one-leaf book has vanished, the 7-kill calamity you bear will not dissipate. You must remain vigilant of the final calamity. Fairy Lingyue's voice resonated in his mind once more. After planting the earth fruit, her tone was no longer as weary as before. Upon descending the mountain, I shall take refuge within the dragon-binding tower, evading for 6 years. Xu Taiping responded with a nod. That will suffice. I shall now enter a deep slumber for 3 days, after which I will awaken to convey some matters to you before succumbing to a complete sleep, Fairy Lingyue added. Very well, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. However, as he lifted his gaze towards the valley, he suddenly witnessed a brilliant radiance, suggesting that someone was forcefully assaulting the dragon-binding tower. That shouldn't be. Who would come here at this time? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and immediately infused his eyes with true essence to enhance his vision. He soon beheld a group of cultivators, led by several elder figures, obstructing the entrance of the dragon-binding tower with massive stones. Subsequently, an elderly cultivator with graying hair began to cast a spell, enveloping the dragon-binding tower in a sphere of azure light. Seeing this scene, Xu Taiping's heart raced with apprehension. What are these individuals attempting? Just as confusion washed over him, Fairy Lingyue's voice echoed again in his mind. Taiping, swiftly enter the tower. Should it remain unoccupied, certain cultivators possess the means to usurp control of the dragon-binding tower. Chapter 120. Entering the tower. The scheme of the ancestor of the Qi family in the Butterfly Valley. The ancestor spoke. We have sealed the entrance to the Panlong Tower. Yet due to the restrictions of the Blood Rain Forest, we are unable to establish a barrier. You have performed admirably. Simply hold your ground for the duration of an incense stick, and I shall reclaim this Panlong Tower. Understood. Be cautious, 6th brother. And you, 3rd brother. Remember the lessons learned from Qi Yu and do not repeat the same mistakes. Rest assured, ancestor, we will exercise utmost caution. However, ancestor, the barrier of the Blood Rain Forest has now opened. As a transformative realm expert, will you not be affected? I will, but it matters not. At worst, my cultivation will be suppressed to the brink of refining the divine. Then I shall have peace of mind. Concealed within the embrace of a colossal tree at the valley's mouth, Xu Taiping attentively listened to the conversation between the elder and a middle-aged man, finally discerning the identity of this group. It was indeed the ancestor of the Qi family. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. This Qi family was the same one that had attempted to ambush him at the Shi, led by Qi Yu. He had not anticipated that they would track him all the way to the Blood Rain Forest. However, from the recent exchange, it was evident that the ancestor had sensed the aura of the trapped dragon tower, prompting the pursuit to this Butterfly Valley, rather than having discovered him. The ancestor appeared to possess considerable knowledge of the trapped dragon tower and even the method to reforge it. Despite being restrained by the Blood Rain Forest's enchantments, he still wielded the cultivation of the divine refinement stage. Given Xu Taiping's current condition, breaching past him would present considerable difficulties. After a thorough examination of the elder, Xu Taiping began to contemplate his countermeasures. Had he been in his prime upon entering the blood-rain forest, he would have been confident in confronting the ancestor. Yet, the reality was that he was still grievously injured. Not only had he suffered a strike from the demon monk Xinwu, but the activation of the blood-rain forest barrier had depleted much of his spirit. Furthermore, summoning the trapped dragon tower had consumed all his true essence. Although he had regained some strength after half a day's recovery, he was far from being at his peak. Even if he exhausted all his means, he could only hope to stall the ancestor for a brief moment. However, during that fleeting instant, he would need to cleave through the massive boulder blocking the entrance of the trapped dragon tower with the water-cutting blade. After a moment of serious contemplation, Xu Taiping transmitted a message to Bai Yu and Pingyan. Bai Yu, Pingyan, I require your assistance to hold off the ancestor for a moment. A short while later, it appeared that the Qi family's ancestor was reaching a critical juncture in the refinement of the trapped dragon tower, with his aura intensifying and his focus sharpening. In stark contrast, the Qi family disciples stationed at the entrance of the tower seemed to grow lax. After all, with the ancestor present, they deemed the tower's acquisition as a certainty. At that moment, a sudden gust of mountain wind swept through the valley, causing some Qi family disciples to shiver involuntarily. Although the Qi family had dispatched a considerable number of members, the vastness of the blood-rain forest had scattered their forces into several teams. The contingent accompanying the ancestor consisted of rather ordinary disciples, with only the leader, the sixth brother of the Qi family, barely reaching the threshold of the half-step divine refinement stage. Boom! Amidst the howling mountain winds, a colossal ape, towering 3 zhang high, descended from the heavens, its foot poised to stomp upon the venerable ancestor of the Qi family, who was deeply engrossed in the collection of the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the giant's foot struck down, a massive bald eagle appeared above the valley, its feathers transforming into lethal projectiles aimed at the Qi ancestor below. Observing this perilous scenario, many descendants of the Qi family, disregarding the tower gate behind them, instinctively rushed forth to assist their ancestor. Bang! Forced to interrupt his collection, the Qi ancestor repelled the giant ape with a powerful palm, simultaneously conjuring a protective barrier to deflect the descending feathers, and then, in a fit of rage, bellowed at the Qi descendants, who permitted you to act recklessly. Return and guard your post. At that moment, a new wind surged through the valley. But unlike the previous gust, this time it was accompanied by a thick fog. Boom! Upon seeing the ominous mist, the Qi ancestor sensed impending danger and, disregarding the blood-rain forest restrictions, forcibly channeled his internal essence. Begone! In an instant, his aura surged, and one of his legs expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal tree trunk. Sweeping towards the giant ape, with a resounding thud, the beast was sent flying by his kick. Following this, the Qi ancestor unleashed a punch towards the soaring bald eagle. Boom! As he struck, his arm similarly enlarged, crashing directly into the eagle with tremendous force. Bang! The deafening sound echoed as the eagle was sent tumbling from the sky. Do you dare attempt to seize something from me? Dream on. Having swiftly dispatched both the ape and the eagle, the Qi ancestor roared triumphantly, then inhaled deeply. Whoosh! The dense fog within the valley was drawn into his mouth, restoring clarity to the vision of the Qi descendants. They then beheld a figure, a man, hacking at the massive stone that obstructed the dragon trapping tower. However, upon noticing merely 4 or 5 shallow cuts on the stone, a wave of relief washed over them. You, who have slain my Qi family descendants, is it you? The Qi ancestor bellowed once more, his form transforming into a blur as he charged towards Xu Taiping. Yet, the man seemed entirely oblivious to the words directed at him, continuing to strike at the stone with his blade, seemingly indifferent to the imminent danger. The onlookers, believing him to be courting death, felt no concern. Bang! To their astonishment, as the man swung his blade, the enormous stone, which they had exerted great effort to transport and which loomed like a small mountain, was effortlessly cleaved in two. Boom! In that instant, the once blocked entrance to the dragon trapping tower was revealed once more. Do not flee. Witnessing this scene, the Qi ancestor was filled with both shock and fury, launching a punch at the man. Bang! A wall of wind and a golden phantom materialized around the man, shielding him from the blow. The cultivation of the ancestral figure of the Qi family was ultimately suppressed. Otherwise, with that single punch, the man would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere fragments. Seizing the opportunity, the man swiftly appeared at the entrance of the dragon trapping tower. With a resounding rumble, The gates of the tower opened in response to his presence. Simultaneously, he summoned a green gourd, drawing in the earlier giant ape and the white-headed eagle into its depths. Once this was accomplished, he affixed 2 golden body talismans upon himself and let out a long sigh of relief. This man was none other than Xu Taiping. Fortunately, among the individuals dispatched by the Qi family, apart from the ancestral figure, all were ineffectual. Xu Taiping retreated behind the door, watching with amusement as the Qi family elder charged recklessly towards him. "You brat, come out." The Qi elder fumed, disregarding the backlash of the murky rainforest restrictions, and struck the dragon-trapping tower with a punch. Bang! However, the force of his blow was absorbed by the tower, transforming into its own power. "Once this door closes, you shall not exit the tower for 6 years. Are you not afraid of the upheaval that may arise in 6 years?" The Qi elder threatened Xu Taiping. "Let's discuss the matters of 6 years hence, when the time arrives." "Farewell, Elder Qi," Xu Taiping replied with a grin, waving goodbye. Bang! With a resounding tremor, the gates of the dragon-trapping tower slammed shut. A bunch of useless scoundrels. The Qi elder, seething with rage, turned to berate the Qi family disciples. Yet, despite his fury, he was well aware of the caliber of those he had brought along. "Elder, in 6 years, this boy will surely emerge. We need only to calculate the date and station our elite within the clan on that day to ensure his capture," Qi family member number 6 suggested timidly. "Indeed, it appears this boy possesses merely the cultivation of the profound realm. This time, we were caught unprepared, but when the tower's gates reopen in 6 years, we shall undoubtedly seize him," another disciple chimed in. "Do you think you are the only ones aware of this?" The Qi elder shot a disapproving glance at Qi family number 6. "The secrets of the dragon-trapping tower have already spread. In 6 years, there will be more than just us waiting for that boy to emerge." He then let out a dissatisfied huff. "Elder, from this day forth, I shall station guards here at all times, allowing no one to enter," Qi family number 6 assured the elder. "It must be so. The dragon-trapping tower is of utmost significance. Aside from the few disciples attending the Golden Scale Conference, all others with cultivation below the refining spirit realm must be summoned to guard this place." With that, the Qi elder pinched his brow and began to meticulously assign tasks to the group. Within the dragon-trapping tower, Xu Taiping exhaled a long breath as the stone door descended completely. Bang! 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 Just as he prepared to survey the interior of the tower, a sudden cacophony of violent collisions erupted within, as if something were battering against the door. At first, Xu Taiping thought it was the Qi elder, undeterred, attempting to breach the entrance once more. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the sound of the door being struck did not emanate from outside the tower, but rather from within. Bang! At that moment, the sound reverberated once more. Xu Taiping turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, realizing it seemed to originate from the upper levels of the imprisoned dragon tower. Was something trapped inside this tower? While fear gripped him, a flicker of curiosity also emerged. Driven by this curiosity, he ascended the somewhat aged staircase within the tower, step by step. Bang! Upon reaching the second floor of the imprisoned dragon tower, the knocking grew distinctly clearer. It was indeed on this second level. Thus, he began to search along the corridor of the second floor. Unlike the empty first floor, the second level housed 9 rooms, designated as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. Most of these rooms were locked. In a few unlocked rooms, Xu Taiping mustered his courage to take a glance, only to find decayed bookshelves within, once a haven for books. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping completed a circuit without identifying the source of the knocking, the locked door of room G suddenly shook violently. Indeed, something was inside. Xu Taiping's heart raced. Following the sound, a sharp, frenzied voice emanated from behind the door. "They have come. They are here again. Let me out." Chapter 122. Entering the tower, an enigmatic voice of temptation bang, bang, bang. The frenzied banging behind the door, coupled with anguished cries, echoed incessantly throughout the tower. Regardless of how violently the entity inside pounded, the door remained steadfastly shut. Yet, the harrowing wails and pleas stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within Xu Taiping, compelling him to approach the door. Were it not for the chilling sensation emanating from the jade bone grasp bracelet on his wrist, tightening gradually and causing him pain, he might have been swayed by that voice. Perhaps it was best to wait for 3 days until Sister Lingyue awoke to inquire further. Xu Taiping grasped the jade bone grasp bracelet, along with his wrist, and took a step back. concerning this imprisoned dragon tower. Lingyue had only imparted to him the special method of opening it, revealing nothing more. According to the descriptions from the Lost Relics Pavilion, this tower was once utilized as a storage space, standing no taller than 3 zhang, and entering it was akin to stepping into a realm of chaos, where one could do nothing but meditate and cultivate. This was evidently at odds with Xu Taiping's current observations. The issue likely lay in the method of unlocking it. He murmured softly to himself with his arms crossed. At that moment, the creature at the door seemed to sense his intent. As if it understood, he would not open the door. The cries and pleas immediately morphed into vicious curses. If it had merely insulted Xu Taiping, that would be one thing, but it unexpectedly targeted his family and friends as well. Unable to endure any longer, Xu Taiping sternly retorted, "Be silent." To his surprise, after that command to be silent, the creature behind the door indeed fell silent. Such obedience was unexpectedly amusing to Xu Taiping. Once he confirmed that the entity posed no immediate threat, he returned to the first floor. Although there were many vacant rooms upstairs, he hesitated to occupy one without ensuring its safety. Who could predict if a female ghost might appear by his bedside in the night? Xu Taiping's caution found a kindred spirit in Baiyu. Upon returning to the first floor, Xu Taiping released Ping and Baiyu from the gourd and briefly recounted the earlier events. After exchanging a few words with them, he sought a clean spot to sit cross-legged. 6 or 7 years might be considered long or short, yet Xu Taiping was determined not to squander this time idly. He had numerous tasks ahead of him. The techniques that the Spirit Bone Monument had helped him deduce would, under normal circumstances, take not just 7 years, but perhaps 70 to master completely. Furthermore, his current cultivation level could be considered as having reached the pinnacle of the mystical realm. And within 7 years, he aimed to at least reach the threshold of the divine refinement. With a stroke of good fortune, a breakthrough into divine refinement might even be within reach. However, according to the regulations of the Golden Scale Assembly, participants could only possess cultivation up to the threshold of divine refinement, thus competing at the same level. If Xu Taiping could cultivate the techniques Great Sage Fist and Demon Slayer Blade, as reinterpreted by the Spirit Bone Monument, to their utmost realms, he would stand a chance against the other prodigies from various factions at the Golden Scale Assembly. Xu Taiping contemplated this in his heart. Regrettably, he had not been able to cultivate the Fury Serpent body to its ultimate state. Otherwise, with the Dragon Whale physique combined with his half-step divine refinement cultivation, his odds of success would have been significantly greater, allowing him to progress at least another round or two. This thought was not born from a lack of confidence. Based on his rudimentary understanding of the Golden Scale Assembly, although all participating disciples were restricted to half-step divine refinement, those who qualified were exceptional talents, rare even among the elite of their respective sects and families. Even if their cultivation was the same, the depth and purity of their true essence varied significantly. Among the tomes provided to him by Huang Ke, it was noted that during a past Golden Scale Assembly, a 14-year-old cultivator from the Abyssal Shadow had slain a half-step divine refinement contestant with a mere single move. Such accounts were not uncommon in the texts. Hence, the Golden Scale Assembly was often mockingly referred to by cultivators as the place where prodigies fall. Many who were once lauded by their sects and families as unparalleled talents might find themselves bested by a mere youth at the level of the Void Gaze. At the Golden Scale Assembly, as long as one had not yet engaged in battle, one could never truly gauge the extraordinary capabilities of the youth standing before them. This was precisely why the various realms of the Upper Clear World placed immense importance on the Golden Scale Assembly. A single Golden Scale Assembly could potentially dictate the trajectory of the Upper Clear World for a century or even a millennium. Therefore, the Lord of the Nine Halls held only modest expectations for Xu Taiping to simply advance past the first round. Regardless, he resolved to give it his all. Xu Taiping let out a long sigh. Upon contemplating this, he began to focus his mind, quietly delving into the various martial arts derived from the Spirit Bone Steel's reinterpretation. 3 days later, compared to the Qing Great Sage Fist, the reinterpretation of the Great Sage Fist was far more pure and domineering. In terms of techniques, aside from the foundational punches, the ultimate moves remained as 3: Dominance, Thunderous Rage, and Heaven's Burden. Among these, Dominance wielded the greatest force, capable of shattering mountains with a single blow in its perfected state. Thunderous Rage delivered the most ferocious impact, its might akin to the torrential downpour of thunder from the heavens, capable of halting 1,000 cavalry and breaking through an army of thousands. Heaven's burden stood as the sole defensive move within the Great Sage Fist, even when faced with the collapse of the sky and the sinking of the earth. One could bear it upon their shoulder. This third move also concealed the only profound truth among the three ultimate techniques. This truth, known as immovable, grants its bearer the means to preserve their life against all but the most formidable of opponents, regardless of the calamities that may ensue. Within the confines of the prisoning Dragon Tower, Xu Taiping was engaged in a detailed discourse with the recently awakened fairy Lingyue, elucidating the distinctions among the various martial arts following the Spirit Bone Steel's interpretation. Chapter 123, discussing martial arts, the Great Sage Fist, and the demon-slaying blade. Truly, the Spirit Bone Steel has birthed a version of the Great Sage Fist that is nearing the realm of genuine celestial-level martial arts. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's exposition, even Fairy Lingyue could not help but exclaim in wonder. Xu Taiping had previously acquainted Fairy Lingyue with the concept of celestial-level martial arts, which are exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation and genuinely touch upon the source of Taoist principles. Let us now speak of the demon-slaying blade and the hidden sword technique. Fairy Lingyue chose not to further comment on the Great Sage Fist, but encouraged Xu Taiping to continue. Very well. Xu Taiping mentally acknowledged before proceeding. Similar to the Great Sage Fist, the demon-slaying blade also possesses three ultimate techniques beyond its foundational moves. The first, known as Chaotic Cicada, when perfected, allows its wielder to shatter any ferocious attack, be it from blade, fist, or sword, leaving the adversary ensnared in a myriad of illusory blade shadows, with only one true blade among them. Choosing incorrectly would result in certain demise. The second move, Listening Crane, upon drawing the long blade, produces only the sound of a crane's call, with no visible blade shadow. It is the swiftest technique of the demon-slaying blade, capable of slaying 1,000 foes with a single stroke. The third, Dragon Slaying, when perfected, unleashes blade energy that can traverse 3,000 miles, allowing one to single-handedly slay a dragon and annihilate a city with one strike. Much like the Great Sage Fist, the demon-slaying blade also possesses a profound truth, which is encapsulated in the second ultimate technique, Listening Crane, known as no self. Under this truth, one exists without self, blade, or law, granting the capability to sever all within this world, albeit at a significant cost. At this juncture, Xu Taiping paused momentarily. How great is the cost? Fairy Lingyue inquired with curiosity. According to the blade manual, even if one were to survive, they would never wield a blade again, for that strike would exhaust all of their life's blade fortune. Xu Taiping replied gravely. In this lifetime, you need not worry about that, Taiping. The heavenly principles are never absolute. Such overly definitive statements are seldom reliable. When the moment of crisis arises, one must act boldly. Fairy Lingyue spoke with a light tone. Indeed, although Lingyue Fairy expressed her thoughts, Xu Taiping remained deeply apprehensive about this particular technique. From the sword manual, it was evident that this move bore a striking resemblance to a mutually destructive maneuver. Thus, he would certainly refrain from utilizing it unless faced with a life-and-death situation. However, the sword concealment technique, as derived from the Linggu Monument's analysis, did not deviate significantly from the original sword concealment technique, merely augmenting it with annotations akin to insights. Xu Taiping then elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the sword concealment technique. This indicates that your master, El Jinjiu, has already approached the celestial level with his sword concealment technique. Lingyue Fairy remarked with a grave tone. Approaching the celestial level? Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Does this mean that my master has singularly devised a technique nearing the celestial tier? Such individuals are not non-existent. For instance, the chief of Linyuange crafted a celestial-level technique in his youth, Lingyue Fairy responded. Does this imply that my master possesses innate talent comparable to that of the chief of Linyuange? Xu Taiping felt a growing unease. If possible, upon our return to Jinwu Heaven, could you arrange for me to converse with El Jinjiu? Lingyue Fairy inquired. Conversing? But your status? Sister Lingyue, after this harvest of earth fruits, within Jinwu Heaven, no one shall pose a threat to me, Lingyue Fairy asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart soared with joy. Lingyue Fairy's assurance suggested that her strength would experience substantial restoration following the fruition of this endeavor. I understand, he nodded, committing this matter to memory. In summary, the techniques deduced for you by the Linggu Monument will undoubtedly benefit you for a century. Among them, The demonic slashing blade and the Great Sage fist will remain formidable weapons even after your breakthrough into the transformation realm. Yunhe Fairy reflected momentarily before meticulously explaining these two techniques to Xu Taiping. It must be said, having a mentor by one's side for guidance is of paramount importance. Under Yunhe Fairy's tutelage, many of Xu Taiping's confusions regarding these techniques were resolved one by one. In addition to these two techniques, the Linggu Monument has also reanalyzed the Taiji Xian Yuan Avatar technique and the Great Sun Golden Flame technique, which you must diligently cultivate. These two techniques hold great potential to assist you in the near future, particularly the Taiji Xian Yuan Avatar technique. Yunhe Fairy continued with utmost seriousness. Sister Yunhe, what makes the Taiji Xian Yuan Avatar technique so exceptional? Xu Taiping, noting her serious demeanor, became fully attentive. The Avatar technique you previously practiced was merely a fragment of the Taiji Xian Yuan Avatar technique. Now, the Linggu Monument has completed it for you. The most remarkable aspect of this complete Avatar technique is that it allows the Avatar to cultivate on your behalf, Yunhe Fairy elucidated. An Avatar cultivating in my stead. Xu Taiping could no longer remain composed upon hearing this. In terms of Avatar techniques, bewildering and disrupting the enemy are mere minor paths. The true essence of an Avatar technique should be that the Avatar is indeed a manifestation of oneself, Yunhe Fairy concluded. The ability to create a doppelganger, no matter how lifelike it may appear, is merely a manifestation of ethereal energy. It cannot be compared to a true corporeal form, Xu Taiping remarked in confusion. The Tao Te Ching states that the Tao arises from the three origins, which subsequently transform into the three vital energies, from which all things are generated. Regardless of how formidable our physical bodies may be, they ultimately stem from these three vital energies. These energies are known as Shi, Yuan, and Xian. The technique of the Supreme Clarity Immortal, the Xian Yuan Doppelganger technique, involves first cultivating the Xian and Yuan energies, then merging them to reconstruct the essence of a person, thereby allowing the practitioner to create a doppelganger that is an extension of themselves. This doppelganger is referred to as the primordial doppelganger. Due to its relevance to Xu Taiping's future cultivation, the fairy Yunhe described it in great detail. Xu Taiping nodded slightly upon hearing this. It bore a striking resemblance to the concept of seeking truth through transformation that fairy Yunhe had previously mentioned. Wait a moment, Yunhe. You just stated that the three vital energies give rise to all things. Why then are only the Xian and Yuan energies utilized here? Why is the Shi energy not merged? Xu Taiping suddenly detected a flaw in fairy Yunhe's explanation. Have you heard of the phrase the dragon is poised to soar once its eyes are opened? Fairy Yunhe did not answer, but posed a question in return. I have indeed heard of it. Xu Taiping nodded. The old saying goes that a dragon with its eyes opened is destined to fly away. If you were to incorporate the Shi energy into your doppelganger, it would be akin to giving it the ability to see. Thus, there would be two of you in the world. This would inevitably be intolerable to the heavenly Tao, and one of those two must perish. Fairy Yunhe spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a shiver run through him. Taiping, the Shi energy, also known as the energy of Tai, cannot be cultivated until you break through to the spirit refining realm, so there is no need to worry about this matter. However, once you do break through, a Shi energy will spontaneously emerge within you. At that time, you must ensure that your doppelganger does not become tainted by this energy and quickly forge a primordial celestial weapon to absorb it. Fairy Yunhe continued to caution Xu Taiping. Her detailed explanation of the three vital energies served as a warning, as she was aware that many cultivators who practiced doppelganger techniques ultimately met their demise at the hands of their own creations. Often, it is imperceptible to outsiders that those cultivators have perished. Thank you for the reminder, Yunhe. I will exercise utmost caution while practicing the doppelganger technique. Xu Taiping nodded. It is prudent to maintain vigilance. The spirit refining realm is a watershed in cultivation, and beyond this juncture, many aspects are not easily controlled by mere desire. Fairy Yunhe softened her tone and continued. Let us now delve into the Supreme Clarity Xian Yuan Doppelganger technique. Given your current understanding at the mystical understanding realm, even if you were to fully comprehend and master this technique, the Xian Yuan energy you could control would only allow you to cultivate a single primordial doppelganger. Therefore, I advise you to dedicate ample time during the initial stage of your training to the Xian Yuan Doppelganger technique, so you can forge a primordial doppelganger early on, which can then assist you in cultivating other techniques. Upon hearing this suggestion from Fairy Lingwe, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Prior to cultivating the primordial doppelganger, I shall prioritize the Xian Yuan doppelganger technique after Demon Slayer Blade and Great Sage Fist. Feel free to arrange things as you see fit. Now let us discuss the Great Sun Golden Flame technique, replied Fairy Lingwe in agreement. I recall you mentioning, dear Lingwe, that the Crimson Crow Golden Flame technique is derived from the Great Sun Golden Flame technique. Is that correct? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Previously, I could not wield the Crimson Crow Golden Flame technique for fear it might reveal my identity. However, the Great Sun Golden Flame technique bears no connection to the martial legacy of my sect. Its origins lie within the spirit bone steel, which the leaf of book cannot perceive. Thus, you may practice it without concern after your training, Fairy Lingwe elucidated. Moreover, when you reach the second tier of mastery, I can offer you guidance to significantly enhance its power, she added mysteriously. How splendid it would be to use it with confidence. Xu Taiping exclaimed with delight. Previously, I had achieved minor success with the Crimson Crow Golden Flame technique, but its only practical application was during the Burning Seed. In addition to these techniques, the Cloud Riding Sutra derived from the Danxia Classic, the Heavenly Fire Finger based on the Fireball Finger, the Cloud Concealment technique inferred from the Borrowing Mist technique, and the Star Shifting Step extrapolated from the Distant Horizon are all among the finest techniques below the Celestial tier. If possible, during this time of seclusion, seize the opportunity to master as many as you can, Fairy Lingwe continued. Though these techniques evolved from my prior studies, mastering them all within 6 or 7 years will be quite challenging, Xu Taiping murmured, feeling the weight of the task ahead. Even if he were to toil day and night, achieving full mastery of these divine arts within 7 years would be nearly insurmountable. Have you forgotten, Taiping? You possess the Zen seal gifted by Kasayapa, Fairy Lingwe suddenly reminded him. Ah, how could I overlook the Zen seal? Xu Taiping exclaimed, his eyes turning to the string of prayer beads adorning his wrist. This set of beads, inscribed with the Zen seal, was a gift from Master Kasayapa after rescuing the Bodhisattva from the Pilu Zen temple. Comprising 9 beads, each could assist Xu Taiping in entering meditation for 100 days, totaling 900 days. According to Master Kasayapa, with the aid of the Zen seal, a practitioner's comprehension of techniques would accelerate tenfold. 900 days. With tenfold comprehension speed, perhaps it truly is achievable. Xu Taiping mused with excitement. Taiping, the Zen seal of Buddhism is rarely bestowed upon practitioners outside the Buddhist order. I have been fortunate to receive 2, and their effects are indeed extraordinary. With your aptitude, it is plausible that you could cultivate these techniques to mastery within 6 to 7 years, Fairy Lingwe encouraged. I shall not disappoint your expectations, dear Lingwe. Xu Taiping replied earnestly. By the way, Lingwe, what is the source of the strange noises within the tower? After discussing the martial arts training, Xu Taiping finally had the opportunity to inquire about the peculiar sounds he had heard in Room Gung on the 2nd floor of the tower. However, at that moment, Fairy Lingwe, concerned about the passage of time, chose to postpone the matter and did not immediately explain it to Xu Taiping. In truth, it was not a significant issue. I had previously encountered records and ancient scrolls regarding the phenomena within the prison dragon tower. As long as you do not open the door, nothing within can cause you any harm. Furthermore, even if the door is opened, it does not necessarily mean something will occur. Among those scrolls, there was only one recorded instance of a cultivator disappearing after opening the door. Thus, most cultivators believe that the strange sounds emanating from the prison dragon tower are merely the residual consciousness of an ancient cultivator. Simply disregard her, Fairy Lingwe casually explained to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. If there was no danger, then let it make its noise. After all, he had numerous ways to muffle that sound. There was another matter. Xu Taiping suddenly glanced at the bracelet on his wrist from the Listening Wind Tower and then inquired of Fairy Lingwe. Earlier, in the Blood Rain Forest, I was nearly knocked unconscious by a blow from the demonic monk Shenwu. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I unexpectedly heard the voice of the Silent Maiden from this Listening Wind Tower jade bracelet. However, the Silent Maiden should be in Jinwu Heaven, and this bracelet should not have been able to pick up her voice. He had been pondering this question for a long time and had always wanted to ask Fairy Lingwe. Do not even mention the impossibility of the bracelet. Even some of the top-tier celestial treasures I have encountered, including those belonging to your sister, could not achieve such a feat to communicate between 2 realms. A specific transmission formation must be established. The only possibility is that this girl is currently in the cloudy sky, Fairy Lingyue replied calmly. She seemed unfazed by the notion of Lin Biyu being in the cloudy sky. The silent maiden in the cloudy sky? Xu Taiping was taken aback. Regardless, if Biyu truly was in the cloudy sky, she would certainly come to meet me during the Golden Scales gathering. If she did not appear, it would undoubtedly mean she had more pressing matters to attend to, and I should not disturb her. Xu Taiping sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. Come, Taiping, release Biyu and Pinyin. I still have some time and can speak with them for a bit, Fairy Lingyue said to Xu Taiping. All right, Xu Taiping nodded. As soon as Biyu and Pinyin emerged, Fairy Lingyue conveyed a message to the three of them simultaneously. Do you wish to break through to the Beast Sovereign Realm? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping, Biyu, and Pinyin were all taken aback, leaving aside Biyu and Pinyin. Even Xu Taiping understood that the Beast Sovereign Realm was an insurmountable chasm for demon beasts. Beyond the enhancement of power that comes with breaking through to the Beast Sovereign Realm, the ability to transform into human form and cultivate in the manner of humans was an immense temptation for demon beasts. Yes, Biyu and Pinyin replied in unison to Fairy Lingyue after a moment of stunned silence. Fairy Lingyue, upon hearing this, first chuckled lightly, then spoke with a serious tone. If you wish for this, then you must heed my words carefully and diligently practice according to my instructions every day without interruption for the next 6 to 7 years. After another half an hour had passed, the celestial being Lingyue could no longer communicate with Xu Taiping and his companions. Fortunately, she had conveyed all the essential matters she intended to share. From this point forward, the responsibility lay solely on Xu Taiping and Biyu, as well as Pinyin. Taiping, our next conversation may not occur until 3 to 5 years later, or perhaps even longer. During this interval, do not become complacent. Those who can participate in the Golden Scale Conference, especially those who advance to the later rounds, are akin to prodigies, even within the realm of Shumi. Therefore, remain vigilant. Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping once more before their parting. In the days to come, Taiping would not allow himself a moment of relaxation, as he assured Lingyue with utmost sincerity. Biyu, Pinyin, you have now reached the pinnacle of the Demon King realm. If you diligently cultivate according to the methods I have taught you for 7 years, you will only need to refine 2 transformation pills to help you both break through to the Demon Sovereign realm. Lingyue did not forget to remind Ping and Biyu as well. Rest assured, boss, I will exert myself in my training, sister, Biyu replied with fervor, while Pinyin remained as obedient as ever. Once Lingyue returned to her slumber, Xu Taiping immediately utilized the Zen seal. With a resounding boom, as a beam of Buddha light descended, a golden handprint materialized above him. At the moment the handprint appeared, Xu Taiping distinctly felt his previously weary mind become extraordinarily clear. Most notably, when pondering the challenges of his cultivation techniques, insights would come to him almost immediately. This, however, was not yet the state achieved through his meditative practice. He finally grasped why Lingyue had praised the Zen seal so highly. Regrettably, this Zen seal could only assist in his own meditation. Otherwise, if Biyu and Pinyin were to accompany him, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate substantially. Xu Taiping mused with slight regret. However, he quickly shook his head, casting aside all distractions as he closed his eyes in concentration. He could not afford to waste the time during which the Zen seal was effective, he silently resolved. In mere moments, aided by the Zen seal, Xu Taiping entered a meditative state, fully immersing himself in the cultivation of the techniques derived from the Spirit Bone Monument. Seasons turned, and time passed. Within Butterfly Valley, the leaves had fallen 6 times, and the dragon trapping tower had long been overgrown with vines. In some areas, it was even cloaked in moss, blending seamlessly with the surrounding peaks. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to discern that this was the very tower that had incited fierce conflict among the major powers of South Chu and West Liang in recent years. Ancestor, has it really been only 6.5 years, not even 7? Will the tower's doors truly open? The current head of the Qi family, Qi Changqing, looked anxiously at the family elder beside him. I do not err in my calculations. The spiritual energy fluctuations of this dragon trapping tower are growing weaker. The day it opens is imminent, the elder of the Qi family stated with unwavering certainty. That is reassuring. If this drags on any longer, our Qi family's resources will not withstand it. Qi Changqing sighed deeply. Over the past 6 years, The Qi family had expended immense financial and human resources to safeguard Butterfly Valley. Young lad, 6 years have passed, and I have awaited your return for all that time. The venerable patriarch Qi Jia, his hair white as snow, gazed coldly at the entrance of the prison dragon tower, his fury surging like a tidal wave. Within the confines of the tower, little monkey Ping and sat peacefully beside the alchemical furnace, dozing off. A diminutive white feather, akin to the size of a lark, stealthily approached the jade box containing elixirs, attempting to pilfer it. Suddenly, with a thud, the unsuspecting Pingyan, having dozed off, inadvertently collapsed upon the feather, pinning it beneath his weight. You wretched monkey, you are crushing me. Despite not being in his true form, Pingyan still stood nearly 9 feet tall. His weight as a beast unrestrained, easily amounting to several thousand pounds. Caught off guard, the white feather, also a demon king, found it difficult to bear the sudden weight. Huh, brother Bai, who are you talking to? Groggily inquired Pingyan, propping himself up with one hand while rubbing his eyes with the other, oblivious to the fact that he was pressing down on his companion. You fool, your hand, the white feather exclaimed, exasperated. Brother Bai, how did you end up beneath my hand? Upon hearing this, little monkey Ping and finally grasped the situation and quickly lifted his hand. What do you mean? How did I end up there? It was clearly your unsightly sleeping posture that pinned me down. The white feather soared into the air, hovering before Pingyan, flapping its wings and pecking at him in a display of dissatisfaction. But I recall you mentioning that you would be in seclusion today to cultivate your golden wing technique. How could you be here? Wait a moment, brother Bai, were you trying to steal the grass-returning elixir? Realizing something significant, little monkey Ping and promptly seized the jade box from the ground. Little Pingyan, do not be so stingy. Since entering the tower, you have crafted a total of 12 batches of grass-returning elixir, amounting to 36 pills. With 3 of us, we can each consume 1 annually and still have 18 left. The white feather alighted on Ping and shoulder, grinning playfully. Over the course of the past 6 years within the tower, Xu Taiping had devoted himself to cultivation, delegating the task of alchemical creation to Pingyan. Besides the grass-returning elixir, Pingyan had also produced several batches of gathering qi pills and bone-rejuvenating pills, among others necessary for Xu Taiping's breakthrough in refining spirit. The materials purchased from the repository of lost treasures had nearly all been utilized. Brother Bai, the grass-returning elixir is meant to mend bodily injuries and enhance cultivation speed. 1 pill per year suffices. Consuming more would be counterproductive and potentially harmful, Pingyan admonished earnestly, cradling the elixir in his arms. You little monkey, your tone is increasingly reminiscent of Xu Taiping, the white feather remarked, playfully tapping Pingyan's head with its wing. Rather than feeling offended, Pingyan beamed with delight at the comment. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside the prison dragon tower, prompting Pingyan to stand alert. It's nothing, merely those outside testing the strength of the tower, the white feather replied calmly, its eyes shimmering with a golden light as it spoke. A surge of potent spiritual energy radiated from Baiyu. Brother Bai, are you using your heavenly eye technique? Pingyan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at Baiyu. Indeed, if you take a few more steps towards the gate, my heavenly eye technique has only reached the 1st level, allowing me to see through a door. But my vision is limited to no more than 10 zhang and is of little practical use, Baiyu murmured. His gaze fixed on the entrance of the prison dragon tower, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. As Pingyan gradually approached the gate, the scene outside the prison dragon tower began to materialize within Baiyu's golden-hued eyes. Sister Linghua once mentioned that achieving the 1st level of the heavenly eye technique within 6 years was quite commendable. Unlike me, my heart perception technique has seen little progress. Pingyan sighed. The heavenly eye technique and heart perception technique are 2 divine abilities imparted by the fairy Linghua as part of their Zen practices. Among the abilities of Pingyan's ape demon technique, heart perception allows him to sense the joys and sorrows of others, and at its ultimate level, even discern their innermost thoughts. Baiyu's heavenly eye technique, on the other hand, grants the ability to see through objects. However, both techniques must evolve alongside the practitioners. At this moment, Baiyu can only perceive objects up to a dozen zhang away. What frustrates him the most is that this 1st level of the heavenly eye technique cannot pierce through to see a person. The moment he attempts to see through to a person, the blood energy surrounding them obscures his vision, rendering it unclear. Do not fret. Did not Big Sister Linghua say that the heart perception technique is the most arduous to master? Whether human, demon, or fiend. The most elusive aspect to discern is their nature, Yu stated with rare seriousness. Recently, it appears that the Qi family members outside have notably increased in number, and they are all formidable experts. Could it be they have calculated the opening date of the prison dragon tower? Yu remarked, his tone suddenly serious as he scrutinized the external situation. Since his heavenly eye technique broke through to the first level, he has been observing the surroundings daily. Compared to previous days, the number of Qi family disciples stationed outside the tower has significantly increased, and the fluctuations of their blood energy and spiritual power have also intensified. Bang! Just then, Yu witnessed the Qi family ancestor delivering a powerful punch to the prison dragon tower. However, unlike before, the tower did not absorb the force of the punch, but instead withstood it with its own structure. It cannot be mistaken. The Qi family has discerned that the power of the prison dragon tower is nearing its end, which is why they have stationed so many elite members at the entrance. Yu muttered to himself. Just as Yu was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly noticed a white-robed monk standing beside the Qi family ancestor. What caught Yu's attention was not the monk's identity, but the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from him. Having mastered the heavenly eye technique, Yu's perception of spiritual energy, blood energy, and demonic energy far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, as long as others do not deliberately conceal their presence, they cannot escape his notice. The Qi family has actually allied with a demonic monk? Yu scoffed. Bang! As his gaze met that of the demonic monk, an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, causing blood tears to stream from his eyes. What's wrong, brother Bai? Ping'an inquired anxiously. It's nothing. My heavenly eye technique is not fully refined, making it difficult for me to maintain eye contact with higher-level cultivators, Yu replied, casually wiping away the blood tears. This was one of the weaknesses of his heavenly eye technique. Even a mere ordinary person could inflict backlash upon him if they dared to meet his gaze. Should we inform Brother Taiping about this matter? Ping'an asked Yu. Taiping is currently honing his skills with the Blade Demon in the Blade domain. He only has a couple of chances each year to do so. It would be best not to disturb him, Yu said. However, before he could finish, a piercing sound of a blade resonated from a room on the second floor of the dragon capturing tower. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming blade energy surged through the tower, akin to a raging river. Taiping, has your demon-slaying blade reached perfection? Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, Taiping. Yu and Ping'an rushed to the door of Xu Taiping's room. But just as they pushed the door open, a fierce blade energy, accompanied by a resonant metallic sound, surged towards them like a tidal wave. For a moment, neither Ping'an nor Yu dared to move, fearing that even the slightest motion could lead to their demise. I told you, when entering, you must knock. At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly rose to his feet. In an instant, the blade energy that had threatened Ping'an and Yu dissipated like a receding tide, returning entirely to Xu Taiping. Yu let out a long breath, astonished that he, a formidable being among demon kings, could be intimidated by such blade intent, which emanated from someone who had yet to fully refine their spirit. Brother, your demon-slaying blade has reached perfection, hasn't he? Ping'an exclaimed, jumping onto Xu Taiping's shoulder. However, as he landed, Xu Taiping suddenly burst apart, transforming into a swirling mass of yellow-white energy. I'm right here. From a corner of the room, a figure lifted their cloak and slowly stood up. This was the true form of Xu Taiping. The blade intent they had just felt was released by his primal spirit clone. Xu Taiping, was that clone capable of assisting you in your cultivation? Yu asked, landing on Xu Taiping's shoulder with an expression full of wonder. Indeed. Xu Taiping nodded. He had mentioned the primal spirit clone to Yu 3 years prior when he first refined it, but he had never shown them its true capabilities. Just now, while sparring with the senior blade demon in the blade domain, it assisted me in refining my blade energy, significantly accelerating my training, he added. So, can this clone fully harness the strength of your true self? Yu continued to inquire. Indeed, the Xuanyuan avatar, also known as the life avatar, bears a striking resemblance to the life-bound artifacts of cultivators in the spirit refinement realm. Upon its creation, the practitioner essentially gains an additional life. However, should this avatar perish, the cultivator will suffer severe injuries, even if they themselves remain alive. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from allowing it to engage in combat, for the risks are far too great, It is wiser to employ ordinary avatars instead. As Xu Taiping spoke, he conjured several ordinary avatars. These manifestations, formed from the essence of true energy, can convincingly mimic reality and simultaneously perform some simple spells and techniques. Although their power is limited, they do not pose a threat to the main body and can be repeatedly deployed. In contrast, the mere process of refining the Xianyuan avatar consumed an entire 3 years of my time. By the way, I sense that the gate of the dragon restraining tower will automatically open in 3 days, and the tower shall remain dormant for at least a month. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 3 days. Xu Taiping retracted the avatars and turned to regard Ping Un and Bai Yu. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Bai Yu said, as he soared onto Ping Un's shoulder. Based on my observations over the past few days, the Qi family, who have been guarding the tower for over 6 years, seem to be gathering their forces, likely aware of the impending opening of the gate. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. How persistently the Qi family clings to this. Do they perhaps know of the connection between the dragon restraining tower and the true dragon? He pondered. If they were merely aware that the tower is an extraordinary celestial treasure, the Qi family would not have remained vigilant for 6 years. Especially considering the resources expended over that time could have been invested in acquiring a celestial artifact. In addition to the Qi family, I have also detected a demonic monk from the Fire Cloud Temple. Although he conceals himself well, he could not evade my heavenly eye. Bai Yu said with a sense of pride. This chief monk of the Fire Cloud Temple truly holds me in high regard. He has not given up for nearly 7 years. Xu Taiping chuckled wryly. That demonic monk is likely the true enlightenment chief of the Fire Cloud Temple, despite their numbers. With your current strength, along with Ping En and myself, breaking through should not be overly difficult. Not necessarily, Bai Yu countered, even if he is at the transformation stage. Within the Twilight Rainforest, he would still be suppressed to half a step into the spirit refinement realm. The 3 of us would surely be more than a match for a half-step spirit refiner. As they descended, Bai Yu spoke optimistically. They have waited for us outside for 6 years. They must have set up traps and formations in advance, merely waiting for us to emerge from the dragon restraining tower. Xu Taiping explained, and upon hearing this, Bai Yu fell silent, realizing he had indeed been overly optimistic. He had confidence in confronting even a peak spirit refinement cultivator. But dealing with prearranged formations was a different matter entirely. What shall we do? Bai Yu lamented, resting his head on Ping An's. Let us not forget. We have Sister Linghua outside as well. Xu Taiping smiled at Bai Yu. Is she awake? Sister Linghua has awakened? At this revelation, both Bai Yu and Ping An instantly perked up. The last time the celestial maiden Linghua awakened amidst the earthly fruits was 3 years ago. Yet her slumber resumed after merely half a month. She has stirred once more half a month ago, but at that juncture, I was deeply engrossed in comprehending the profound essence of the blade techniques. Thus I refrained from informing you. Shortly, she shall convey her message to us. As Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. Chapter 128. The day of exiting the tower, the awakened celestial maiden Linghua. If the esteemed Linghua were to keep watch over our adversaries and inform us of their strategies, we would be well prepared to evade their traps upon our emergence. Bai Yu's tone exhibited a notable lightness. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Tell me, Xu Taiping, if there were no Linghua to assist us, do you genuinely have no alternative means of exiting? Bai Yu queried with a sudden curiosity. Without Sister Linghua's support? Then we must carve our path with the blade. Xu Taiping replied nonchalantly. Despite the casualness of his words, Bai Yu felt an inexplicable tremor at the mention of carving out. Memories of his father's warnings echoed in his mind. Never provoke a blade practitioner, especially a true one. Undoubtedly, Xu Taiping embodied such a true blade practitioner now. Ping An, your batch of elixirs should be ready, correct? Xu Taiping inquired, having approached the alchemical furnace with a smile. Indeed, brother, this batch of lifebone elixirs is complete. Little Monkey eagerly lifted the lid of the furnace, releasing a peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of cedar and timber, wafting into the air. This lifebone elixir is unsatisfactory. Bai Yu flapped his wings, perched atop Ping An's head. Unsatisfactory? It appears to be of excellent quality, Xu Taiping remarked, perplexed by Bai Yu's assertion. The flavor is lacking. Bai Yu chuckled. Xu Taiping, momentarily speechless, was taken aback when Ping An, delayed in his reaction, finally realized the situation after carefully placing the 2 lifebone elixirs into a jade box. Brother Bai, you've pilfered my elixirs. Ping An exclaimed, visibly displeased. as he attempted to dislodge Bai Yu from his head. I was merely jesting. This life bone elixir is meant for revitalizing flesh and bone. Consuming it when uninjured would be detrimental, Bai Yu grinned, having successfully tricked Ping'an. However, Ping'an bore no anger. Instead, he exhaled a sigh of relief. That is fortunate. The life bone elixir is the most challenging to concoct. I've only managed to produce 6 in 6 years. Ping'an's gentle disposition was truly endearing. I am grateful for your assistance in refining these elixirs. It allows me to devote my time to my cultivation with peace of mind. Xu Taiping gently patted Ping'an's head. With a delighted smile, Ping'an transformed back into a diminutive monkey, leaping onto Xu Taiping's shoulder, clutching the jade box. Yet, brother, I am too inept. I have yet to reach the 9th layer of the ape demon technique. And Sister Lingyue's teachings on mental communication Haven T even allowed me to breach the 1st stage. Ping'an lamented. You silly monkey. Should you truly attain the 9th layer of the ape demon technique, not even I or Taiping, nor even a transcendent cultivator, could breach your ape demon golden body. Your swift ascension to the 8th tier is indeed a rarity. With the 30 Zhang ape demon's golden form, even a demon lord may find you a formidable adversary. Bai Yu jumped onto Ping'an's head, pecking it a few times with considerable force. While it appeared to be a reprimand, it was, in truth, a compliment. Despite often jesting with Ping'an, Bai Yu regarded it as a younger sibling. Previously, when Xu Taiping had offered guidance on alchemy, Bai Yu had reproached him for a few remarks concerning Ping'an, chiding him for quite some time. In essence, only Bai Yu had the privilege to scold Ping'an. No one else could dare to do so. I calculated the time. There are at least 5 months until the Jinlin conference begins. Therefore, after we emerge from this blood rain forest, we must devise a plan for our next destination. What do you think would be the most suitable place? Xu Taiping inquired. Seeking opinions from Bai Yu and Ping'an, let us return to the capital of Nanchu. Perhaps we could procure some pills for refining transformation elixirs at the Shi Pavilion, Bai Yu suggested with a smile. That won't do. Sister Lingyue has previously mentioned that Big Brother still faces a tribulation. The capital is rife with formidable experts, and we might encounter even greater peril. Ping'an countered. Xu Taiping cast a profound gaze at Ping'an, astonished that after cultivating the ape demon technique to the 8th tier, Ping'an's intelligence had markedly increased. Ping'an was indeed correct. Venturing into the capital was out of the question. At that moment, the voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated within the minds of Xu Taiping, Bai Yu and Ping'an. This voice was transmitted through the green gourd at Xu Taiping's waist, as it was an innate treasure born from Lingyue during the 2nd burning of seeds. Sister Lingyue, Big Sister Lingyue. Bai Yu and Ping'an joyfully called out to the fairy. Lingyue Jia, Xu Taiping also conveyed with a smile. Oh, I never anticipated that this slumber would extend for 3 years, Fairy Lingyue lamented. Let us set that aside for now. I just had my spirit depart from the earthly realm to investigate, and I discovered that the Qi family has set a trap for you outside the tower. She continued with a serious tone. Bai Yu had just noticed this as well. Besides the Qi family, there are also demonic monks from the Huoyan Temple. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Are they planning to ensnare us with a formation outside the tower? Bai Yu inquired further. Precisely, and they are quite extravagant in their resources. Having directly established the Copper Sparrow formation, this formation consumes 10,000 pieces of gold essence every time a cup of tea passes, Fairy Lingyue replied. 10,000 pieces of gold essence for merely a cup of tea. That implies they possess a significant amount of gold essence. Xu Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Throughout the past 6 years, his gold essence had been entirely depleted by his left eye, which was now completely sealed. He could not even dare to open it, let alone use it. Sister Lingyue, what is the origin of this Copper Sparrow formation? Is there a method to break it? Xu Taiping promptly inquired of Fairy Lingyue. Chapter 129. The Caged Sparrow, discussing methods to break the formation. The Copper Sparrow formation, also known as the Caged Sparrow, upon completion, can attract innate vital energy, converging into 108 cage pillars, which then coalesce into a massive birdcage. Once a cultivator is ensnared within, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Though this formation is merely capable of ensnaring foes, it is classified as a quasi-immortal level array due to its formidable difficulty in dismantlement from both external and internal perspectives. The Fairy Lingyue commenced with a brief introduction of the Copper Sparrow array. As for the method of breaching the formation, it consists of 108 cage pillars. Thus, whether one attempts to dismantle it from the outside or the inside, one must sever all 108 pillars. The most challenging aspect lies in the fact that these pillars resonate in pairs. Unless both corresponding pillars are severed simultaneously, the cut pillars will incessantly regenerate. In ordinary circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for an average cultivator to discern these paired pillars, and at times, even the one who set the formation may be unaware. She then elaborated on the intricacies of breaking the array to Xu Taiping. What of my heavenly eye? Bai Yu suddenly inquired of Fairy Linghua. How long can your heavenly eye sustain? A moment? The duration of a tea ceremony? A stick of incense? To breach the formation, one must at least identify 50 pairs of resonating pillars. Fairy Linghua doused Bai Yu's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Bai Yu offered an awkward smile and ceased further dialogue. Presently, his heavenly eye could only be utilized for a moment a day, sufficient to identify at most one pair of resonating pillars. Sister Linghua, if I were to borrow the spiritual power of a grass-returning pill and fully activate the Zhongluan Ring's two-finger mountain-shattering technique, I might be able to sever all 108 pillars in one go, Xu Taiping communicated to Fairy Linghua. Each of the cage pillars in this copper sparrow array is exceedingly robust. While your full activation of the Zhongluan Ring may allow you to sever 4 or 5 pillars, it is utterly impossible to cut through all 108. Fairy Linghua dismissed Xu Taiping's suggestion. Then, Sister Linghua, what do you propose for breaching the array? Xu Taiping sensed that Fairy Linghua had a plan and directly inquired. The copper sparrow array has a significant flaw. Once activated, it consumes vast amounts of gold essence or spirit stones. Therefore, the Qi family will not activate this grand formation until they ascertain when you will open the tower door. Should they choose to activate the copper sparrow array upon your exit from the tower, though they would still be in time. As long as the formation is not fully stabilized, you only need to eliminate one disciple who possesses the treasure of the formation eye, and the copper sparrow array will collapse without resistance, Fairy Linghua elucidated. But, Fairy Linghua, how can we locate the disciple who wields the treasure of the formation eye? Bai Yu tilted his head and asked telepathically. As soon as he voiced his question, he realized its folly and offered an awkward smile, saying, My heavenly, I should prove useful. As long as I get a little closer, I should be able to discern the disciple bearing the formation eye artifact. However, even if the copper sparrow array is breached, Taiping, you must still contend with the Qi family ancestor and the demonic cultivator Zhenwu. Although their powers are suppressed by the Muyu forest's restrictions, their strength remains formidable and cannot be underestimated. You must act swiftly. They are unaware of your possession of the Zen seal and will certainly not anticipate your significant power increase. In a moment of surprise, you may have the chance to inflict severe injury upon them, Fairy Linghua advised Xu Taiping. I share the same sentiment. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. During the past 6 years of secluded cultivation, although he could sense his own progress, he had not engaged in combat, leaving him uncertain about his current capabilities against the ancestors of the Qi family and the enigmatic monk Zhenwu. In truth, he was not alone in this uncertainty. Even the Fairy Linghua shared the same predicament. Throughout these years, their communication had been limited to messages conveyed through sound, without any face-to-face interactions. This lack of direct engagement was precisely why they were so cautious in their plans concerning the Tower of Captured Dragons. To be targeted by a prominent cultivation family and a notorious demonic sect was no trivial matter. Once they broke through the copper sparrow array, they would face the Qi family's ancestor and monk Zhenwu without holding back. They must exert their utmost effort. Xu Taiping silently reminded himself. In fact, Taiping, among those besieging you, apart from the Fire Cloud Temple, which has already ventured deep into the Twilight Rainforest, there are also members of the Yunhe Pavilion. However, I sensed with my spiritual consciousness that these individuals are currently stationed at several exits on the periphery of the Twilight Rainforest, and if all goes as expected, they have set up ambushes for you. At this moment, Fairy Linghua spoke again. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a tightening in his chest. Had it not been for Fairy Linghua's reminder, he might have forgotten about the Yunhe Pavilion entirely. The Qi family is blocking me for the sake of the Tower of Captured Dragons. Monk Zhenwu is obstructing me for my corporeal form. But what could the Yunhe Pavilion's demon cultivators want after 6 years of pursuit? Xu Taiping pondered, perplexed. I too find this puzzling, yet fortunately, among the demon cultivators sent by the Yunhe Pavilion this time, the highest cultivation level is only that of a demon sovereign, comparable to the one from 6 years ago. Moreover, at the exit near Shiliang, it appears they have stationed only one demon sovereign, likely due to their apprehension of the Yunhe Tower. Fairy Lingyue continued. Sister Lingyue, are you suggesting that after we escape the Twilight Rainforest, it would be prudent for us to seek refuge in the kingdom of Shiliang for a time? Xu Taiping deduced Fairy Lingyue's intent. Given the current circumstances, your journey to Nanshu would undoubtedly attract the attention of various forces. The most critical factor is that you still have one final assassination calamity unresolved. If you head directly to Nanshu, the misfortunes stemming from this calamity may be beyond your capacity to endure. It is important to remember that the day of the Jinlin Society's competition is approaching, and the capital of Nanshu is a melting pot of diverse characters, with many formidable yet eccentric experts like the enigmatic Huang Laodao. Fairy Lingyue elucidated. Hearing Fairy Lingyue mention Huang Laodao, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable tension. Had it not been for the foresight granted by his left eye during their encounter in the capital, he and the monk Chengda might have had their heads taken by Huang Laodao. It appears that Shiliang is indeed our only viable option, Xu Taiping nodded, ultimately deciding to head to Shiliang. Upon reaching Shiliang, perhaps he could visit Yunhe Temple to meet Xianji and inquire about Xiaoyu. He contemplated quietly. By the way, Taiping, regarding the final assassination calamity, what did you see with your left eye? Fairy Lingyue inquired of Xu Taiping, since he had been fleeing at the time. They had not had a detailed discussion about the visions he experienced during this last calamity. Upon exiting the confines of the Dragon Confinement Tower, it is inevitable that calamity shall once again arise, thus necessitating prior preparation. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and then addressed the Fairy Lingyue. Sister Lingyue, regarding the seventh tribulation of slaughter, the vision seen by the lotus eye reveals but a single image. The other two hints are not visual, but rather a peculiar fragrance and an unfamiliar voice. Could it be that what I perceive through sight, sound, and scent portends the earth's slaughter tribulation? At Xu Taiping's words, Fairy Lingyue's tone suddenly grew grave. What exactly is the earth's slaughter tribulation? Xu Taiping felt a twinge of anxiety. In the realm of divination, should one perceive anomalies through their senses before a great calamity, it signifies an impending encounter with the earth's slaughter tribulation. This tribulation, akin to the heavenly slaughter tribulation, possesses the power to alter the very fate and fortunes of a realm. For an ordinary person ensnared within, death is assured. Fairy Lingyue spoke with a heavy heart. Xu Taiping pondered seriously for a moment before replying. Sister Lingyue, based on the experiences from previous tribulations, rather than devising ways to evade disaster, it is better to confront the calamity head-on. If my hands cannot push it away, I shall strike with my fists. If my fists cannot break through, I shall resort to my blade. And should the blade fail, I still have a sword. Upon hearing this, Fairy Lingyue chuckled softly. You are correct, Taiping. One cannot escape misfortune. Moreover, considering the previous 6 tribulations, the lotus eye has always led you to a glimmer of hope. I believe this time shall be no different. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. By the way, your lotus eye has been dormant for nearly 6 years, has it not? Fairy Lingyue suddenly inquired. Without the essence of gold, I dare not even open my eyes, lest I suffer backlash. Xu Taiping replied with a wry smile. When we exit, let Baiyu use the heavenly eye to keep an eye out. The chief family, in preparation for the formation, will undoubtedly be carrying a significant amount of gold essence. Fairy Lingyue suggested. Rest assured, the brilliance of gold essence is quite striking. Once we leave the tower, I will assist you in keeping watch. Baiyu promised Xu Taiping with a smile. Engaging in theft is far more exhilarating than being confined here for cultivation. Sister Lingyue, now that you have awakened, does it mean that the earthly fruits are nearing maturity? Xu Taiping asked with a smile. Soon. But they may not ripen in time for you to attend the Golden Scale Conference. Fairy Lingyue replied with a hint of regret. As long as they mature before my return to the true martial heavens, I am unconcerned, Xu Taiping remarked. Thereafter, he, Fairy Lingyue, Baiyu, and Ping engaged in a detailed discussion regarding their plans for exiting the tower and the implications of the Earth's slaughter tribulation as hinted by the Lotus Eye. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Baiyu, Ping, the tower's entrance is about to open. You must be alert, Xu Taiping said solemnly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. As he spoke, the muscles and bones of his face shifted with remarkable speed, transforming his visage in an instant. One of the abilities bestowed by his perfected python serpent physique. Within Butterfly Valley, unlike Xu Taiping, the members of the chief family, including the family head and the ancestor, remained unaware that the gates of the Dragon Confinement Tower would open today. Even the revered ancestor of the Qi family could only surmise that the tower gate would open no later than 5 days hence. Nevertheless, under the strict orders of the ancestor, the elite disciples of the Qi family stood ready, not daring to relax for a moment. This was especially true for those entrusted with guarding the array's vital treasures. In recent days, they had scarcely dared to blink, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the movements of the tower gate before them. Ancestor, if the tower gate is indeed to open in 5 days, to ensure absolute certainty, we might consider activating the Copper Sparrow formation in 2 days' time. We would rather expend more golden essence than risk losing the Panlong Tower, suggested the head of the Qi family with utmost respect at the entrance of Butterfly Valley. Let us advance it by a day. My judgment should not be erroneous. The Copper Sparrow formation demands too great a cost in golden essence, and the Qi family cannot squander its entire fortune for the sake of the Panlong Tower. The ancestor replied with a shake of his head. Then we shall heed your arrangements. Ancestor, the head of the Qi family nodded in acquiescence. Boom. Just as the head of the Qi family finished speaking, a tremor resonated from the Panlong Tower, its towering form beginning to shrink gradually. The tower gate is about to open. This sudden turn of events left the head of the Qi family momentarily stunned. Chapter 131. The Caged Sparrow. The Copper Sparrow formation is activated immediately. Meanwhile, the corner of the ancestor's mouth twitched slightly, his aged face inexplicably feeling a surge of heat. However, he quickly commanded the head of the Qi family. First, arrange for individuals to block the front and rear exits of the Panlong Tower, and then instruct those guarding the array's focal points to activate the Copper Sparrow formation at once. Understood. The head of the Qi family responded promptly, swiftly conveying the orders to the prearranged disciples. The Qi disciples, who had been preparing for nearly 3 years, soon took their positions, awaiting the opening of the tower gate. Ensure that those guarding the array remain concealed. Until the Copper Sparrow formation is fully activated, they will be our greatest vulnerability, the ancestor cautioned, casting a worried glance at the head of the Qi family. Rest assured, ancestor, I have positioned 3 guards beside each disciple responsible for the array's focal points. Their identical attire will make it difficult to discern who is truly in charge. The head of the Qi family reassured him confidently. The ancestor nodded in approval. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he walked slowly toward the tower gate of the Panlong Tower, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Above lies the heavenly sword array. Below the Copper Sparrow formation, behind me the true understanding, and before me stands I, along with the 2 others we have invited. This time, you shan't escape." As he spoke, the pillars forming the Copper Sparrow formation slowly began to rise. Simultaneously, the Panlong Tower, having shrunk to a height of over 10 zhong, rumbled as its gate creaked open. At last, a robust young man, with a simple and honest demeanor, appeared before the ancestor of the Qi family. Although the ancestor had not clearly seen the young man's features 6 years prior, the aura radiating from him at this moment confirmed the ancestor's suspicion. This was indeed the same individual from 7 years ago. Seize him. As the ancestral figure of the Qi family unleashed a fierce reprimand, dozens of Qi family disciples felt a sudden surge in their energy, akin to a pack of wolves lunging toward their prey, charging towards Xu Taiping, who stood at the entrance of the dragon-capturing tower. Boom. Simultaneously, as the multitude of disciples descended upon Xu Taiping, the once massive dragon-capturing tower abruptly transformed into a diminutive structure, swiftly darting into Xu Taiping's sleeve. The Butterfly Valley, long obstructed for 6 years, was finally reopened. However, for Xu Taiping, this was far from fortuitous, as another group of Qi family disciples, lying in ambush, now surged forward to assail him from behind. Xu Taiping found himself besieged on all sides. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance of magical artifacts, the violent currents that shredded foliage, and the piercing sounds of energy explosions rendered the once broad and tranquil Butterfly Valley crowded and suffused with a murderous aura. Swoosh! In but the blink of an eye, this cacophony and chaos were shattered by a bizarre sound akin to cicada chirps emanating from a blade. Boom! Following the sound of the blade, Xu Taiping's figure left behind over 100 afterimages in the valley, each blade aimed at a Qi family disciple. This scene made the entire Butterfly Valley appear as though it had come to a standstill, until each long knife wielded by the afterimages struck with swift and forceful precision against the advancing Qi family disciples. Bang! With hundreds of afterimages simultaneously bringing their blades down, a sharp collision resounded. The once encircling Qi family disciples either fell to a single strike or were hurled backward by the clash of blade energies and protective auras. In an instant, the Butterfly Valley was filled with blade energy, blood mist, and the bodies of Qi family disciples soaring through the air. This marked Xu Taiping's first genuine strike in 6 years. Although it was executed through an afterimage and was merely a spontaneous maneuver rather than any of the formidable techniques from the demon-slaying Blade S trilogy, Xu Taiping still felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Not far away, the head of the Qi family, Qi Changqing, gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, entirely oblivious to a cloaked figure that had already swung a fist toward the elder of the Qi family before him, even as he wielded his blade. Xu Taiping's true form, concealed beneath a shrouded cloak, had approached the elder of the Qi family. I anticipated you would resort to such a tactic. The Qi family elder appeared unfazed by the sudden emergence of a second Xu Taiping. As Xu Taiping's fist descended, the elder unleashed a long-prepared palm strike towards Xu Taiping's fist, roaring, "Heavenly Gang True Thunder Palm." Amidst his roar, a shadow of a palm crackling with lightning manifested before his hand. Simultaneously, a domineering aura radiated from the Qi family elder. Although he had deliberately suppressed his energy fluctuations, both the momentum and intent of his palm strike reached an apex. To him, this singular, peak technique was sufficient to subdue the youthful challenger before him. Any additional arrangements were merely precautionary measures. Boom. However, at the very moment when the elder of the Qi family unleashed his palm strike, an overwhelmingly fierce force suddenly erupted from Xu Taiping's fist, reverberating with a thunderous intensity. In an instant, with a resounding boom, the elder's formidable fist and palm shadow were shattered. This was the first move of the Great Sage's ultimate technique, the Tyrant. Boom. Finally, Xu Taiping's fist landed heavily upon the elder's palm. Following the collision, after a brief moment of stillness, the sheer, mountain-crushing power contained within Xu Taiping's fist propelled the elder backward like a cannonball. Remarkably, this was not even the pinnacle of Xu Taiping's tyrant technique. Chapter 132, The Caged Bird. Capture this child for a bounty. Boom. The elder's robust form crashed against the cliff face, causing it to fracture significantly. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he anxiously bellowed, "Contain him." The head of the Qi family, startled by this outcry, immediately crushed a piece of jade talisman in his hand and retreated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the Copper Sparrow formation activated, trapping Xu Taiping within a cage formed by golden pillars of light. Boom. He attempted to strike at the cage pillars with a punch, but instead of sustaining any damage, the cage transformed the force of his blow into a wave of energy that rebounded upon Xu Taiping himself. Just as the celestial maiden Lingyue had indicated, the Copper Sparrow formation was not easily breached. "Taiping, I've located the 6th cage pillar to your left, directly facing a man with a horse-like face. He possesses a treasure that serves as the formation's core." At that moment, Baiyu alighted upon Xu Taiping's shoulder. "Each of those holding the core treasure carries at least 20,000 pieces of gold essence," Baiyu added. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt invigorated. He placed his hand upon the hilt of his broken water blade and, with an impassive expression, conveyed to Baiyu through his thoughts, "I will dismantle the Copper Sparrow formation. Before I break through the Butterfly Valley, gather as much gold essence as you and Ping'an can." "Understood," Baiyu replied succinctly. "You little rascal, the Copper Sparrow formation is now active. You should surrender obediently and hand over the Panlong Tower. Perhaps I might spare your life," the elder of the Qi family said, adjusting his attire as he approached the formation. Initially, he sought only the dragon restraining tower, but upon realizing that Xu Taiping had advanced his power significantly in merely 6 years, he became increasingly intrigued by Xu Taiping himself. He even contemplated capturing Xu Taiping along with the tower, without collaborating with the demonic monk from Huoyun Temple. Xu Taiping chuckled softly at these words. He gazed upward at the still open top of the cage, then, resting his hand on the hilt of his blade, looked forward at the elder of the Qi family and remarked, "Hasn't the Copper Sparrow formation just been activated?" Upon hearing this, a sudden wave of unease surged within the elder. Before he could ascertain the source of his apprehension, a piercing sound of a blade echoed once more. Unlike the previous blade's cry, this one resonated like a cacophony of metallic vibrations, akin to a cicada's song, chaotic and seemingly releasing an overwhelming surge of emotion. Amidst the cacophonous and disquieting chorus of cicadas, radiant slashes of light resembling feathers suddenly scattered through the air, striking down upon the numerous cage-like pillars that formed the copper bird array. With a resounding crash, after countless strikes upon the 100+ pillars, a fissure finally appeared on the one directly opposite Xu Taiping. Yet, this crack, barely the size of a palm, began to close at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the golden barrier of the copper bird array, which had just revealed a slender gap, began to seal as well. Just as the barrier was about to close entirely, Xu Taiping channeled his true essence into the Zhongyuan ring and pointed his index finger at a long-faced disciple of the Qi family facing him. "Quick, move aside." Upon witnessing Xu Taiping's gesture, the Qi family patriarch immediately grasped his intent and shouted while attempting to push the disciple aside with a sweeping palm, hoping to create a distance. However, it was too late. With a piercing sound cutting through the air, a column of condensed energy, akin to an arrow that could extend infinitely, pierced through the long-faced Qi disciple and another disciple standing before him. The Zhongyuan ring, a single finger, shattered the clouds. Xu Taiping's true essence had become tenfold purer and more robust than 6 years prior, with the towering mountain of his heart having long been blanketed in snow. Thus, the power of this single gesture wielded by the Zhongyuan ring was nearly equivalent to 10 times that of 6 years ago. With a thunderous explosion, the two Qi disciples, along with the array's focal artifacts they possessed, were utterly obliterated. A deafening roar echoed as the 108 cage pillars that constituted the copper bird array erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, although only one focal artifact was destroyed. This was catastrophic for the newly activated copper bird array. How could he possibly know the location of the focal artifact? The Qi family patriarch, Qi Chongqing, found it hard to accept the destruction of the copper bird array. Without hesitation, the Qi family ancestor soared into the air, striking towards Xu Taiping while commanding the patriarch. "Do not linger. Rally everyone. We must capture this boy today." Awakened by this urgency, Qi Chongqing realized that even without the copper bird array, they had hundreds of elite disciples hidden in the Butterfly Valley, and the advantage still lay with them. Regaining his composure, Qi Chongqing promptly ordered all Qi family disciples concealed within the valley. "Everyone, advance together. 7 to a squad. Do not hesitate. Employ any means necessary. Whoever captures this boy will be rewarded with 3,000 gold coins. The one who takes the lead will receive 10,000. Upon hearing this, the Qi disciples, who had initially felt trepidation upon seeing Xu Taiping, were instantly invigorated and swiftly formed formations to charge at him. In an instant, the tides of battle, at least on the surface, tilted once more in favor of the Qi family. "Come, receive my palm." The first to strike, the Qi family ancestor, unleashed another palm towards Xu Taiping. With a decisive strike, he clearly intended to force Xu Taiping further into the depths of the valley, aiming to activate the Copper Sparrow formation once more. However, to the astonishment of all present, the ancestral force of the Qi family was once again shattered by a single punch from Xu Taiping. At this moment, Xu Taiping no longer needed to worry about being ensnared by the Copper Sparrow formation. His limbs were completely liberated. In an instant, as the ancestral force crumbled, the Qi family elder was sent flying by Xu Taiping's powerful fist. Without allowing the elder to regain his footing, Xu Taiping swiftly glided beside him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce punch towards the elder's chest. Though the elder crossed his arms to protect his vital area, his body was still driven downwards by the terrifying force of Xu Taiping's blow. The ground of Butterfly Valley was struck, creating a deep crater. The Qi family patriarch, who had been by the elder's side for decades, had never witnessed the elder in such a precarious position. Alarmed, he rushed forward to assist. Yet, just as he prepared to intervene, a rapidly enlarging ape demon struck him with a heavy punch. The Qi patriarch swiftly countered with his palm. Being merely a step away from the transformation realm, he was not afraid of a demon king. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this ape demon possessed a physique as solid as iron, and the power behind its punch was terrifyingly formidable, causing him to stagger back several steps. Simultaneously, a white-headed eagle, its wings shimmering with golden light, suddenly swept its wings towards the gathered Qi family disciples. The disciples promptly summoned their magical artifacts to either defend or retaliate. Yet, with a sharp sound cutting through the air, the massive wings of the golden glimmering eagle proved even sharper than ordinary magical artifacts, swiftly severing the heads of more than 10 Qi family disciples, including the patriarch. All present were engulfed in shock and fear. Wasn't this young man's spirit companion merely at the Demon King level? How could it be so formidable? The perplexed Qi family disciples realized that the intelligence they had received was utterly erroneous. At that moment, Xu Taiping once again forced the Qi family elder to retreat several steps. The elder had exhausted nearly all his available artifacts and techniques, yet he could not break through Xu Taiping's relentless assault. When had such a terrifying young cultivator emerged in the Yuyun realm? Could he be among the young disciples sent by other factions to participate in the Jinlin conference? As the Qi family elder found himself reduced to a defensive stance, a sudden realization struck him. At that moment, Xu Taiping, preparing to change tactics, called out without turning his head, "By you, Pinyin, do not hold back against them. They wish to kill us, so today we shall unleash a massacre." He understood that unless he inflicted considerable pain on the Qi family, they would continue their relentless pursuit. With this declaration, Bai Yu and Pinyin cast aside all reservations and began to ruthlessly strike down the Qi family disciples within Butterfly Valley. After 6 years of arduous cultivation, the formidable Bai Yu and Ping and have emerged as powerful entities, capable of contending not only with the Qi family disciples, whose prowess is suppressed at the threshold of the refining spirit realm, but also with those formidable cultivators who have achieved mastery in that realm. As the casualties among the Qi family disciples mounted, the ancestral figure of the Qi family grimly resolved to shatter a jade pendant in his possession. In an instant, a verdant radiance enveloped his entire being. Concurrently, the fluctuations of his aura began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately reaching the level of the refining spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, within the Muyu forest, the cultivation of transforming realm practitioners would be restrained to the brink of the refining spirit realm. However, the jade pendant held by the Qi family ancestor enabled him to circumvent the restrictions of the Muyu forest, allowing him to unleash his full capabilities at the refining spirit level. With the power of the refining spirit realm now at his disposal, the ancestor's strength surged to more than tenfold compared to before. Boom! As the aura surged upward, without hesitation, the Qi family ancestor thrust both palms forward, striking towards Xu Taiping, who was delivering a powerful punch. Bang! At last, Xu Taiping's punch was suppressed by the might of the Qi family ancestor's palms. The immense recoil forced Xu Taiping to retreat several steps, while the ancestor only staggered back 3 steps. Yet, Xu Taiping's face bore no trace of panic. Instead, as soon as he regained his footing, he launched another punch toward the Qi family ancestor. "Your fists may be heavy, but they are merely a strike from the brink of the refining spirit realm, incapable of breaching my refining spirit palm." The Qi family ancestor scoffed, transforming his palm into a blade, launching a luminous strike towards Xu Taiping's oncoming blow. Boom! However, what took the Qi family ancestor by surprise was that, at the moment Xu Taiping unleashed his punch, the forces of nature within a 10-mile radius of Butterfly Valley converged beneath his fist. Extreme realm? A term flashed across the Qi family ancestor's mind. For a being of his caliber, reaching the extreme realm was not an insurmountable challenge. His astonishment stemmed from Xu Taiping's remarkable ability to cultivate such a powerful technique to its zenith. It is well known that the more potent the technique, the more arduous the path to its extreme realm. Boom! In an instant, the Qi family ancestor's palm strike was shattered by Xu Taiping's punch. Following this, Xu Taiping's fist struck heavily against the ancestor's palm blade, the sheer force of the extreme realm's Ba-xia style shattering one of the ancestor's arms and sending him careening into the cliffside. Bang! With a resounding crash, the cliffs of Butterfly Valley were indented from the impact of the Qi family ancestor's body. The Ba-xia style at the extreme realm represented Xu Taiping's most formidable technique when facing a solitary opponent. The Ba-xia extreme realm can indeed vanquish those of the refining spirit realm. Xu Taiping felt an exhilarating surge of excitement at witnessing the potency of the Ba-xia style. However, he harbored no intention of sparing the Qi family ancestor. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the ancestor once more, swinging his fist toward the noble's head. Xu Taiping understood fully well that this was his sole opportunity to vanquish this transforming realm powerhouse. Once he exited the Muyu forest, he would only find himself relentlessly pursued. "Xinwu, how long must you wait?" At that moment, the ancestral elder of the Qi family, while channeling true essence to protect his body, let out a thunderous shout towards Xu Taiping. In a flash, a shadow appeared as if conjured from thin air behind Xu Taiping. In an instant, The massive shadow transformed into a frenzied demonic visage with 3 heads and 6 arms. Boom. The instant the visage manifested, all 6 arms swung their demonic weapons in unison, striking towards Xu Taiping. It must be said that Jinwu chose the timing of his attack with remarkable precision, just as Xu Taiping was about to throw a punch. Boom. However, what the demonic monk Jinwu did not anticipate was that alongside the descending demonic weapon, a clone of Xu Taiping suddenly materialized beside him. Waiting for you. The clone, eyes closed, let out a fierce roar, and with a swift motion, unsheathed the water-severing blade from his waist. Boom. The moment the blade was drawn, an overwhelming blade aura surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. This was Xu Taiping's full-power demon-severing blade. Chapter 134, In Flight. Unleashing the Great Sun Golden Flame technique with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as Xu Taiping's mysterious clone swung the blade towards Jinwu's frenzied true form. The mighty blade aura coalesced into a long shadow stretching dozens of yards, sweeping across the valley. Whoosh! A piercing sound of breaking air erupted. A brilliant blade mark appeared, resembling a rift in the sky, before the towering frenzied true form of the demonic monk Jinwu. In the span of a single breath, the massive frenzied true form of Jinwu was cleaved in two. Boom! The surging demon, severing blade aura erupted forth from Jinwu's frenzied true form, akin to a dam bursting. How could your blade possibly breach my frenzied true form? In Jinwu's arachnid eyes, disbelief was etched deeply. 6 years prior in the Golden Toad Valley, he had clashed with Xu Taiping multiple times, and was more aware of Xu Taiping's cultivation than the Qi family elder, which left him utterly perplexed. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the Qi family elder's head was struck by a powerful punch from Xu Taiping, delivered with the might of a bull. Unfortunately, the elder possessed a protective treasure, allowing him to withstand the blow. Yet, despite this, the tremendous force behind Xu Taiping's punch shattered his body, enveloping it in a mist of blood. For the time being, he was unable to unleash his full power. Jinwu, do not concern yourself with the restraints. Even if you lose a body, and I sacrifice a treasured possession, we must eliminate this child today, lest he become a future calamity. At this moment, the Qi family elder, with a glint of madness in his eyes, shouted fervently to the demonic monk Jinwu. Bang! Yet, before the elder could finish his declaration, Xu Taiping's punch crashed down heavily upon his head. The extraordinary force of 1,000 layers penetrated through the protection of his treasured artifact, causing his blood and qi to surge violently, and adding several more injuries to his already damaged meridians. You rogue, I shall forfeit this treasured possession today, but I will ensure your demise here. The Qi family elder, since stepping into the transformation realm, had never endured such a profound humiliation. He let out a hysterical roar before gripping a jade seal protectively held before him, attempting to shatter it. However, Xu Taiping offered him no such opportunity. Bang! 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 His fists thundered like a raging storm, each strike landing upon the ancestor of the Qi family, even if each punch only delivered a fraction of its force through the protective artifact. The barrage of dozens of strikes in an instant was enough to leave him reeling. This was the second form of the Great Sage Fist, the Fury of Thunder. Though Xu Taiping had yet to master this technique to perfection, it, much like the previous sky-toppling style, allowed for a cumulative buildup of force with each successive blow. Even at the level of great mastery, once he initiated the attack, even those at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm would find it difficult to withstand. Young man, this must be the boon you obtained from the spirit-bone steel, remarked the demon god Jinwu, whose gaze was suddenly filled with avarice. If that is indeed the case, it is worth my effort to expend a corporeal form. Upon uttering these words, his previously bisected frenzied form erupted into a cloud of black mist. Such was the nature of a demon's true body. As long as the main entity was not vanquished, it remained undying and indestructible. Ultimately, all the black mist coalesced into an unbloomed black lotus, appearing in the hands of the demon monk Jinwu. Xu Taiping sensed a terrifying power brewing within this lotus. Simultaneously, dark clouds began to gather ominously above Butterfly Valley. Clearly, the black lotus in the hands of the demon monk had triggered the prohibitions of the twilight rainforest. With no hesitation, Xu Taiping swung his blade. Bang! A black symbol, formed from a concentrated dark radiance, materialized before the lotus-holding demon monk, intercepting Xu Taiping's strike. This is a breath of true magic I have painstakingly cultivated for 1,000 years, Your blade cannot sever it, the demon monk Xinwu said with a grin, exuding confidence. Boom. Yet, before the smile could fade from his face, a blaze of white flames suddenly erupted from Xu Taiping's palm, instantly enveloping the sword of demon slaying in his grasp. The moment the flames manifested, the entire Butterfly Valley became exceedingly heated. This was the Great Sun Golden Flame, a technique Xu Taiping had perfected to great mastery. Although his current form of the flame was but the first tier, its power rivaled that of a celestial-grade ordinary true fire talisman. More importantly, the Great Sun Golden Flame was particularly effective against demon cultivators. Thus, the moment it appeared, the expression on Xinwu's face shifted dramatically. Before Xinwu could react, Xu Taiping unleashed another strike, the Dragon Slash, fiercely aimed at him. Boom. The enormous black symbol that had shielded the demon monk shattered almost immediately. Had it not been for the suppression of the Twilight Rainforest, this breath of true magic might have withstood the first-tier Great Sun Golden Flame. But under the forest's constraints, Xinwu's true magic breath was utterly powerless against the onslaught of the golden flames. Bang! After the swastika formed from the true essence of magic shattered, the monk Xinwu continued to support the lotus flower with one hand while deftly pinching Xu Taiping's strike with the other, demonstrating the formidable strength of his true cultivation. However, the cost was evident as his real arm began to char from the fingertips, visibly scorched by the blazing golden flames of the sun. In Chapter 135, amidst the escape, a sudden pain gripped the lotus eyes. A violent surge of energy erupted from the black lotus held by the monk Xinwu. Simultaneously, the sky above Butterfly Valley was entirely enveloped in dark clouds, with rumbling thunder reverberating through the layers above. It was clear that the monk Xinwu intended to disregard the backlash of the restrictions in the Muyu Forest and unleash the power contained within the black lotus in his left hand. At that moment, Xu Taiping's true form shattered the core of the Qi family's ancestor with a single punch. Just as he prepared to claim the ancestor's life, the Qi ancestor unexpectedly produced a scroll from his sleeve. In the instant the scroll unfurled, his form transformed into a streak of light that vanished into the scroll. As the scroll disintegrated, he left behind a begrudging remark. "Rascal, unless you remain in Muyu Forest for eternity, this old man shall never let you go." Thus, he escaped. Though a tinge of regret lingered, Xu Taiping understood that a transformation realm cultivator was not easily vanquished. Just then, the black lotus supported by the monk Xinwu unfurled another petal, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that surged through Butterfly Valley like a tidal wave. Sensing the dreadful aura emanating from the black lotus, Xu Taiping realized there was no time for hesitation. He swiftly turned his true form and launched a punch at the monk Xinwu. In the moment he struck, his entire right arm ignited in white flames, and the forces of heaven and earth within a radius of over 10 miles converged into his fist. Xu Taiping unleashed the overwhelming dominance of his ultimate technique once more. The immense fist, enveloped in the blazing golden flames, shattered the true essence of magic surrounding the monk Xinwu, forcing him to release his grip on Xu Taiping's sword to defend himself. The ensuing clash resulted in Xu Taiping's fist and sword colliding with the monk Xinwu's body, obliterating the arm he used to block, along with half of his torso, which crashed heavily to the ground. A cultivator at the half-step refining spirit realm had rendered a transformation realm demon lord powerless to retaliate, a feat that would be hard for anyone to believe. Yet, Xu Taiping observed that the monk Xinwu managed to protect the black lotus in his grasp, the petals of which had already opened significantly. Pinyin, Bai Yu return. Upon witnessing this, Xu Taiping decisively chose not to pursue his attack further. He opened the lid of the green gourd, summoning Bai Yu and Pinyin back to him. At this moment, he appeared to hold the advantage, but the earlier strike had not destroyed the black lotus as he had intended. Continuing to tangle with the monk would surely yield no benefits. Brother, in the blink of an eye, Pinyin, carried by Bai Yu's claws, arrived before Xu Taiping. Take it. The golden coins brought by Qi Jia are all contained within. Bai Yu tossed the final ring he had grasped to Xu Taiping, and then swiftly dove into the green gourd with ping and boom. Almost simultaneously, the black lotus in the hands of the demon monk Xinwu fully blossomed, and a massive spider demon, entirely enveloped in darkness, emerged from the depths of the black lotus. Xu Taiping immediately sensed a surge of energy radiating from the spider demon, rivaling that of the celestial wolf king. Young benefactor, stay. At the moment the black lotus unfurled, The true form of the demon monk Zhenwu fused with the spider demon, and while shouting towards Xu Taiping, he ascended upon a black lotus platform. Boom. However, as the demon monk Zhenwu maneuvered the spider demon to soar into the air, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the clouds above the twilight rainforest, striking the spider demon directly. Simultaneously, torrential rain poured down the valley, pinning Zhenwu's spider demon to the ground. Yet, as the energy emanating from the spider demon intensified, even the restraining forces of the twilight rainforest began to falter, necessitating the summoning of more rain clouds. Seizing this moment, the spider demon ascended once more. Undeterred by the diminishing demonic energy washed away by the rain, the demon monk Zhenwu was resolutely determined to capture Xu Taiping. Boom. At that moment, Xu Taiping activated the dueling stars and shifting shadows technique, enveloped by a whirlwind. This technique was derived from the distant horizons movement, and aside from ordinary steps and wind manipulation, it possessed two signature moves: distant horizons and shadow shifting. The distant horizons technique, provided one has sufficient true essence, could allow instantaneous movement over distances of 10, 100, or even 1,000 miles. Currently, as he was only at the half-step refinement of the spirit stage, even using most of his true essence, he could only move 2 miles in an instant. Nonetheless, that was sufficient for his escape. Farewell. Xu Taiping donned the ring containing the golden coins and waved cheerfully at the struggling demon monk Zhenwu amidst the downpour. However, just as the cyclone surrounding Xu Taiping began to whirl faster and the distant horizons technique was about to be executed, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his left eye, which was covered by a blindfold. Why did it flare up at this moment? Xu Taiping thought little of it and prepared to retrieve some golden coins from the ring to soothe his left eye. Boom. But unexpectedly, at the instant he reached for the coins, the blindfold over his left eye suddenly unraveled, causing it to open uncontrollably. Clattering, the golden coins began to spill uncontrollably from the ring, ultimately being consumed by his left eye. As his left eye devoured the coins, the flow of true energy within him stalled, and the execution of the distant horizons technique was forcibly interrupted. Hey, if you're going to cause trouble, could you not choose this moment? Seeing that the demon monk Zhenwu was now less than 100 paces away, Xu Taiping felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 136, Tianhai Pass. Do not utter such nonsense. Oh, young benefactor, could it be that you are of the same path? The demonic monk, Zhenwu, seemed to have noticed Xu Taiping's unusual condition at that moment. With a sinister smile, he recklessly activated his spider magic, soaring through the air to confront Xu Taiping directly. Young benefactor, should you fail to harness the power within you, I can assist you, he taunted, preparing to unleash his threads upon Xu Taiping. Indifferent to whether he was truly a demon cultivator, all he desired was to consume Xu Taiping, thereby claiming everything that belonged to him. However, just as the threads escaped his lips, they were violently shattered by an unseen force, disintegrating into fine ash. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire valley. Under this dreadful presence, Zhenwu's body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a wild beast encountering a ferocious tiger, completely at the mercy of this overwhelming force. Yet, Zhenwu gradually lifted his gaze, following the source of this ominous energy. His eyes first fell upon Xu Taiping, who was clutching his left cheek. Through the gaps of Xu Taiping's hand, he glimpsed a golden flame flickering from the corner of his eye, alongside a lotus-shaped pupil. In that instant, the astonishment on Zhenwu's face transformed into sheer terror. Although he did not recognize the eye, he could distinctly sense its power capable of reducing him and his master to nothingness. Amidst the chaos of thoughts and nameless dread swirling in his mind, he resolved to inform his master of this matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhenwu melded into the black mist, disregarding the torrential rain and thunder above as he surged forth. At that very moment, the agonized Xu Taiping suddenly heard that familiar yet strange voice reverberate in his mind once more. "Thank you for your hospitality." As the voice echoed, the previously closed lotus in his left eye suddenly bloomed. With a resounding boom, the instant the lotus pupil unfurled, Zhenwu's form and the black mist dissipated considerably, as though a vast black pancake had been bitten into, leaving a gaping void. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the lotus pupil. However, after losing a significant portion of his body to the lotus, Zhenwu's expression shifted from shock to an extreme, twisted madness. It was as if some deep-seated memory had been triggered within him. he yelled with a distorted countenance. My suspicions were correct. This aura not only threatens my master, but also the Yun. I shall send you there. Yes, that very place. It is not far, and it will soon become the hunting ground of my demon realm. You shall not escape. Upon uttering these words, the remainder of his body suddenly contorted and swelled, ultimately transforming into a mass of black mist that exploded with a thunderous roar, enveloping the valley, including Xu Taiping, in its entirety. Is this how you express gratitude for my hospitality? Do you not relish consuming the creatures of the abyss? You could at least finish this morsel. Enveloped by the dark mist, Xu Taiping wielded his blade to cleave through the shadows, attempting to establish a connection with Lian Tong. Yet, Lian Tong remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted from the demon monk outside. As long as I can obliterate you, even if I cannot return to the abyss, it will be worth it. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xu Taiping felt his body swept upward, as if caught in a tempest, spiraling uncontrollably into the air. Simultaneously, a blood-red jewel, intricately carved, plummeted from the sky and struck the ground. This jewel was the demon cultivator's life essence, only relinquished upon death, underscoring the immense toll the monk had paid to execute such a maneuver. With a resounding thud, Xu Taiping, still enshrouded in the dark mist, crashed heavily to the ground from a great height. Were it not for his robust physique, he would have suffered grave injuries, if not death, from the fall. At last, his blade severed the tendrils of the dark mist that ensnared him. The Duan Shui blade could only cleave tangible entities, or he would have escaped long ago. What is this place? As he emerged from the mist, the landscape around him transformed from the butterfly valley of the twilight rainforest into a dense woodland shrouded in thick fog. The demon monk, Zhenwu, had certainly harbored nefarious intentions in sending him to this location. As Xu Taiping pondered his predicament, he hastily consumed a qi-gathering pill and took a sip of dragon gallbladder wine. It was imperative that he ascertain precisely where the dark mist had transported him. Without delay, he sprang into action, nimbly ascending to the summit of a towering tree in the forest. Upon reaching the treetop, the first sight that greeted Xu Taiping was the sky ablaze with fiery crimson clouds. Bathed in this resplendent glow, the forest appeared gilded in gold. However, as Xu Taiping shifted his gaze from the east to the west, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Is that the sea? He murmured, captivated by the shimmering, boundless expanse of water in the distance. It must be the Shiliu Sea of the Yuyun heaven. Just then, Baiyu emerged from the gourd. How do you know this? Xu Taiping inquired, intrigued. I have seen it on the map of Yuyun heaven. There is an estuary of the Shiliu Sea near the Blood Rain Forest. And here lies a once renowned pass known as, Baiyu explained, lifting its gaze ahead in search of something. Ultimately, its eyes alighted upon a section of wall concealed within the thicket, and it exclaimed with excitement. It's called Tianhai Pass. Tianhai Pass. Isn't that the legendary site where the Zhang clan of the Yunhe Tower defeated the demonic hordes of Zhiyuan? Xu Taiping responded, astonished, as he followed the direction indicated by Baiyu's wing. In the distance, where the sky met the sea, stood a formidable yet somewhat dilapidated wall, coiling through the forest like a great dragon, extending toward a city that flickered with countless lights. Indeed, it is Tianhai Pass, located in Tianhai Town. In this moment, Xu Taiping could ascertain that he was indeed within the confines of Tianhai Town, a place once renowned, but now gradually fading from public memory. Why did the enigmatic monk Shenwu send me here? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Despite its decline, Tianhai Town was still guarded by the red-armored cavalry of the town sea tower, suggesting that his arrival here was, in fact, a form of protection. Sister, hurry, hurry, hurry. The monster is closing in. At that moment, a frantic cry from the forest ahead pulled Xu Taiping's gaze away from the town. Taiping, 6 or 7 li to the west, a pair of siblings are being pursued by a monstrous creature. The creature resembled a fish, appearing as though it had emerged from the sea. Just as Xu Taiping diverted his attention, Baiyu's voice resonated in his ear. Baiyu, lead the way. Let us go see. Xu Taiping nodded. All right. Baiyu responded cheerfully, then flapped his wings and soared into the air. Xu Taiping followed suit, leaping up and using his wind technique to pursue him. Within a dense grove of red trees, a stout young boy, carrying an injured woman on his back, hurriedly navigated through the foliage. Sister, I can't run anymore. Can we put her down? The boy implored. Do not utter such nonsense. The girl running alongside him reprimanded sternly. This sister is a dignitary of the town sea tower. Even if we perish here, we cannot abandon her. The young girl, her complexion darkened by the sun, wielded a spear. Though her attire was tattered, it could not conceal the fierce spirit reflected in her eyes. With a sudden halt, she thrust her spear into the ground. Sister, why have you stopped? Run. Rest assured, I will never forsake this dignitary. The stout boy also came to an abrupt stop. Ahu, you take the dignitary and flee. I will hold off the monster, the girl declared, raising her spear as she turned to face the rapidly approaching creature. Her gaze resolute. Chapter 137, Tianhai Pass. Could it be a deep-sea monstrosity? Sister, I refuse. The girl shot a fierce glare at the boy named Ahu. At her command, Ahu stomped his foot, shouted in despair, and then, with the injured woman on his back, dashed deep into the forest. Whoosh! Barely had the boy departed when the creature burst forth from the thicket. Towering and devoid of clothing, it bore a greenish complexion, with fish gills adorning its cheeks and a mouth revealing a row of sharp teeth. Swish! Without hesitation, the creature brandished its bone knife at the girl, blocking its path. Whoosh! Although she appeared delicate, the girl was remarkably agile. As the creature swung its knife, she leaped gracefully to evade the blow. Simultaneously, she forcefully pushed off against a nearby grand tree, leveraging its strength to pivot her form, and then, grasping the harpoon, aimed to strike at the creature's vulnerable back. Thud! Although her thrust struck true, it failed to penetrate the creature's armored scales, causing the harpoon in her hand to splinter. Nevertheless, her audacious assault incited the creature's wrath. A discordant roar erupted from its throat, and it suddenly opened its fearsome maw, launching a water sphere towards her like a cannonball. Whoosh! The girl's reflexes were astonishingly swift. She not only anticipated the creature's movement once more, but also deftly sidestepped at the very instant the water cannon was unleashed. Crash! The trees behind her were obliterated, collapsing under the force of the projectile, a testament to the creature's formidable might. However, following the expulsion of the water cannon, the creature momentarily exhibited a fluctuation in its aura, revealing a brief vulnerability. This fleeting lapse was subtle and easily overlooked, yet the young girl acutely perceived it. Thus, at the moment the creature discharged the water cannon and its aura wavered, a surge of azure energy erupted from within her, illuminating her spear with a radiant glow. With a fierce cry, she summoned all her strength to thrust the harpoon once more towards the creature's chest. Whoosh! This time, enveloped in the potent energy, her spear pierced directly through the creature's breastplate. Witnessing this, the girl's previously stern expression transformed into a relieved smile. Yet, this smile was short-lived. Frozen in place as she realized that this creature was unlike the ones they typically faced. Even after being impaled, it did not succumb immediately. Could it be a deep-sea creature? She exclaimed in astonishment. Having grown up by the sea, she had heard numerous tales of the ocean's monsters. Understanding that the waters of the West Luhai harbored both shallow and deep-sea beings. The shallow sea monsters, being distant from the abyssal rift, were akin to ordinary beasts. Although robust, they could still be vanquished. In contrast, deep-sea creatures were different. They were corrupted by the abyssal miasma, possessing not only enhanced physiques, but also the ability to cultivate powers akin to human practitioners. For millennia, Tianhai Town had languished under the shadow of these deep-sea monstrosities. However, ever since the Zhang clan, with their collective strength, erected the Yunhe Tower to seal the largest entrance to the abyss within the West Luhai, the deep-sea entities had been confined to the depths, rarely surfacing. Her grandfather had once stated that deep-sea monsters could not appear at Tianhai Pass unless the Yunhe Tower faltered. Could it be that? The girl's heart raced with dread. Subsequently, disregarding the harpoon embedded in the creature, she agilely rolled backwards and retrieved a crumpled talisman from her tattered garments, affixing it to her foot. This was her final movement talisman. Boom. After affixing the wind talisman to her body, the young girl dashed forward into the forest like a gust of wind. She did not follow the route taken by her brother, Ahu, but instead ran in the completely opposite direction. I recalled an old temple 10 miles away, where a monk had previously emerged to help dispel demons. He must have possessed some magical powers. I decided to head to the temple to inform the monk of the situation, even if we could not ultimately defeat the demonic entity. At least the tale of the deep-sea monsters returned to the heavenly sea would reach the outside world. As the girl sprinted with all her might, she mentally assessed her circumstances. If there was indeed a problem with the Yunhe Tower, then not only our Tianhai Town, but the entire Shiliang would likely be transformed into a realm of demons. With this thought, her speed intensified. Bang! However, after running barely a mile, the wind talisman affixed to her foot suddenly exploded. It was over. Wang Matzi had sold her a counterfeit talisman. A chill coursed through her heart. These wind talismans had been purchased out of greed for a bargain from a shop of questionable reputation in town. She never anticipated that she would fall victim to such a fraud. Whoosh! At that moment, a water cannon whizzed past her. Bang! Though she narrowly escaped injury. A towering ancient tree before her was shattered, completely obstructing her path. Swish! Just as she halted, she heard a piercing sound slicing through the air from behind her. Instinctively, she dodged, only to witness a fierce blade of energy soar past her side, cleaving another ancient tree in half. Turning around, she saw a deep-sea monster with a gaping wound in its chest leaping high, swinging a blade toward her. Boom! Realizing escape was no longer an option. A resolute glint flashed in the girl's eyes. She summoned all her inner energy, transforming it into a protective force that gathered in her palms, raising them to meet the monster's descending strike. Bang! However, the protective force she wielded shattered upon contact with the monster's bone blade. Instantly, she was sent reeling backwards, crashing forcefully against the trunk of a nearby tree. The creature's strength was overwhelming. Even with her protective energy, she was violently shaken and coughed up blood. This is bad. I think I broke a bone. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she attempted to rise, only to discover her feet were numb and immobile. What should I do? If only I had not been so miserly and had purchased that communication jade slip instead of the counterfeit wind talisman. At least I could have relayed the news about the Yunhe Tower. If this information does not reach anyone, Tianshou Town will be doomed once more deep-sea monsters come ashore. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Even in this critical moment, her primary concern was not her own life, but rather the fate of Tianshou Town. Swish! Upon seeing the girl collapse, the monster's eyes gleamed with excitement as it raised its bone blade once more to strike her down. This time, the girl did not struggle. She simply closed her eyes in resignation. Whoosh! At that instant, a fierce gale of energy suddenly roared in her ears. Bang! Suddenly, a piercing sound of collision erupted in her ears. The astonished girl opened her eyes to find a formidable wall of wind surrounding her, the howling gusts severing the trees that lay fallen on the ground. The menacing strike just delivered by the deep-sea creature had, predictably, been thwarted by this very wall of wind. Whoosh! In that moment, fueled by rage, the deep-sea monster swung its weapon once more towards the wind barrier before the girl. Bang! To her astonishment, the terrifying blow from the creature was once again repelled by the wall. However, before she could grasp the origins of this protective barrier, the deep-sea beast emitted an enraged roar, its aura surging dramatically. Its already towering form, standing at 7 or 8 feet, suddenly expanded to 10. The scales, barely visible before, now erupted from its body. Whoosh! With its power amplified, the deep-sea creature gripped its jade bone blade tightly and unleashed a full-force strike upon the wind wall. Bang! This time, the wall could not withstand the ferocity of the blow and shattered under the weight of the creature's assault. The girl's heart tightened in response. Unease and terror washed over her once more. Whoosh! After breaching the wind barrier, the deep-sea monster decisively swung its blade towards the fisher girl. This time, she did not shut her eyes but bravely faced the creature's strike, suppressing the fear that surged within her. She sensed that the individual who had conjured the wind wall was undoubtedly nearby. Whoosh! Just as she anticipated, a tall, lean figure of a man seemed to materialize before her as the deep-sea creature's blade descended. Bang! As the monster's weapon fell, the man's aura suddenly erupted with a torrent of blade energy, deflecting the creature's strike. From a distance, it appeared as though he was ensnared by a whirlwind of countless swirling blades. Are you unharmed? After blocking the blow from the deep-sea monster, the man turned to the dark-skinned fisher girl, his gaze imbued with concern. I'm fine, she stammered, shaking her head vigorously. Yet the vigorous motion aggravated her wound, causing her face to contort in pain as she gasped for breath. Fortunately, it was not a life-threatening injury. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Pinyin, give her a healing pill. He then summoned a small monkey from his gourd and handed it a vial of medicine. The monkey chirped a couple of times before swiftly scampering to the girl's side with the remedy. This man and monkey were none other than Xu Taiping and Pinyin. Although Xu Taiping was not slow, after the siblings had darted into the forest, He and Baiyu found it challenging to pinpoint their exact location, which delayed them considerably. Whoosh! At that moment, the deep-sea monster, still reeling from Xu Taiping's blade energy, suddenly swung its weapon again towards him. Be careful! The fisher girl, ever vigilant, hurriedly warned Xu Taiping as the creature launched its attack. However, as her voice resonated, Xu Taiping had already made his move. It was as if he had anticipated the direction of the sea monster's strike, moving with remarkable composure. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded the blade of the deep-sea creature. This instinctive reaction was honed through countless encounters with the sword demon within the realm of blades. Bang! Failing to strike Xu Taiping, the fishbone blade of the deep-sea monster crashed violently into the ground, carving a chasm several feet deep into the earth. Boom! In that very moment when the monster's weapon struck the ground, Xu Taiping abruptly unleashed his stance, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. Chapter 139, Tianhai Pass. Fishermen capturing sea monsters. Bang! With a dull thud, the formidable form of the deep-sea monster was propelled forward by Xu Taiping's blow, its feet momentarily leaving the ground as it was sent reeling backwards. However, the creature did not succumb to the force of the punch. Instead, it utilized the power of Xu Taiping's strike to leap back against a large tree. Clinging to the trunk with its limbs, it pressed its body against the bark like a reptile. Simultaneously, the bones within its body began to emit a series of cracking sounds, while its flesh writhed in a peculiar manner. In the blink of an eye, the deep-sea monster underwent a dramatic transformation. It seemed to unveil its true demonic form, appearing strikingly human-like at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, not a single part of it resembled a human. However, the surge of its vitality and aura had increased by over 30% compared to before. Be cautious, hero. This is a deep-sea monster. Once it reveals its true demonic form, even the most formidable of beasts may find it challenging to contend with. The fisherman's daughter, who had already consumed the bone elixir, offered this warning to Xu Taiping. Thank you. Xu Taiping nodded appreciatively. This marked his first encounter with a sea monster, rendering him particularly vigilant. He immediately summoned his vital energy, with a series of cracking sounds echoing as his bones shifted. The sinews beneath Xu Taiping's skin began to swell and writhe akin to the deep-sea monster. He was in the process of transforming his physique from the slumbering serpent state to the awakened serpent state. The sight left the young woman utterly astonished, especially when she sensed that Xu Taiping's vitality had matched that of the deep-sea monster in a mere moment. Her shock was beyond words. Could it be that this hero has reached the realm of the martial saint? She exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! At that moment, the deep-sea monster, which had been crouched upon the tree, seemingly sensed the threat posed by Xu Taiping's vitality. Before Xu Taiping could act, it leapt down from the tree. Swish! The deep-sea monster spun its massive form, channeling the force of its descent to deliver a fierce strike towards Xu Taiping with its blade. Bang! Yet, the moment the blade was a yard away from Xu Taiping, it was met with a powerful punch hurled from him, crashing heavily into the creature. Despite being merely a manifestation of martial intent guided by the fist, the ordinary energy coalescing into a punch was sufficient to send the deep-sea creature soaring backward. This strike allowed Xu Taiping to gauge the creature's strength. Without hesitation, he moved with blinding speed, appearing directly above the creature before it could regain its balance, and delivered a powerful blow to its chest. With a resounding crash, the enormous body of the deep-sea monster plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled beneath the impact. Almost simultaneously, as the creature hit the ground, Xu Taiping flashed once more above it and unleashed another fist towards its chest. Instinctively, the deep-sea monster opened its massive jaws as Xu Taiping's punch approached, channeling all its dark energy and vitality into a bubble, desperately aiming to expel it towards Xu Taiping. It was evident that the creature intended to perish alongside him. With the distance being negligible and the monster's final desperate act, evasion was no longer an option. This scene tightened the heart of the fisher girl, who feared that even if the hero survived, he would likely be gravely injured. However, to her astonishment, at the moment the bubble was expelled, Xu Taiping's martial momentum surged dramatically. It was as if he had absorbed the very essence of the heavens into his fist, amplifying the already formidable force he wielded. With a thunderous impact, Xu Taiping's fist shattered the bubble and the creature's true form alike, leaving the ground beneath them deeply indented. From a distance, it appeared as though he stood within a colossal cauldron. Hero, Do not let the creature's spirit escape. Just as the fisher girl was about to warn Xu Taiping not to allow the monster's spirit to flee, she witnessed him placing his palm upon the creature's forehead, unleashing a brilliant flame that reduced its head to ashes. You seem quite adept at dealing with monsters, Xu Taiping remarked curiously, turning to the fisher girl after vanquishing the deep-sea creature. Though she was young and her cultivation was not particularly high, her experience in confronting monsters surpassed that of ordinary folk. You flatter me, sir. It is nothing remarkable. The children of Tianhai town learn how to confront the monsters of the sea from a young age, she replied nonchalantly. Yet you, with a single punch, have slain a deep-sea monster, a feat that even the mightiest fishermen in our town might not accomplish, she continued, her gaze upon Xu Taiping filled with admiration. Fisherman? Xu Taiping inquired with surprise as he approached her. In his understanding, fishermen merely caught fish and had no capacity to confront monsters. Our fishermen in Tianhai town do not catch ordinary fish, but rather the monsters of the sea, she stated proudly. Xu Taiping's heart stirred with newfound comprehension upon hearing her words. Chapter 140. The Tianhai Pass, a stronghold that must be defended. The secret path, once the battleground of the red armored knights against the abyssal demons, had now become a means of survival through the hunting of these creatures. Esteemed warrior, might you assist me in searching for my younger brother? The fishing maiden implored, her concern palpable. The monsters that have come ashore are surely not limited to a single one, and should he encounter them, it would spell danger. Once assured of her own safety, the young woman immediately thought of her sibling. Do not fret. I shall first locate your brother before returning to find you. A friend of mine is currently watching over him and will soon lead him to us, Xu Taiping reassured her with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the tension etched on the maiden's face dissipated like mist in the morning sun. By the way, I am Xu Taiping. May I inquire your name, fair lady? I am Zhang Zhu. You may call me Azuz, she replied, her demeanor slightly awkward as she introduced herself to a stranger. Dear Azuz, why is this monster so relentless in its pursuit of you? Xu Taiping inquired, picking up a fishbone knife from the ground, curiosity piqued. Azuz hesitated, scrutinizing him closely before responding. Are you familiar with the Yunhe Tower? Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. Could it be that your plight is connected to the Yunhe Tower? His curiosity deepened. Azuz nodded gravely and continued. Today, my brother and I went to the shore, hoping to encounter a solitary sea monster to supplement our household income. However, instead of finding a creature, we stumbled upon a gravely injured woman by the sea. The very one your brother is carrying? Xu Taiping asked. Precisely, Azuz affirmed, then elaborated. Under normal circumstances, we would not interfere in such matters, but the injured woman clung to us with desperation before losing consciousness. She claimed to be a scout from the Yunhe Tower, possessing vital intelligence that necessitated our escorting her to the city. Did she not disclose the nature of this intelligence? She did not have the chance. She succumbed to her injuries before revealing it, and that very monster emerged from the sea, pursuing us relentlessly until we reached this place. Azuz explained, her brow furrowed. Ah, I see, Xu Taiping replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Initially fearing a connection to his own perilous situation, he now recognized it as a mere case of the abyss targeting a scout from the Yunhe Tower, easing his mind. Do not worry, once your brother arrives, I shall escort you both back to town, Xu Taiping comforted Azuz, noting her still serious demeanor. Brother Xu, this matter is far more complex than you perceive. Azuz suddenly gazed intently at him. Why do you say that? Xu Taiping felt a tightening in his chest. The creature pursuing us is not an ordinary sea monster. It is a deep-sea beast. Since the establishment of the Yunhe Tower, such a creature has scarcely been sighted at the Tianhai Pass, Azuz stated with a grave expression. Though she was young, her tone and demeanor conveyed remarkable maturity. Are you implying that the Yunhe Tower is in jeopardy? Xu Taiping asked, his unease intensifying. My grandfather once told me that if one day we encounter the deep-sea monsters at Tianhai Pass again, it would certainly be due to the failure of the seal at Yunhe Tower over the abyss of demons. Azu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the words of the demon monk Zhen Wu when he brought him here, mentioning that it was not far from where the hunting ground of our abyss of demons was about to become, and that there was no chance of escape. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, silently pondering. Could this Tianhai town be the hunting ground spoken of by the demon monk Zhen Wu? At this thought, he suddenly turned to Azu and asked, Miss Azu, what would happen to Tianhai Pass if the seal of Yunhe Tower truly failed? After a long silence, Azu solemnly replied, if the seal of Yunhe Tower fails, the first place the imprisoned monsters from the deep sea will attack is undoubtedly our Tianhai Pass. My grandfather said that once Tianhai Pass falls, even if the seal at Yunhe Tower is restored, it will no longer be able to suppress all the monsters deep in the Shiliu Sea as it once did. Xu Taiping fell silent as well. His foreboding grew stronger. This calamity of annihilation was likely related to it. However, these were merely conjectures. And whether there was an issue at Yunhe Tower would only be revealed after they escorted that sister from Yunhe Tower to town. Azu then added, indeed. Xu Taiping nodded. As Azu had said, there was still no definitive conclusion. Xu Taiping, sister. At that moment, Bai Yu appeared, one claw grasping a stout young boy and the other clutching a bloodied woman, approaching Xu Taiping. Ahu! Upon seeing her brother unharmed, Azu's face broke into a smile. Yet, Xu Taiping's attention was fixated on the bloodied woman. Pingyan, give this sister a spirit bone pill as well. Xu Taiping glanced at Pingyan, who promptly nodded and hurried to the woman's side, pouring a pellet from a small porcelain vial into her mouth. Brother Xu, this pill is truly miraculous. It has healed my recently broken waist. Perhaps it can heal this sister too, Azu remarked. Her face filled with anticipation as she looked at the woman. Cough, cough, cough. To everyone's surprise, after taking the spirit bone pill, the woman indeed regained consciousness. However, before anyone could speak, she suddenly widened her eyes, grasping Xu Taiping's arm and exclaiming, we must defend Tianhai Pass. We must defend Tianhai Pass. Otherwise, we all will perish, and the people of Shiliang will perish. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Xu Taiping felt a chill run down his spine, for he recognized that the woman's voice was identical to the one he had heard during his seventh calamity of annihilation, the voice of Lian Tong. This was the calamity of annihilation bestowed upon me by the master of the One-Leaf Book. Xu Taiping finally confirmed it. Chapter 141, Zhang Xiaoman. A traitor at Yunhe Tower esteemed one. Has something occurred at Yunhe Tower? Xu Taiping inquired directly. There has been a traitor at Yunhe Tower. The great general is trapped and the sea demon lord, Jiao Huang, has led the Jiao demon army to besiege Yunhe Tower. However, the Yunhe Tower is protected by a grand formation personally set by the sage of Confucianism, rendering it impervious to assault. The Sea Queen is no match for the great general. Their true objective in besieging Yunhe Tower is merely to buy time to breach the Tianhai Pass. The woman replied with great difficulty. Yet, even if they succeed in breaching the Tianhai Pass, as long as Yunhe Tower remains unscathed, assistance will inevitably arrive to quell this horde of fiends, will it not? This left Azu looking utterly bewildered. Her initial concern stemmed from the belief that Yunhe Tower had already fallen, now that she learned it was unharmed but merely under attack. It seemed to her that even with the fiends advancing, a temporary retreat from the city would suffice. Such occurrences were commonplace in Tianhai Town, happening every few years, and the townsfolk had long since grown accustomed to them. However, this time was different. This time, the traitor had not only harmed the great general, but also disclosed the location of his life-bound artifact to the sea demon lord. The woman continued to respond with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. He recalled the scene in the water prison of the Golden Toad Valley, where several red-armored riders chose to incinerate themselves rather than divulge the location of the great general's life-bound artifact. This artifact not only pertains to his own safety, but is also the crucial focal point of the burning sea grand formation beneath Yunhe Tower. Throughout the generations, the masters of Yunhe Tower have utilized their own life-bound artifacts as the focal point of the burning sea grand formation, a tradition that has become ingrained in Yunhe Tower's legacy. After listening to the woman, Azu murmured to herself, seemingly attempting to elucidate for Xu Taiping. My lord, do you mean to say that the great general's life-bound artifact is within Tianhai Pass? Xu Taiping inquired. Indeed. But Tianhai Pass also lies within the coverage of Yunhe Tower's burning sea grand formation. You merely need to guard the pass and prevent the fiends from breaching it. For how long? Without waiting for the woman to finish her sentence, Azu interjected with her question. I do not know. Perhaps a day, perhaps 10. It depends on when the great general can extricate himself and come to our aid, the woman said, her voice noticeably lacking in confidence. Does that mean we are to wait for our deaths in Tianhai Town? Azu's younger brother, Ahu, exclaimed angrily. Silence. Azu shot a glare at her brother. My lord, the fishermen of Tianhai Town are certainly not cowards, but we must evacuate the old, weak, women, and children from the city. Xu turned to the woman and stated. The implication of her words was a question directed at the woman. Was there still an opportunity to send the elderly and vulnerable out? It is too late. The woman replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, both Xu Taiping and Xu's expressions changed dramatically. Why do you say that? Xu pressed. Before I broke through the encirclement to deliver this message, the Sea Queen had already issued orders to summon all lurking fiends within the territory of Shiliang to besiege Tianhai Pass. If all goes as expected, numerous fiends have already ambushed the several exits to the east of Tianhai town. Moreover, since the great general's lifebound artifact may also be concealed on the bodies of the townsfolk, they will not spare any of Tianhai town's citizens, the woman sighed. The moment those words left her lips, both Xu and Ahu's faces turned pale. Although Xu Taiping was confident in his ability to escape, the issue was that the massacre had already begun. If he were to flee now, he might encounter a calamity far worse than this earthly slaughter. It is important to note that he had merely evaded the third calamity earlier, only to nearly perish in the blood-rain forest shortly thereafter. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once he evaded, he would be unable to foresee the subsequent tribulations. For now, at least. The warning from my left eye still lingers. Xu Taiping discerned within himself that he would no longer attempt to evade the calamities. Tianhai Pass must surely be guarded by the red armored cavalry, he proposed. It would be prudent to take this esteemed individual to meet the general in charge of the city's defenses. To him, it was evident that the red armored cavalry stationed at Tianhai Pass would possess greater experience in dealing with the siege of demons. However, the woman shook her head vigorously. No time for that, she declared. When I escaped, my body had already been corroded by the poisonous miasma of the demons. My true essence is lost, and my flesh and bones will gradually dissolve. That bone-replenishing pill you possess can only prolong my life for a brief moment and will not sustain me until then, she explained amidst the puzzled gazes of Xu Taiping and his companions. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping gently touched her shoulder, only to discover, as she had said, that her flesh was indeed softening bit by bit. Then we cannot simply sit idly by, can we? Xu Taiping inquired, his brow furrowed. Cough, cough, cough. The woman seemed poised to respond, but was overtaken by a fit of uncontrollable coughing, expelling chunks of flesh and blood. Xu Taiping hastily pressed his hand against her chest, using his true essence to soothe her cough. Pinyin, give this sister another bone-replenishing pill, he instructed the companion beside him. No, it is unnecessary. You will need it more than I. The woman resolutely waved her hand in refusal. When I arrived, the strategist performed a divination for me, stating that I would encounter a noble benefactor. It seems his words have come true. After declining Xu Taiping's offer of the medicinal pill, the woman suddenly stared blankly behind him, then broke into a smile. Yet, almost immediately, she inhaled deeply, her expression turning grave once more. Given the current armaments of Tianhai Town, even with the protection of the Burning Sea Formation, it would only be able to withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of deep-sea demons for at most 3 to 5 days. Therefore, the general entrusted me with this talisman. With great difficulty, she produced a bifurcated military talisman from her sleeve. Is that the Zhang clan's talisman? While Xu Taiping appeared somewhat puzzled, Xu's face instantly displayed a look of shock upon seeing the talisman in the woman's hand. Does this talisman possess some unique significance? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. This talisman is unlike ordinary military talismans. It symbolizes the blood pact of our Zhang clan with the countless red armored cavalry of Yunhe Tower. Each member of the Zhang clan establishes a blood pact upon birth, as long as demons persist within the Great Liang realm. The offspring of the Zhang clan shall live as demon-slaying generals and die as demon-exterminating fiends, never to reincarnate. This life alone, with no afterlife. Some of the red armored cavalry have also made similar oaths, but they do so voluntarily, without coercion, Xu calmly elucidated on behalf of the woman. Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Zhang clan would forge such a radical blood pact. This blood pact has afforded my Zhang clan a millennium of martial fortunes and has summoned 1,000,000 ghostly warriors. The woman smiled as she handed the talisman to Xu Taiping, and then continued, if you can locate the general's lifebound artifact, this talisman will enable you to summon the spirits of all the Zhang clan members who perished at Tianhai Pass. They shall aid you in vanquishing the demons. Xu Taiping took the talisman, his mind a tempest of emotions. Why bestow this upon me? he inquired, perplexed, after taking a deep breath. Because they have just informed me. The woman replied, glancing over Xu Taiping's shoulder. They? Xu Taiping turned to look behind him, gripping the talisman tightly. As he did so, he beheld several ethereal figures standing in line behind him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the faces of the thousands he had rescued from the water prison, including one Qianhu and several red-armored cavalrymen. By holding the talisman, one can perceive the restless souls bound by blood oaths, but communication is only possible with the dying. Azu interjected, clarifying for the woman. It was evident that such matters were common knowledge among the Zhang family. I am sorry for not being able to bring them back. Xu Taiping sighed with a hint of regret. He still grappled with the haunting memory of one Qianhu and the others taking their own lives before him. They had stated it was their choice, one they did not regret. The woman chuckled softly before continuing. If you are unwilling, you may also pass this talisman to the city defender, General Zhang Kaitai. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment and then asked, It is not that I am unwilling, but considering the lives of tens of thousands in Tianhai town, it is prudent to proceed with caution. The woman nodded in agreement. My lord, as far as I know, if the general's life-bound artifact cannot be found, the ghostly soldiers summoned by the talisman may be ineffective against the deep-sea demons. Young Azu inquired at that moment. Child, whose daughter are you to possess such knowledge? The woman looked at Azu with surprise. My grandfather is Zhang Balian, once a Qianhu of the Yunhe Tower. After losing his sight due to an injury, he returned to Tianhai City, Azu proudly replied. Zhang Balian, the Qianhu? He was injured while protecting fleeing civilians. The general searched for him for a long time, yet I did not expect him to have been living in seclusion in Tianhai town. The woman expressed her astonishment. As she spoke, the last vestige of her wariness dissipated from her gaze. For the safety of the burning sea formation, the location of the general's life-bound artifact is a closely guarded secret, even from the general himself. The only clue is that this item emits a uniquely fragrant aroma. You may search the town for any objects that possess this special scent. She shared the most crucial lead with Xu Taiping and Azu. Had she not seen the spirits accompanying Xu Taiping or discovered that the girl's grandfather was Zhang Balian, she likely would have preferred the fall of Tianhai Pass over divulging such information, for the general's artifact held far greater significance than the pass itself. Aroma? Upon hearing this word, Xu Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. A peculiar fragrance served as a warning to his left eye. Just as Xu Taiping intended to confirm with the young woman, she suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Despite his attempts to seal her meridians with his true essence, her cough persisted unabated. No, please do not save me. She vehemently refused as Xu Taiping prepared to produce a life-saving pill. I understand this may seem cruel to the people of Tianhai town, but if possible, please hold the Tianhai Pass, even if it is just one person remaining, she said, coughing as she spoke. Sister, I cannot speak for others, but I shall never flee. Azuz assured the woman. Smiling at her words, the woman gently patted Azuz's shoulder. Sister, what is your name? Azuz hastily inquired as the woman's breath grew weaker. I am Zhang Xiaoman, she replied, and with those words, her essence dissipated, her body slumping into Azuz's embrace. Zhang Xiaoman, you are the daughter of the illustrious General Zhang Tianza? Azuz stood there in shock, equally stunned with Xu Taiping. He never anticipated that the revered general's daughter would perish before him. Suddenly, the ground of the mountain forest trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar from the direction of the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above the forest. As he cast his gaze towards the western Luhai, his pupils constricted in alarm. The surface of the western sea was teeming with demonic creatures, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the waves crashed against his chest like relentless tides. With a thud, he landed on the ground. We must leave at once, he urged, grabbing Azuz by the hand. Taiping, is that you? A voice called out, its owner sprinting towards them with urgency. You are Master Xianji. Xu Taiping momentarily froze, recognition dawning as he caught sight of the shiny bald head. Chapter 143, The Burning Sea Array, come to meet the old General Tianhai town. The demonic creatures have launched an assault. Every household, every able-bodied man donned armor to gather at the city walls, while the women, children, and elderly retreated to the cellars. Do not exit the city. Do not exit the city. There are demons lying in ambush outside. The command rang out. Flying with the wind or riding on objects is also forbidden. Today was meant to be the Lantern Festival in Tianhai Town, yet as the aged but commanding voice of the old General Zhang Kaitai echoed through the skies, the festive atmosphere abruptly ceased. The roars of the encroaching demons instilled a momentary panic among the townsfolk on the streets. Fortunately, the appearance of the red armored riders from the Yunhe Tower restored order to the previously chaotic streets. In the face of the demons, the people of Tianhai Town displayed a calmness that surpassed that of other regions. Amidst the throngs of people hastily retreating along the street, a young man accompanied by a monk and a pair of youthful companions was boldly making his way against the tide. These individuals were, of course, Xu Taiping and his entourage. Their destination lay at the end of the street, at the town's yamen, which also served as the encampment for the red armored cavalry of Yunhe Tower. Master Xianji, what brings you to Tianhai Town? Xu Taiping inquired telepathically while straining to maneuver through the crowd. Their previous conversation had been brief, as they were eager to proceed. Brother Xu, you may be unaware, but after parting ways with you 6 years ago, I was tasked by my master to wander and establish a temple here in Tianhai Town. And I have remained for these 6 years, replied Master Xianji, a faint smile of resignation gracing his face as he pressed onward. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping understood immediately. I had initially intended to return to Muyu Forest to meet you in half a year, yet it seems you have arrived earlier than anticipated. Have you encountered any troubles? Master Xianji asked with concern. Not at all. The opening of the prisoning dragon tower was always destined to occur between 6 to 7 years. The timing is not fixed, Xu Taiping reassured him. That's a relief, Master Xianji said, clasping his hands together in gratitude. By the way, what brings you to Tianhai Town? I recall you were to attend the Jinlin gathering in Nanshu's capital. I crossed paths with the demonic monk Zhen Wu from Huiyun Temple, who employed a peculiar sorcery to transport me here, claiming he wished to bring about my demise. Xu Taiping responded candidly, as he felt no need to conceal his enmity with the monk from Master Xianji. Could it be that Zhen Wu was already aware of today's siege by the demonic forces? Master Xianji expressed his astonishment. It appears to be the case. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. To be frank, my master warned me 6 years ago that a calamity would befall Tianhai Town in 6 years, which is why I undertook the mission to establish a temple here. Master Xianji's tone grew serious. Master Xianji, this impending disaster is unlike any other. Does your master not fear for your life? Xu Taiping asked, furrowing his brow. You must understand, for us ascetic monks, such trials represent the pinnacle of our cultivation. The day of our demise is the moment we attain enlightenment, Master Xianji replied with a gentle smile. Xu Taiping shook his head, struggling to comprehend the mindset of such ascetics. Stay your steps. Just as they neared the yamen, 2 members of the red armored cavalry suddenly intercepted Xu Taiping and the siblings, Zhu and Hu. Xu Taiping had anticipated this. We seek an audience with the old general, he stated, producing a badge from the red armored cavalry belonging to Xiaoman. A moment later, atop the city wall of Tianhai Pass, Zhu and Hu were escorted to meet the old general, Zhang Kaitai, by the red armored cavalry. Xu Taiping and Master Xianji, being non-residents of Tianhai Town, were instructed to wait atop the wall, guarded by several members of the cavalry. Given the exceptional circumstances, Xu Taiping understood this arrangement well. The number of monstrous creatures is increasing. Gazing down at the gathering deep-sea monsters below the city wall, even Xu Taiping, who prides himself on his worldly experience, could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Suddenly, a group of mermen attempted to ascend from the water, but as soon as their feet touched the shore, they were engulfed by a pillar of fire that erupted from the ground, their anguished cries piercing the air. This was the burning sea array of the Yunhe Tower. Once activated, any sea creature attempting to land would be scorched by the underground flames. Moreover, the closer one approached the Tianhai Pass, the more vigorous the flames became. Master Xianji explained this to Xu Taiping. Having lived near Tianhai Town for 5 or 6 years, he possessed a far greater understanding of these matters than Xu Taiping. With the burning sea array in place, it should be feasible to defend Tianhai Pass for 10 days to half a month, shouldn't it? Xu Taiping queried, somewhat perplexed. You are thinking too simplistically, interjected a red-armored rider who had been listening to their conversation. If these were ordinary shallow-sea monsters, it would be manageable. But deep-sea monsters have cultivated true demonic forms. The burning sea array may only suppress their cultivation. It cannot annihilate them. The red-armored rider sighed and continued his explanation. As he spoke, The creature that had been scorched by the underground fire suddenly grew in stature, its demonic energy dispersing the flames engulfing its body. Following suit, several other monsters behind it began to do the same, braving the underground fire with their true demonic forms, inching closer towards the city gate. In a mere moment, hundreds of deep-sea monsters had emerged onto the shore, swiftly advancing towards the city wall. Among them, a few creatures with flesh wings took to the air. Due to the limited spiritual energy that the array can summon, the underground fire will only burn the same creature 3 times. If it survives all 3 attempts, the array will cease to expend energy, and it will be up to us red-armored riders to eliminate them, the rider explained as he readied his bow, swiftly nocking an arrow. Chapter 144. The Burning Sea Array. Is there a heavier bow available? With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot forth from the top of the city wall. In that instant, its speed surged dramatically, enveloped in a layer of crimson flames. What initially appeared to be an ordinary arrow transformed into a formidable projectile. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The arrow pierced the skull of a monster that was attempting to dive down, its body engulfed in flames as it fell to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the red-armored riders atop the wall erupted in a chorus of cheers. The most unique aspect of the Burning Sea Array was not its ability to restrain the monsters, but rather its enhancement of the rider's attacking power. The red-armored rider lowered his bow and smiled at Xu Taiping. "Thank you for clarifying, my lord." Xu Taiping inclined his head respectfully towards the rider. "There's no need for such formality. Just call me a Liang. And thank you for saving a Zhu and a Hu earlier." The dark-skinned rider smiled back, returning the gesture. "A Liang, do you know a Zhu and a Hu?" Xu Taiping inquired, surprised. "I am the cousin of a Zhu and a Hu, yet a Zhu harbors a disinclination towards our family, hence he did not greet me just now." A Liang expressed a hint of helplessness. "I am Xu Taiping, a wandering cultivator passing through this region." Xu Taiping smiled and cupped his hands towards A Liang. "Xu brother, your luck this time seems rather unfortunate." A Liang sighed and turned his gaze back towards the wall below. There, the creature he had pierced through the head had not perished. Instead, it soared back into the air once more. Even the most ordinary deep-sea monster would prove too formidable for our red-armored riders to slay with a single arrow. And a fierce battle loomed ahead. As he spoke, he knocked another arrow and drew his bow, aiming at the creature that had taken flight again. Whoosh! Another arrow soared forth, striking the creature squarely in the head once more. Yet this time, the red-armored riders atop the wall refrained from cheering. They had come to realize the tenacity of the creature they were about to confront through A Liang's 2 arrows. "A Liang brother, I noticed that the power of your second arrow seems significantly greater than that of the first. Is it related to the strength with which you draw your bow?" Xu Taiping inquired curiously. "Xu brother, keen observation. The Burning Sea Array at Yunhe Tower is specifically designed for soldiers and warriors. It restricts magical abilities and spiritual power while enhancing physical strength. Thus, the fuller you draw your bow, the greater the enhancement the Burning Sea Array provides to the power of your arrow," A Liang explained to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes brightened. If A Liang's words held true, then the Burning Sea Array would indeed serve as a significant boon to him, possessing the physique of a python. "A Liang brother, may I borrow your bow for a moment?" Xu Taiping asked A Liang, eager to test the extent of the array's enhancement. "Xu brother, you wish to ascertain the power of your shot under the influence of the Burning Sea Array, do you not?" A Liang discerned Xu Taiping's intentions at a glance. "We are bound to engage in battle with the creature soon, so I wish to gain as much insight as possible," Xu Taiping replied. "Most individuals would either be paralyzed with fear or devise an escape plan upon encountering such a monster, yet you contemplate engaging it in combat. I hold great admiration for your courage, Xu brother," Zhang Liang remarked with respect, bowing slightly to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping smiled wryly, feeling a pang of shame within. Had he not known this was his destined tribulation, he would have likely been preoccupied with thoughts of fleeing. "Here you go." Zhang Liang handed his bow and arrows to Xu Taiping, also passing along his waist token while explaining. "The Burning Sea Array will sense the waist token worn by the red-armored riders. Only those possessing the token can harness the array's power." "Thank you." Xu Taiping nodded as he accepted the waist token. "Xu brother, this bow is a 1,000-stone hard bow. You need not pull too hard." Just as Zhang Liang was about to caution Xu Taiping against drawing too forcefully to avoid injuring his arm, Xu Taiping had already drawn the bow to its full moon shape. At this moment, Xu Taiping was still in the state of a sleeping serpent. not even harnessing the strength of the awakened serpent. Bang! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xu Taiping, with unwavering focus, aimed at a monstrous creature and released his grip on the bowstring. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air. The arrow Xu Taiping shot drew a long trail of fire through the sky and directly pierced the creature that had just taken flight. Bang! The monster, resembling a flying fish, was instantly obliterated by the flames, turning into ashes. One arrow managed to annihilate a deep-sea monster. Zhang Liang looked at Xu Taiping with incredulity. Meanwhile, Xianji, with his back to the crowd, clasped his palms together and smiled meaningfully, saying, "Ba, Brother Xu remains as reassuring as ever. Is there a heavier bow?" Xu Taiping inquired as he returned the bow to Zhang Liang. Having tested it, he wished to explore its potency further, to see the extent of his arrow's might in the states of the awakened and furious serpents. "I'll go find. Help, my lord. Please help, my lord. Open the city gates. My lord, let us in." Just as Zhang Liang was about to respond, a sudden cry for help erupted from below the city tower. The crowd peered down from the city wall. They beheld a throng of citizens pleading for assistance, some desperately banging on the city gates, urging those inside to let them in. And it was not merely this group. Families were arriving in droves from the east and south of the walls. "This is bad. These are the citizens who couldn't return in time," Zhang Liang frowned. The sudden incident had left many outside the city unable to come back. Compounding the concern of the armored riders atop the tower, a group of monsters nearby, upon spotting the citizens below, began recklessly charging towards the city gates. In an instant, flames erupted on the ground before the tower. "Brother Along, can we use magic on our own people?" Xu Taiping suddenly asked Along. "Yes, as long as you have a waste token, you are not bound by the burning sea formation." Along nodded without turning his head, deep in thought for a solution. "Then lend me a waste token. I will go down and bring these people up." Xu Taiping extended his hand. "Lend you a waste token?" Along was taken aback at first, then shook his head repeatedly. "Brother Xu, no, it's too dangerous." Chapter 145, The Liu Brothers at the City Gates. Boom. Just then, the closest deep-sea monsters to the city gate simultaneously spewed bubbles towards the citizens. Xu Taiping recognized the tremendous power of these bubbles, which likely concealed deadly toxins within. As he witnessed several citizens struck by the bubbles, two fishermen dashed out from the crowd. In the instant the bubbles were launched, they transformed their vital energy into shields, placing them before the others. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the bubbles collided with the shields of the fishermen, shattering upon impact. However, the tremendous force still caused several individuals to stagger back, their protective energy weakening significantly in an instant. The brothers of the Qijia camp. "We understand that you are in a difficult position to open the gates, but rest assured, the 5 of us from the Liu family will stand guard at the city gates. Once they are opened, we will ensure that not a single beast of darkness enters the city. You only need to let these villagers in, without concern for us." At that moment, the eldest among the fishermen, a bearded man wielding a spear, suddenly turned and shouted towards the city wall. Hearing this, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. He was eager to open the gates. Once the gates of Tianhai Pass were ajar, the power of the burning sea array would significantly diminish, inevitably allowing more malevolent creatures to take advantage of the opportunity to invade. "Lord Qianhu, we cannot open the gates. If we sacrifice the lives of a few for the sake of the many, we would become eternal sinners," reminded another soldier beside Zhang Liang. "I understand." Zhang Liang clenched his teeth, ultimately making a decision. Boom. Just then, 3 deep-sea monsters, having endured the searing flames of the burning sea array, surged to the forefront and suddenly spewed bubbles towards the people below. Bang! The Liu brothers continued to use their energy-formed shields to defend, but this time, even with the assistance of the burning sea array, they were still jolted back repeatedly, their protective energy thinning drastically. At this rate, they might not even be able to maintain their energy shields. "Liang, since you have no viable solution, allow me to make an attempt," said Xu Taiping, who had been quietly observing, extending his hand towards Liang once more. Why won't you heed advice? If it were that easy to save them, we would have already descended. The city tower stands 1,000 feet high. Even if you possess wind manipulation skills, it will take a T's worth of time to ascend and descend, during which you would undoubtedly become a target for the creatures below," replied another soldier beside Zhang Liang impatiently before he could speak. Xu Taiping's repeated requests to save the people made him feel quite disheartened as a city guard. Lu Kuan. Zhang Liang shot a glare at the soldier. Su, do you truly have confidence in your ability to save them? He turned to Xu Taiping. The town of Tianhai is not vast. Everyone knows each other, and if possible, he certainly did not wish to witness dozens of lives extinguished before his eyes. If I go down now, I should be able to do it. Any later, I cannot guarantee much, Xu Taiping replied. His expression grave as he gazed at the increasingly numerous monsters gathering on the distant shore. Very well, Su, give it a try. I will bear the responsibility if anything goes awry, Zhang Liang responded, tearing off Lu Kuan's badge and handing it to Xu Taiping. Originally, guarding Xu Taiping was part of his duties. Should anything happen to Su, he would be held accountable. Thank you. Xu Taiping accepted the badge and immediately summoned Baiyu. Boom. Baiyu took the badge and instantly revealed its true form, transforming into a spirit bird with wings spanning over 10 feet. A spirit bird of the Demon King level? Upon seeing Baiyu, the eyes of the Qi Jia cavalry nearly bulged out of their sockets. In Tianhai town, where malevolent creatures roam incessantly, both travelers and merchants are a rare sight, resulting in a populace that has long struggled with poverty. Even the red armored cavalry, once a formidable presence, now finds its funding dwindling year by year, rendering their role at Tianhai Pass nearly superfluous. It is no wonder that, despite the pressing need, even the ethereal steeds they ride are only afforded to the ranks of the 1,000 household red armored soldiers. The thought of acquiring a spirit bird of the Demon King level is utterly unattainable. Were it not for these dire circumstances, they would have long since released their spirit birds to rescue those in peril. Brother A Liang, I implore you to provide me cover, Xu Taiping stated curtly, leaping onto the back of Baiyu and plunging downward towards the city below. Fear not in your endeavor to save lives. I shall guard your ascent, A Liang responded, swiftly knocking an arrow and aiming at a creature that dared to approach Baiyu in the skies. With a swift whoosh, his shot struck true, the monster's head exploding in a violent display as it plummeted earthward. Simultaneously, down below, the Liu brothers valiantly defended against a barrage of monstrous assaults. After blocking several encroaching water bubbles, their protective barrier shattered with a resounding crack. The impact sent the 5 brothers hurtling backward, their bodies propelled several feet into the air. The 3 closest monsters, emboldened by their apparent advantage, let out a fierce roar, summoning forth yet more water bubbles. Lu Da, the eldest brother, glanced at his compatriots and, gritting his teeth, rose with determination, declaring, I shall take one of these beasts with me, even unto death. With that proclamation, he brandished his hunting knife and charged headlong at the 3 monsters. Elder brother, wait for me, cried the other 4 brothers, scrambling to their feet and recklessly following Lu Da into the fray. In Tianhai town, those registered as fishermen within the red armored camp are, in essence, half-soldiers. The moment they surged forward, the 3 monsters unleashed their water bubbles, which struck with the force of cannonballs. To withstand such an assault with mere flesh and blood would spell doom, even for the seasoned red armored soldiers atop the city walls. Yet, the Liu brothers remained undaunted, forming a protective formation learned from their training, channeling their collective energy into Lu Da, who then swung his knife at the approaching bubbles. In an instant, the brothers' energy was shattered by the explosion, sending them reeling once more. This time, they bore the brunt of the blast, Lu Da sustaining grievous injuries that left half of his face mangled. Before they could regain their footing, the 3 monsters expelled yet more water bubbles. With his face grievously injured, Lu Da stood once again, gripping his knife tightly and turning to his brothers with a resolute smile. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Let us embark together. Indeed, the others replied in unison, their spirits undeterred, echoing their brothers' fervor. Chapter 146. The awakening of monsters in the sea. At the city gates, the fishermen of Tianhai town often find themselves the subject of mockery from citizens of other regions. Labeled as savages for their perceived lack of decorum, brutishness, and the belief that they are cursed by a spell known as ignorance of mortality. Otherwise, how could one face life and death without so much as a blink? Bang! At that moment, the bubbles expelled by the monstrous creature struck heavily against the 5 brothers. However, to their astonishment, prepared as they were to face death together, they found themselves unharmed, even devoid of the anticipated pain. Lu Laoda turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover that he and his brothers were encircled by a wall of wind. It was this very barrier that had shielded them from the creature's bubbles. Just then, Accompanied by a piercing cry of an eagle, a colossal spirit bird descended from the towering castle above, carrying upon its back a young man. The immortal from the celestial mountain has come to rescue us, Lu Jialawu exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Unlike the southern Shu, the western Liang kingdom esteemed both scholarship and martial prowess, yet placed little value on the Tao. Only a few secluded spiritual mountains housed hidden sects, which explained the difficulty in finding someone capable of wielding the wind and manipulating objects among the red armored riders. Everyone, do not remain in a daze. Come quickly, or it will be too late. Xu Taiping shouted towards the villagers still in shock at the city gates. Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed to mount the white feathered creature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, several deep-sea monsters that had reached the city gates began to frantically shoot bubbles towards the white feathered beast. Be careful, immortal. The Lu brothers, witnessing this scene, grew anxious and shouted in unison, attempting to warn Xu Taiping. With a calm demeanor, Xu Taiping merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers, resulting in a thunderous boom as the 5 bubbles exploded under the force of the wind. The Zhangwan Ring, 2 fingers. Although the spell lacked the enhancement of the Burning Sea formation, Xu Taiping's current mastery of the Zhangwan Ring with 2 fingers was not to be underestimated. The Lu brothers were left speechless. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, Xu Taiping's figure seemed to teleport right before the Lu brothers. Roar! Just then, a monster erupted from the sandy ground before them, its claw, adorned with fish fins, lunging towards Xu Taiping and the Lu brothers. Caught off guard, the Lu brothers were momentarily at a loss, not expecting the deep-sea beast to traverse the sand. However, Xu Taiping had long sensed the creature lurking beneath the surface. Thus, as it sprang forth, he calmly pointed at its head. Boom! With a sharp sound, the Lu brothers witnessed the gathered wind from Xu Taiping's fingertip pierce straight through the monster's throat, followed by a resounding explosion that severed its neck, causing its head to fall. Clap! After the monster's head tumbled to the ground, Xu Taiping flicked his finger, unleashing a flame towards the severed head with the technique of heavenly fire finger. Boom! Though not the golden flame of the great sun, it was already at the level of true fire, instantly reducing the monster's head and soul to ashes. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping effortlessly vanquish a formidable magical beast, the 5 Lu brothers were nearly compelled to prostrate themselves in reverence. Gentlemen, you should hasten over. Delay may invite even more powerful creatures to emerge from the depths of the sea, Xu Taiping remarked, gesturing towards the white feather beside the city wall, then offering a subtle smile to the brothers. We are immensely grateful, esteemed immortal. The 5 brothers, disregarding their own injuries, clasped their hands in gratitude. Go forth. Xu Taiping replied, bemused. He was no immortal. Boom. At that moment, another beast erupted from the sands, lunging towards Xu Taiping. In a swift motion, he drew the water-slicing blade and brought it down with precision. Whoosh! The blade's energy cleaved through the creature, severing it in twain. Observing this, the Lu brothers wasted no time, assisting each other as they rapidly made their way towards the city wall. Xu Taiping watched them depart. Then his gaze returned to the water-slicing blade, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. It seems the power of my demon-slaying blade has been enhanced within the flaming sea array. If, akin to the previous arrows, my swordsmanship can amplify the array's might, then it shall serve as a significant boon in the ensuing battle against the beasts. However, he pondered, since this was a calamity of slaughter, the creatures emerging from the sea would likely grow ever more formidable. Xu Taiping gazed contemplatively at the expanse of the sea. He did not allow himself to feel triumphant over the defeat of a mere couple of deep-sea monsters. Rather, he had grown increasingly vigilant. The recent batch of beasts was inexplicably weak, starkly contrasting with the malevolent aura he had initially sensed from the depths. They seemed akin to lures, deliberately released to instill complacency before the true battle commenced. As he spoke, Xu Taiping suddenly slashed his blade to the side. Boom! With a piercing sound, his sword energy formed a formidable barrier, shielding the white feather from the villagers approaching. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this barrier, a bone spear shot forth from the sea, piercing straight into the wall of energy. Bang! After a brief standoff, the sharp spear penetrated the barrier, aiming directly for the head of the white feather. Crack! Just as it was about to strike, Xu Taiping appeared before the feather in a flash, gripping the spear firmly in his hand. Boom! Even as he seized the spear, Its force compelled Xu Taiping to elevate his physique to the awakened serpent realm, his arm muscles swelling with power. Yet, at that very moment, distant glimmers began to flicker upon the murky surface of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air resounded again, as a flurry of white-boned spears, akin to arrows, surged from the ocean, aimed directly at Xu Taiping and the white feather behind him. Boom. Simultaneously, an ominous and terrifying aura radiated from the shadowy waters. In the depths of the sea, it seemed as if something was awakening. By you go. Xu Taiping shouted without looking back, then wielded the blade in his hand, slicing through the water with a decisive stroke. With a piercing sound of the blade, over 100 blinding white shadows of the sword surged forth, cleaving towards the boned spears that flew toward them. Chapter 147. The deep-sea demon king launches a full-scale assault on the city with a swift motion. A cacophony of blade sounds erupted, and dozens of radiant scars appeared in the sky, intertwining like a vast net that ensnared the boned spears hurtling through the air. With a thunderous boom, the network of blades suddenly expanded, shattering alongside the myriad boned spears. The shockwave generated by the clash of blade and spear rippled through the air like waves, and even the soldiers atop the city walls could feel a subtle tremor. So, could it be that the otherworldly geniuses have come to participate in the Golden Scale Assembly at Yuan Mansion? Zhang Liang, peering down from the city battlements, suddenly brightened at this realization. Given Xu Taiping's age, prowess, and his accent that did not belong to Yuan, it was easy for Zhang Liang to associate him with the Golden Scale Assembly. Amitabha, Xianji, leaning against the city wall and reciting scriptures, smiled silently, his palms pressed together in prayer. Just then, at the moment when the bone spears and blade scars shattered, Zhang Liang's pupils contracted, followed by an alarmed exclamation, "Not good." A deep-sea demon from the Demon King realm. Suddenly, a fish-like figure with wings sprouting from its back and a body adorned with peculiar runes appeared, as if conjured from thin air. With a resounding crash, it surged through the shattered blade aura, raising its fist to strike Xu Taiping. Boom. In that instant, everyone felt a tremendous force of nature converging beneath the demon's fist. This power, infused with the energy of the heavens and earth, combined with its surging demonic aura, manifested as a colossal shadow of a fist that descended heavily upon Xu Taiping. The force, intent, and might of this strike reached an apex. Furthermore, the moment it chose to strike coincided perfectly with Xu Taiping's moment of sheathing his blade, leaving Zhang Liang and the others unable to fathom how Xu Taiping would withstand such a blow. Just as the crowd was consumed with concern for Xu Taiping, a sharp, resonant sound suddenly erupted in the dim sky. To their astonishment, they witnessed a straight blade scar swiftly descend from above the demon's head to its feet. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a blade aura surged forth from within that scar, carrying the power to split mountains and seas, piercing through the body of the Demon King. Bang. The force of the Demon King's punch was instantaneously shattered. The demonic energy that had coalesced around him dissipated with Xu Taiping's blade aura, and the formidable body of the Demon King was left wounded and torn under the unique blade energy of the demon-slaying blade. When did Brother Xu wield such a blade? Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. In truth, this scene was evidently overlooked. Xu Taiping had only delivered a single strike from beginning to end. The final blow directed at the king-level shark demon was merely concealed within the shadows of other blade images. This was the unique chaotic cicada style under extreme conditions, characterized by its remarkable versatility. It could unleash 100 blades simultaneously, merge 100 blades into a single strike, or conceal one blade among the multitude, all contingent upon Xu Taiping's intent. It could be said that the extrapolation from the spirit bone steel seamlessly fused the blade demon's fury with the demon-slaying blade. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping, having shattered the shark demon's fist, found himself hovering before it in an instant, delivering a powerful blow with his fist enveloped in the blazing golden flames of the sun, striking heavily upon its head. Bang! The Great Sage fist, dominant style. Even without the force of the extreme realm, the immense power of Xu Taiping's dominant strike was sufficient to shatter the king-level shark demon's skull on the spot. The flames of the sun encasing his fist left the shark demon with no time to escape its soul, and with a wretched scream, it was reduced to ashes along with its head. The remnants of its true demonic body were collected into a gourd by Xu Taiping. According to what he had learned previously in the relic chamber, The true demonic body held considerable value. Witnessing this scene, the crimson-armored soldiers atop the city tower could not help but exclaim in unison. To slay a king-level shark demon so effortlessly was beyond their imagination. Even commanders at the 1,000 household level could not achieve such a feat. It was only possible for generals at the 10,000 household rank. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping annihilated the king-level shark demon with his fist, monstrous waves surged once more across the distant sea, with clusters of luminous points igniting upon the crest of the tides. Boom. At the instant the lights flared, several more king-level shark demons, armed with weapons, burst forth from the void. The ground fire of the burning sea formation posed little hindrance to the king-level shark demons. Meanwhile, along the originally tranquil coast, hordes of low-level shark demons began to crawl ashore. Although these lowly demons, lacking intelligence and below the monarch rank, possessed lesser combat power than ordinary crimson-armored soldiers, their sheer numbers could deplete the power of the burning sea formation significantly. In an instant, the distant coast of Tianhai Pass was engulfed in a relentless surge of ground fire, with no moments of respite. Quickly relay the message to the general and the 10,000 household. The shark demons are launching a massive assault on the city. Zhang Liang urgently commanded Lu Kuan by his side. Without hesitation, Lu Kuan complied and swiftly departed to convey the message. Hurry, everyone. Prepare arrows and draw bows. Shoot down those king-level shark demons. He commanded the archers stationed by the city wall. While speaking, his gaze remained anxiously fixed on Xu Taiping below, fearing that he might struggle against the onslaught of the king-level shark demons. Chapter 148. The shark demon lord will not let you escape, however. There was a complex expression on his face. In the face of the encroaching king-level shark demons, Xu Taiping displayed no fear, almost effortlessly sending one flying with each punch. With the assistance of the burning sea formation, the power of his Great Sage Fist was amplified. Even the standard moves of the Great Sage Fist retained formidable strength. Breakthrough. As several king-tier shark demons coordinated their assault on Xu Taiping, encircling him, two others launched an attack on Baiyu, who was preparing to ascend into the air. Xu Taiping, having been testing his skills, abruptly transformed his fist technique. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a punch that conjured dozens of flickering, electric shadows within a 100-foot radius. The air ruptured with a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the realm. This was the Great Sage Fist, thunderous rage style. This technique not only transformed ordinary fist energy into bolts of lightning, but also executed strikes with astonishing swiftness. Unlike the previous techniques, the arena sky style and the charging bull formation, when perfected to its zenith, its force could simultaneously strike dozens, even hundreds of foes. With a sound akin to a resounding drumbeat, the four king-tier shark demons, who had been besieging Xu Taiping, exploded into fragments after enduring multiple strikes of the thunderous rage style. In the very instant that the demons erupted, Xu Taiping's figure flickered and appeared before Baiyu, drawing his sword without hesitation. With a sharp clang, the heads of two king-tier shark demons fell to the ground. Taiping, I'll take them with me. Be careful. Baiyu, who had been prepared to join the fray, cautioned Xu Taiping after witnessing his ease in handling the situation, and then soared into the air with a flutter of his wings. Don't worry about me, Xu Taiping replied, then hurled a punch at an incoming water bubble. With a loud burst, the bubble shattered, but in that very moment, dozens of ice blades shot forth toward him. Xu Taiping's form flickered as he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the onslaught. Although he had successfully dodged, the attack left him profoundly shaken, for he had sensed nothing of the impending strike. A premonition warned him that a shark demon of strength surpassing the demon's sovereign realm was lurking in the shadows, employing some form of stealth. Without hesitation, he produced a high-tier golden body talisman. Indeed, Xu Taiping's intuition proved to be spot on. Just as he brandished the talisman, a colossal ice sword materialized before him, thrusting toward his chest. Despite the protection of the golden body talisman, the sheer force of the blade slammed him against the city wall. In the aftermath, a massive fist encased in ice, akin to the previous sword, suddenly appeared before Xu Taiping, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. This strike shattered his golden body talisman, landing squarely upon him. It was a shark demon of the demon lord level. Recognizing the overwhelming force behind the fist and the faint essence of true intent within it, Xu Taiping immediately deduced the peril he faced. He had not anticipated that a demon of such caliber would strike at this moment. At that instant, The colossalized sword descended upon him once more, following the trajectory of the sword. Xu Taiping beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with silver hair and 2 horns protruding from her head. The figure of the woman appeared as though she had emerged from a rift in space, almost undetectable upon a cursory glance. Clearly, this siren possessed a remarkably intricate ability to conceal herself. However, at the moment the silver-haired siren unleashed her sword strike, Xu Taiping had already vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was upon the city tower. With the passage of time and shifting constellations, he had long anticipated the lurking peril, activating his technique just in time. As the golden body talisman shielded him from her assault, the technique took effect. "What is your name?" the silver-haired siren asked, her gaze cold as she regarded Xu Taiping. "I am Xu Taiping. And how should I address you, esteemed demon lord?" he replied with a calm smile. Despite her formidable prowess, the siren's aura was notably weaker than that of the true sage Xu Taiping had encountered, and she was no match for the celestial wolf king. Thus, Xu Taiping felt no excessive fear towards her. "Ling," the siren uttered, her tone frigid as she fixed her gaze upon Xu Taiping. "Next time, I shall not afford you the chance to escape." Xu Taiping chuckled in response. "That remains to be seen." As he spoke, he discreetly conveyed a message to Zhang Liang beside him. "Release the arrows." Zhang Liang immediately comprehended, forcefully pressing his hand downward. The well-trained archers of the scarlet armored cavalry swiftly aimed their crossbows at the position of the siren below. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of arrows was unleashed. Yet, just as the arrows were about to descend, the woman merely raised her hand and grasped the incoming fiery projectiles, an icy chill freezing thousands of arrows mid-air. In that moment, however, a cyclone of condensed energy, imbued with blinding golden flames, shot straight towards the siren. This attack was, of course, a manifestation of Xu Taiping's Zhongwan ring, now enhanced with the great sun golden flame. With a tremendous crash, the silver-haired siren staggered, her form fully emerging from the shadows before the onlookers. Although the force of the Zhongwan ring was intercepted by the siren, causing her little harm, the golden flames mingled with the gust of energy burned away her sleeve, leaving scorch marks on her fair arms. This indicated that the great sun golden flame was effective even against a demon lord. "This is not the technique of the Yuyun realm," the siren remarked. Glancing at the burn marks on her wrist, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she directed her gaze towards Xu Taiping on the tower. "From which realm do you hail?" Xu Taiping was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated that the siren could discern his identity merely from a flame. He thought to himself, "No wonder Sister Lingwei advised me against revealing the Scarlet Crow golden flame art in front of outsiders." "What are you talking about?" "I do not quite understand," Xu Taiping replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he locked eyes with the silver-haired siren. Meanwhile, he subtly gestured to Zhang Liang beside him. Zhang Liang promptly responded, borrowing the waist token in his hand to transmit orders to the archers. "Release the arrows." Boom! The archers on the city tower, already knocked and drawn, released a volley of hundreds of arrows at his command. In an instant, each arrow was enveloped in golden flames, transforming into a dazzling rain of fire cascading down upon the silver-haired mermaid demoness. Within no more than 7 days, not a single living creature would remain in this city. This time, the mermaid demoness did not attempt to withstand the assault. She merely snorted coldly before vanishing once more from sight. The demons that had followed her were reduced to ashes amidst the fiery deluge of arrows. This scene allowed Xu Taiping to once again witness the formidable power of the crimson-armored soldiers, bolstered by the infernal formation. Upon the retreat of the silver-haired mermaid demoness, Captain Zhang Liang let out a long sigh of relief. The other crimson-armored soldiers on the battlements displayed expressions of profound relief. The oppressive aura emanating from a demon lord was not something ordinary people could easily withstand. Indeed, even Xu Taiping felt a lingering dread. Had he not been sufficiently cautious, even if he had survived, he would have likely sustained serious injuries. "Brother Xu, we owe you our gratitude this time, otherwise dozens of lives would surely have been lost at the city gates." Zhang Liang expressed his thanks earnestly. "Brother Liang, you overstate it. It was merely the right thing to do," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. His motivations for intervening were not solely altruistic. A significant part of his intent was to seize this opportunity to learn more about these mermaid demons. Suddenly, a resounding applause erupted from behind the crowd. Turning to look, they beheld an elderly general clad in crimson armor, with hair as white as snow, approaching them while clapping his hands, a broad smile illuminating his face. Young brother. Splendid skills. The elderly general praised Xu Taiping, his gaze intense and admiring. You flatter me, General, Xu Taiping replied, initially perplexed until he spotted Zhu and Hu following the old general, which led him to deduce the elder's identity. Zhang Liang, I have the honor of meeting the general, he said, stepping forward to pay his respects. You are quite impressive yourself. The general lightly patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder, leaving him astonished by the compliment. Your surname is Xu, is it not? The general inquired of Xu Taiping. Indeed, I am Xu Taiping, he responded with a slight bow. I am grateful to you, young Master Xu, for saving Zhu and Hu earlier. These two little ones are the flesh and blood of an old friend. Had anything happened to them, I would have no face to meet my old friend in the afterlife, the general said, casting a fond glance at Zhu and Hu. Xu Taiping smiled politely, choosing not to respond. Boom. At that moment, two colossal figures, towering 20 to 30 zhang high, suddenly emerged from the distant sea, sending a powerful wave of energy rippling through the air. Commotion erupted atop the city walls. It is the whale demons, the general remarked calmly, crossing his arms and observing the two monstrous beings with an air of tranquility. The whale demon serves as a formidable weapon for the deep-sea monsters, possessing a colossal and resilient physique capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a celestial realm cultivator. It not only provides cover for other monsters to ascend to the shore, but can also wield heavy weaponry to breach city defenses. The mere appearance of a whale demon heralds an imminent assault by the deep-sea creatures. Zhang Liang furrowed his brow as he elucidated this to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this explanation, Xu Taiping nodded in dawning realization. The whale demon's physique is akin to that of a martial sage, and combined with its true demonic form, it indeed poses a significant challenge. Xu Taiping murmured to himself, calculating that in a one-on-one scenario, he would undoubtedly be unable to overcome the whale demon solely relying on his python-like physique. Should several whale demons emerge, the Tianhai Pass would be exceedingly difficult to defend. He continued, his voice barely above a whisper, yet Zhang Liang and the old general overheard him. The old general chuckled heartily and reassured, do not fret, young Master Xu. The monsters of the sea, particularly those from the deep, do not cultivate in the same manner as land creatures. They do not rely on the monotonous practice of daily cultivation, but rather on the prolificacy of the shark queen. Upon arriving in a marine territory, she swiftly absorbs its power and utilizes the demonic essence drawn from the abyss to continuously spawn monsters. The creatures you see now, aside from a few formidable guardians of the shark queen, are all recently birthed. Xu Taiping was taken aback by this revelation. Are all these monsters gathered at the shore spawned by the shark queen? He pondered in disbelief. The shark queen hails from the abyssal demon realm. Given sufficient power, she can lay 3,000 eggs within half an hour. Zhang Liang nodded gravely. Prior to the burning sea array, she could lay that many. But with the array in place, she can produce a maximum of 1,600 eggs in the same time frame, and the intervals between spawning will only increase over time. Moreover, the deep-sea monster's birth from the first batch of eggs will not exceed the level of Demon King. For instance, from the 1,600 eggs, at most 2 whale demons could emerge. Additionally, a shark queen can only lay eggs 6 times in her lifetime. Beyond this, once the deep-sea monsters reach land and cannot consume flesh, their lifespan dwindles to merely 7 days. The old general crossed his arms and gazed ahead. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping finally exhaled in relief. If the shark queen's egg-laying speed were indeed so rapid, and these monsters had no inherent flaws, the Tianhai Pass would be overrun within a day. However, a pressing concern remained. The subsequent batches of eggs would yield monsters of progressively greater power. By the time the shark queen had laid her 6th batch, it might even give rise to entities surpassing the demon lord level. Moreover, should the earlier batches of monsters remain alive long enough to be consumed by the later ones, their strength would dramatically increase. The old general's expression grew somber as he added this caution. Upon hearing the term surpassing the demon lord, Xu Taiping felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, as an image of the celestial wolf king inexplicably flashed in his mind. It is essential to understand that during his time at the Piluzen Temple, he was able to repel the king of the celestial wolves due to the combined might of the spirit moon fairy, the ancient Buddha Kasyapa, and the evil repelling Azura. Should he encounter an adversary of such caliber as the king of the celestial wolves at the Tianhai Pass, he would truly be facing certain death. Moreover, should the Sea Queen be allowed to spawn, the number of demons they would have to confront in 7 days would be unimaginably terrifying. According to the old general, if these demons were to remain concealed in the sea, waiting until their numbers had swelled before emerging, it would indeed be more advantageous. Xu Taiping expressed a flicker of doubt. If they do not come ashore, the Sea Queen will be unable to continue laying eggs, thus forcing them to assault the city. The old general replied, "Furthermore, we must eradicate the demons on land before the Demon Queen completes her second spawning. Otherwise, the peril will only escalate." Xu Taiping tentatively inquired. "Precisely," the old general nodded in agreement, casting a knowing glance at Xu Taiping. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor approached General Zhang Tai. Zhang Chun bowed before the general. "Zhang Wanhua, we are all compatriots from Tianhai Town. There is no need for such formalities." The general chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the man revealed an honest smile. "General, the 3,000 red armored cavalry below have assembled and are ready to sally forth at a moment's notice." As he spoke of the matter at hand, Zhang Chun's demeanor grew serious once more. The old general nodded, then gazed towards the distant shore where over 1,000 demons had gathered, stating, "This first wave of demons must be completely eradicated, otherwise, we may not endure even 3 days. Rest assured, General, Zhang Chun will not fail in this mission." Zhang Chun clasped his fists earnestly. The old general patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder and then turned to Zhang Liang, asking, "Liang, do you have nothing you wish to convey to your father?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. Then, without sparing a glance at Zhang Chun, he inclined his hands towards the general, stating, "General, with the impending battle, Zhang Liang does not wish to be distracted by family matters." Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flickered in the general's eyes. Zhang Chun, however, laughed heartily, saying, "The general is right. With war looming, let us set aside mundane family affairs for now." As he spoke, he attempted to pat Zhang Liang on the shoulder, only to have Zhang Liang deftly evade him, resulting in an empty gesture. Clearly, there existed some discord between father and son. Just as Xu Taiping contemplated this, he heard the excited voice of little monkey Pinyin in his mind. "Brother, brother, I heard it. My heart communication heard it." "Heard what?" Xu Taiping asked joyfully in his heart while watching Zhang Chun depart. "I just heard it, that Liang," he said to his father in his heart. "Take care," Pinyin exclaimed, almost stuttering with excitement. Upon hearing the words "take care," Xu Taiping, who had initially felt joy for Pinyin, suddenly found his mood growing somber. Observing Zhang Liang, who pursed his lips, and then glancing at the somewhat desolate silhouette of Zhang Chun's small building, Xu Taiping let out a gentle sigh. "Young Master Xu, could you assist this old man with a favor?" After Zhang Chun departed, the old General Zhang Kaitai suddenly conveyed this through thought to Xu Taiping. "Of course, General." Xu Taiping initially paused in surprise, then responded with a calm demeanor. "Young Master Xu, since Miss Xiaoman held you in such high regard before her passing, I shall not conceal the truth from you. In this battle, Tianhai Pass is destined to face defeat." "Why?" Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. According to the old general's earlier statement, as long as they could withstand for 7 days, once the mermaid queen perished, no more monsters would be birthed, granting them a chance to endure. Aside from what has been communicated to you, within the waist token of Miss Xiaoman lies another piece of intelligence regarding the mermaid queen. It states that this time, the mermaid emperor has dispatched not 1, but 2 queens. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of dread wash over him. 2 queens? How could they possibly contend with that? A sudden sense of powerlessness surged within him. The presence of 2 queens equated to doubling the monsters they would face. With the current manpower at Tianhai Pass, they simply could not withstand such an onslaught. Hence, our only path forward lies with the Yin Talisman. We must locate General Zhang Tian's life essence and utilize this talisman to summon the ghostly soldiers of the Zhang clan who perished in battle at Tianhai Pass. Thus affording us a glimmer of hope, the old general continued to communicate to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping regained his composure and nodded inwardly. "Indeed, we still have a way." As he spoke, his mind began to instinctively recall the fragrance that Lien Tong had made him sense. Boom. Just then, the gates of Tianhai Pass slowly opened, and the assembled crimson-armored cavalry began to charge forth on their spirited steeds from within the pass. "Archers, prepare." On the city tower, Zhang Liang, commanding the archers, bellowed in unison. The first clash between Tianhai Pass and the deep-sea monsters had commenced. Chapter 151, Zhongwan, the Men of Tianhai Pass. Stand ready, young Master Su. You are not a practitioner from the Yuan sky, are you? In the biting cold wind, General Zhang Kaitai directed his gaze towards the city tower below while continuing to communicate discreetly with Xu Taiping. As the battle loomed, the two tacitly refrained from mentioning the Yin talisman again. How did you discern that, General? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished. The miasma at Tianhai town is thick. No practitioners from Yuan sky would willingly come here, the old general replied nonchalantly. The miasma at Tianhai Pass is indeed heavier than in other places. Yet it is still far superior to my hometown. Xu Taiping nodded inwardly. The spiritual energy at Tianhai Pass is scarce, and the miasma is dense, which, when compared to other areas in Yuan sky, is akin to the level of spiritual mountains when juxtaposed with Jinwu sky. Otherwise, such towering trees would not flourish. Your hometown is even less favorable than Tianhai Pass. General Zhang Kaitai couldn't help but glance at Xu Taiping, his eyes filled with astonishment. In his perspective, apart from the abyss of demons, there seemed to be no other place with a more oppressive miasma than the Tianhai Pass. To be candid with the venerable general, I hail from the true martial heaven. Xu Taiping ultimately resolved to reveal the truth. True martial heaven. General Zhang Kaitai gazed at Xu Taiping with an expression akin to having seen a ghost. After hearing the descriptions from Sister Azu and witnessing the recent rescue, Zhang Kaitai had presumed that even if Xu Taiping was not a practitioner from the celestial dragon heaven, he at least originated from the absolute cloud heaven. He never anticipated that his counterpart would actually come from the true martial heaven. Are you disappointed, General? Xu Taiping asked with a smile, his gaze drifting towards Zhang Chunwan, who was arranging formations below the city tower, alongside the eager red armored riders. General Zhang Kaitai was momentarily taken aback, then transmitted a message with a chuckle. No. If that is indeed the case, then the task of seeking out General Zhang Tianza's fated object should rightly fall upon you, young Master Su. Why? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. I possess some knowledge about matters concerning the true martial heaven. Your presence in the Yuan heaven must surely stem from having secured a spot in the Golden Scales Conference. Due to the influence of the Yuan Emperor, we, the denizens of Yuan heaven, hold great faith in fortune. As the only disciple from the true martial heaven eligible to participate in the Golden Scales Conference in centuries, it signifies that you carry with you the fortune of the entire true martial heaven. With such fortune, perhaps we might indeed uncover the general's fated object. The general earnestly elaborated. Xu Taiping found himself bemused by this assertion. He mused that according to the words of Lu Chuxian, the master of the residence, the very fortune of the true martial heaven had already collapsed, leaving no fortune to bestow upon him. Yet, upon reflection, he could not refute the general's claim. For at this moment, he genuinely possessed a lead regarding the fated object. No, not merely one. Besides that peculiar scent, his left eye had also provided him with an image of a solitary withered well. With this thought, Xu Taiping contemplated seizing the opportunity to inquire of the general whether there existed a similar withered well within Tianhai town. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping was about to pose his question to the general, a tremendous sound suddenly erupted from the sea ahead. He looked up to see two colossal whale demons leaping from the ocean onto the shore. These two whale demons bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Standing approximately 30 zhang tall, with a slate-gray hide, possessing robust arms and legs, resembling humans in stature. However, they retained the fins and tails of fish. Their massive, glistening heads bore striking similarity to humans, with widely spaced eyes and gill-like features adorning their cheeks. At that moment, the two gigantic whale demons abruptly tilted their heads and emitted a resonant whale song, after which steam began to coalesce within their cavernous mouths filled with spiky teeth. In the blink of an eye, this gathered steam transformed into a gargantuan water sphere, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter. Ultimately, both whale demons lowered their heads in unison, expelling the water sphere towards the entrance of the Tianhai Pass with considerable force. Boom! Amidst the jarring sound of explosive blasts, two colossal orbs of water surged forth, resembling cannonballs aimed directly at the phalanx of crimson-armored cavalry. This spectacle left Xu Taiping profoundly astonished. He contemplated briefly and realized that even harnessing the might of the furious flood dragon physique and executing the supreme Saint Fist's dominance technique, he might still not withstand one of those projectiles unscathed. Rein in your steeds. However, below the city tower, the commander Zhang Chun seemed to have anticipated the whale demon's assault. As the two water spheres were expelled, he immediately issued a commanding order. Upon his command, 3,000 crimson-armored warriors collectively reined in their horses. The sound of neighing reverberated throughout the Tianhai Pass. Brave men of Tianhai Town, do you dare to battle? Along with the horses' whinnies, Zhang Chun's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. To battle! Boom! The combined roar of 3,000 warriors and the thunderous impact of hooves striking the ground intertwined, resembling the roar of a mighty dragon that resonated through heaven and earth. Bang! At the instant of this uproar, a reddish-hued, hazy aura surged forth from the ranks of the 3,000 crimson-armored warriors. These crimson auras coalesced into a tidal wave, rushing forth to strike the two massive water spheres. Bang! The water spheres conjured by the whale demon disintegrated in an instant. Yet, the surging tide did not dissipate. It continued to surge toward the two whale demons and the multitude of demonic creatures behind them. Boom! With a tremendous shockwave, the two whale demons were forced to slide back several steps, and among the thousands of demonic beings, many were obliterated in a violent explosion. Xu Taiping was left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. This was the unique battle spirit of the crimson-armored cavalry of the Yunhe Tower. It was precisely this spirit that enabled mere martial artists to form a phalanx and slay demons. General Zhang, with his arms crossed proudly, declared, "Indeed, the crimson-armored cavalry of Yunhe Tower has kept the two great demon lairs at bay for centuries." Xu Taiping expressed his admiration. He sensed that as long as these 3,000 crimson-armored warriors could maintain their battle spirit, even demon lords would hesitate to challenge their brilliance. Human hearts are perilous, and the path of righteousness is subtle. Only through precision and unity can one hold firm to the center. At this moment, guided by Zhang Chun, the 3,000 crimson-armored warriors began to chant the 16-character aphorism of Confucianism. Xu Taiping, having encountered this saying before, was not surprised. As their voices harmonized, he observed a luminescent aura, reminiscent of pure moonlight, enveloping the battle spirit of the 3,000 crimson-armored warriors. This aura, a manifestation of the Confucian righteousness meant to counter demonic entities, was indeed a testament to Yunhe Tower's ability to blend the legacies of martial and Confucian teachings to vanquish demons. Xu Taiping felt a surge of emotion once more. While he was confident in facing a single demon, or even 10, confronting thousands left him with no thoughts other than retreat. "Men of Tianhai Pass, heed my command." Just then, Zhang Chun raised his spear and bellowed, "Follow me to slay the demons." Chapter 152. Zhang Wanhui, trading his life for another. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Chun gallantly surged forward, brandishing his spear as he charged directly at the assembled horde of demons. In stark contrast to the two colossal whale demons, which loomed like mountains, and the dense throng of lesser demons behind them, Zhang Chun appeared diminutive, akin to an ant confronting an elephant. Yet, despite this overwhelming disparity, neither he nor his steed exhibited the slightest hint of trepidation. In the very next moment, as Zhang Chun led the charge, the 3,000 red-armored soldiers behind him erupted into a cacophony of battle cries, following closely in his wake towards the advancing demons. Viewed from above, the trio of 1,000 red-armored warriors surging forth resembled a razor-sharp sword, thrusting resolutely into the heart of the enemy ranks. "Release the arrows." At that instant, with Zhang Liang's command, the archers stationed atop the city tower unleashed a torrent of arrows towards the distant foes. Boom! In an explosive flurry, a deluge of arrows soared through the air, transforming into a rain of fire that descended mercilessly upon the foremost demons. In an instant, a multitude of these fiends fell to the ground, and the 3,000 red-armored soldiers, seizing the opportunity created by the rain of arrows, plunged into the fray. With resounding blasts, over 1,000 demons were systematically divided, encircled, and annihilated, only to be further segmented and dispatched in an ongoing cycle. Within a mere half-hour, the once thriving legion of over 1,000 demons was reduced to fewer than 100 by the relentless onslaught of the red-armored cavalry. Boom! With Zhang Chun leading a squadron of 300 red-armored cavalrymen in yet another charge, the final whale demon was finally felled, its legs severed, collapsing to the ground. The hearts of men are perilous, the path of virtue fragile. Only through precision and singularity can one remain steadfast. As the whale demon lay defeated, the several hundred red-armored cavalrymen by Zhang Chun's side recited the Confucian maxims once more. Meanwhile, Wanhui Zhang Chun, on horseback and wielding a spear, surged towards the fallen whale demon's head with fervor. Boom! During this charge, the indomitable spirit of the red-armored warriors, coupled with the noble aura of Confucianism, coalesced around Zhang Chun. From a lofty vantage point, the sight of Zhang Chun galloping forth, merging the valiant spirit and noble essence into a singular force, transformed him into a colossal crimson-golden spear aimed directly at the massive head of the whale demon. Bang! With a thunderous crack, the whale demon's head was pierced through by the spear of Wanhui Zhang Chun. At last, the demon that had claimed the lives of over 100 red-armored soldiers was vanquished by a single thrust. In an instant, a tremendous roar of jubilation erupted from both the city tower and the ground below. Xu Taiping observed that Zhang Liang, who had maintained a serious demeanor until now, was suddenly overcome with excitement, vigorously pounding his fist against the city wall, joining the throngs in their cheers. However, Zhang Liang quickly regained his composure, suppressing his smile and adopting a more serious expression. Noticing this, Xu Taiping chuckled and shifted his gaze. Yet, as his eyes fell upon the face of the elderly General Zhang Kaitai beside him, an inexplicable pang of unease struck his heart. The seasoned general's countenance bore no hint of joy. Instead, it was etched with concern, evidently sensing something amiss. Boom! Without waiting for Xu Taiping to pose a question, two resounding booms suddenly echoed across the distant sea. The jubilant cheers from the city tower abruptly ceased, as all eyes turned towards the ocean, once again witnessing two colossal figures, resembling small mountains, emerging step by step from the depths. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that these were two whale demons. "General, how can this be?" Zhang Liang exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation as he glanced at the old general, Zhang Kaitai. The general closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before responding. "According to the urgent reports from the Yunhe Tower, among the deep-sea beasts besieging our Tianhai Pass, there are indeed two shark queens. At this juncture, there is no need for further concealment." Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. "My father, does he know?" Zhang Liang questioned incredulously, his gaze fixed on General Zhang Kaitai. "Yes," Zhang Kaitai replied gravely, nodding. The moment those words were uttered, Zhang Liang's face turned as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping, who had been quietly observing, was at a loss for words and gently patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder. In his mind, the voice of the little monkey Ping echoed once more. "I hear Liang repeatedly apologizing. Brother, do you know to whom he is saying sorry?" This stirred a pang of sorrow in Xu Taiping's heart, and he silently directed his gaze towards the base of the city tower, murmuring, "I do not know." At that moment, brilliant flashes of light began to illuminate the distant sea once again. The red-armored riders, accustomed to dealing with demonic creatures, knew all too well that each burst of light signified the presence of a deep-sea monster. "Lord Wanhu, why are there still monsters? Did we not just?" One of the red-armored riders, terror-stricken, inquired of Zhang Chun, who stood beside him. They had presumed that vanquishing the beasts at the city gate would allow them to return home, yet here were even more creatures. Zhang Chun did not respond immediately. Instead, he wiped the blood from his spear before turning to the red-armored rider. "Are you afraid?" The rider, momentarily taken aback by the question, gritted his teeth defiantly. "Lord Wanhu, I am not afraid, but I demand clarity." Zhang Chun nodded, raising his spear, and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed comrades, there are not one but two shark queens in the sea. Today, in our haste, we can only muster these 3,000 red-armored warriors. So we must slay another 1,000 monsters." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Some expressed dissatisfaction, others voiced complaints, and many trembled in fear. Zhang Chun listened to their concerns, but offered no explanations or reassurances. Instead, he pointed towards the city tower, declaring, "This night, we may perish here, but our uncles and aunts within the city shall survive, our brothers and sisters shall survive, our parents shall survive, our wives and children shall survive." At these words, a profound silence enveloped the red-armored riders. Many of the anger and discontent in their eyes began to dissipate. "I do not wish to coerce you," Zhang Chun stated, lowering his spear and riding forward. As he advanced, he proclaimed, "Those willing to exchange their lives for the lives of their brothers and sisters, rally to my side. Those willing to exchange their lives for the lives of their parents, rally to my side. Those willing to exchange their lives for the lives of their wives and children, follow me, Zhang Chun, into formation." With each proclamation, a throng of armored cavalry trailed behind him, and by the time he concluded his third declaration, 2,000 steadfast riders remained at his side, unwavering in their loyalty. As the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed behind him, Zhang Chun's innocent visage was already streaked with tears. Meanwhile, on the distant coastline, thousands of monstrous beings congregated once more, led by the two formidable shark demons. Gazing at the mountain-like whale demon, Zhang Chun inhaled deeply and raised his spear, summoning all his strength to bellow. Men of Tianhai Pass, heed my command. Let us annihilate the demons. Chapter 153, The Whale Demon King. A bloodbath of armored cavalry against the whale demon in stark contrast to their initial encounter with the deep-sea monsters. The armored soldiers under the command of Zhang Chun faced the second wave of these abyssal fiends in a scene that could only be described as harrowing. During their first charge, they failed to disperse the demons, resulting in the demise of over 1,000 creatures, with only a mere 100 slain. As the monsters regained their composure, the armored cavalry found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. At least 100 of their ranks perished, dragged from their mounts and devoured by the creatures. Fortunately, Zhang Chun swiftly adapted by dispersing the cavalry into formations of 300, creating distance before launching successive flanking assaults on the monsters. This time, they managed to slay at least 300 of the fiends, although their own losses exceeded 100 once more. When the number of monsters dwindled by half, some that had tasted flesh began retreating to the sea, while others utilized the two whale demons as shields, with flying shark demons providing cover as they continued their dual assault on the city and the armored cavalry. The monsters that had feasted on flesh would survive for over 7 days, and the cavalry could not allow them to escape back into the depths. Consequently, Zhang Chun divided his forces. One contingent pursued the fleeing demons while the other engaged the whale demons. Unlike the previous encounter, these two whale demons exhibited significantly greater strength. After repeated charges led by Zhang Chun and his cavalry, they finally encircled one whale demon amidst the recitation of their 16-character mantra. As the whale demon collapsed, the deep-sea fiends it had shielded fell in droves beneath the onslaught of the armored cavalry. This time, the cavalry suffered nearly 300 casualties while dispatching over 600 demons. However, over 700 monsters remained, alongside the most formidable whale demon. With a resounding thud, as Zhang Chun's spear pierced the fallen whale demon, another whale demon retaliated, unleashing a torrent of bubbles that obliterated 2 of the 3,000 commanders leading the charge. The formations of the armored cavalry were thrown into disarray. Fortunately, Zhang Chun promptly commanded the 3 units to retreat and regroup behind the main line. Otherwise, they would have incurred further significant losses. Boom! Just as the cavalry began their withdrawal, the colossal whale demon extracted a massive bone hammer from its maw and delivered a thunderous blow to the city gate. Bang! The colossal gate, which required the collective effort of over 100 individuals to close, trembled violently under the force of a single strike from the whale demon, dimming the luminous runes adorning its surface. In that moment, Xu Taiping finally comprehended the relentless resolve of the crimson armored cavalry in their desperate bid to thwart the whale demon's assault on the city. With a thunderous crash, as the whale demon delivered its initial blow, Zhang Chun, accompanied by the crimson armored cavalry, charged forth towards the monstrous creature. The cavalry, imbued with martial fervor and a righteous spirit, wielded colossal shields as they surged forward, colliding heavily with the whale demon. With a resounding impact, the demon faltered, momentarily losing its footing. As Zhang Chun led the charge, followed by numerous subordinates, a second and third assault ensued, and the immense whale demon finally succumbed to the ground. In that instant, a flicker of hope illuminated the weary faces of the crimson armored cavalry, including Zhang Chun. At last, the battle seemed to reach its conclusion. Yet, just as this thought blossomed in their minds, the fallen whale demon's forehead split open, emitting a crimson beam. A wave of unsettling energy radiated from the creature, expanding like a tidal wave. The whale demon had recently feasted upon human flesh and was now on the verge of a transformation. On the city ramparts, Zhang Liang, upon witnessing this, felt his previously relaxed demeanor tighten once again. Could a mere king-tier whale demon exude such a terrifying aura? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, recognizing that the whale demon had indeed ascended, but what troubled him more was the energy emanating from it, which was inconsistent with that of a typical king-tier demon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhang Chun appeared oblivious to the whale demon's transformation, resolutely leading his crimson-armored cavalry once more into the fray. He understood better than anyone that if the whale demon were to rise again, their remaining forces stood no chance of victory. With a resounding charge, as Zhang Chun thrust his spear forward, The martial spirit and righteous energy coalesced into a massive lance that surged directly towards the demon's head. Just as the spear was about to pierce the whale demon's skull, it abruptly sat upright, unleashing a resonant whale song and expelling a bubble of water towards the advancing Zhang Chun. With unwavering determination, Zhang Chun had prepared for a fatal strike. And this thrust bore far greater power than before, piercing through the bubble and driving through the demon's head. However, before joy could take hold, the whale demon, in its final moments, swung a massive hand towards Zhang Chun. Though he had the opportunity to evade, instinct compelled him to shield a young crimson-armored soldier behind him. The impact was devastating. Zhang Chun was struck violently, and a cloud of blood erupted from his back. The hundreds of crimson-armored cavalry behind him were also sent reeling by the force of the blow, with many perishing instantly. Those who survived found themselves encircled by ravenous demons, eager to consume their flesh. The crimson-armored cavalry sought to provide aid, yet they found themselves unable to breach the defenses in a timely manner. With a sudden burst of emotion, Zhang Liang, who had suppressed his feelings throughout the night, finally lost his composure. In a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and leapt from the battlements, his voice echoing as he shouted, racing down the wall with fervent determination. The onlookers, engrossed in the battlefield, failed to notice Zhang Liang's actions until it was nearly too late, as he was already charging toward the ground below. "Iliang, come back. You cannot save your father this way," the old general bellowed in alarm. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from the distant sea, and Xu Taiping immediately understood the reason behind the old general's anxious demeanor. In the brutal clash between the crimson-armored cavalry and the deep-sea demons, the absence of formidable entities such as demon lords or demon sovereigns was not due to their lack of presence in the ocean, but rather because, much like the old general standing on the battlements, they served as a deterrent for both sides. However, should someone descend from the tower, it would signal to the powerful demons lurking beneath the waves that the stalemate was over and a deadly battle was imminent. This unspoken understanding had been a tacit agreement forged over centuries of conflict between the Sea Guard Tower and the oceanic fiends. Zhang Liang's actions had undoubtedly shattered this fragile accord. "General, hold your fire. Allow me to take a shot." Just as Zhang Kaitai prepared to intervene, Xu Taiping seized his arm. He sensed that if the commander engaged, the initial skirmish of the night would escalate into an all-out war, a scenario he desperately wished to avoid. He believed that the lurking demons in the depths also preferred to delay a full confrontation until after the sixth spawning of the Mermaid Queen had concluded. Without waiting for the general's consent, he swiftly snatched a bow from one of the crimson-armored riders. With a resounding thrum, Xu Taiping elevated the might of his serpent-like physique from slumber to awakening. Sensing the almost peak martial energy radiating from Xu Taiping, the old general, who had initially intended to stop him, found his resolve faltering and silently stepped aside. With deft precision, Xu Taiping knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and released. In mere breaths, he sent an arrow soaring toward the source of the ominous presence on the sea. The arrow tore through the air, igniting into a fiery trail that illuminated the night sky, striking directly toward the ocean's surface. Upon reaching an altitude just above the battlefield, the arrow erupted into a blazing inferno. In the glow of the flames, the onlookers beheld a figure suspended in the air, a muscular merman with flowing crimson hair, wielding a bone spear. Surrounding him was a swirling torrent of water that shielded him from the flames conjured by Xu Taiping's arrow. Even from a distance, Xu Taiping could sense the murderous intent emanating from the merman's gaze. At that moment, the merman's internal energy surged dramatically, causing shockwaves to ripple through the surrounding air. His already formidable physique surged in size, becoming threefold more robust in an instant, with veins akin to serpents coiling beneath his skin, sprawling across his entire body. He accepted the challenge. The old general exhaled in relief. This battle at Tianhai Pass had been hastily prepared. To muster 3,000 cavalry in such a short span within a city that was already half abandoned was no small feat should they engage in combat tonight. Even if they fought to the death, the casualties would inevitably be immense. He believed that the thoughts of the great demons lurking in the sea were likely similar. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, also released a gentle sigh and nodded. "Young Master Xu, you need not engage in a deadly battle. Merely endure until the conflict below concludes." Since Xu Taiping was willing to take action and had successfully provoked the great demon into combat, General Zhang Kaitai no longer indulged in pleasantries. "Understood." but I fear the red armored cavalry below. Xu Taiping glanced down at the city, a hint of concern etched on his face. The red armored cavalry of Tianhai Pass is not so fragile. They will surely clear these demons before you determine the outcome with that great demon, the general stated solemnly. As if in response to the general's words, the red armored cavalry below organized a charge, and after a fierce clash, several leaders finally rescued the severely injured Zhang Chun and the surrounded cavalry. Men of Tianhai Pass, form up with me. Zhang Chun's voice, raspy yet powerful, echoed from below the city walls. I have been overly cautious, Xu Taiping remarked, his brow relaxing as he nodded. In a flash, he suspended himself in the night sky, not far from the city walls. Boom. At that moment, the crimson-haired demon gripped its bone spear tightly and hurled it towards Xu Taiping with tremendous force. Whoosh. The sound of the spear slicing through the air resonated, and in the blink of an eye, it was a mere 10 paces from Xu Taiping, poised to pierce through his chest. However, Xu Taiping had already sensed the spear's presence. Just as it was about to strike, he swiftly grasped the spear. Boom. The immense force within the spear jolted Xu Taiping's protective blade energy, causing it to erupt from his body. His arm, gripping the spear, swelled with muscle, veins bulging. As he leaned back significantly, lifting his front foot, if he continued to tilt backward, he would surely fall. Even the red armored soldiers atop the city walls were pushed back by the violent gust generated by the spear's tremendous force, illustrating the power of the crimson-haired demon's throw. Demon's sovereign realm, General Zhang Kaitai remarked, his brow furrowed. With countless encounters with great demons, he could ascertain the opponent's cultivation level just from the force of the attack. Although the half-step refinement realm martial saint appeared capable of contending with the demon's sovereign, the actual combat prowess differed vastly due to the enhancement of the burning sea array. Boom. Just as General Zhang Kaitai was engulfed in worry, Xu Taiping expelled the oppressive energy from his body, and his blood vitality surged once more. Bang. Ultimately, he gripped the bone spear with all his might, abruptly aligning his body, while simultaneously taking a forceful step forward, causing the gust of wind that supported him to emit a piercing explosion. Boom. Accompanied by a fierce wave of energy radiating from his surroundings. The power emanating from the bone spear was finally dissipated. Witnessing this scene, the old general felt a weight lift from his heart. Such profound vitality and blood power. Even the peak martial artists of the martial saint realm would struggle to rival him. To think that the true martial heaven, known for its scant martial fortune, had nurtured such an extraordinary disciple over the centuries. The old general gazed at Xu Taiping's physique, flawless even to his discerning eye, with a sense of astonishment. Boom. Unbeknownst to Zhang Kaitai, just as he was adjusting his assessment of Xu Taiping, the latter's vitality surged once more. Then, before the old general's astonished gaze, Xu Taiping elevated his serpent physique from awakening serpent to wrathful serpent. In an instant, his already towering form grew another 3 feet. From a distance, he resembled a furious beast, brimming with overwhelming vitality. Now it's your turn, receive this spear. Amidst the sounds of muscle and bone grinding, Xu Taiping leaned back, his arm gripping the bone spear, muscles taut and veins bulging. Finally, he concentrated all the power of his wrathful serpent physique in his arm and forcefully stepped forward. Bang! With the explosive sound of his foot striking the gust of wind, he hurled the bone spear towards the crimson-haired sea demon. Boom! A deafening sound of slicing air erupted as the bone spear, enveloped in flames from the burning sea formation, transformed into a thick line of fire, shooting straight towards the crimson-haired demon. Chapter 155. Give me the spear, one last charge. Whoosh. In a flash of firelight, the bone spear, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, appeared before the crimson-haired sea demon. Its speed was unrivaled, outpacing the demon's previous shot. However, like Xu Taiping before him, the demon suddenly turned its head upon the spear's arrival, swiftly extending its hand to grasp the spear firmly. Yet, as the crimson-haired demon attempted to dissipate the spear's force, its expression suddenly shifted in horror, for it realized that not only could it not neutralize the power, but it couldn't even control the force within the spear. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the demon's arm that held the spear exploded. The spear then whizzed past it, shooting straight towards the sea until it was finally halted by an ice shard emerging from the depths. How could a mere mortal possess such strength? The crimson-haired demon stared in disbelief at its severed left arm, now level with its shoulder. Not only it, But even General Zhang Kaitai atop the city tower was equally astonished upon witnessing this. Boom. Amidst the collective astonishment, Xu Taiping's figure left a shadow in place. And in the blink of an eye, he soared through the air towards the crimson-haired demon. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping drew the water-severing blade. The demon-slaying blade, reinterpreted through the spirit-bone steel, continues to emphasize the principle of seizing momentum to overpower the enemy. Strike first, cut, with every stroke. Boom. In the instant the long sword was unsheathed, a piercing cry echoed, followed by Xu Taiping suddenly merging with the blade in his hand, transforming into a slashing arc that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye as it aimed at the crimson-haired sea demon. Bang! Although one of its arms was severed, the sea demon's reflexes remained astoundingly swift, evading Xu Taiping's strike with a mere flick of its form. Simultaneously, it conjured a bone spear in its grasp. Whoosh! The spear shot forth like lightning towards Xu Taiping. Yet, it merely struck Xu Taiping's afterimage. He had already maneuvered to the side, delivering a decisive blow. Bang! Even though the crimson-haired sea demon managed to block Xu Taiping's strike, its defense was evidently hasty this time, compounding its troubles. Another sharp cry resounded as Xu Taiping executed yet another strike from the opposite side, the ferocity of the attack entirely unforeseen by the sea demon. Whoosh! This time, the demon was a fraction too slow, and Xu Taiping's blade met its shoulder. This was the second ultimate technique of the demon-slaying blade, listening to the crane. Immediately, onlookers beheld Xu Taiping's blade raining down upon the sea demon like a tempest, the speed aligning perfectly with the spirit bone steel's commentary. Only the crane's call is heard, the blade's shadow unseen. In the span of moments, the sea demon bore dozens of wounds. Though not fatal, they were sufficient to incite its frenzy. Yet, as it succumbed to madness without breaking Xu Taiping's momentum, its own vulnerabilities became increasingly exposed. Thus, the duel in the air shifted overwhelmingly in favor of one side. Simultaneously, the situation at the city gate began to tilt in a similar direction. With Zhang Liang and the red-armored cavalry fighting valiantly to rescue Zhang Chun, the cavalry, under Zhang Chun's direction, reformed and charged anew. After several exchanges, they finally surrounded the last of the whale demons and the remaining 200 fiends. Regrettably, over 200 flesh-eating fiends managed to escape. Zhang Chun, sharing a steed with Zhang Liang, spoke with a heavy heart. The whale demon's strike had nearly obliterated his corporeal form. He was now sustained only by medicine and sheer will. Father, please do not speak anymore. Once we deal with this whale demon, we shall return home, Zhang Liang said, supporting Zhang Chun from behind, his voice tinged with urgency. Liang, though you have violated military regulations today, your presence here brings me great joy, Zhang Chun remarked, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Liang's concern. Father, I beg you, cease your words. Zhang Liang's voice trembled with emotion. Cradling Zhang Chun, he could distinctly feel the decline in his temperature and vitality, a disconcerting indication known all too well to a martial artist. Liang, let your father utter a few more words, Zhang Chun requested, his tone pleading. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang held his tongue, resolutely biting his lip as he joined the other red-armored cavalry to prepare for the next charge. Liang, I have felt a profound sense of guilt regarding the passing of Zhu's father. If circumstances permit, I implore you to keep a watchful eye over the siblings. Zhang Chun spoke in a feeble tone. Why should I take care of them? You must repay your own debts. Zhang Liang's unease grew increasingly intense, still as stubborn as ever. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun chuckled softly, aware that Zhang Liang was genuinely concerned for him. Liang, my only regret in this life is that I could not spend more time with you and your mother when you were young. However, I have faith that you will undoubtedly become a good husband and a devoted father. Zhang Chun continued, his voice frail. Father, since you harbor such regrets, let us live well. When the child marries and has offspring, you must name them and teach them martial arts, Zhang Liang replied, his grip on the reins trembling slightly. Zhang Chun inhaled deeply, then shook his head with great difficulty, raising his voice. Liang, hand me the gun. Father. Zhang Liang looked at him in confusion. The gun. Give it to me. Zhang Chun repeated. Zhang Liang fell silent. Liang, rather than languishing on a sickbed, I would prefer for you to gift my future granddaughter a grand present. When the day comes that the people of Tianhai town are no longer tormented by that monstrous creature, able to live freely and joyfully on this land, you shall tell my future grandchildren that their grandfather had a hand in this era of peace. Zhang Chun chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang remained silent for a long time, but ultimately placed the battered spear into Zhang Chun's hands. Once he grasped the weapon, Zhang Chun seemed to transform entirely, his posture straightening as he took hold of the reins, spurring the horse forward with a sudden intensity. Men of Tianhai Town, heed my command. Upon reaching the front of the ranks, Zhang Chun shouted once more. His voice resonated powerfully, as if he had not been wounded at all. The remaining 800 red armored cavalry, upon hearing Zhang Chun's voice, felt their morale surge, responding in unison. A grand battle fervor once again emanated from these 800 warriors, enveloping the entire military formation. Follow me to slay the demons. Feeling the battle spirit of the cavalry behind him, Zhang Chun, as before, charged forward with the spear, recklessly advancing towards the whale demon. With a single charge, the whale demon collapsed to the ground, and Zhang Chun pierced through its enormous head with his long spear. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, seated behind him, was already overcome with tears. The following morning, in the early light, this token allows you to investigate every corner of Tianhai Town freely, the old General Zhang Kaitai said, handing a token to Xu Taiping. Though only a night had passed, the old general appeared to have aged a decade. Thank you, General, Xu Taiping said, accepting the token with both hands. His intended investigation naturally pertained to the life-preserving item left behind by the Grand General in the town. The battle of last night granted him a profound realization. Without locating the fated object and employing the Yin talisman to summon the Zhang clan's ghostly army, Tianhai Pass would surely falter against the impending onslaught of demonic entities over the next 5 days. Chapter 156. Seeking the Rare Fragrance. We have but 2 days remaining. Young Master Su, we are left with no more than 2 days, declared General Zhang Kaitai, his fingers interlaced upon the table. His expression grave as he gazed at Xu Taiping. 2 days? Xu Taiping was taken aback by the urgency of the timeline. Indeed, Zhang Kaitai nodded. The forces at Tianhai Pass can sustain themselves for a maximum of 2 days. I heard from a Zhu that Tianhai Town alone has a population of 30,000. Not to mention the surrounding villages. Surely we can muster some manpower? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. While we lack manpower, we are severely deficient in steeds. Particularly the agile steeds that can coordinate with the red armored cavalry in battle, Zhang Kaitai replied with a rueful smile. Without these steeds, the red armored soldier's full combat potential is reduced to a mere 30%. Xu Taiping found himself in agreement with the general's assessment. The preceding night's brutal confrontation demonstrated that even 100 red armored cavalry charging in formation could withstand formidable sea demons of royal caliber. 1,000 riders could trample even demon lords without fear. This explained why, during the previous night's conflict, few demon lords dared to challenge the red armored soldiers alone. What remains of the steeds in Tianhai Town, if I may ask, General? Xu Taiping ventured cautiously. Aside from those lost last night, merely 3,000 remain, Zhang Kaitai stated, casting a meaningful glance at Xu Taiping. Following the events of the previous night, he had begun to regard Xu Taiping as one of his own. Only 3,000. Xu Taiping's brow furrowed. If that were truly the case, he felt the general's estimate of 2 days was overly optimistic, considering that even with 3,000 red armored cavalry, they barely achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Due to the haste of the previous night and the necessity of a decisive first encounter, they had deployed all the red armored cavalry. Tonight, they should focus on the red armored as the main force, supported by the infantry formed by the Yunhe, creating a united front against the enemy. At that point, 1,000 red armored cavalry would suffice. Moreover, once they were adequately reinforced, during the second spawning of the siren, they could dispatch another team for rotation, avoiding a situation akin to Zhang Chuanwan's solitary defense of Tianhai Pass. Seemingly sensing Xu Taiping's concerns, the general smiled and offered reassurance. However, when mentioning Zhang Chuanwan, a shadow of guilt crossed his features. He believed that had the circumstances not been so rushed, Zhang Chuanwan would not have met such a tragic fate. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding, finding clarity in the explanation. General, given the critical importance of Tianhai Pass, why has the Shiliang court provided only 5,000 steeds? Xu Taiping queried, still awaiting a Zhu and his siblings to guide him, seizing the opportunity to ask the general further questions. Important? Zhang Kaitai shook his head with a wry smile. After the sealing of that infernal abyss in the sea, Tianhai Pass had lost its significance in the eyes of the court and was regarded as a malignant tumor. At this juncture, The old general let out a deep sigh. A malignant tumor? Xu Taiping was perplexed. How could Tianhai Pass, which once achieved remarkable military feats, now be viewed as a blight by the Shiliang court? General, if this is a sensitive matter, you need not feel obliged to answer, he quickly added upon seeing the old general's troubled expression. It is not something that cannot be spoken of, the general replied with a gentle shake of his head, proceeding to elucidate. Over a century ago, in my youth, Tianhai Pass was a vital support for the Yunhe Tower, boasting 30,000 red-armored soldiers and an additional 300,000 fishfolk ready for conscription. Its combat prowess was such that even the southern realm of Nanshu regarded it with trepidation. However, since the ascension of the new monarch, in an effort to suppress the Yunhe Tower and the Grand General, Tianhai Pass has become a target. Thus, over the past century, what was once Tianhai Prefecture has been reduced to Tianhai Town, and the 30,000 red-armored troops have dwindled to merely 5,000, often facing delayed pay. With even the offspring of Tianhai Pass's steeds having to be surrendered to the court, Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated the dire circumstances surrounding Tianhai Pass, nor that the beloved Grand General Zhang Tianze had been perpetually marginalized by the court. People often forget their roots after enjoying a few days of prosperity. Zhang Kaitai sighed deeply. General, could ordinary steeds, provided they are unafraid of demonic creatures, serve as mounts for the red-armored soldiers? Xu Taiping suddenly conceived an idea. Indeed, when we train new recruits, we often utilize common warhorses. The old general nodded in agreement. In that case, my mage friend might be able to assist you, General. Xu Taiping smiled, referring to the monk Xianji. He then briefly recounted the tale of Xianji and the livestock prosperity spell. Upon hearing of such a spell capable of enhancing the intelligence of livestock, the old general expressed keen interest and immediately urged Xu Taiping to seek out Xianji. Brother Xu, after introducing Xianji to the general, Xu Taiping did not accompany them to the training grounds, but instead exited the red-armored camp to meet with the siblings Zhu and Hu. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Upon leaving the camp, Xu Taiping spotted Zhu and Hu waiting at the entrance. It wasn't too long before Zhu, dressed in masculine attire, casually kicked a stone with her foot, saying nonchalantly, "Sister, we've clearly waited for an hour." Hu looked at Zhu in confusion. Zhu shot Hu a fierce glare. Yes, we've only waited a little while. Hu quickly corrected himself, nodding vigorously. Xu Taiping merely smiled at the exchange. Let us proceed. First, take me to the spice shop in the city, for it is the most likely place to encounter unusual fragrances. He patted Hu on the shoulder. I will lead the way for you, Brother Xu. Hu affirmed with a firm nod and swiftly stepped forward to guide them. At this moment, the streets of Tianhai Town appeared markedly more desolate compared to the previous day, with most merchants having closed their establishments. Chapter 157, The Fragrance of Anomaly. Tears of Miss Zhu. The most frequently encountered scene was that of elderly and young family members bidding farewell to the men of their households as they donned their armor. As Xu Taiping walked along the street, he occasionally glimpsed fishermen, some of whom were not even fully clad in armor, wielding fishing spears and using makeshift shields crafted from pot lids as they made their way towards the city tower. What struck Xu Taiping profoundly was that, despite their rudimentary weapons and armor, each of these individuals walked with a resolute gaze and an upright posture, devoid of any trace of fear. If it were just one or two, it would be acceptable. After all, in such a large city, a few brave souls could be expected. However, the issue lay in the fact that nearly every fisherman he brushed past on their way to battle bore the same fierce gaze and demeanor. Unbidden, thoughts of other places mocking the citizens of Tianhai Town as reckless fools surfaced in Xu Taiping's mind. Sister, once we find that thing for Brother Xu, I too shall join the red armor camp, exclaimed Hu resolutely as they exited yet another spice shop, casting a determined look at his sister, Zhu. Do not rush. Wait until your sister has perished, and then you may go, Zhu replied without turning her head, her attention still focused on the shops lining the street. Sister, do not speak of death so lightly. Hu pouted, an expression of reluctance etched on his face. Xu Taiping, though wishing to offer some words of comfort to the siblings, found himself refraining from speaking. The inability to locate the general's fateful artifact would not only spell doom for this brother and sister, but for the entire city, himself included, he mused inwardly. Father, at your age, do not go recklessly into danger. I can manage on my own. At that moment, a quarrel between a father and son caught their attention. A man in his 30s was fervently trying to prevent an elderly man, clad in worn armor with graying hair, from advancing. Recklessly, "I am going to slay demons," the old man declared, his voice booming despite his hunched back. "Father, that is a task for us young men. You should stay home and wait." The younger man urged anxiously. "Do you think I am blind or deaf? I too served in the red armor camp in my youth. I have never witnessed such a scene as last night." The old man continued, his voice resonating with authority. "Of the 3,000 red armor cavalry, only 800 remain. Those are no ordinary demons. The meager forces of the red armor camp are insufficient. To safeguard Tianhai Pass, we must be willing to pay the price in lives. You speak of staying home as if it matters. If the home is lost, what purpose does staying serve?" With a voice like thunder, he commanded, "What are you waiting for? Let us go together." Ultimately, the reluctant middle-aged man had no choice but to accompany the elder towards the direction of the red armor camp. Watching the duo stride side by side into the distance, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable sense that this scene was even more harrowing than the brutal slaughter of the previous night. "Aiju, Ahu, our search is still too slow." Xu Taiping turned to look at the still-dazed Azu and Ahu. "Brother Xu, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Azu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xu Taiping. Without indulging in superfluous words, Xu Taiping promptly manifested a clone and instructed them, "You and your brother shall split up, each accompanied by my clone, to search within the city." 2 days later, on the same street, Xu Taiping and Azu awaited Ahu's return with his clone. "Brother Xu, can you truly ascertain that the items we previously discovered, imbued with a peculiar fragrance, are not the fateful artifacts?" Azu inquired gravely. "I am certain," Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. He had previously assured the old General Zhang Changtai and the Azu siblings that as long as he could detect that fragrance, he possessed the means to locate the fateful artifact. This method, of course, was the lotus eye, which enabled him to perceive that strange scent. This certainty stemmed from its striking resemblance to the description found in the last words of Zhang Tian's daughter, Zhang Xiaoman, which bolstered Xu Taiping's confidence. "Yet, we have scoured every possible location within the city over the past 2 days. Where else shall we search?" Azu pondered with a frown. "Let us await Ahu's return before deciding," Xu Taiping replied. After 2 continuous days of searching, the red armored cavalry had successfully repelled the demonic creatures twice. However, according to the tidings from Xianji, even with the assistance of the spirit steed he had blessed, Tianhai Pass could hold out for no more than a day. During their communications, Xu Taiping had entrusted the equal lives bracelet to Xianji, but amidst the tumult of thousands in battle, the divine power he had gathered over a year was exhausted within mere breaths. It could hardly sustain for long. At that moment, a group of soldiers, withdrawing from the battlefield, trudged solemnly past Xu Taiping, their footsteps heavy. Among them was a familiar figure, the middle-aged man with whom Xu Taiping and Azu had quarreled that fateful morning, striving to prevent his father from donning armor for battle. This time, however, the old man was absent. Instead, the man cradled a bloodied piece of armor and a severed arm. With downcast eyes and a weighty gait, the man stumbled, nearly dragging himself along the ground. Suddenly, as he neared Xu Taiping and the others, he stumbled over a raised brick in the road, falling headlong to the ground. The armor and severed arm he held flew from his grasp. "Father!" The once distracted man jolted awake, scrambling towards the severed arm, clutching it tightly to his chest. "I am useless, father! I am useless! I am useless!" He sat on the ground, desperately embracing the severed arm, his head repeatedly bowing. Passers-by could not restrain him. Xu Taiping stood motionless, yet his bones began to crack uncontrollably, and his muscles writhed incessantly. The form of the python-like physique transformed uncontrollably into the furious serpent realm. Just then, a peculiar fragrance wafted toward him from the side. The moment the scent wafted into Xu Taiping's senses, his mind froze as if struck by lightning. This fragrance was precisely the elusive aroma he had been searching for, the one that Lien Tong had once made him aware of. Xu Taiping turned slowly to locate the source of the scent, and before him appeared the dark yet strikingly delicate visage of a Zhu, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Tears. Fragrance. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Xu Taiping suddenly grasped the situation. Although it was somewhat unfathomable, he was certain that it was a Zhu's tears that emanated this enchanting scent. Chapter 158. The True Essence, a Zhu's Guiding Light. Brother Xu, I believe I have recollected something. On the chilly street, Zhu's tears continued to flow down her face as she gazed intently at Xu Taiping. I am the one you seek, the true essence of the great general. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Initially elated by the discovery of the great general's true essence, which would aid the people of Tianshou town in their dire predicament, Xu Taiping's heart suddenly sank upon witnessing the expression in Zhu's eyes. I was forged as a true essence to assist General Zhang Tianze in overcoming the tribulations of transformation and was also intended to serve as the focal point of the Burning Sea formation. To conceal my existence from the demonic entities, I transformed into human form and was sent to Tianshou town, where the general's former subordinates were tasked with nurturing me. From the moment I assumed human form, every memory related to the general was sealed away. Since the general and I are spiritually connected, he too will not recall anything related to me until I unlock these seals. This method of transcending tribulation is akin to a rebirth through disintegration. Zhu wiped away her tears and conveyed her explanation to Xu Taiping telepathically. Your tears are the key to unlocking the seals. Xu Taiping inquired, astonished. It is not merely tears. It is a heart filled with compassion. When the general created me, he bestowed upon me a fragment of his compassionate spirit. Zhu shook her head, her expression regaining its composure. However, Xu Taiping noticed her skin gradually paling. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping was about to inquire about her condition, a tremendous explosion echoed from outside the city. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura began to surge into the city like an overwhelming tide. The Sea Queen has detected my presence. Upon sensing the aura, Zhu's countenance turned grave. Xu Taiping was not particularly surprised. After all, these deep-sea demonic entities had come in search of the great general's true essence. It seemed likely that the Sea Queen would launch a full-scale assault on the city that very night. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Young Master Xu, please hand me the Yin talisman. Zhu extended her hand toward him. Now, Xu Taiping glanced around at the passers-by, puzzled by her request. Having confirmed Zhu as the great general's true essence, he understood she intended to assist in unsealing the Yin talisman. Yet the current circumstances did not seem appropriate for such actions. Young Master Xu, I have no time to waste. As pointed towards the sky above, Xu Taiping followed the direction of her finger and glanced up, only to find that the previously clear sky had become overcast, with flashes of lightning faintly visible amidst the thick clouds. When the Grand General transformed me into human form, he bestowed upon me a trace of Tai's essence. Although this method allows me to appear indistinguishable from others, once the seal is broken, divine retribution will ensue, and one of us will inevitably perish. Zhu explained to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression turned contemplative. He realized why Zhu had looked so reluctant upon discovering that she was the Grand General's fateful object. Is there no other way? Xu Taiping's emotions were tangled. Regardless, in his eyes, Zhu was simply a living girl. That is sufficient. Zhu smiled and shook her head, then spoke with a sense of relief. In this lifetime, though brief, I have a grandfather who cherishes me, loving parents, and a brother who often brings me trouble. Truly, that is enough. Xu Taiping nodded and then handed the Yin talisman, entrusted to him by the old general, to Zhu. Grasping the talisman, Zhu walked towards a relatively secluded alley while communicating with Xu Taiping without turning her head. Young Master Xu, although the talisman is in place, the number of ghost soldiers that can be summoned depends on the strength of the commanding leader. In my view, whether it be you or General Zhang Kaitai, you can summon at most around 3,000 ghost soldiers. Yet, whether 3,000 ghost soldiers can defeat those deep-sea monsters remains uncertain. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a weight in his heart. He thought to himself that if there were only 3,000 ghost soldiers, it might suffice for tonight. However, as the sea monsters spawned for the 4th, 5th, and even 6th times, growing increasingly powerful, 3,000 ghost soldiers would clearly be inadequate. Miss Zhu, do you have any other strategies? Xu Taiping cautiously inquired. After all, Zhu was once spiritually connected with General Zhang Tianze and might possess alternative methods of dealing with the situation. Let me think. Zhu closed her eyes, holding the talisman, deep in contemplation. As she pondered, the darkness within her skin, akin to ink, gradually flowed from her face down to her arm that gripped the talisman, ultimately entering it entirely. Is this the method to activate the talisman? Xu Taiping felt a sense of wonder. It seems I can only take a gamble. Suddenly, Zhu opened her eyes, her gaze resolute as she looked at Xu Taiping. Gamble? Gamble on what? Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. The remaining strength I possess can only be used to set up a guiding array, allowing external cultivators to directly enter Tianhai Town. However, for external cultivators to use the guiding array to enter Tianhai Town, they must not only establish the corresponding teleportation formations, but also know the secret incantation to access my guiding array. Azu replied, yet our connection to the outside world has been severed by the monsters. No information can be transmitted. Xu Taiping furrowed his brows. Thus, I said it as a gamble, hoping that someone might guess my intentions and discern the secret incantation I have laid down. Azu chuckled wryly. Guess? Xu Taiping suddenly realized Azu's intention and cautiously inquired. Miss Azu, the person you wish to summon, could it be General Zhang Tianze? Indeed, Azu replied, somewhat taken aback. However, this was a gamble. A wager that he had not forgotten the citizens of Tianhai Town, nor the original intent that led to my creation. She added with a glimmer of hope. Yet there remains a sliver of possibility. Xu Taiping shook his head, responding, to set up this summoning array, we must find a location abundant in spiritual energy and shrouded in secrecy. Such places are easier to find outside the city, but within, they are rather scarce. I can only hold on for half a stick of incense. You must devise a way to assist me in searching, still channeling power into the Yin talisman. Azu spoke weakly to Xu Taiping, a place rich in spiritual energy and concealed. I shall see if I can inquire with General Zhang Kaitai. No one knows Tianhai Town better than he. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment, then prepared to retrieve a communication jade slip. Just as he was about to use the slip, an image of a dry well suddenly surfaced in his mind. His heart quivered, and he thought in astonishment. Could this vision from the lotus eye be guiding me to the site for the summoning array? He then asked Azu, Miss Azu, is there a dry well within the city, one with a large opening, surrounded by a spacious courtyard? He had long wished to ask the brother and sister about this well, but had been too preoccupied searching for the general's life object. Azu contemplated seriously before nodding. If my memory serves me correctly, there is indeed a dry well in the abandoned Daoist temple to the north of the city. We used to play around that well in our childhood. As she spoke, a light seemed to dawn upon her, and she exclaimed, now that I think about it. The spiritual energy surrounding that dry well appears denser than in other locations. Her gaze turned quizzical as she looked at Xu Taiping. How would you, a foreigner, know about that dry well? At this moment, Xu Taiping was equally perplexed. Could it be that the Lotus Eye also believes that the key to breaking this calamity lies with General Zhang Tianze? Half a stick of incense later, at the dry well in the abandoned Daoist temple to the north, following Azu's guidance, Xu Taiping placed several weapons of spiritual treasure rank and a few thousand pieces of gold essence into the dry well. With a buzzing sound, as waves of spiritual energy surged, runes began to illuminate the walls of the well. Young Master Xu, from here on, leave it to me. At that moment, Azu, whose complexion had turned as pale as jade, greeted Xu Taiping before stepping directly into the center of the formation he had helped set up. Boom. She then channeled all her remaining spiritual energy into a spiritual mirror placed at the heart of the array. In an instant, clouds and mist swirled within the mirror, intermittently flashing with azure light. After all was said and done, Azu leaned weakly against the well wall and raised her hand to present the Yin talisman to Xu Taiping, saying, Young Master Xu, the seal of this talisman has been lifted and the guiding array has been set up. As she spoke, Azu's body began to fragment like porcelain, subsequently transforming into a swirling vortex of red, white, and yellow, encasing a ring that floated before Xu Taiping. Miss Azu, Xu Taiping's heart trembled. He could sense the essence of the stubborn fishing girl gradually dissipating. I must depart now. Azu's voice echoed softly from within the ring. The power of the guiding array can only sustain for 3 days. If no one arrives by then, you must find a way to escape, young Master Xu. I can see that you are no ordinary person. You will surely find a means of liberation. Azu's tone was tinged with melancholy. That won't happen. The people of Tianhai Town will surely be freed. Xu Taiping shook his head, though he did not believe his own words. Nevertheless, he could not allow this girl before him to leave with regrets. Azu chuckled lightly. It was the first time Xu Taiping had heard her laughter. If there is a next life, I wish to live fully as a human, to marry the one I love, to bear children, and to share our lives until we grow old together, she expressed with hopeful yearning. Strictly speaking, Azu was merely a spirit of a vessel, but to Xu Taiping, at this moment, she embodied the essence of humanity. Young Master Xu, If the people of Tianshou Town and my brother survive, I implore you to look after them. They are all pitiable souls, suffering through harsh fates. Farewell, young Master Xu. Upon uttering these words, Xu Taiping found himself utterly unable to sense Azu's presence. The swirling vortex of red, white, and yellow dissipated into the wind, leaving only a beautifully crafted ring, still suspended before him. Farewell, Miss Azu, Xu Taiping said as he reached out to grasp the ring. At the moment he held the ring, Xu Taiping's spirit suddenly perceived the essence of countless souls. Was this the spirit of Zhang and the red-armored riders who had refused to reincarnate? Xu Taiping's heart sank in shock. Meanwhile, at the front of the Tianshou Pass, as Xu Taiping and Azu arranged the guiding array, the red-armored riders and the deep-sea monsters had already commenced a new round of fierce combat. General, these monsters are behaving strangely. Not only have the great demons emerged, but the Sea Queen has also begun to spawn early. If this continues, we will not be able to withstand it. A newly promoted commander exclaimed, gripping the reins of his horse in terror as he turned to the old general beside him. In a brief span of time, the deep-sea monsters had launched several assaults on the city gates. Although each attempt was thwarted by the combined efforts of the red-armored riders and the fishermen, they had already suffered over 100 casualties. Do not worry. Withstand a few more waves, and reinforcements will arrive. The bloodied old general replied with a faint smile. Reinforcements? The commander looked perplexed. Having been besieged for days, he had never heard news of any reinforcements. The men of Tianshou Town, follow me into battle, declared the old general. The seasoned general, however, offered no explanation, raising his spear and fiercely spurring his steed forward into the fray once more. Chapter 160. The Whale Demon Sovereign. Will you fight or not? The human heart is perilous. The path is delicate. In precision and unity lies the truth. Bang! Amidst the synchronized chants of thousands of red-armored cavalry and nearly 2,000 conscripted fishermen infantry, the most formidable of the whale demons ultimately fell beneath the general's spear. This whale demon towered over its counterpart from the initial siege by more than 10 zhang. Furthermore, its flesh was exceptionally resilient, impervious to any assault from fewer than 100 riders. Its strength had also increased tremendously. The bubbles it expelled could only be withstood by over 100 red-armored cavalry, utilizing their martial spirit and the protective formation of the burning sea. Even a simple strike from a bone hammer necessitated the intervention of the red-armored cavalry to counter. The whale demon at the sovereign level, alongside the merfolk matriarch, would soon be capable of spawning more whale demons of the same caliber. Beside the general, the battle-scarred one who spoke, his voice trembling. He was acutely aware of the implications of a whale demon at the sovereign level, more so than anyone else. Without a charge from over 1,000 red-armored cavalry, it would be impossible to inflict any harm upon the sovereign-level whale demon. Its immense power could likely shatter the gates forged by secret arts that stood behind them. It wouldn't be long before calamity struck. The general sheathed his spear, tugging at the reins to turn his gaze once again towards the distant sea. Under the grayish sky, clusters of luminous points bobbed with the waves. The red-armored soldiers and fishermen, having faced numerous assaults from deep-sea monsters, understood well that beneath each shimmering point lay a deep-sea creature. What did you mean by that statement, General? One who asked. Anxiety etched across his features as he turned to the venerable Zhang Kaitai. I sensed the presence of the whale demon's sovereign in the depths, Zhang Kaitai replied nonchalantly, shaking the grime from his spear. Upon hearing this, one whose expression shifted dramatically, and he incredulously inquired, but those two matriarchs have only spawned 4 times. How could they possibly produce a whale demon of the sovereign level? Zhang Kaitai did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a pill, tossed it into his mouth, and, while chewing, fixed his sharp gaze upon the sea. During these 3 days of relentless sieges, although we have repelled the monsters each time, a total of 980 of them have consumed the flesh and blood of our soldiers and successfully retreated to the ocean. Should the matriarch consume these 980 monsters, using them as nourishment, it would be more than sufficient to give rise to a whale demon of the sovereign level. Although this was Zhang Kaitai's first time donning armor for battle, he was intimately familiar with every action taken by the monsters during the sieges over the past few days. Boom. At that moment, clusters of light suddenly surged forth from the distant sea, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of deep-sea monsters leaped onto the shore. Unlike the monsters that had initially crawled ashore, these creatures, even the weakest among them, possessed the strength of a demon lord. This is precisely the unique aspect of the brood of the Shark Queen. Each batch of eggs produces creatures that surpass their predecessors in strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In addition to the land-dwelling monsters, a dozen deep-sea creatures, adorned with fin-like wings, soared from the ocean and began to circle above the coastline. These formidable deep-sea entities, with their muscular wings and elongated tails, were at least of the demon lord caliber. Following closely, more monsters emerged from the sea, leaping or flying into the fray. In a mere moment, the shoreline was densely populated with these creatures, and the number of flying monstrosities above was equally impressive. It appears the old general was indeed correct. Although the whale demon has yet to reveal itself, the current spectacle sufficiently corroborates the general's earlier conjecture. Under normal circumstances, such a display of power should not be expected from this wave of monsters. Song Yuan ordered the remaining red armored cavalry and the fishermen stationed outside the city for rotation to be brought in. The archers atop the city walls doubled their ranks. This battle, if we fail to repel the onslaught of the monsters, will mark the final stand of Tianhai Pass. The old general gripped the token in his hand, using it to convey commands to the various commanders of the red armored cavalry. General, allow me to take the lead. You should conserve your strength for the whale demon and those great demons lurking beneath the water, a commander named Shi volunteered. After assessing the peril, the tension on his face dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. Old Shi, how long have you been by my side? The old general inquired, not directly answering. Has it been 30 years? However, I am but timid and my prowess pales in comparison to Zhang Chun, relegating me to the mundane tasks within the ranks, Shi admitted, a hint of shame in his tone. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Had it not been for the casualties among the capable fighters of the red armored cavalry, he would not have been entrusted with this position. You have performed admirably. I recall the first time I met you. You could hardly don the red armor and received quite the reprimand from me, the general remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he patted Shi's shoulder. But now, every new recruit in the red armored camp has learned the art of donning armor from you. Shi Chong, like Zhang Chun, you are one of my most esteemed subordinates. At these words, Shi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had not anticipated that the general would remember such trifles. General, I shall take my leave first, Shi Chong said, cupping his hands in respect to Zhang Kaitai. He then turned his horse around, raising his spear and bellowing, Men of Tianhai town, we have no retreat. Should the monsters breach the city, our wives, children, and the elderly shall become their prey. Will you fight, or will you not? Chapter 161, Whale Demon Sovereign, I, Shi Chong, die in the right place. Fight. As soon as his words fell, the red armored cavalry and the fishermen behind him roared in unison. Then let us slay the demons. Shi one who charged forth, spear in hand, leading the way. The formation comprised of the red armored cavalry and foot soldiers followed closely, a grand assembly of 3,000 strong. Surging towards the deep-sea monsters. The assembly of deep-sea monstrosities had reached its full strength, charging forth under the command of several formidable demons, colliding violently with the ranks of the red armored knights. With a resounding crash, thousands of red armored knights, enveloped in a fervent battle spirit and indomitable aura, surged forward like a colossal war chariot, shattering the formation of the deep-sea fiends. The 300 riders led by Shi once swiftly vanquished a demon lord-class shark monster at the forefront of the enemy, compelling 2 additional demon lords of the shark variety to retreat from their fierce advance. As the red-armored knights dispersed the monstrous ranks, 2,000 fishermen quickly encircled and dismantled the remaining creatures, each falling one by one. Although these fishermen had been hastily conscripted, many had spent their youth within the ranks of the red-armored army, rendering them quite familiar with its battle techniques. Just as the tide appeared to turn in favor of the red-armored knights, 3 more demon lords from the deep sea erupted from the ocean's surface. Their intentions were clear. Upon surfacing, they charged directly at Shi Wan. With a thunderous impact, the coordinated assault of the 3 demon lord-class shark monsters nearly shattered the formation of Shi Wan's 300 red army riders. The demon lord does not appear, yet they wish to slay me, Shi Chong? A mere fantasy. Shi Wan, brimming with battle fervor, let out a sinister laugh and raised his arm, hurling his spear with great force at one of the demon lords. With the combined might of the red-armored spirit and the burning sea formation, Shi Chong's spear transformed into a roaring fire dragon at the moment of its launch, engulfing the demon lord in flames and piercing through its head. With a thunderous explosion, the true body of the demon lord shattered into fragments. In the intricate formations painstakingly developed by generations of military sages, an individual warrior possesses no advantage, even if the formation consists merely of brawny fighters. This is precisely why the greater demons of the sea hesitated to intervene, even they, in a situation where the overall strength of the deep-sea fiends was lacking, would find themselves facing certain death within the onslaught of the red-armored knights. However, there exists one exception, the deep-sea whale demon. Though lacking in intelligence, it is a bane to military formations. At that moment, with an unstoppable momentum, Xuanyin and his 300 riders struck down another demon lord from the depths of the sea. The other red-armored knights and the fishermen forming the ranks continued to sweep away the remaining deep-sea monsters with a tempestuous ferocity. Just as the situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable and the group was poised to obliterate this wave of monsters, a colossal light suddenly illuminated the distant ocean, followed by the emergence of several gigantic beings from the sea, generating towering waves that soared over 100 feet high. In the next instant, the onlookers beheld a behemoth, resembling a small mountain, descending from the heavens. Undoubtedly, this was the demon lord whale that the veteran general had sensed earlier. Retreat, retreat. Anticipating the presence of this whale demon, Xuanyin remained unfazed, calmly directing the red-armored knights to withdraw. Despite the timely scheduling by Xuanyin, the colossal body of the whale demon proved overwhelmingly daunting. A dozen fishermen, unable to evade its wrath, met their demise even with the protection of the burning sea array and the red armor battle will. Suppressing his anger, Xuanyin summoned 1,000 red armor riders to shield the fishermen, allowing them to retreat and regroup. However, the intellect of this whale demon was evidently superior to those Xuanyin had encountered previously. Before he could reorganize his forces, the demon emitted a thunderous whale cry and propelled a massive water bubble towards the retreating fishermen like a cannonball. In a critical moment, Xuanyin commanded the 1,000 red armor riders to charge toward the water bubble. With a resounding explosion, the bubble shattered under their assault. Yet, at that very instant, the whale demon leaped once more, wielding a gigantic hammer made from a shark's skull, and struck fiercely at Xuanyin, who had only just completed his charge. Left with no time to evade, Xuanyin shouted, "Raise shields." Instantly, 1,000 red armor riders raised their shields in unison. Meanwhile, the confluence of the red armor battle will and the burning sea array transformed into a colossal shield, positioned above the ranks of the riders. With a deafening crash, the whale demon's bone hammer collided violently with the red armor shield. The tremendous force sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing many of the 1,000 riders beneath the shield to spew blood, including Xuanyin, who turned pale and felt dizzy from the impact. Having ascended to the realm of demon lords, the whale demon's strength was such that even a martial god would hesitate to confront its might. Just then, another echoing whale cry resounded, and the whale demon's massive hammer descended once more upon the ranks of the red armor riders. This time, even Xuanyin was forced to cough blood, though the injury was not fatal. Should the demon continue its relentless assault, the 1,000 red armor riders would surely be rendered ineffective. More critically, with the red armor riders no longer able to hold the line, other deep-sea demons began to encircle the fishermen from both flanks, led by several demon lords. Without the protection of the red armor riders, these fishermen, though numerous, would soon find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, becoming mere prey to nourish the demon's strength. "Hold on a little longer. My lady is on her way to assist you," resonated the voice of the old General Zhang Qingtai in Xuanyi's mind after he endured yet another blow from the whale demon. "No need. I have a plan." Xuanyin rejected without a moment's hesitation. "Old Xu, do not act foolishly." The old general's tone turned stern as he realized the gravity of the situation. "General, you once said that every man has his day of reckoning. The distinction lies in whether one meets it with honor." After uttering these words, Xuanyin took a deep breath, placing his hand over his heart, and smiled broadly. "I never imagined that I, Xuanyin, could depart this world so gloriously." Upon uttering these words, he forcefully struck his palm against his chest with a resounding thud. Chapter 162. The Heart-Burning Palm. We shall ultimately reunite. If one disregards life and death, a martial artist possesses numerous methods to elevate their vitality instantaneously. For instance, the heart-burning palm currently executed by Xuanyin This technique is a requisite for every officer of at least 1,000 households in the Yunhe Tower. The palm technique itself is not intricate. To master it, one requires but a singular element, the courage to sacrifice oneself. For this particular maneuver, which involves striking one's own chest, compels the power of the burning sea array to forcibly surge into the heart of the crimson-armored cavalry officer, thereby elevating their vitality by an entire tier. For example, if Shurchong is at the martial sage level, upon executing the heart-burning palm, his vitality would equate to that of a martial deity at minor completion. The price, however, is the fiery agony that may lead to one's demise. Thump! As Shurchong struck his chest, he distinctly heard the rhythm of his own heartbeat and simultaneously felt the searing pain of the flames. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, this torment was replaced by an exhilarating rush brought forth by the surge of his vitality. Boom! Following a deep intake of breath, the violent force of his vitality erupted around him like flames. From a distance, it appeared as though a pillar of fire ascended skyward from Shurchong's being. This spectacle was no longer unfamiliar to even the newly inducted fishermen of the Crimson-Armored Battalion, for during their prior encounters with the demonic creatures, many of the earlier 10,000 households had executed the heart-burning palm before their demise. Thus, as they beheld the fiery column, their sentiments had shifted from astonishment or excitement to a profound sense of tragic valor, for it signified yet another 10,000 households sacrificing themselves before them. Boom! At that precise moment, the whale demon struck down upon the ranks of the crimson-armored cavalry with a mighty blow. Perhaps sensing the anomaly in Shurchong, the force of this strike far surpassed the previous two. It appeared he had summoned all his might. However, just as the whale demon's massive hammer descended, Shurchong suddenly tightened his grip on his round shield and let out a fierce roar, colliding the shield against the demon's hammer. As the leader of the formation, his martial spirit and vitality directly determined the maximum potential of their ranks. At this moment, Shurchong, resolute in his decision to embrace death, had seen his martial spirit and vitality soar to the utmost pinnacle of his life. Boom! Amidst the roar, the shield formed from the martial spirit of the crimson-armored warriors, and the flames of the burning sea array suddenly erupted in flames, expanding more than tenfold, simultaneously rising with Shurchong's arm as it charged towards the whale demon's colossal hammer. Bang! The collision of the shield and the hammer produced a thunderous tremor, sending shockwaves and flames cascading outward like a tsunami. Several nearby demonic creatures were hurled into the air. Yet, the crimson-armored cavalry beneath the shield remained untouched by the hammer's force, their faces reflecting astonishment. Soon, however, they comprehended that it was Shurchong, a 10,000 household, who had borne the full brunt of that strike. Gazing at Shurchong's body, which was riddled with cracks and spewing flames, the crimson-armored soldiers, filled with gratitude, felt their martial spirit and seething fury surge to an apex. At that moment, Wanhu Shurchong, his voice tinged with fatigue, suddenly spoke. "Brothers, will you lend me your strength?" "We shall." The soldiers responded almost instinctively. Hearing this, Shurchong laughed heartily, then raised his spear, pointing it directly at the whale demon that was once again hammering down upon them. With a deep inhale, he expelled a long breath, and summoning all his strength, he roared with fury, "Men of Tianhai Pass, heed my command. Let us slay the demons." This thunderous roar, which drained the last of Shurchong's energy, resonated like a dragon's cry in the heavens, echoing before Tianhai Pass. "Kill!" The red-armored cavalry responded in unison, their voices merging in a fierce battle cry. In the next moment, Shurchong, entirely engulfed in flames, appeared as a fiery figure, charging forth on horseback with his spear in hand, followed closely by thousands of riders. The battle spirit of Shurchong fused with that of the 1,000 red-armored cavalry, transforming into a magnificent firebird that soared towards the whale demon. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the whale demon was cleaved in two by the fiery onslaught, and amidst the furious chants of the cavalry, it was torn apart by the righteous energy surging from their ranks. When the soldiers regained their senses, they found Shurchong's steed standing alone, bereft of its rider. Gazing at the solitary horse, the remaining red-armored cavalry, still filled with fury, continued to chant the 16-character mantra of the Confucian school as they charged towards the remaining demons. Despite the absence of their commander, the formation that should have disbanded immediately held firm until every last demon at the city gate was vanquished. Even the demons that had initially prepared to ascend from the sea retreated upon sensing the battle spirit of the 1,000 cavalrymen. The once formidable sea demons fell into a profound silence. It was only when the battle spirit of the red-armored cavalry began to wane that the surface of the sea roiled once more. As waves of demons surged back to shore, their intentions clear, to attack the cavalry now that they had lost their commander. Thunderous roars filled the air. However, just as the demons charged ashore again, the venerable General Zhang Kaitai led 2,000 fresh red-armored cavalrymen and 5,000 fishermen from the city, crashing into the battlefield to replace the exhausted cavalrymen and fishermen. As the old general brushed past Shicheng's spirited steed, he seemed to hear a phantom whisper, Shicheng's slightly uncertain voice echoing in his ears. "General, how did I perform?" Chapter 163. The Demon Lord emerges. Xu Taiping does not fail his mission. The general took a deep breath, turning to charge toward the demons while softly replying, "Shicheng, you have done excellently. Even I could not have performed better." As he spoke, his grip on the reins trembled violently. They are all gone. The soldiers he had led forth, they have all departed. However, Zhang Kaitai had no time for melancholy. He could not afford to embrace death as freely as his soldiers. He had to endure, to hold on for just a moment longer. Behind him lay the city, and beyond it, the land which could thrive for another heartbeat. Chun, Xiaobai, Shitu, you go ahead. I shall follow shortly, he declared. The descendants of the Zhang clan and the Crimson Armored Cavalry have never truly experienced eternal parting, only temporary separation. We shall ultimately reunite. As the old general contemplated this, he raised his weapon and proclaimed, "Charge with me." Amidst the furious roars of the Crimson Armored Cavalry and the fishermen, the 2,000 warriors under the old general's command surged forward, scattering the oncoming horde of demons. Boom! Yet, as the horde was dispersed by the cavalry's charge, a dozen formidable demons of the demon sovereign realm surged forth, soaring into the depths of the oceanic monstrosities that had been cleaved apart by the cavalry. With the arrival of these powerful demons, even though the horde had been divided, the Crimson Armored Cavalry and the fishermen were unable to eradicate them instantly. Are they truly planning to unleash their full force? General Zhang Kaitai furrowed his brow, a stern expression crossing his face. "Very well, I shall eradicate you one by one." He then turned his steed to target the two most powerful demons among them. Even if they were demon sovereigns, they would still fall before the onslaught of the Crimson Armored Cavalry, bolstered by the burning sea formation. Boom! Just as Zhang Kaitai's cavalry was about to break through the two demon sovereigns and the horde behind them, a chilling sword intent descended from the heavens, manifesting as a colossal ice wall over 10 zhang thick, blocking Zhang Kaitai and his cavalry. Boom! Zhang Kaitai did not halt his charge. Instead, he brandished his spear, thrusting it against the ice wall with the force of his advancing army. Bang! The thick ice wall shattered instantaneously, allowing Zhang Kaitai and the Crimson Armored Cavalry to burst through, scattering the two demon sovereigns and the 300 ordinary deep-sea demons in an instant. The two leading demon sovereigns were skewered by Zhang Kaitai's spear, killed on the spot. "What of the demon lord?" Zhang Kaitai bellowed defiantly. "I, Zhang Kaitai, shall slay you." As he lifted his gaze, he fixed his furious glare upon the heavens. Following his gaze, he beheld a silver-haired mermaid demon, coldly suspended in the air with a long sword in hand. The ice wall had been conjured by her blade. This silver-haired mermaid demon was none other than Ling, the demon lord who had nearly slain Xu Taiping. "Old general, no matter how strong you are but one man." The demon lord Ling flickered and vanished from sight. Swish! When she reappeared, she was less than 100 paces from Zhang Kaitai, her sword wielding a tempestuous force akin to a tsunami, striking towards him. Boom! He met her assault with his spear, the massive spear shadow, born of martial fervor, shattering the demon lord Ling's tsunami-like sword strike. However, before he could retract his spear, a massive bone hammer came crashing down upon his ranks. Bang! Despite the colossal shield formed by the fervor of the Crimson Armored Warriors and the blazing sea formation, the 300 Crimson Armored Riders, including the veteran general, were still driven back several paces. Soon after, they beheld a whale demon crashing down from the sky, landing before them. Its immense bulk caused the ground to tremble violently. Before the Crimson Armored Riders could regain their footing, a massive fist shadow came hurtling towards them from the opposite flank. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Kaitai pivoted his spear and thrust forward to meet the incoming assault. The The resounding impact echoed as the crimson armored riders staggered back once again. Even Zhang Kaitai, mounted on his steed, felt the horse's hooves raise, emitting a distressed neigh. Then, he beheld a robust man with hair akin to seaweed, a serpent-headed figure with dark skin, brandishing a bone knife on the other side of the formation. Another demon lord? Zhang Kaitai furrowed his brow. 2 demon lords. 1 whale demon of the demon sovereign realm. Unless he summoned 2,000 crimson armored warriors to his command, handling this situation would be exceedingly challenging. However, the dilemma was that diverting additional troops to his command would significantly diminish the strength of the encircling formations against the other demons. Old fool, remember this demon lord's name? Ao Yen. Descend into the Yellow Springs and tell those ghostly soldiers of the Zhang clan that one day, this demon lord shall ensure they become even less than ghosts. Ao Yen bellowed, then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the formation commanded by Zhang Kaitai. The whale demon's massive hammer began to rain down with relentless force. The demon lord Ling, wielding a sword, prepared to strike the moment Zhang Kaitai revealed any vulnerability. In an instant, Zhang Kaitai and his formation found themselves in retreat. The other crimson armored riders attempted to come to their aid, but each time they moved, they were met with a frenzied counterattack from the demons. Was it already time to resort to that elixir? Zhang Kaitai strained to fend off the assaults from the 2 demon lords and the whale demon while pondering this in his heart. Simultaneously, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the city gate. Boom! As the whale demon delivered another hammer blow, several crimson armored riders were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Witnessing this, Zhang Kaitai made a resolute decision, thinking, enough, no more waiting. With that, he retrieved a crimson elixir, preparing to swallow it whole. Just then, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly pierced the air from above the city walls. Zhang Kaitai then saw a massive white-headed eagle descending, carrying a young man with a long knife hanging from his waist. Simultaneously, the youth's voice echoed in his ears, Veteran General, Xu Taiping shall not fail in his duty. Chapter 164. The Celestial Sword, the Demon Lord Ling's Divine Armament. Boom! Before Xu Taiping could approach, a swarm of winged shark demons had already encircled him and the white eagle, spewing bubbles, ice shards, and venom. However, with the emergence of the wind wall from the Zhangwan Ring, all these assaults were repelled. The white eagle then deftly flapped its wings, skillfully diving downward to evade the onslaught of the demon beasts. Simultaneously, above the city tower, the commander Qianhu Zhongliang, upon witnessing this scene, swiftly commanded the archers atop the walls to unleash their arrows in a protective barrage. In an instant, a volley of arrows surged forth. Hundreds of shafts, enveloped in the blazing flames of the burning sea, transformed the horde of monstrous creatures into mere pincushions. Any creature daring to encroach upon the archer's range met a similar fate. Hence, even when the soldiers below the tower fell, the old general refrained from recalling the archers. With a piercing clang, a sudden, shrill sound of a sword resounded as Xu Taiping and Bai Yu, who had just escaped the blockade of a dozen flying mermen, found their path obstructed by an icy wall formed from sword energy. This strike, of course, originated from the demon Lord Jiaoling. Yet, as soon as the icy barrier materialized, it was shattered under the combined force of Xu Taiping's fist and Bai Yu's claw. Both possessed the red armored cavalry insignia, enabling them to harness the power of the burning sea formation. Thus, the demon lord's hasty strike was insufficient to impede their advance. Nevertheless, it did momentarily halt their progress for a brief moment. In that fleeting interval, the azure-haired dragon-headed demon lord had already appeared before Xu Taiping and Bai Yu in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the demon lord Ao Yen leaped above Xu Taiping, delivering a crushing blow down upon them. As a demon lord, its instincts, akin to those of the silver-haired demon Lord Jiaoling, were remarkably keen. Even without understanding Xu Taiping's intentions, it sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. The instinct for survival compelled it to eradicate this threat, no matter how minuscule. As Ao Yan's fist descended, Xu Taiping, unflinching, met the assault with his own punch. A foolhardy endeavor. With a disdainful grunt from Ao Yan, their fists collided. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed as Xu Taiping's strength was swiftly overwhelmed by Ao Yan's might, culminating in a heavy blow to his chest that twisted and tore his form visibly. However, in the moment before Xu Taiping's body was to shatter into a splatter of flesh and blood, he suddenly transformed into a swirling mass of red and white energy, dispersing into the air. In the next heartbeat, his true self emerged amidst Zhang Kaitai's military formation. A clone. In that instant, Ao Yin comprehended the ruse. From the very outset, Xu Taiping had utilized a clone to divert their attention, allowing his hidden true self to stealthily infiltrate Zhang Kaitai's ranks. Yet, even with this realization, both Ao Yin and Zhao Ling remained perplexed. For, with the sensitivity of a demon lord, ordinary clones could not deceive them. Fueled by confusion and fury, Ao Yin descended from the heavens, unleashing a devastating punch that struck the formation of Zhang Kaitai with tremendous force. Fleeing here, you shall meet your demise. Glaring at Xu Taiping within the ranks, Ao Yin bellowed in rage. Compared to the demon lord Zhao Ling, Ao Yin's temperament was far more volatile. However, in response to Ao Yin's words, Zhao Ling did not offer any rebuttal. In her perspective, since they could not prevent Xu Taiping from approaching Zhang Kaitai, it would be best to eliminate them both within the military formation. With determination, Zhao Ling suddenly assumed the stance of a human sword cultivator, raising a finger in a gesture of command, and then recited aloud, "All spirits return to you, all energies return to you, all things, all beings, all phenomena, all actions, are manifestations of my spiritual essence. Abandoning them does not mean separation. Employing them does not imply waiting. The primordial spirit and celestial body are my source. The vast ocean and deep abyss are my power, forging a radiant divine land, shattering the heavens and the earth with my sword." As she concluded her incantation, spiritual energy surged above the heavens, and the sound of thunderous roars erupted. A formidable aura of devastation descended like a torrential storm from the sky, instilling an unsettling chill in all who felt it. From the array, upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the aged General Zhang Kaitai, within the military formation, without even taking the time to don the ring offered by Xu Taiping, began to command the crimson-armored cavalry behind him to prepare their formation. Simultaneously, Zhao Ling, having completed her incantation, suddenly directed her sword finger towards the heavens, and, with a voice both cold and commanding, proclaimed, "Sword name, slay immortals." At this declaration, a resounding explosion echoed as a sword of blinding radiance emerged, its vast energy dominating a small portion of the sky. Alongside this colossal sword, 3 smaller swords whirled with equal might. Even Xu Taiping, a cultivator from the sword sect, stood in stunned silence upon witnessing this sword in the sky. It was indeed the Slay Immortal's demonic weapon. He had not anticipated that in his lifetime he would behold the 7 demonic divine weapons of the 9 abyss of Yunhe. Gazing at the enormous sword above, the aged general felt not a trace of fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. "General Zhang, for this sword, you may need to use the talisman," Xu Taiping, who was floating in the air, reminded Zhang Kaitai beside him. "Patience, we must not alarm the snake in the grass." Zhang Kaitai replied with a slight smile, then lowered the spear in his hand, raised the shield hanging from his steed, and gazed intently at the colossal sword and the smaller ones beside it. The demonic weapon of the demon lord is akin to a cultivator's innate object. It is one with the demon lord. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping understood General Zhang's intention and ceased to speak, silently applying a golden body talisman upon himself. "Raise shields." At Zhang Kaitai's commanding shout, 300 crimson-armored warriors simultaneously lifted their shields, and in an instant, the battle intent of the crimson armor and the flames of the burning sea formation coalesced into a massive shield, shielding the military formation above. Flash! Just then, the demon lord Zhao Ling, suspended in the air, forcefully pressed her sword finger downwards, causing the 3 smaller swords that had been swirling around the Slay Immortal's giant sword to plummet through the void. Just as the old general had predicted, the vigilant demon Lord Zhao Ling did not directly strike the Master Sword, but instead employed the 3 smaller swords to test the waters first. However, to refer to these 3 as small is merely relative. In truth, each of these swords measured approximately 30 zhang in length, making them remarkably large compared to ordinary flying swords. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the piercing sound of the air being sliced, 3 flying swords descended like meteors, slicing through the ranks of the crimson-armored cavalry. Bang, bang, bang. Following the cacophony of 3 sharp clashes, the massive shield that had guarded the formation above finally shattered. Boom. In that instant of the shield's destruction, the whale demon and the demon lord Ao Yin simultaneously launched their assault towards the old general and the crimson-armored cavalry behind him. Yet, as they struck, the blood energy emanating from the old general surged dramatically, transforming his previously frail form into one of towering strength in the blink of an eye, as if he had regained the physique of a 17 or 18-year-old. Then, with a wild laugh from the old general, the shattered remnants of the giant shield suddenly coalesced once more. Bang! The full force of the whale demon and demon lord Ao Yin crashed against the shield. Even with the shield in place, Xu Taiping beneath it could distinctly feel the terrifying force descending from above, attesting to the tremendous power of their combined strike. However, the demon lord Ao Yin was equally taken aback, having not anticipated that the old general, Zhang Kaitai, still retained a measure of blood energy. Old fool, with that little blood energy of yours, how long can you hold out? Ao Yin regarded the old general with icy indifference before raising his fist once again, charging towards the formation alongside the whale demon. Bang! The shield above the formation withstood the onslaught of Ao Yin and the whale demon once more. It seemed that the blood energy the old general had preserved was more than sufficient to contend with a demon lord and a whale demon of the demon sovereign realm. Boom! Yet, just as the old general withstood Ao Yin's strike, the demon lord Jiao Ling, who had been watching coldly from above, suddenly formed a hand seal and thrust his sword downward, declaring, "Slash." As the words fell, the colossal sword intended to sever the heavens burst forth from the clouds, plummeting straight toward the formation where Zhang Kaitai stood. The blade of this great sword was so wide that it exceeded the gathered range of 300 soldiers, descending with immense might. However, when Xu Taiping glanced at the old general with a hint of anxiety, he was surprised to find the old general smiling. In that smile, Zhang Kaitai held a massive shield in one hand and tightly grasped the Yin talisman in the other. On the hand clutching the talisman, a gleaming ring adorned his thumb. But soon, the smile faded, and he turned solemn, declaring, "To the comrades who fell in this realm, I implore your assistance today as the fiends return." As these words were spoken, the ground of Tianhai Pass trembled violently. A surge of battle intent, imbued with the essence of blood and fire, suddenly erupted from the earth. Simultaneously, figures clad in crimson armor and riding spirit steeds, unfamiliar yet akin to the present crimson-armored cavalry, emerged like a tide within the formation. Xu Taiping even spotted Zhang Liang's father, Zhang Chun, as well as the 1,000 household who had committed suicide in the water prison, alongside several crimson-armored soldiers. Could this be the ghostly soldiers of the Yunhe Tower? Although I had envisioned this scene countless times in my mind, no amount of imagination could compare to the sheer shock of witnessing it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, the originally 300-strong military formation expanded to 3,000. Simultaneously, the colossal shield, forged from the fervor of battle and the fiery sea, not only magnified tenfold in an instant, but also stacked at least 7 layers thick. From a distance, the layered giant shield resembled a towering edifice. Boom! At that moment, the demon lord Jiao Ling's sword of slaying immortals struck heavily upon the immense shield. Although he sensed something amiss, the sword had already been unsheathed, leaving the demon lord Jiao Ling with no choice but to follow through. Bang! Amidst the resounding shockwave, the sword of slaying immortals shattered 5 layers of the giant shield before finally being halted. Nevertheless, an overwhelming aura of dread and force continued to emanate from the sword, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. Just then, the venerable General Zhang Kaitai suddenly lowered his shield and raised his spear, pointing its tip directly at the sword of slaying immortals, declaring, "You wield the sword of slaying immortals. We too possess the demon-suppressing spear." No sooner had he spoken than he fiercely clamped his legs around his steed, charging forth with his spear raised, proclaiming, "Men of Tianhai Pass, follow me to vanquish the demons." This rallying cry dissipated the oppressive aura of the sword. The red-armored cavalry and ghostly soldiers, under General Zhang Kaitai's command, roared in unison and surged forward. In that instant, the colossal shield above the red-armored cavalry transformed into a gigantic spear, breaking through the air with a thunderous boom as it met the tip of the sword of slaying immortals. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion. The massive sword was directly pierced by the spear. The demon lord Jiao Ling, who controlled the sword, felt a violent explosion in his chest, resulting in a gaping wound. In response, the demon lord Ao Yin and the whale demon simultaneously launched an assault against the venerable general. Aware that he could not possibly fell a demon lord with a single blow, the general swiftly retracted his spear and swept it horizontally toward the demon lord Ao Yin and the whale demon. Boom! Harnessing the power of the 3,000 red-armored ghostly cavalry, the force of the spear was as swift as a lightning strike, effortlessly shattering the punches and blows of the demon lord Ao Yin and the whale demon. Bang! Amidst the piercing sound of the shockwave. Although the demon lord Ao Yin managed to withdraw just in time, the spear grazed his chest, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Meanwhile, the unretreating whale demon had its abdomen sliced open by the spear. Boom! Following the gash to the whale demon's belly, the venerable general, propelled by the momentum of the charge, pierced through the entire body of the whale demon. A massive cavity appeared in the creature's midsection, through which one could glimpse the terror etched upon the face of the demon lord Ao Yin. Cling! Just as the general prepared to capitalize on his heightened battle fervor to seriously wound the demon lord Ao Yin, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air, compelling him to retract the spear aimed at the demon lord. Whoosh! To his astonishment, the already wounded demon lord Jiao Ling, despite his grievous injuries, summoned the divine weapon, the sword of slaying immortals, once more, launching a full-force strike at the venerable general. The old general, witnessing the unfolding scene, resolutely placed his foot in the stirrup, leaned back, and drew his arm holding the long spear backward, subsequently hurling it towards the sword of extermination. With a thunderous roar, as the spear was launched, the battle spirit of the crimson-armored cavalry intertwined with the blazing flames of the fiery sea formation, ultimately manifesting into a colossal spear over 100 feet long, hurtling fiercely towards the sword of extermination. The momentum of the spear eclipsed that of the sword. This was the sea-suppressing tower's formidable demon-suppressing spear, forged from the battle spirit of the crimson armor and the fiery flames, a signature move of the crimson-armored cavalry. With a resounding crash, the sword of extermination clashed once more with the demon-suppressing spear. This time, due to the severely injured demon lord, Jiao Ling. The sword's force was nearly shattered upon impact, and the sword of extermination was once again pierced by the spear. Even among the top 7 demon weapons ranked in the Yuyun realm, their potency is contingent upon the wielder and their state at the moment of execution. However, Jiao Ling's intent with this strike was not to overcome the old general, but rather to aid demon lord Ao Yin in escaping peril. Withdraw. Those who have not tasted flesh must retreat to the sea. We shall battle again another day. After rescuing Ao Yin, demon lord Jiao Ling began commanding the other demons to retreat into the depths of the ocean. Ling, this old fool is nearly out of blood and energy. Allow me to face him once more. Having faced consecutive defeats at the hands of the old general, Ao Yin was quite resentful. Moreover, he had discerned that the old general's vital energy was dwindling, already resembling a spent force, incapable of holding on for much longer. Ao Yin, this is the decree of the Jiao Emperor. While fending off the old general's charge with his sword, Jiao Ling turned and reprimanded Ao Yin with fury. Upon hearing this, Ao Yin begrudgingly led the remaining demons in retreat. Naturally, the old general was unwilling to let them escape so easily, and commanded all crimson-armored cavalry and fishermen to shift from defense to offense, pursuing the remaining demons. Yet, despite her severe injuries, the demon lord Jiao Ling, possessing several demon weapons, ultimately managed to stave off the old general's assault at the cost of depleting several of her divine artifacts. Nevertheless, the crimson-armored cavalry's achievements in this battle were nothing short of astonishing. Not only did they annihilate thousands of demons, but they also eliminated 7 of the 13 demon sovereigns, leaving no fewer than 2 whale demons of the demon sovereign realm behind. Moreover, the injuries sustained by the demon lord Jiao Ling and Ao Yin at the hands of the old general were significant. However, a statement made by Jiao Ling as she retreated into the sea filled Xu Taiping's heart with unease. You have revealed all your cards, yet we have merely begun. Come nightfall, the demons that ascend the shore will all be of the demon king realm or higher, and the demon sovereigns will multiply tenfold. Judging from the recent escalation in the demon's power on the battlefield, Jiao Ling's words were not mere threats, but a grim reality. On the following night, both Jiao queens would lay their 5th batch of eggs. If what Jiao Ling asserted were true, the offspring would all be of the demon king realm. and they would be confronted by over 3,600 demons of that caliber. Among them would be at least 100 demon sovereigns, alongside several times the number of demon lords encountered today. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Xu Taiping's spine. He now comprehended why Zhu had insisted on establishing that guiding formation before her consciousness faded. As it stands, even with the presence of the talisman, it merely offers a glimmer of hope for survival. The prospect of vanquishing this horde of monsters seems almost impossible. Just then, with a resounding clap, a heavy hand landed on Xu Taiping's shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. Turning to see, he found the old general grinning at him. "Thank you, young Master Xu, for timely delivering this ring and talisman today. Otherwise, I fear we would not have held out much longer," the old general expressed with a deep bow of gratitude. "General Zhang, you are too kind," Xu Taiping replied, returning the gesture with a slight bow. He then sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, even without my intervention, the general's life essence would have manifested on its own. "What do you mean by that, young Master Xu?" The old general looked at him, puzzled. Xu Taiping then recounted the tale of Azuzu, including the details of the guiding formation. "Ah," the old general sighed deeply upon hearing this, then gazed at the ring in his hand. "Thank you, my dear girl." He raised his head to look at Xu Taiping again. "Young Master Xu, tomorrow may well be our final battle. I would like to request your assistance." "General, please speak. Whatever I can do, I shall not hesitate to offer my help," Xu Taiping replied without a moment's hesitation. In truth, for many years, the Tianhai Pass had contemplated survival strategies in the event of a siege. At one point, we even established a teleportation array within the city. However, due to the cessation of military funds from the court, Tianhai Town could no longer afford it and was compelled to dismantle it. After the array was taken down, the then guarding general of Tianhai Pass, Zhang Huayan, still sought to provide a means of escape for the citizens. Thus, he dispatched personnel to excavate a subterranean palace beneath the Qijia camp, a task that took decades. This underground palace can accommodate at least 6,000 individuals and features a passage leading to the outside world. However, the entrance to this passage is currently swarmed by numerous monsters. Therefore, I would like to request that you, young Master Xu, take the women and children of our city to seek refuge in the underground palace for a few days. Once the monsters at the exit have dispersed, you may lead them to a safe haven where they can rebuild their lives. As the old general guided his horse back to the city, he spoke to Xu Taiping in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping could not help but smile wryly. This was not merely a request for assistance. It was, in fact, a lifeline being extended to him. Such a secret as the underground palace should not normally be disclosed to an outsider. "General, I shall consider your request," Xu Taiping replied, refraining from making an immediate decision. The predicament faced by Tianhai Pass was also his own calamity. Even if he escaped this time, it would not be long before this crisis found him again. Yet, to risk his life for it would certainly not be worth it. "Do not ponder too long. You are not like us. You are a cultivator, and you should not perish here," the old general said, patting Xu Taiping's shoulder once more. "Why should my status as a cultivator exempt me from death here?" Xu Taiping questioned, somewhat bewildered. The path sought by cultivators is one of immortality, a transcendent way unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Beyond this, all affairs of this mundane world are but trivial paths that must be severed with a single stroke. Thus, should one perish here, it would indeed be a lamentable fate. However, we martial practitioners are different. Our pursuit is the way of humanity. This path may be taken for the sake of an individual's wealth and honor, to protect one's family, or to safeguard the peace of a city. Therefore, should we fall here, it is a death worthy of our cause. The old general gazed at the battered city tower behind him, its walls marred by the onslaught of demonic creatures, his eyes filled with warmth, akin to those of an old friend. His words plunged Xu Taiping into contemplation. For as the general articulated, throughout the long years of a cultivator's journey, both companions and sects may fade into mere memories. A practitioner of the Tao ought not to be concerned with such things. As they approached the city gate, Xu Taiping suddenly turned to the old general, Zhang Kaidai. "Have you come to an understanding?" The general inquired with a smile. "You were correct in stating that for those who cultivate, immortality is the true path. However, there is one point with which I must respectfully disagree," Xu Taiping replied earnestly. "What point might that be?" the general asked, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "I, too, hail from this world, and once had parents and kin. Now I have seen your brothers and sisters within my sect who protect me. Perhaps a century or a millennium from now, they will become mere wisps of the past. Yet, this does not imply that in pursuit of the Tao, one must sever ties with them. And how do you intend to proceed? Will you carry them in your heart through countless lifetimes, shielding them behind you? Forgive my bluntness, but if that is your mindset, I would regard you with disdain. The general said, disappointment evident in his eyes. In his view, lacking such resolve disqualified one from being a seeker of the Tao. Xu Taiping's countenance remained steadfast, unaffected by the general's disillusionment. He simply shook his head before continuing. Naturally, I cannot remember each of them through every incarnation, nor can I protect them all. After all, in this life, no banquet lasts forever. However, when the banquet concludes, I will bid them farewell with dignity, never fleeing from the moment. I seek immortality. Yet I do not wish to steal life. I seek the Tao, but I desire it to ascend towards the heavens, regardless of how arduous or treacherous the path may be. Upon hearing these words, it was now the general who fell into silence. Yet, as they neared the city gate, he suddenly gave Xu Taiping's shoulder a hearty slap, exclaiming, after hearing your sentiments, I am even less inclined to allow you to perish here. Thus, the old General Zhang Kaitai forcibly escorted Xu Taiping to the underground palace. The following evening, at the entrance of the underground palace in Tianhai town, Ahu asked once more, Brother Xu, my sister truly has taken another secret passage to leave, hasn't she? Indeed, Xu Taiping replied, patting Ahu's head. To prevent Ahu from becoming emotionally unstable, he ultimately chose to temporarily withhold the truth about Xu's. Let us proceed. The door to the underground palace will soon be locked. Xu Taiping gestured towards the dimly lit chamber of the underground palace. Ahu, receiving Xu Taiping's confirmation once more, nodded enthusiastically and swiftly turned to enter the subterranean realm. Big brother, have you seen my father? His name is Zhang Lu, and he is quite tall. Big brother, my elder brother is called Sun Liang. He has a distinctive scar on his head, making him easy to recognize. Have you seen him? And this is a portrait of my sister. Could you tell me if she is still alive? As Xu Taiping stepped into the underground room, he was encircled by a throng of children, all clamoring to inquire about the fates of their fathers, brothers, and loved ones. These children had been trapped in the underground palace for at least 3 or 4 days, utterly oblivious to the events of the outside world. Gazing into their bright, yet troubled eyes filled with worry, Xu Taiping felt a pang in his heart. Ultimately, he resorted to a comforting falsehood, akin to the one he had told Ahu, assuring the children that the battle outside was going favorably, and that the demons were retreating, promising that they would soon be freed. This benevolent lie pacified the majority of the children, save for one little girl clad in a floral dress. You are a big liar. She pouted, her large, glistening eyes brimming with tears. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Before he could utter a word, the girl squatted down, hugging her knees, and began to sob quietly. Xu Taiping noticed a broken jade pendant dangling from her left wrist, split in two. Is this a treasure that can sense life and death? Xu Taiping murmured to himself. What is your guardian's name? Xu Taiping inquired, kneeling beside the girl. My father's name is Shirchong, but you needn't lie to me anymore. I already know my father is dead. You don't have to comfort me. I just need to cry for a while, and then I will be fine. The little girl buried her head, weeping incessantly. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was momentarily stunned. He had indeed heard of Xuanyi's fate, though he had not anticipated encountering his daughter here. I'm sorry, big brother. I was just a bit sad and spoke harshly. The girl suddenly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face filled with remorse. You are not mistaken. I truly am a big liar, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. But you, dear one, are a liar with a kind heart, she countered, also shaking her head. What is your name? Xu Taiping asked with a smile. Sure, Miao Miao, she replied, wiping her tears away with her hand. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she asked, Big brother, can we truly return to Tianhai town? Xu Taiping fell silent once again. Big brother, you can lie to me. The girl suddenly smiled bitterly. Yes. Xu Taiping gazed deeply into her eyes for a long while before gently patting her head with a smile. But this time, big brother will not deceive you. He quickly added. After voicing this assurance, Xu Taiping stood up amidst the girl's puzzled gaze and walked directly towards the entrance of the underground palace. Chapter 168. The Fearless One. As Xu Taiping emerged from the underground palace, the sun had already dipped low in the sky, leaving the military camp eerily deserted. Xu, You two have come out. At that moment, Xianji, the monk, unexpectedly appeared, retreating swiftly to approach Xu Taiping. Did you not also enter the underground palace earlier? Master Xianji, why are you out now? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. Did you not emerge as well, my brother Xu? Xianji responded with a smile. Master Xianji, it would be wise for you to return to the underground palace. This battle at Tianhai Pass is unwinnable, Xu Taiping advised as he walked. If it is unwinnable, why then do you choose to leave? Xianji asked, his hands clasped in prayer as he took a step back, gazing at Xu Taiping with a grin. Even if I must flee, I shall wait until the very last moment to do so. By enduring a little longer, I can offer these people a glimmer of hope. Xu Taiping revealed his intentions candidly. As he spoke, the image of Shi Miao Miao's eyes inexplicably flashed in his mind. Ba, brother Xu, you possess great virtue. Xianji praised solemnly, his hands still clasped. Is my motivation truly rooted in goodness? Xu Taiping found himself uncertain. Yet one truth resonated clearly within him. Just as he had expressed to the old general the day before, even if he could not alter the fate of Tianhai Pass, he must at least bid farewell to its people and matters with honor. He would not hide away in the underground palace, escaping the past. Although he could not change the fate of Tianhai Pass, the manner and timing of his farewell must be determined by himself. With this thought, Xu Taiping's resolve solidified, and his path became remarkably clear. Regardless of whether the heavenly way is constant or not, I, Xu Taiping, shall steadfastly uphold my own principles. Even in death, I shall have no regrets. And what of you, Master Xianji? Why do you not choose to evade? Xu Taiping asked curiously, aware of the young monk's character, and refrained from urging him to return to the underground palace. We, the ascetic monks, must endure the world's suffering to attain the true path and reap its rewards. Today presents a prime opportunity, Xianji replied with a cheerful demeanor. You will die, Xu Taiping stated. And you will die as well, Xianji countered. I shall die without regrets. I shall die in the right place. Their banter continued, and suddenly, both erupted into laughter. Boom. Amidst their laughter, a brilliant golden light struck Xu Taiping, followed by a familiar voice whispering in his ear, the fearless shall receive the seal of fearlessness. Congratulations, benefactor Xu. As the words faded, a dazzling gold bracelet adorned Xu Taiping's wrist, featuring 9 beads, each inscribed with the seal of fearlessness. Simultaneously, the bracelet of the demon-subduing seal on his wrist radiated golden light, restoring the lone bead that had remained to a full complement of 9. Seeing this, Xu Taiping's heart swelled with joy. He thought to himself, at last, Master Kasayapa has shown some kindness, not only repaying the demon-subduing seal owed to me, but also replenishing the 8 beads I had lost. The demon suppression seal is indeed a formidable weapon against malevolent beings. Previously, he had hesitated to utilize it, as he possessed only a single piece. As for the effects of the fearless seal, he felt an urgency to investigate. Having only heard a brief mention from Master Kasayapa, Brother Xu, you have unexpectedly received both the demon suppression and fearless seals bestowed by the Buddha? Just as Xu Taiping was filled with joy, he suddenly heard the astonished exclamation of monk Xianji. Since Xianji had previously seen his demon suppression beads, Xu Taiping did not feel the need to conceal them from him. Is it so rare? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled by Xianji's excitement. It is said that even the esteemed monks of ancient times found it exceedingly difficult to wield both the demon suppression and fearless seals simultaneously. Relying solely on the Buddha's grace, Xianji explained with palpable enthusiasm. What is the particular significance of simultaneously employing these 2 seals? Xu Taiping speculated, sensing that this combination held extraordinary potential. When the fearless and demon suppression seals are invoked together, they empower you, benefactor Xu, to face any malevolent creature without trepidation, enabling you to contend even with the demon lords. This is remarkably akin to your equal beings bracelet. However, the distinction lies in that the equal beings bracelet equalizes the cultivation levels of your adversaries with yours, whereas the fearless and demon suppression seals align your cultivation level with that of your foes, Xianji articulated with excitement. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping appeared enlightened, realizing why Master Kasayapa had been reluctant to grant him the fearless seal. However, he understood that being fearless does not equate to invincibility. It merely allows one to engage formidable malevolent beings, with the outcome dependent on one's own capabilities, Xianji continued. I comprehend, Xu Taiping nodded. having nearly assimilated the divine essence left by Master Cassiopeia within the fearless seal beads. In essence, the simultaneous invocation of the fearless and demon suppression seals grants one a fleeting embodiment of indomitable strength, akin to that of a warrior deity. The extent of this corporeal power, however, hinges on one's own abilities. Nevertheless, invoking both seals concurrently would lead to a rapid depletion of one's vital energy. If one were to persist after such exhaustion, it could potentially ruin the hard-won strength of the physical form one has cultivated, Xianji cautioned. Xu Taiping had indeed gleaned this from the divine essence left by Master Cassiopeia. Yet, upon hearing Xianji's warning, he merely smiled and said, "You and I, at this moment, have little time to dwell on such matters." Umitba. Monk Xianji recited a Buddhist invocation and then laughed heartily. Brother Xu speaks truly. When life and death are at stake, who can afford to ponder these concerns? They quickened their pace towards the city tower. Chapter 169, The Fearless. What merits does Tianhai Pass hold? Moments earlier. Old Sure, how has the new recruits fared with the military formation strategy drafted last night? They have become adept at maneuvering. But General, I am Liang. We fell in battle the day before. At the entrance of the Tianhai Pass city tower, upon hearing this, the old general turned to gaze blankly at Liang for a long while before finally nodding and saying, "I understand." Immediately, he shifted his gaze toward the sea before him. Under the somber sky, a line of monstrous beings gathered at the shore. The aura they exuded was formidable, with even the weakest among them being of royal caliber. It is crucial to recognize that, under normal circumstances, a martial artist at the martial sovereign level would scarcely stand a chance against such royal beasts. Besides the over 1,000 monsters amassed at the water's edge, there were also clusters of luminous points in the sea, continuously flickering to life. From the faintly sensed auras, it was evident that many of these creatures were of the demonic sovereign or even demonic lord level, stirring restlessly. "Liang, why did you not go to the underground palace?" the old general inquired, patting the head of his spiritual steed without turning back. "General, apart from Tianhai Pass, I have no other refuge," Liang replied, gripping the reins and gazing into the distance. With a resolute expression, he continued, "Rather than perish in a foreign land, I would prefer to fall at Tianhai Pass. At least there remains a chance to reunite with my father and the others." "Good lad," the old general said, placing his hand on Liang's shoulder. "I entrust my back to you." Upon hearing this, Liang clasped his fist tightly and declared, "Even in death, Liang shall ensure that no demon approaches within 10 paces of you, General." It was evident to all that today's battle could very well be the final stand for all the soldiers of Tianhai Pass. "General Zhang, the armor-clad formation is ready," came the voice of the standard-bearer. "General, the formation of the Wu flag is complete," another reported. "General, the Bing flag formation has also been established." Soon, the voices of the captains from each banner echoed through the air via sound transmission talismans, reaching the ears of the old general, Zhang Kaitai. At this juncture, Tianhai Pass still had 3,000 armored cavalry, 6,000 infantry composed of fishmen, and 3,000 ghostly riders. On the surface, their numbers appeared to rival those of the deep-sea monsters. However, the impending arrival of nearly 5,000 deep-sea creatures consisted almost entirely of beings of royal rank or higher. Among them, there were approximately 1,000 monsters that had consumed human flesh and blood, thus awakening their intelligence. Additionally, there were over 100 demonic sovereigns and a dozen demonic lords. While individual demonic sovereigns or even demonic lords might not withstand the charge of the armored cavalry, once their numbers exceeded 10 or 20, the formation of the cavalry might falter. More critically, 2 deep-sea sirens remained with one final opportunity to spawn. This meant that even if they were to vanquish these 5,000 monsters, there would still be an additional 4 to 5,000 awaiting them. And the combat prowess of these creatures would only escalate. Among them, it was likely that monsters surpassing the demonic lord level would emerge. This elucidates why everyone believed this was a battle destined for defeat. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sound of piercing air suddenly erupted. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld colossal and terrifying monsters descending from the sky, crashing down before the military formation. These creatures stood at least 2 meters tall, resembling a tortoise-dragon hybrid. Yet their heads were disproportionately large. Their flesh and bone appeared grotesquely malformed, revealing protruding white bones through which a putrid, acrid fluid oozed. The flames of the burning sea had no effect whatsoever on them. Even after being subjected to 3 consecutive burnings, they remained utterly unscathed. Once the flames extinguished, the dozen or so turtle dragon-like demons aligned themselves in a row, then simultaneously opened their massive jaws. Immediately, the onlookers beheld a sphere of water, radiating a luminous green light, coalescing within their tooth-filled mouths. Concurrently, a terrifying wave of energy began to emanate from them, akin to a tidal surge. These were the turtle shell demons, and the water cannons they expelled possessed immense force, capable of corroding armor. Raise your shields! Raise your shields! Raise your shields! The voices of the leaders of the red armored cavalry rang out incessantly. Soon after, shields forged from martial spirit and the flames of the burning sea began to materialize above the troops. Raise your shields! Zhang Liang, standing behind the old general, bellowed as he lifted his own shield. Only the old general maintained his unwavering gaze fixed upon the surface of the sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as the energy fluctuations emanating from the turtle shell demons intensified, over 100 luminous orbs soared out from the sea, splitting into several teams, each landing beside the respective turtle shell demons. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the demons flanking the turtle shell demons were all entities of the demon sovereign realm or above. A rough estimate revealed nearly 200 demon sovereign creatures on the battlefield, surpassing the old general's earlier calculations. Simultaneously, as over 100 demon sovereign entities emerged, more than a dozen even more formidable energy waves surged forth from the sea, positioning themselves above the turtle shell demons. Among them were the demon lords, Jiao Ling and Ao Yan, whom the old generals had encountered previously. Clearly, these were the demon lord-level beings the old generals had speculated about. More than a dozen demon lords, such a spectacle, I have never witnessed in my youth. What merit do we possess at Tianhai Pass to encounter this? Ha! Upon witnessing this, the old general, Zhang Kaitai, suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Chapter 170. The fearless, more demon-like than demons. This was not mere self-consolation. Zhang Kaitai genuinely felt a profound honor. After all, who else, apart from each successive general of the Sea Guard, had ever been afforded such treatment? Gentlemen, after this battle, the men of Tianhai will be immortalized in history. The old general raised his spear, shouting with fervor, his neck veins bulging. His roar instantly revitalized the previously subdued morale of the red-armored soldiers. Those who had been resigned to a fight to the death now found themselves even more exhilarated upon hearing his words. In a moment, the sounds of battle cries echoed through the ranks. The battlefield before Tianhai Pass bristled with martial fervor. At this moment, atop one of the turtle shell demons, the demon lord Jiao Ling, arms crossed, coldly called out to General Zhang Kaitai. "What guidance do you offer, Demon Lord Jiao Ling?" The old general replied, taking a swig from his wine flask, meeting the demon lord's gaze with unyielding composure. "You mere 5,000 cavalry, with your total forces not exceeding 20,000, astonishingly resisted my vast army of the deep sea demons for nearly 5 days. The esteemed lord of the deep sea, the emperor of the merfolk, holds you in high regard, and thus I have been instructed to convey this message to you." As the demon lord, Jiao Ling, uttered these words, her icy gaze swept across the ranks of the crimson-armored riders before continuing. "Should you choose to surrender to the esteemed emperor of the merfolk and relinquish the life essence of Zhang Tianzi, not only shall you survive, but you will also be permitted to continue residing in Tianhai town, free from the taint of darkness." Upon delivering this proclamation, she regarded the old general with an air of superiority. In her eyes, this was an unparalleled boon from the emperor to these lowly subjects. Upon hearing this, the old general burst into raucous laughter, then bellowed towards the assembled crimson-armored soldiers, "Will you choose to die fighting, or to become mere lapdogs of the emperor of the merfolk?" "I would rather die," a voice rang out, followed by a thunderous roar from nearly 9,000 crimson-armored soldiers in unison. "I would rather die." This resounding chorus elevated the morale of the soldiers at Tianhai Pass to its zenith. The shields that protected the formation glimmered brilliantly, their radiance more than doubled. Observing this, Jiao Ling smirked coldly. Had it not been for the emperor's personal summons, she would have been disinclined to engage in such trivial discourse. She then raised her sword, her countenance stern, and commanded, "The emperor decrees, those who refuse to surrender shall be executed, and after breaching the city, not a single one shall remain." As her words fell, The restless demons could no longer contain themselves and roared in unison, "Release." Simultaneously, the demon lords flanking the tortoise-shell demons issued their commands. With a resounding boom, a barrage of toxic water orbs erupted from the mouths of the tortoise-shell demons, resembling cannonballs as they hurtled towards the ranks of the crimson-armored riders. The cacophony of collisions rang out as the water orbs struck. Although the formation of the crimson-armored riders managed to block most of the onslaught, many fell victim to the splattered poison or inhaled the noxious miasma, succumbing instantly. This was precisely the formidable aspect of the tortoise-shell demons. Once their toxic water spheres blanketed the battlefield, ordinary soldiers had no means of escape. Thus, they must eliminate the several tortoise-shell demons before that eventuality. Charge! The old general, showing no hesitation, brandished his spear and led the charge. Charge! The captains of the banners similarly did not waver, each selecting a tortoise-shell demon within the demonic ranks to confront. As 5,000 warhorses surged forward, the ground trembled beneath them. The sight of the formidable fire spears, forged from the spirit of the crimson-armored warriors and the raging flames of the sea, hurtling towards the demonic ranks would surely instill fear in the hearts of the very demons themselves. Yet, the deep-sea demons were evidently prepared for the approaching charge. As the crimson-armored cavalry neared, the demon lords of the merfolk, utilizing their own water orbs, enveloped the tortoise-shell demons and the surrounding demonic factions. From a high vantage point, one could observe the entire assembly of deep-sea demons ensconced within several colossal water orbs. In a fleeting moment, the formation of the crimson-armored cavalry crashed heavily against the multitude of water bubbles. Instantly, more than a dozen bubbles shattered, yet from those that remained intact, the poisonous liquid of the tortoise demon erupted forth, crashing violently into the ranks of the Crimson Army. Due to the proximity of the assault, many formations were immediately breached, resulting in significant casualties among both the cavalry and the infantry behind them. It was from this point that the chaotic melee commenced. Initially, the Crimson Cavalry, bolstered by their fervor and the blazing flames of the burning sea, managed to slay numerous demonic beasts of the Demon Lord realm. However, as the battle intensified, with several demon lords joining the fray and the emergence of 2 whale demons, the tide of the conflict abruptly shifted. Under the combined onslaught of the whale and tortoise demons, the losses among the Crimson Cavalry escalated. The Crimson Infantry, summoned from the fish huts, fell in droves, and the carnage was so severe that it could only be described as a hell on earth. Yet, even amidst such devastation, the fighting spirit of the Crimson soldiers remained undiminished. In a desperate bid to vanquish a whale demon, a contingent of the cavalry forsook their defenses, channeling all their might into the formation of a demon-suppressing spear, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction with the beast. Some infantrymen chose to exchange their lives to encircle the demon lords. If 10 lives could not suffice to claim a demon lord, then 100 would be offered. If 100 lives were still insufficient, then 1,000 would be sacrificed. At this moment, the Crimson Cavalry before Tianhai Pass resembled demons more than the demons themselves, embodying madness to an extreme. With a thunderous roar, the veteran General Zhang Kaitai, exhausting his vital essence, summoned 3,000 Crimson Ghost soldiers in one breath, decisively turning the tide in favor of the cavalry. In the brief span of moments, the number of tortoise demons slain by the Crimson Cavalry dwindled to 3, while 1 whale demon lay grievously wounded and the other fell to the demon-suppressing spear. Chapter 171. The Fearless, a blade of peace slices the whale demon. Among the battlefield, the count of demon lords had shrunk to merely over 30, with 6 of the demon lords having perished. The slaughter was so severe that the demon Lord Jiao Ling ordered a retreat. Such a record of achievement, regardless of the realm, shone brightly. Yet human strength is inevitably finite. Both General Zhang Kaitai and the Crimson Cavalry showed signs of fatigue after repelling the first wave of demonic assaults. In stark contrast, as the luminous orbs in the sea ignited once more, the second wave of demons surged ashore. Before the first wave had been fully dispatched, the second wave had already landed. Even the most resolute of the Crimson Cavalry found it increasingly difficult to suppress the rising tide of despair within their hearts. For hope seemed utterly absent. Under the relentless bombardment of the newly arrived demon lords, whale demons, and tortoise demons, several formations were shattered. Once a formation was breached, the Crimson Infantry faced an overwhelming tide of demons surging forth. After days of resistance, the Crimson Cavalry finally faced defeat. The veteran General Zhang Kaitai had anticipated this collapse. You have all performed admirably. Who among the realms could contend against such a multitude of demons and reach this point? Insufficiently accomplished, only I, the old general, lamented. He gazed at the fallen crimson-armored warriors, his lips twitching slightly, his eyes filled with remorse. Just then, the newly emerged whale demon, shielded by a host of demon lords, finally surged towards the city gates, striking heavily upon them. In an instant, the runes upon the gates flickered and dimmed. If this continued, after 5 or 6 more blows, the gates would surely succumb. Once breached, the might of the Tianhai Pass's burning sea formation would diminish by at least 50%, tipping the balance irrevocably. Although defeat was imminent, each moment bought for the citizens within the city was a moment of hope. The old general, Zhang Qingtai, declared this thought, tossing a crimson elixir into his mouth. This concoction, which sacrificed lifespan to enhance vitality, was the 6th he had consumed, and this last one was his final reserve. Before he departed, he vowed to take at least one demon lord down with him. A smirk graced his lips as his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the demon lord Aoyan, who was engaging the crimson-armored warriors beside the whale demon. At that moment, accompanied by the piercing cry of an eagle, a majestic white-headed eagle descended from above the city walls, bearing a monk and a young man. With a thunderous crash, the enormous eagle swooped down, its talons snatching several demons from the air and casting them downwards. Simultaneously, the young man, wielding a blade, leapt from the eagle's back. It was the foreign cultivator, Xu Taiping, whom the old general recognized instantly. However, he had never anticipated Xu Taiping's return to assist them. What folly! The old general thought, heart aching. This foolish boy. How could he not grasp the peril? What could one man achieve? Little brat, this demon lord has awaited your arrival. Aoyan, the demon lord, also recognized Xu Taiping at once. He swiftly cleaved through the magical spear hurled by the crimson-armored army and propelled himself towards the direction of Xu Taiping's descent. Xu Taiping, beware. The general's forces, occupied with combating another whale demon, could not provide aid but managed to shout a warning. Yet, the effectiveness of this warning was tragically limited. For as the old general's voice rang out, Aoyan had already unleashed a punch towards Xu Taiping. Even constrained by the burning sea formation, the might of this strike was formidable. In an instant, the force of the punch transformed into a fist shadow the size of a small mountain, hurtling straight at Xu Taiping. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, as Aoyan struck, 2 golden beams of light enveloped Xu Taiping, materializing behind him as 2 radiant Buddhist statues, each grasping the fearless seal and the demon subduing seal. At that moment, Xu Taiping's aura surged dramatically, and within a single breath, he transformed, emanating an aura of terror akin to that of a Vajra, unyielding before all malevolent forces. At nearly the same moment, Xu Taiping, who initially intended to strike downward at the whale demon, suddenly redirected his fist, launching a powerful blow against the demon Lord Aoyan. Although the response was somewhat hasty, as he unleashed this punch, the force of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet was seamlessly integrated into his attack, culminating in a massive fist shadow that crashed down upon Aoyan's own. Boom. The resounding impact caused Aoyan's force to nearly crumble upon contact. Even Xu Taiping was taken aback by the overwhelming power of the saintly fist under the auspices of the demon suppression seal and the fearless seal. Bang! After shattering Aoyan's force, Xu Taiping's formidable attack surged forward, striking heavily against the demon lord's chest. The unique strength of the Basya style, combined with the intricate power techniques of 1,000 layers, resulted in a thunderous explosion at Aoyan's chest, revealing his true demonic form. Nevertheless, Aoyan was ultimately sent crashing down to the ground by the might of the Basya punch. Bang! Several demons below were crushed under his weight, and the ground itself was dented several feet deep. With the astonished gazes of the surrounding demons and the red armored riders upon him, Xu Taiping abruptly drew his sword from its sheath, gripping the hilt with both hands, and slashed toward the whale demon's neck. In the instant the long blade descended, a torrent of sword force caused the whale demon's massive body to tremble. Demon slaying blade, dragon slaying style. Whoosh! As the sword energy sliced through the air, a brilliant scar appeared on the whale demon's neck, followed by a surge of sword energy that pierced through. With a crack, the whale demon's head rolled from its neck, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. Chapter 172, Defending Solitary City, unafraid in the face of the demon god with the fearless seal in effect. Even confronting the demon god becomes a matter of no fear. As Xu Taiping severed the head of the whale demon, he finally grasped the true meaning of the words spoken by the ancient Buddha Kasyapa. This fearlessness did not stem from mere mental fortitude. It was a gift from the fearless seal, equating him with the power of the whale demon before him. Without such strength as a foundation for his fearlessness, it would merely be ignorance. Boom. Yet before Xu Taiping could touch the ground, a crystalline sword formed of ice hurtled through the air toward him. Then came a loud bang as the sword pierced through the protective winds of the Zhongyuan ring. Fortunately, the protective ice armor of the cloud riding technique manifested just in time to block the strike. Nevertheless, he was still forcefully slammed against the city gate by the sword's might. Looking up, he saw that the wielder of the sword was none other than the demon Lord Jiaoling. With a swift motion, the demon Lord Jiaoling appeared before Xu Taiping, thrusting the sword toward his neck. The seemingly silent strike effortlessly penetrated the wind barrier summoned by Xu Taiping's Zhongyuan ring. Bang! It was only when he fully activated the cloud riding technique, summoning the cloud armor that appeared at the third layer of the technique, that he was able to deflect the demon Lord Jiaoling's strike. This cloud riding technique was a set of energy refining methods derived from the Lingbone steel, based on his cultivation of the Danxia technique. Upon reaching the third tier of cultivation, one acquires a cloud armor, which outwardly resembles a delicate layer of mist formed into armor, yet is, in truth, remarkably resilient. However, under normal circumstances, given Xu Taiping's current level of cultivation, the cloud armor would not withstand a single strike from the demon lord. Fortunately, at this moment, he is fortified by the undaunted seal, the demon-subduing seal, and the burning sea array, which emboldens him against the full force of the sword wielded by the formidable Jiaoling. How audacious are those monks, daring to intervene in this matter. It appears Jiaoling recognizes the origins of the two Buddhist hand seals behind Xu Taiping, causing her brow to furrow in concern. With a resounding crash, after parrying Jiaoling's strike, Xu Taiping propelled himself off the city gate, his physique abruptly elevated to the Fury Dragon realm. As he raised his water-cutting blade and executed the chaotic cicada stance towards Jiaoling. In the piercing sound of cicada cries, hundreds of gleaming blade marks manifested around Jiaoling, and in the span of a breath, they transformed into a torrent of blade shadows directed at her. Do not mistake this demon lord for the likes of the worthless Ao Yin. In response to Xu Taiping's strike, Jiaoling scoffed disdainfully, then with a proud demeanor, she thrust her sword forward, enveloping herself in a dense array of sword shadows. As Xu Taiping's chaotic cicada blade shadows surged forth, the layers of sword shadows erupted violently, shattering all incoming blade forms. As the young monk Xian Ji aptly stated, the undaunted seal and the demon-subduing seal grant Xu Taiping courage, but they do not render him invincible. The extent of his power ultimately rests upon his own capabilities. At that moment, as all of Xu Taiping's blade shadows were obliterated by Jiaoling's sword manifestations, the remnants coalesced into a colossal blade shadow that swiftly descended upon Jiaoling. Having previously encountered this technique, Jiaoling had been on guard. Yet, when the blade force seized her like an invisible giant hand, a flicker of panic broke through her previously arrogant gaze. Without hesitation, Jiaoling summoned her demon god weapon, the Celestial Slayer, meeting Xu Taiping's blade with her own. The clash reverberated mightily, as both blade and sword shadows dissipated upon impact, and the tremendous recoil sent the demon Lord Jiaoling sliding several steps backward in the air. She had not anticipated that even after invoking the Celestial Slayer, she would only manage to achieve a stalemate against Xu Taiping's strike. Xu Taiping, equally astonished, recognized that the chaotic cicada stance was the only one among his 3 demon-slaying techniques that he had perfected to its pinnacle. Yet it had failed to inflict harm upon Jiaoling. It was evident that her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary demon lord. There was no necessity to engage further with this formidable adversary. Instead, he resolved to confront other demon lords and the whale demon to alleviate the pressure on the scarlet armored riders. With determination, Xu Taiping swiftly executed the technique of close yet distant, reappearing atop another whale demon. Without a moment's hesitation, as he descended, he unleashed the dragon-slaying strike against the whale demon. Accompanied by a sound of slicing air, the enormous blade shadow descended from above. However, unlike the previous whale demon, this one was prepared, raising its bone hammer just as Xu Taiping's blade struck down. The shark's skull hammer was impenetrably hard, and yet Xu Taiping failed to cleave it with a single blow. Nevertheless, the immense force of his dragon-slashing technique caused the whale demon to stagger, nearly toppling over. Below, the red-armored cavalry, who had been in a standoff with this whale demon, seized the opportunity and launched a sudden charge. Boom! As the red-armored cavalry surged forward, the spear of demonic suppression, forged from their battle intent, pierced through the body of the whale demon with a resounding strike. Clang! At that moment, a sound of sword resonance echoed as a colossal sword of celestial slaying descended from above. With a thunderous crash, the massive shield born of the army's battle intent shattered. In the instant the formation was breached, hundreds of demonic creatures surged forth, consuming the red-armored cavalry below entirely. Even if Xu Taiping wished to save them, he was powerless to intervene. At that moment, he once again realized the stark difference between the chaos of battle formations and the skirmishes among cultivators. Boom! Just as his thoughts raced, a massive fist shadow descended heavily upon him. With a resounding thud, Xu Taiping was sent sliding through the air for several dozen yards before regaining his stance. Looking up, he beheld the formidable figure of the demon Lord Ao Yin, who had delivered the blow. Chapter 173, Defending Solitary City. The old general's entrustment of the Yin talisman Xu Taiping was about to advance to engage, but in the next moment, he found himself surrounded by dozens of formidable auras. Everywhere he looked, there were demonic creatures of the Demon Lord realm. The Shark Emperor had decreed before the battle to eliminate all variables. This youth was considered one of those variables. At this time, the sword energy swirling around Shark Feather also approached Xu Taiping, since it was the Shark Emperor's command. Then let us strike together. Ao Yin glanced at the freshly healed wound on his chest, letting out a reluctant cold snort. Immediately, the strong auras from over 10 demon lords began to emanate powerfully. Were it not for the suppression of the burning sea formation, the combined might of these 10 demon lords could easily obliterate not just Xu Taiping, but an entire city. Observing this situation, Xu Taiping's expression remained relatively calm. After all, he had anticipated such a scenario when he decided to take action. He said nothing, merely tightening his grip on the demon-slaying blade. As a series of crane cries began to resonate around him, among the techniques he practiced, the crane crying style of the demon-slaying blade was most suitable for confronting such a situation. However, like the previous crane howl style, once the blade was drawn, it was a matter of life or death. You insignificant wretches, the people of Tianhai Pass are not yet extinguished. If you wish to harm Brother Xu, you must first reckon with the demon suppression spear in my hand. Just as Xu Taiping pondered which demon lord to strike to break through the encirclement, the voice of the old General Zhang Kaitai suddenly thundered. At the same time, spear shadows shot up from the ground, scattering the over 10 demon lords in all directions. Clang! Observing this, Shark Feather summoned the sword of celestial slaying once more. Immediately, a giant sword descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Xu Taiping. To speak frankly, Xu Taiping could sense that even with the protection of the fearless seal and the demon suppression, he might not be able to withstand this sword strike from Shark Feather. However, the issue lies in the fact that the positioning of the sword of the merfolk is exceedingly lethal. The moment he evades, this celestial slayer's sword will plunge down upon the army below. Young Master Xu, with this old man as assistance, feel free to strike. Just as Xu Taiping resolved to withstand the blow, the voice of the old general resonated once more. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xu Taiping sheathed his blade and adopted a fist stance. When confronted with the sheer destructive force of the celestial slayer's sword, meeting force with force is undoubtedly the most effective means of resolution. The overbearing style of his great sage fist is, without question, the mightiest technique among all his cultivated arts. Boom! Upon adopting his stance, Xu Taiping effortlessly channeled the immense celestial energies above Tianhai City into his fist. Undeniably, this was a result of the indomitable seal behind him. Originally, even if he managed to gather the celestial energies within a radius of over 100 yards, it would require a considerable buildup of power. However, just as Xu Taiping felt that his fist's momentum had solidified, ready to meet the strike of the merfolk, he suddenly sensed himself enveloped by a wave of searing heat. Simultaneously, the range of celestial energies he could summon expanded dramatically, stretching from Tianhai City to encompass a vast area of several dozen miles around Tianhai Pass. In an instant, he felt as though his fist had gained the weight of a mountain. Is this the power of the red armored cavalry formation? The thought flashed through Xu Taiping's mind, and without further ado, he hurled his fist towards the descending celestial slayer's sword. At the moment of impact, a colossal fist shadow manifested in the sky, colliding with the sword. Boom! In the tremendous sound of the clash, both the fist and sword shadows shattered almost simultaneously. However, Xu Taiping, in his act of striking, appeared far more disheveled than the one wielding the sword. He was jolted downwards from the sky. The merfolk, on the other hand, merely had a trickle of blood escape from her lips, retreating a few steps. Nevertheless, in her eyes, this was still an immense humiliation. It is worth noting that she wielded the Celestial Slayer, one of the 7 demon weapons of the Yuyun sky, and had just exerted her full strength. As Xu Taiping was about to descend to the ground, Bai Yu, accompanied by an eagle-esque cry, swooped in like a beam of light, grasping him with her claws and eventually placing him safely within the army formation. "Young Master Xu, are you unharmed?" The old general had arranged for a horse to catch Xu Taiping. "I am well, merely miscalculated my strength. I am grateful for the old general's assistance," Xu Taiping replied, cupping his hands in respect towards the old general. "Young Master Xu, do not speak such formalities." The old general waved his hand, about to say something further, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing, ultimately leaving his hands stained with blood. Seeing this, Xu Taiping hurriedly stepped forward, offering a healing elixir and a life-restoring pill. "Old man, my body is beyond healing. Do not waste such precious pills." The old general pushed them away with fervor and then issued a command to all the red-armored soldiers. "All captains, gather the surviving soldiers to the city gates. We must resolutely defend the gates." As soon as his words fell, the previously scattered battalions swiftly converged towards the city gates. Xu Taiping estimated that there were now merely over 1,000 red-armored cavalry left, and the red-armored infantry had dwindled to just 3,000. As he gazed upon the battlefield strewn with lifeless corpses, an inexplicable surge of anger and sorrow welled up within him. "Young Master Xu, you still have a chance to escape." General Zhang Qingtai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his serious gaze towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping popped a chi-gathering pill into his mouth and glanced back at the city gate before shaking his head at the old general. "Every moment we hold out is a moment of hope. Now is not the time to flee." The general understood well the hope Xu Taiping spoke of and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "On behalf of the citizens within the city, I thank you. Young Master Xu, had it not been for your valiant slaying of a whale demon and drawing away several demon lords, our 4,000 armored soldiers would surely have perished." Boom. As the two conversed, the horde of demons, under the command of several demon lords, reformed their ranks. They advanced with the armored tortoise demon leading the charge, converging towards the city gates. "Young Master Xu, whether we can withstand this onslaught depends critically on our ability to slay that whale demon," Zhang Qingtai transmitted to Xu Taiping, who stood beside him on horseback. "I can give it a try," Xu Taiping nodded. "Do not rush. Even if you can confront the whale demon, you will undoubtedly be besieged by those demon lords." The old general halted Xu Taiping and extended his hand towards him, saying, "Take this. I will teach you how to use the Yin talisman to summon the armored ghost riders." Xu Taiping looked down to see that the old general held in his palm the Zhang family's Yin talisman, a relic of the great general. Chapter 174. Defending the Lonely City. The Xian Yuan avatar slays the whale demon. The mother of the fish will continuously lay eggs, and the demons that feast on human flesh and blood will grow stronger. Therefore, if we do not swiftly eliminate the demons that have come ashore, they will multiply and become increasingly formidable. It is not until we reach a point of utter desperation that the armored riders will be forced to passively defend the city as they are now. Boom. As the tortoise demon's formation unleashed a volley of water bubbles, dozens of green orbs crashed heavily upon the military formation, causing the armored riders stationed at the gate to tremble. Just like before, although bolstered by the will to fight and the flames of the burning sea, many of the armored riders were severely injured by the impact. The venom within those bubbles quickly transformed into a toxic mist that enveloped the entire formation, causing many soldiers who inhaled the noxious gas to collapse. "Bai Yu." Xu Taiping glanced at the white feather on his shoulder. Bai Yu nodded, then took flight, revealing its true form as a great demon. With wings shimmering in golden light, it suddenly began to beat its wings. With a thunderous sound, the tempest created by Bai Yu's wings, enhanced by the burning sea formation, swiftly spread like a fire tornado, dispersing the toxic mist that surrounded the military formation. Thank you, young Master Xu, for the assistance of your spirit companion. With the toxic mist cleared, the old general rejoiced, knowing that without it, the armored riders would lose hundreds fewer. He then commanded the armored soldiers wielding crossbows behind him, loose the arrows. Thousands of arrows soared like rain of fire towards the approaching demons. In an instant, numerous monstrous entities succumbed beneath the barrage of arrows. Even creatures of the Demon King realm were not spared from the searing flames enveloping the arrows. Young Master Xu, after staving off the onslaught of the beasts, cast a glance at Xu Taiping beside him. Xu Taiping nodded, then leaped from his steed, landing squarely on the back of Baiyu. Without uttering a word, Baiyu unfurled its wings and soared towards the direction of the whale demon. The demon lords had already anticipated Xu Taiping's intent to strike down the whale demon. Thus, as soon as Xu Taiping ascended into the air on Baiyu, they swiftly took flight to intercept him. Xu Taiping had previously gauged the prowess of these demon lords and knew that facing them alone rendered him nearly powerless. Moreover, behind one of these demon lords loomed 6 or 7 others, including the formidable Jiao Ling, who wielded the sword of celestial slaying. Consequently, breaching their meticulous defense to slay the whale demon posed a formidable challenge. However, in the face of these demon lords, Baiyu did not decelerate. Rather, it spiraled and accelerated towards them. The demon lords, witnessing this, wasted no time in launching their attacks. Boom! Almost simultaneously with their strike, Baiyu surged skyward, while Xu Taiping's form transformed into a wisp of vapor, leaving the demon lords grasping at thin air. Are you not weary of such tricks? Amidst the ranks of the monsters, the demon lord Yin suddenly bellowed and leaped into the air, bringing down his fists with tremendous force upon the ground. Bang! With a thunderous quake, the earth before Yin rippled like waves, rising to heights exceeding a yard. As the ground trembled, the previously concealed Xu Taiping revealed himself before the multitude of monstrous beings. It was evident that the Xu Taiping on Baiyu had merely been an illusion. This was his true form. This time, I shall see how you escape. Demon Lord Yin sneered, leaping once more, his fist imbued with a tidal force aimed squarely at Xu Taiping. Despite being constrained by the burning sea formation, the demon lord's might was not to be underestimated. In response to this punch, Xu Taiping met it head-on with his own. Bang! To Yin's astonishment, the moment their fists collided, Xu Taiping's form dissipated into a swirl of azure mist. Boom! Simultaneously, Baiyu, which had been soaring above, suddenly plummeted, diving straight towards the whale demon. Upon closer inspection, a youth stood atop Baiyu's back, flanked by 2 ethereal Buddha figures. As they neared the whale demon, the youth leaped off Baiyu and, with a swift motion, drew a long blade from his waist, unleashing a sweeping strike that extended over 100 feet towards the whale demon. Realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered by Xu Taiping, Yin erupted in fury, soaring upwards, heedless of all else, to confront Xu Taiping, who was poised to strike the whale demon. Meanwhile, the nearest demon lords had already initiated their attacks before Yin could realize the unfolding scenario. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping, wielding his blade against the whale demon, found himself encircled by 2 or 3 demon lords, including the formidable demon Lord Jiao Ling, whose attention was riveted upon him. Suddenly, amidst this tension, a surge of battle intent erupted among a group of demonic creatures positioned near the whale demon. In that moment of distraction, the demon lords, their faces etched with terror, beheld yet another Xu Taiping, rallying thousands of ghostly soldiers into formation and charging forth. With a deafening crash, the multitude of demonic creatures standing before the thousands of red-armored ghostly cavalry was instantly shattered. The whale demon, previously cloaked in layers of protection, now stood exposed before the advancing ranks of the red-armored ghost soldiers. Almost simultaneously, as Xu Taiping unleashed the thunderous might of the Great Sage Fist, the battle intent and scorching flames above the ghostly cavalry transformed into colossal fist shadows, hurtling forward towards the whale demon with unstoppable force. Fist strikes and blade strikes intertwined, enveloping the whale demon in their fury. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon lords unhesitatingly abandoned their attempts to thwart the blade-wielding Xu Taiping and instead focused their efforts on obstructing the advancing ghostly cavalry. In their understanding, a mere clone could not command the Zhang clan's red-armored ghostly cavalry, let alone orchestrate their formation. Demon Lord Jiao Ling, in a flash of insight, summoned her remaining strength. Wielding the sword of celestial slaying in an attempt to strike at Xu Taiping within the formation, believing him to be the true body. Chapter 175, The Eight-Legged Demon. A creature from antiquity with a thunderous crash, the clash of sword shadows and fist shadows resulted in a spectacular shattering. Although the hastily conjured strike did not injure Xu Taiping, Demon Lord Jiao Ling felt a surge of elation. For she had surmised correctly. This was indeed Xu Taiping's true form. Yet, her smile faltered abruptly as she heard a pained howl emanating from the whale demon behind her. Turning to gaze, she was astonished to witness another Xu Taiping, who had not only remained corporeal, but had also evaded the encirclement of several demon lords, delivering a decisive blow that severed the whale demon's head. Could both be real? Struck by the revelation of Xu Taiping's mysterious duplicity, Demon Lord Jiao Ling stared, bewildered, at the blade-wielding figure before her. Take a guess. Xu Taiping flashed her a knowing smile before raising his fist once more. Simultaneously, his ethereal clone seized the opportunity created by the bewildered demon lords, deftly maneuvering behind Demon Lord Jiao Ling. This chance, crafted through the art of the ethereal clone, was one that would not present itself again, compelling Xu Taiping to seize the moment. If he could eliminate her, the defense of the city would become significantly easier, making any cost incurred worthwhile. With a resounding roar, Xu Taiping once more infused his blood energy into the Yin talisman, elevating the battle intent of the red-armored ghostly cavalry. He then unleashed a devastating punch in the direction of Demon Lord Jiao Ling, embodying the might of the Baxa style. Meanwhile, the Xian Yuan avatar, which had long arrived behind the Demon Lord Jiao Ling, raised the water-severing blade and executed a chaotic cicada strike towards her. The unique momentum of the chaotic cicada style, at the very moment of its execution, seized control of the somewhat weakened Demon Lord Jiao Ling, who had forcibly summoned the sword of immortal slaying. In an instant, an exceedingly rare expression of terror surged in her eyes. She could distinctly sense that should this blade and fist strike true, her demise was inevitable. However, just as Xu Taiping was on the verge of unleashing his fist and blade, an anxious voice echoed in his mind. Xu Taiping, evade. Quickly evade. I see a terrifying demon from the sea, fixating its gaze upon you. The heavenly eye of Baiyu could perceive many things that ordinary cultivators would not notice, thus causing Xu Taiping's heart to tighten. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the Xian Yuan avatar and, harnessing the power of the formation, activated the ultimate move of the stellar shift, the inch to heaven. Under the protection of the fearless seal and the burning sea formation, the move, which ordinarily required a considerable duration to execute, was completed in mere breaths. With a resounding boom, Xu Taiping and over 1,000 red-armored ghost riders vanished before Jiao Ling. The demon lord, who had braced herself for injury, stood there in astonishment. She found it perplexing why Xu Taiping did not seize such a splendid opportunity to strike. Yet, her confusion was swiftly unraveled by the emergence of a terrifying aura. Boom! With a piercing sound of air being shattered, a massive tentacle adorned with suckers suddenly lashed out from the sea, striking precisely where Xu Taiping had just stood. Was the octopus lord making its appearance? The demon lord Jiao Ling felt a mix of shock and joy. Wait, could it be that the cultivator sensed the octopus lord and chose to flee? The realization dawned upon her, heightening her vigilance towards Xu Taiping. At that moment, an enraged roar resonated in her mind. A bunch of useless fools, needing me to intervene against merely a few thousand riders. As the voice faded, 7 colossal tentacles surged forth from the sea, crashing onto the shore. Some demons, unable to evade in time, were shattered by the onslaught, ultimately being drawn in by the suckers on the tentacles. Boom! Once all 8 massive tentacles emerged on land, an exceedingly grotesque creature, glistening with slime and towering hundreds of feet high, slowly rose from the sea. Gazing upward from below, one could barely see its head obscured by the clouds. Back within the ranks of the red-armored riders, Xu Taiping felt a jolt of trepidation upon witnessing this horrifying creature. The demonic energy emanating from it was as formidable as a pillar connecting heaven and earth, utterly terrifying. Perched upon Xu Taiping's shoulder, Baiyu's eyes were filled with fear. General, have you ever encountered such a demon? Xu Taiping turned his gaze towards the old general, whose expression bore a hint of distress. After a prolonged silence, the general managed a bitter smile and shook his head. If the records of the Yunhe Tower are accurate, this demonic creature must be the octopus demon, one of the 7 most formidable monsters in the West Luhai, aside from the Sea King. It is also one of the few ancient beings that have survived to this day. During the last battle between humans and demons at Tianhai Pass, this octopus demon was subdued by the previous master of the Yunhe Tower. I never anticipated that the Sea Queen would resurrect it using the power of this sea today. Xu Taiping, taken aback, could hardly believe that he had encountered an ancient demon here. Young Master Xu, may I request a pill from you? The old general suddenly extended his hand towards Xu Taiping. Stunned by the request, Xu Taiping hesitated. It was not that he was unwilling to give, rather, he sensed a resolute determination in the general's eyes. General, is it truly necessary to go that far? Xu furrowed his brow and inquired. You have not perused that record. Hence you are unaware of the ferocity of the octopus demon. It once consumed an entire nation single-handedly. The general's gaze became gravely serious. Therefore, it is not merely for the sake of Tianhai town. I cannot allow this octopus demon to leave the Tianhai Pass alive. He added with unwavering conviction. Chapter 176. The Octopus Demon and the Incantations of Master Xianji. General, what are your intentions? Xu Taiping asked as he handed a grass rejuvenation pill to the old general. Young Master Xu, have you heard of the 3 ancient divine weapons of the Yunhe Tower? The general replied with a question, accepting the pill without answering. I am not familiar, Xu Taiping admitted, his knowledge of the Yunhe Tower being limited. Amitba, you must be referring to the Flame Emperor's demon-suppressing spear, the Crimson Dragon armor, and the Northern Xian Tooth shield, correct? At this moment, Xianji, who had been casting incantations for the warhorses of the Crimson Armored Cavalry, suddenly turned to the old general. You speak true, the old general nodded. These 3 divine weapons form the foundation of the Yunhe Tower's Burning Sea formation and are also the most powerful means of the Crimson Armored Cavalry. As he spoke, he placed the grass rejuvenation pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and the old general's eyes brightened, a slight smile gracing his lips. I was somewhat concerned whether my frail body could wield the demon-suppressing spear and bear the Crimson Dragon armor, but with your elixir, young Master Xu, I believe it will not be an issue. The grass rejuvenation pill has revitalized your body, Xu Taiping remarked, sensing the old general's energy gradually increasing. My body resembles a leaky bucket. No matter how many elixirs I consume, they cannot be retained, the old general chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Young Master Xu, should you wish to borrow the power of the demon-suppressing spear, the Crimson Dragon armor, and the Tooth shield, I will require some time. If possible, I kindly ask for your assistance in providing protection during this period. That is certainly no problem, Xu Taiping readily agreed. If only we had encountered Brother Xu earlier. It would have been splendid. I possess several jars of exquisite wine, aged for over a century, sufficient for us to indulge in revelry for 3 days and nights. The old general gazed at Xu Taiping with eyes full of regret. Until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, shaking his head. You are right. Zhang Kaitai placed a reassuring hand on Xu Taiping's shoulder, nodding heavily. At that moment, the second monstrous creature birthed by the whale demon had already gathered along the shoreline. With each step the colossal beast took, the ground trembled beneath it. Alongside the over 1,000 monstrous entities that the Scarlet Armor Army had previously failed to vanquish, nearly 3,000 creatures now congregated at the coast. Among these beings, nearly 30% had consumed human flesh and blood, awakening a semblance of intelligence. Furthermore, the 2 newly emerged whale demons were on the cusp of rivaling the Demon Lord, based solely on their aura. Seeing this dire situation, Zhang Kaitai swiftly turned his horse and shouted to the ranks of Scarlet Armor Cavalry behind him. Form a formation. Raise your shields. Their objective was clear, to hold steadfast until the old general could draw upon the power of the divine artifact from the Burning Sea array. Even in the absence of the octopus demon, the mere presence of these 3,000 monsters posed a significant challenge to their defense. At this moment, Baiyu, perched on Xu Taiping's shoulder, murmured something softly. Meanwhile, the little monkey, Pinyin, scratched his head and asked, I can't hear anything. What should I do, brother? Xu Taiping gently patted the monkey's head and urged his steed forward a few paces, saying, Wait, the situation is grave. Baiyu, take Pinyin and leave. However, to his surprise, upon hearing these words, Pinyin immediately manifested his true form as a great ape demon, standing beside him. Xu Taiping, what do you take us for? Bai also revealed his true form as a golden-winged demon, expressing his dissatisfaction while soaring into the air. "Brother, I feel capable of battling that whale demon," Ping declared, seeking to engage in combat alongside Xu Taiping. Seeing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gazed deeply at them and nodded, saying, "Then let us advance and retreat together." At that moment, Master Xianji rode up beside Xu Taiping, coughing a few times before clasping his hands together and turning his back to Xu Taiping. "Brother Xu, 6 years ago, I received the gift of the Spirit Bone Steel, learning the 6 Paths Rebirth spell and the Sacrifice spell. Regrettably, my aptitude is too lacking to fully comprehend them to this day. Over these 6 years, my focus on the teachings of the Spirit Bone Steel has limited my acquisition of divine power, so my ability to assist you is quite limited." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately shook his head, saying, "Master Xianji, do not belittle yourself. If it were not for your efforts in alleviating 70% of the pain endured by all the Scarlet Armor soldiers, their fighting spirit would have surely faltered long ago. Others may not perceive the significance of your contributions, but I certainly do. Alas, compared to you, Brother Xu, my abilities are but trivial," Xianji replied. Xianji smiled briefly, but his expression soon turned solemn as he spoke. "Brother Xu, I have mastered the 6 Paths Rebirth spell, specifically the Beast Path and the Azura Path. Among them, I am most proficient in the Beast Path, which allows me to temporarily plunge certain magical creatures into the Beast Path. Is there a chance to cast these formidable beings into the Beast Path?" Xu Taiping expressed his surprise. "Yes. However, the more powerful the creature, the lower the success rate, and the shorter the duration of control. Moreover, my innate power is limited, allowing me to cast the 6 Paths Rebirth spell only 3 times. The young monk, Xianji, nodded subtly. Chapter 177, The 8-Legged Demon. The 3 divine weapons of the Yunhe Tower 3 times, Xu Taiping involuntarily raised his gaze towards the 8-legged demon. "Ba, that is not feasible. This creature is imbued with immense restrictions, rendering my incantation ineffective." Xianji shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, the foremost 20 or so turtle shell demons in the enemy ranks suddenly unleashed torrents of water towards the crimson armored army formation. Boom! Over 20 bubbles, formed from green venom, crashed heavily upon the crimson armored formation. Even with nearly 4,000 troops, the onslaught of these bubbles caused the ethereal shield, forged from their battle spirit, to waver momentarily. However, with the seasoned general elevating the battle spirit of the 4,000 crimson armored soldiers once more, the spectral shield surrounding the formation regained its stability. Whoosh whoosh. Before Xu Taiping could utter a word, Bai vigorously flapped his wings, dispersing the toxic mist before it could infiltrate the army. Boom. After withstanding the first wave of assault, the demonic horde surged forward like a tide, shielded by the bubbles of turtle shell demons. With thousands of creatures, all possessing powers exceeding that of ordinary demons, charging forth, the crimson armored soldiers would not be able to hold their ground for long. Simultaneously, the old general suddenly pressed a palm against his chest, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. In an instant, the originally translucent yellowish shield transformed into a solid barrier, enveloping the entire crimson armored formation. Bang! The front line of demons collided heavily against the shields. However, bolstered by the general's blood energy, the barriers became exceedingly robust, and those sheltered beneath felt only a slight tremor beneath their feet. Yet, the expressions of Xu Taiping and the others remained devoid of joy, for they understood that this was a sacrifice made by the old general. Xu Taiping glanced at the old general, noticing the blood energy gradually merging with the entire formation, the aura emanating from him growing ever more formidable. It was evident that the old general was channeling the power of the Sea of Flames array and the formation, attempting to extract the divine power of the 3 divine weapons. "Brother, I finally heard it." The creature named Jiao Ling commanded all the turtle shell demons to direct their bubbles towards the shield above the old general. At that moment, Ping En's voice resonated suddenly within Xu Taiping's mind. In the context of peace, the term listening naturally refers to a heart attuned to understanding. At that moment, a barrage of bubbles erupted from the mouth of the tortoise-shell demon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping grasped the Yin talisman, summoning 3,000 red-armored ghost soldiers, and pointed towards the shield above the old general's head that was brimming with battle intent. With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping witnessed that the onslaught of the tortoiseshell demon's bubbles indeed targeted the old general's head, struck by over 20 bubbles. The massive shield, formed from the convergence of battle spirit and the blazing flames of the burning sea, suddenly developed a gaping hole, and a torrent of poisonous liquid threatened to spill forth. Then, with a sound that split the air, a column of swirling air, conjured from countless whirling gusts, shot forth from Xu Taiping's fingertips, bolstered by the red-armored battle intent and the formation of the burning sea. It transformed into a colossal fire tornado that ascended into the sky, incinerating the impending deluge of poison completely. The shield, forged from the collective battle spirit of thousands of red-armored warriors, began to reconstitute itself. "Thank you, Brother Xu. Please hold on a little longer for this old man." The old general, gazing upward, bellowed his gratitude with a tone filled with valor, betraying not a hint of fear, far from the demeanor of one facing imminent death. Although he had not uttered a single word of encouragement to the red-armored cavalry, the hand that was nearly piercing his chest and his overwhelming spirit inspired the soldiers around him. Zhang Liang, who had witnessed his father perish in such a manner, bit his lip, and his grip on the spear trembled uncontrollably. Unable to suppress the tumult of emotions within, he began to recite the 16-character admonition of the Confucian school. "The hearts of men are perilous. The path of virtue is subtle. One must be diligent and unified." Maintaining the center. As his voice rang out, the other red-armored cavalry and soldiers joined in unison, chanting, "For the red-armored cavalry of the Yunhe Tower." These 16 characters were not mere platitudes, but a testament to their struggles against the demonic forces. Amidst the resonance of their chanting, the righteous aura of the Confucian school once again radiated from the assembled warriors. This righteous energy, ever directed heavenward, appeared from a distance as beams of light ascending into the sky, lifting the shields that had been weighed down by the assaults of the demons. "Do you worthless fools not see? He intends to seize those 3 divine weapons." A furious roar reverberated from the clouds above. The speaker was the octopus demon. Having had numerous encounters with the Yunhe Tower, it immediately discerned the old general's strategy. Were it not for its need to gather strength at that moment, it would have intervened long ago. Upon hearing this, the demon lords felt a tightening in their hearts, despite their numerous reincarnations. The terror of those 3 divine weapons was etched into their very bones. "At all costs, break the formation," commanded the demon lord, Jiao Ling, issuing orders to all the demonic entities, simultaneously lifting all constraints placed upon them. Upon being released from their constraints, a horde of demonic creatures surged forth in a frenzy towards the ranks of the crimson armored cavalry. The first to reach the military formation were 2 Leviathan demons of the demon sovereign realm. They raised their massive shark-headed hammers and struck simultaneously upon the formation. The impact was tremendous. The shield, forged from the spirit of battle and the flames of the burning sea, shattered upon their assault. "Brother, allow me to intercept them," Ping shouted as he consumed a herbaceous elixir, his stature suddenly soaring to 30 zhang. He launched a powerful punch toward the whale demon. Under normal circumstances, he would not stand a chance against the whale demon, yet the enhancement from the burning sea formation significantly amplified his strength. With a resounding boom, his fist struck the whale demon, causing it to stagger backward a few steps. Naturally, Ping himself was pushed back even further. Observing this, the other whale demon swiftly redirected its bone hammer and swung it down towards Ping's head. "Ping, your brother comes to aid you." Before Xu Taiping could intervene, Baiyu spiraled downwards, her golden feathered wings gleaming as she descended upon the whale demon with a fierce slash. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed as her strike left a deep gash in the demon's arm, exposing bone. It was worth noting that Xu Taiping could only achieve such a feat after employing the fearless seal and the demon-subduing seal. However, upon witnessing the whale demon falter, several demon lords immediately closed in, encircling Baiyu and Ping and Clang. Xu Taiping had intended to assist them, but as he drew his sword, a resonating sound of steel echoed above him. Looking up, he saw a colossal sword gradually emerging from the clouds, with a silver-haired woman standing beneath it. Clearly, the demon lord Jiao Ling had taken matters into her own hands. Xu Taiping promptly summoned his Xin Yuan avatar. The avatar unleashed the fearless seal and the demon-subduing seal in succession, soaring upward on the winds while wielding his demon slayer blade to confront the threat. Simultaneously, his true self summoned 1,000 crimson-armored ghost riders and retrieved a heavy bow, obtained from the hands of the crimson armored riders. Knocking an arrow, he drew back the bowstring, aiming at Jiao Ling above. The nearby crimson armored ghost riders mirrored his actions, all aiming at the same target. Humph. Sensing the murderous intent below, Jiao Ling lightly tapped her toes, encasing herself in layers of ice crystals, appearing from a distance like a colossal ice orb. She continued to channel her immense sword, the sword of celestial slaying, inching it out from the clouds. Although the sword, when fully unleashed, was indestructible, it was considerably slower than an ordinary flying sword. Bai Yu, Pingan, hold on for a moment. Xu Taiping called back without turning his head, urging Bai Yu and Pingan, who were engaged in combat with the demon lords and the two whale demons. Not a problem, Pingan roared, smashing one whale demon aside. Xu Taiping, hurry. These ghastly creatures are terrifying. Bai Yu exclaimed in response after blocking a strike aimed at Ping An's back from one of the demon lords. Upon hearing Bai Yu still in a jovial mood, Xu Taiping felt reassured that they could hold on for a while longer. He then turned to the side and communicated with the monk Xianji. Master Xianji, could you cast a spell on that demon lord Jiaoling? Indeed, but given her cultivation level, the likelihood of my spell succeeding is minimal. Even if it does succeed, it will not last long, replied the monk promptly. That is of no consequence. Please attempt it, Xu Taiping responded, shaking his head as he released the bowstring. With a resounding whoosh, the arrow he shot forth drew together the countless arrows loosed by the crimson-armored ghost cavalry, ultimately transforming into a firebird, a manifestation of martial spirit and blazing flames, which soared directly towards the demon Lord Jiao Ling, ensconced within an icy sphere. With a loud bang, the arrow was predictably halted by the ice sphere. The arrow, infused with the power of the crimson-armored cavalry formation, merely penetrated a few layers of ice, falling short of inflicting any harm upon Jiao Ling. Without delay, he knocked another arrow and drew back his bowstring once more. Meanwhile, the sword of celestial slaying had completely emerged from the clouds, descending with an ominous might, gradually accelerating its fall. Xu Taiping's avatar had already unsheathed his blade, bracing to counter this strike. Observing this, Xu Taiping's true self silently inquired of Xianji, "What is the outcome?" After 2 attempts, both have failed. If this next attempt is unsuccessful, Brother Xu, you may need to consider alternative strategies, Xianji replied, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Xu Taiping nodded discreetly and once again drew the bowstring to its full crescent. It would be ideal if Xianji's incantation proved effective. Otherwise, he would have to face the celestial slaying sword alongside his avatar. As he harnessed the power of the crimson-armored cavalry formation once more to infuse his arrow, he distinctly felt his vitality waning. Realizing this, he elevated his spirit from the awakening dragon state to the furious dragon state, with renewed vigor surging through him. The battle spirit of the crimson-armored ghost cavalry surged dramatically. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping released the arrow. Boom! Just as before, the arrow broke free, transforming into a firebird that once more charged toward the ice sphere, encasing Jiao Ling crack. Xu Taiping initially believed this arrow would meet a similar fate as the last, thwarted by Jiao Ling's icy barrier. However, to his astonishment, the enormous ice sphere enclosing Jiao Ling suddenly shattered, revealing a petite, snow-white fox within. Chapter 179, 3 Divine Weapons. Blood for blood. Xianji's incantation had taken effect. This was Xu Taiping's immediate reaction. Yet, within a mere heartbeat, the little fox transformed back into the form of Jiao Ling. Nevertheless, at this point, the arrow, embodying the firebird, was now less than 3 feet away from her. Boom! The firebird, born of the arrow, pierced through the form of the demon Lord Jiao Ling. Even as she revealed her true form, a blend of human and fish tail, the arrow pierced through her chest, leaving a massive gaping wound. Yet, as a demon lord, she remained resilient. Despite this, she was not yet defeated. She was enveloped in a brilliant white radiance, seemingly employing some form of evasive maneuver. At that critical moment, the Xianyuan true body, which had been gathering power to confront the immortal slaying sword, unexpectedly and without warning redirected its blade, cleaving towards the demon lord, Jiao Ling. With a swift sound of slicing air, a dazzling beam of sword light descended from her neck, severing her head entirely. Simultaneously, a blinding flame, akin to the sun at its zenith, erupted from the ground, enveloping her severed head. This was the great sun golden flame, unleashed by Xu Taiping's heavenly firefinger. Yet, even in the face of imminent demise, the demon Lord Jiao Ling bellowed fiercely, Xu Taiping, whether I return to the abyss of demons or descend into reincarnation, I shall not spare you. Upon uttering these words, she channeled the last vestiges of her strength into the immortal slaying sword, simultaneously shouting, "Slay the immortal." As the words fell, the sword, which had been gliding slowly, suddenly plummeted towards the ranks of the red armored army below. Anticipating this maneuver, Xu Taiping had already positioned himself above the army, retracting the Xianyuan true body while simultaneously spreading his crossed arms wide, establishing the stance of the third form of the Great Sage Fist, known as the mountain-bearing pose. In that instant, a colossal golden apparition emerged, its feet firmly planted on the ground, its palms raised to the heavens, completely enveloping both Xu Taiping and the army beneath. This mountain-bearing pose was a defensive ultimate technique within the Great Sage Fist. However, previously, during his own practice, Xu Taiping could only manifest a shadow Tu Zhang Hai, devoid of today's formidable presence. This was undoubtedly the result of the combined forces of the Fearless Seal and the Red Armored Army. With a thunderous crash, the immortal slaying sword struck heavily against the mountain-bearing apparition, shaking the very earth beneath. Yet, after merely a few breaths, Xu Taiping's mountain-bearing pose was shattered by the immortal slaying sword. Nevertheless, after its destruction, the shield formed from the battle spirit of the Red Armored Army once again intercepted the immortal slaying sword. Despite the fact that this strike caused the soldiers below to cough up blood in unison, it ultimately succeeded in blocking it. This was still the final strike from Jiao Ling, and had she not been careless, fully exerting her power from the outset, the Red Armored Army would likely have been overwhelmed. Xu Taiping felt a lingering dread. At that moment, Bai Yu and Ping'an, unable to withstand the combined assault of several demon lords, were sent flying. In a desperate moment, Xu Taiping opened the azure gourd at his waist, swiftly drawing Bai Yu and Ping'an back within. Simultaneously, he landed with a thud, rejoining the fray. With Bai Yu and Ping'an no longer obstructing their path, two whale demons and several furious demon lords, enraged by Jiao Ling's demise, launched a frenzied assault on the Red Armored Army. In the blink of an eye, a corner of the army was breached by a whale demon wielding a bone hammer, and a horde of demonic creatures surged in. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping hastily consumed a pill and, with a swift motion, unsheathed his sword, charging forward. After unleashing his frenzied swordsmanship reminiscent of the crane's call, any demonic creature that dared to breach that narrow opening was mercilessly cleaved by his long sword, enshrouded in the blazing golden flames of the sun. Even the furious Ao Yen, who sought vengeance for the fallen Jiaoling, nearly had his arms severed by Xu Taiping's blade, realizing that it was futile to charge through this entrance. Several demon lords continued to command the demonic entities to assault the breach, while directing the whale demon to pound through the formation at another location. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping summoned his Xianyuan avatar. However, as he attempted to use the avatar to seal another gap, an ominous aura descended from above, sending chills down his spine. Soon after, a haughty voice coldly scoffed, "The master of the sword of celestial slaughter has been slain by a mere cultivator. Truly, you are a gathering of fools. Today, let me show you the true power of the sword of celestial slaughter." Turning towards the source of the voice, Xu Taiping beheld a colossal octopus demon, its massive form brandishing two tentacles in a posture akin to a cultivator wielding a sword. With a resounding boom, the sword energy swirling around the eight-armed demon began to resonate through the heavens, producing a cacophony of sword cries. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic sword, nearly occupying half of Xu Taiping's field of vision, began to emerge from the clouds. With a fierce command, the octopus demon shouted, simultaneously forcing one of its towering tentacles downward. Swoosh! With a piercing sound that split the air, the colossal sword plummeted straight towards the formation of the Crimson Armored Army at the city gate. Observing the impending strike, Xu Taiping sighed, "It is finished." Yet at that moment, a familiar, resounding voice suddenly erupted in his ears. "You vile demons, it's time to pay your blood debts." Following the sound, Xu Taiping witnessed the old General Zhang Kaitai, who had maintained a posture of closed eyes and raised head, launch himself into the air with the fury of a wrathful deity. In an instant, as he leaped with his spear, his form erupted into a cloud of blood mist. However, almost immediately, this blood mist fused completely with the battle intent of the Crimson Armored Army, transforming into a colossal figure standing 30 zhang tall, wielding a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other, clad in resplendent red armor. Could this be the manifestation of the power of the three divine artifacts? Xu Taiping marveled in astonishment. At that moment, the giant General Zhang Kaitai raised the shield adorned with fierce beast engravings and charged violently towards the descending sword of celestial slaughter. Bang! With a deafening crash, Xu Taiping was astounded to see that the sword, summoned by the eight-armed demon, was shattered into fragments by the general's shield. This time, not only Xu Taiping, but also the surrounding demonic entities were struck with terror, scattering in all directions. Those who offend Tianhai shall perish. The old general leaped once more, following up with a sweeping strike of his spear. Boom! With the shrill sound of piercing air, every demon caught in the path of the long spear fell instantly, including at least 4 demon lords and a whale demon. If you truly possess those 3 divine artifacts, I must concede a degree of caution. However, if they are merely counterfeit trinkets, then I have no reason to fear. At that moment, the octopus demon emitted a disdainful snort, raising one of its tentacles and forcefully swinging it towards the old general. Let us see. The old general bellowed as he leaped into the air, striking the tentacle of the octopus demon with a swift thrust of his spear. The tentacles severed instantly. Have you genuinely gained the recognition of those 3 artifacts? The octopus demon, now bereft of one tentacle, spoke with newfound gravity. Yet, the old general remained silent, brandishing the Flame Emperor's true demon spear, and lunged toward the colossal body of the octopus demon. Although the old general's current form stood at least 30 zhang tall, he appeared as an ant compared to the demon. From below, Xu Taiping gazed at this spectacle, suddenly reminded of the phrase, an ant trying to shake a tree. To his astonishment, along with the other demons, a tremendous crash resonated as the octopus demon, whose head was hidden among the clouds, began to tilt backward. As it fell toward the sea, the old general, engulfed in flames, extended his arms and plunged his spear deep into the demon's forehead. With another resounding boom, the octopus demon's head erupted, resembling a volcano spewing flames from a distance. Had the old general slain the octopus demon? Had he vanquished the legendary ancient creature? At the city gate, Xu Taiping and the crimson-armored soldiers stood in stunned silence. Having understood the formidable power of the fiery sea formation surrounding the Yunhe Tower, Xu knew that such a feat required immense will and determination. However, the astonishment and joy on their faces quickly faded with the octopus demon's furious roar. Even if you can kill me once, what does it matter? You cannot save Tianhai Town. As the voice echoed, the body of the octopus demon suddenly shattered with a loud bang, its severed tentacles and flesh raining down. Then, the dying octopus demon bellowed, "You may feast upon my flesh, but today you shall breach Tianhai Pass." As its words faded, both its essence and that of the old general dissipated. Before the crowd could fully mourn the old general's departure, they witnessed the remaining 2,000 demons at the city gate frantically devouring the flesh of the octopus demon. Subsequently, waves of potent energy surged among the demons, particularly from the whale demon of the demon's sovereign realm, which, having consumed the octopus demon's flesh, underwent a transformation, its aura elevating to that of a demon lord. Moments later, those demons that had feasted on the octopus demon's flesh began to charge wildly towards Xu Taiping and the remaining crimson-armored cavalry. Form ranks, raise shields. At this moment, Zhang Liang, the son of one Hu Zhangchun, took the old general's place, commanding the remaining 1,000 to 2,000 crimson-armored riders. "Xu, I will provide cover. You must block the breach made by the demons," Zhang Liang shouted to Xu Taiping. "Understood." Xu Taiping nodded. "As long as they can withstand this wave, they will have at least one day to catch their breath before the next spawning of the sea demons. More importantly, this day might bring the reinforcements from the Yunhe Tower. They must not squander the opportunity earned by the old general." With this thought in mind, Xu Taiping shattered a fearless seal and a demon-slaying seal on his wrist. This marked the 4th fearless seal and demon-slaying seal he had expended. Simultaneously, he grasped the Yin talisman once more, summoning over 1,000 crimson-armored ghost riders. Boom! At that moment, the whale demon swung its bone hammer, creating a breach in the military formation. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping launched a punch toward the whale demon. Bang! Amidst the tremendous shock, the whale demon merely staggered backward a few steps before swinging its bone hammer at Xu Taiping. Concurrently, Even more fiends began to surge towards this gap. Despite Zhang Liang's continuous rearrangements to alleviate Xu Taiping's pressure, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and in an instant, Xu Taiping found himself encircled by dozens of them. Bang, bang, bang. Enveloped in the fearless seal and the demon-slaying seal, Xu Taiping lost count of how many punches he threw, while his Xian Yuan avatar executed countless slashes. Yet, despite this relentless effort, the fiends showed no signs of diminishing. In this unimaginable slaughter, Xu Taiping's swordsmanship, boxing techniques, and even the Great Sun Golden Flame art were evolving at an astonishing pace. He even pushed the 3 ultimate techniques of the Great Sage Fist and the 3 ultimate techniques of the demon-slaying blade to their limits. However, at this moment, Xu Taiping felt no joy. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: to slay one more, to endure a moment longer, to swing one more blade, to deliver one more punch. Especially as he witnessed the crimson armored riders falling one by one at his side. His fury and defiance surged stronger. He no longer considered his retreat. He only wished to hold off these fiends for a little longer. But these demons, having feasted on the octopus demon, possessed far greater strength than the previous ones, particularly the demon lords and the whale demon. Were it not for the protective barrier of the burning sea formation, he would have faced death at their hands several times over. Boom. Just then, weakened by blood loss and failing to seal a gap created by the whale demon, it swung its colossal hammer directly at the city gate. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the already battered city gate was smashed halfway through the gaping hole. Xu Taiping glimpsed a group of elderly, weak, and young individuals armed with hoes and sickles standing in the corridor behind the gate. What are you doing? Go back! Xu Taiping roared at them. This momentary distraction cost him dearly as a demon struck him fiercely with a hammer. With a swift motion, he retaliated with a blade, cleaving the fiend in two. Yet, immediately, more demons lunged at him. The soldiers of the crimson armored camp, whether to the left or right, faced death. Retreat into the city. We will fight them. An elder wielding a firewood knife shouted. No, old man, quickly! With a resounding command, Zhang Liang urgently warned the elderly figure who led the remaining 700 or 800 crimson-armored cavalrymen. However, before he could finish his words, a fierce gust of wind surged through the breach, reducing the old man to a mist of crimson. Do not approach. Both Zhang Liang and Xu Taiping, witnessing this harrowing scene, shouted in unison and then charged wildly towards the demonic horde that had broken through the formation. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping's fist shattered the skull of one beast, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and the 1,000-strong crimson-armored ghost soldiers behind him vanished. The blood energy within him had been entirely depleted. Even with the formidable physique of a serpent dragon, he could not sustain such an immense consumption of vitality. Gazing at the approaching demons and then at the elderly, weak, and women at the city gate, determined to rush forward to assist, Xu Taiping felt an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury. Chapter 181. The Breaking of the Dragon Whale. A profound anger and resentment. This sense of resentment and anger was not for his own life, but for the people behind him. The demons outside had dwindled to a mere few hundred. He felt that if he could endure a little longer, perhaps he could drive them away or slay them. Boom! At that moment, the whale demon seemed to sense his change and struck down with a powerful fist. Xu dodge! Zhang Liang shouted at Xu Taiping. Yet, Xu Taiping did not evade. Instead, he raised his fist, rage etched across his face, and declared, "As long as I can still punch, why should I dodge?" Boom! Almost instantaneously as he unleashed that punch, his physique surged, the sinewy muscles tearing through his garments, revealing golden-scaled markings on his cheeks and arms. Simultaneously, a wave of blood energy erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. If the celestial moon fairy were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that Xu Taiping's physique had transcended from the serpent dragon to that of the dragon whale upon reaching the pinnacle of the furious dragon realm. This transformation did not alter the momentum of Xu Taiping's punch. He still met the whale demon's fist head-on. Bang! As the fists collided, Zhang Liang, who had anticipated Xu Taiping's demise under the whale demon's strike, was taken aback to find that Xu Taiping had actually forced the whale demon to stagger back several steps, even without the protection of a military formation. Zhang Liang, do not lose focus. Xu Taiping, unfazed by his newly acquired dragon whale physique, admonished Zhang Liang loudly and continued to strike at the demons surging through the breach. He had no time to revel in his transformation. With the aid of the dragon whale physique, Xu Taiping summoned the crimson-armored ghost energy anew with the Yin talisman, significantly alleviating the pressure. The gap, forcibly created by the whale demon, was gradually being sealed by him and Zhang Liang. Crack! But as he forced back another demon lord with a punch, the last remaining demon-suppressing talisman, the fearless Buddha bead on his wrist, shattered. Boom! Without the demon-suppressing talisman, the damage inflicted by his fists on the whale demon and demon lord plummeted. There were times when even 10 consecutive punches would not harm them. Even wielding the demon-slaying blade yielded little effect. Boom! As the monstrous whale descended with another crushing blow, the military formation was once again breached. This time, Xu Taiping found himself unable to advance and seal the gap as he had done before. Brother Xu, perhaps this humble monk will no longer have the opportunity to accompany you to the Golden Scales gathering. At that moment, Master Xianji leapt down from his horse, palms pressed together, smiling as he bid farewell to Xu Taiping. Master Xianji, what are you intending to do? Xu Taiping cleaved through a demon creature, his comrades glancing anxiously at Xianji. It seems that the precepts of our Yunhe temple hold true. The West is indeed an ominous place. After uttering these words with a smile, the monk resolutely turned and strode towards the gap in the western front. As he walked, an enchanting fragrance began to emanate from his being. The demonic creatures that had intended to attack him were drawn to this alluring scent, stirring restlessly and trailing after him. The young monk, composed, produced a dagger and sliced a piece of flesh from his wrist, hurling it towards the demons. Is this the body sacrifice spell? In that moment, Xu Taiping suddenly comprehended. The young monk had indeed cast the body sacrifice spell, though he had not anticipated that it would utilize his own flesh and blood as bait. In a mere moment, an increasing number of demons were lured by the monk's blood, following him towards the west, away from the city gates. Master K, grant me another fearless seal and demon-subduing seal. After a brief silence, Xu Taiping, while delivering a punch to an advancing demon king, bellowed upwards. Soon, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Very well. Instantly, behind Xu Taiping, a fearless seal and a demon-subduing seal materialized. Xu Taiping, momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes sharply and said, "On behalf of the citizens of Tianhai Pass, I thank you." With that, he began to fight with a frenzied abandon. His dual manifestations of Xianyuan and himself, one swinging fists, the other wielding a blade, savagely slaughtering the demons before him. Yet the sheer number and strength of these creatures were overwhelming. No matter how recklessly Xu Taiping swung his fists and slashed with his blade, he could not vanquish them all. Behind him, the fearless seal and demon-subduing seal shattered once more. Master K, I implore you, grant me another. After forcibly pushing aside a demon, Xu Taiping's voice grew weak within his mind. Soon, Master K's voice resonated again, understood. Then, the radiance of the fearless seal and demon-subduing seal flickered, dimming and brightening anew. Yet, human strength has its limits. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping, using his bloodied fist, shattered the whale demon's skull, but ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his vitality and true essence utterly depleted. Brother Xu, Zhang Liang wished to rush to his aid, but he too was ensnared by demons. And the remaining red-armored riders numbered fewer than 100, helplessly watching as hundreds of demons charged towards Xu Taiping. Gasping heavily, Xu Taiping struggled to rise. Yet at that moment, he lacked the strength even to breathe, let alone stand. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the hordes of demons bore down upon him. He remained oblivious to the calls of Baiyu and Pinyin, as if their voices fell on deaf ears, refusing to release them. Old General, you have perished with honor. I too shall die without regret, Xu Taiping murmured to himself in a strained voice. As he spoke, his gaze laboriously turned toward a pile of white bones to the west. Then he looked skyward and said, Master Xianji, may we travel together. At that moment, the unique stench of demonic creatures began to waft towards Xu Taiping's nostrils. Boom! Just as he believed all was lost, a thunderous sound sliced through the air beside him. Following this, a glimmer appeared within his blurred vision. This radiance swept overhead before crashing down beside him, piercing straight through a demon that had been inching closer. After a brief moment of dizziness, Xu Taiping finally discerned the object that had impaled the creature, an iron spear. At the tip of this spear were the engraved characters Demon Extermination. Demon Extermination Spear? Upon recognizing these three characters, Xu Taiping's eyes suddenly sparkled with life. Just then, Footsteps approached, and a towering figure emerged into his line of sight. Upon reaching him, the figure slowly bent down and extended a hand. I am Zhang Tianze of the Yunhe Tower. What is your name, young brother? Chapter 182. Slaughtering the Shark Demon, the bloodlust rises. Although he had harbored some suspicions in his heart, Xu Taiping was still taken aback upon hearing the name. Many years ago, while at the Listening Wind Tower, he had first heard this name from Duan Tianya. After arriving in the Yuyun sky, particularly in Tianhai town, he had heard it mentioned countless times. Each mention, even by demons, was laced with a hint of reverence. Yet, this was not the reason for Xu Taiping's astonishment. What truly unsettled him was that this man's appearance signified that the sacrifices of the old general and the valiant crimson armored riders were not in vain. My name is Xu Taiping. He managed to lift his hand, but before he could grasp Zhang Tianze's outstretched hand, it fell limply. However, Zhang Tianze immediately lowered himself further, grasping Xu Taiping's hand and infusing his palm with a surge of true essence. Simultaneously, he flicked a pill into Xu Taiping's mouth. In an instant, Xu Taiping's body, weighed down by depletion of blood and true essence, felt remarkably light. Thank you, General. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude before continuing. I am Xu Taiping, a disciple of the true martial heaven, Qingxin sect. He felt no need to conceal his identity. Upon hearing true martial heaven and Qingxin sect, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Tianze's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor as he solemnly declared, Taoist Taiping. I thank you today for securing a glimmer of hope for the people of Tianhai Pass. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. At that moment, several demons roared as they charged toward them. Without turning back, Zhang Tianze merely assisted Xu Taiping to his feet while forcefully stamping his foot on the ground. Bang! A tremendous tremor resonated through the earth, and the few demonic creatures were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist, ultimately incinerated by the searing flames of the burning sea. This scene sent a shiver through Xu Taiping's heart, for he distinctly sensed that Zhang Tianze had annihilated those demonic beings using merely his vital energy. Moreover, the manner of his exertion bore a striking resemblance to the thousand-fold strength taught to him by the fairy Lingwei. The creatures he had vanquished were, at the very least, of the Demon King realm. Taoist Taiping, do you wish to rest indoors, or would you prefer to remain and observe the battle? Zhang Tianze inquired earnestly, entirely disregarding the horde of over 100 demonic creatures surging toward them. Xu Taiping hesitated before glancing at his own hands and sensing his aura. To his astonishment, he discovered that his injuries were mending at a visibly rapid pace. Even the true essence that had been depleted from his dantian had remarkably recovered by 2 to 3 tenths. Evidently, this was the result of the pill Zhang Tianze had recently given him. General, I wish to stay. Perhaps I might offer some assistance, Xu Taiping replied with equal seriousness. As he spoke, his bones cracked once more, beginning to manifest the physique of a dragon whale. Zhang Tianze first regarded Xu Taiping with admiration, then gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, No need, Taoist, you may simply observe the battle from the side. With that light touch, Xu Taiping's body reverted to that of an ordinary person, while the power of the pill began to flow through his meridians and muscles in response to Zhang Tianze's palm. Thank you. Xu Taiping realized that the general was aiding him in healing the hidden ailments of his body. Zhang Tianze smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the approaching demonic creatures while adopting an exceedingly ordinary boxing stance. With his back to Xu Taiping, he remarked, Taoist Taiping, I previously observed your punches. While your technique is commendable, it lacks the lethal intent to slay. Perhaps my punch may offer you some enlightenment. As he spoke, dozens of demonic creatures roared and charged forward. Subsequently, Zhang Tianze's robust arm hurled a punch towards the throng of monsters. Bang! Amidst the sharp sound of the shockwave, Xu Taiping witnessed the scene before him twist momentarily, followed by the bodies of those demonic creatures bursting apart in unison. This punch was executed with precision and decisiveness. Not only was the strike itself clean and efficient, but the force, intent, and even the energy of the punch were all directed towards those demonic beings, leaving no room for waste. In that instant, Xu Taiping finally comprehended why Zhang Tianze had remarked that his punches were not meant for killing. Thank you for your guidance. General, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude immediately. The general's desire for him to observe was evidently aimed at providing instruction. General, a considerable number of demonic creatures remain in the sea, and the two sea kings are currently spawning for the 6th time. Xu Taiping quickly alerted Zhang Tianze upon noticing the flickering lights on the surface of the ocean once again. Zhang Tianze's response was remarkably composed. Perfect, they do not come. Yet I remain uncertain as to how I might avenge the fallen citizens of Tianhai town and serve you, Taoist. As he spoke, a murderous intent surged within him, dismissing the sea's monstrous beings entirely. At that moment, several figures surged forth from the depths of the ocean. It was none other than the several demon lords who had retreated to the sea to heal their wounds, among whom was the demon Lord Ao Yin. With a thunderous roar, Ao Yin and 5 or 6 other demon lords launched an all-out assault on Zhang Tianze. Ao Yin, in particular, intended to distract Zhang Tianze by attacking Xu Taiping. However, as Ao Yin raised his fist towards Xu Taiping, his neck was suddenly twisted with a sharp crack, his flesh tearing as his cervical spine shattered. Simultaneously, the other demon lords charging at Zhang Tianze either had their heads crushed, chests pierced, bodies torn apart, or were contorted into grotesque shapes. In the brief span of a single breath, Zhang Tianze struck 6 times, dispatching one demon lord with each blow, and astonishingly, he relied solely on his physical prowess. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping's mind was filled with the phrase, invincible in body. Chapter 183, Slaughtering the Shark Demons. Thank you, Taoist Taiping. Do not rejoice too soon. 2 shark queens have birthed their heirs. Bang! The neck of the twisted Ao Yin attempted to utter something, but Zhang Tianze silenced him with a swift kick, burying his head into the earth. Taoist Taiping, this creature has harbored resentment against you. Has it not been a source of trouble for you before? Zhang Tianze inquired with a stoic expression. Indeed, it has caused us considerable distress, Xu Taiping nodded. Ao Yin is one of the most formidable among the demon lords, second only to the demon Lord Jiaoling. Oh, then we cannot allow him to perish so easily. Zhang Tianze replied coldly. He then produced a gourd from his possession, pouring a viscous substance of red and green hues over Ao Yin. Upon contact with the flames of the burning sea, the substance ignited fiercely. In an instant, Ao Yin let out a harrowing scream as the flames engulfed his true demonic form, his cries growing increasingly agonizing. This is demon refining oil, concocted by an old friend of mine, specifically designed to torment demonic beings, Zhang Tianze remarked casually, handing the gourd to Xu Taiping. He instructed, now Taoist, ensure to keep it fueled with fire. Understood, Xu Taiping responded, momentarily taken aback before accepting the gourd. Previously, he had often heard the crimson-armored cavalry of Tianhai town speak of General Zhang Tianze's fierce protectiveness and his inclination for retribution. He had initially regarded such tales with skepticism, but witnessing this scene, he realized that the accounts were rather understated. Zhang Tianze. Just then, a voice filled with murderous intent roared from the depths of the sea. Immediately following, a colossal creature, adorned with 8 tentacles, once again emerged from the depths of the sea, its towering form rising prominently above the water's surface. It was the octopus demon. To everyone's astonishment, even the queen of the merfolk had managed to revive it. Xu Taiping expressed his surprise, noting that the previous general had sacrificed himself, along with over 1,000 red armored cavalry, to vanquish that octopus demon. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from the creature was significantly stronger than before. This entity had caused considerable casualties among my red-armored soldiers during its last assault, did it not? Zhang Tianze inquired, not bothering to turn his head. Xu Taiping nodded, exhaling softly as he recalled that General Kaitai had perished at its hands. So that was how Uncle Kaitai met his end. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness flashed through Zhang Tianze's indifferent gaze. He lightly tapped his fingers against the iron spear beside him and then gazed up at the octopus demon, declaring, You stand too high. If you wish to avoid a humiliating demise, you should sever your own feet. The octopus demon, already incensed by Zhang Tianze's scornful glance, let out a disdainful snort in response, retorting, It is you who are too low. With that, it violently swung one of its massive tentacles. In an instant, with a thunderous sound, the mouth within the suction cups of its tentacle opened wide, unleashing a barrage of demonic soldiers infused with dark energy toward Zhang Tianze. Legend has it that the octopus demon, apart from its formidable physique and mastery of hundreds of spells, harbored countless demonic warriors within its form. However, Zhang Tianze merely raised his unarmed hand and gently grasped at the oncoming horde of demonic soldiers. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a colossal hand composed of blazing ocean flames emerged, effortlessly blocking and shattering all the demonic soldiers. This spectacle left not only Xu Taiping, but even the octopus demon itself momentarily stunned. The burning sea array can be wielded in such a manner? It had previously faced Zhang Tianzi's grandfather, yet this was its inaugural encounter with Zhang Tianzi himself. Indeed, Zhang Tianzi's hand, initially poised in a grasping motion, suddenly clenched tightly. Boom! Amidst the explosive sound, countless flames from the burning sea converged in his palm, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword of fire, extending several hundred feet in length. With a resonant cry of the blade, Zhang Tianzi swung the flaming sword downwards towards the octopus demon, which stood upon the surface of the sea. Whoosh! As the air was sliced apart with a piercing sound, Xu Taiping witnessed a distortion in the scene before him, followed by a blade of light akin to a horizon slicing through the octopus demon's front. Boom! In the next moment, all 8 of the octopus demon's tentacles severed simultaneously, and its massive body crashed back into the sea. Quickly, you all must stop it. My strength has yet to be restored. The octopus demon bellowed to the creatures awaiting in the ocean. Soon, as had occurred during previous sieges, a swarm of tortoise-shell demons, various demon lords, and whale demons surged forth from the depths of the sea. At last, like a relentless tide, they surged towards Zhang Tianzi and Xu Taiping. However, unlike before, only Zhang Tianzi stood as the solitary barrier against the oncoming horde of abyssal creatures. Yet, even Zhang Tianzi did not possess the hubris to confront the entire army of deep-sea monstrosities alone. He brandished his talisman, raising it high above, and proclaimed, "Fallen comrades, join me, Zhang Tianzi, in vanquishing these western sea demons." Though his countenance remained composed, each word he uttered resonated with an air of authority and lethal intent. Simultaneously, the pulse of his vital energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic cataclysm, enveloping the entire coastline in its fierce embrace. In an instant, the open ground before the gates of Tianhai Pass was filled with ghostly soldiers clad in crimson armor, appearing one after another. Within a mere moment, this vast expanse was teeming with spectral warriors. Unlike the ethereal soldiers summoned by General Zhang Kaitai and Xu Taiping earlier, the crimson-armored riders now positioned beside Xu Taiping were not only more distinctly formed, but many among them exuded a formidable aura that surpassed even Xu Taiping's own. Among these ghostly figures, Xu Taiping recognized several familiar visages, the countless souls who perished in the water prison of Jinchuan Valley, the valiant Zhang Chun, Shi Chong, and General Zhang Kaitai. As General Zhang Kaitai had articulated, for the crimson-armored warriors, death was not an end but a transformation. They would ultimately reunite. "Thank you, Taiping Daoist." Zhang Tianzi suddenly expressed his gratitude once more, catching Xu Taiping off guard. Xu Taiping gazed at him in confusion. "Xiao Man and Uncle Kaitai. They asked me to convey their thanks to you," Zhang Tianzi explained earnestly, seemingly anticipating Xu Taiping's bewilderment. Chapter 184. Slaughtering the Shark Demons, perhaps too arrogant. No need for thanks. It was evident that Zhang Tianzi had employed some means to communicate with their departed souls. As they spoke, Xu Taiping's gaze fell upon a spirited young maiden, the very crimson-armored rider saved by a Zhu and a Hu on the day of his arrival in Tianhai town. Sensing his attention, the maiden flashed him a bright smile before mounting her steed and charging forth alongside her fellow ghostly riders towards the approaching demons. With a thunderous rumble, as the crimson-armored riders surged forward, the ground before Tianhai Pass began to tremble violently. Xu Taiping hastily counted and realized the number of these ghostly soldiers was no less than 100,000. One could summon 100,000 ghostly warriors. Xu Taiping's heart raced. Such a reservoir of vital energy was beyond the grasp of any ordinary martial deity. Yet, almost immediately, an inexplicable sense of tragic grandeur welled up within him. For this merely signified that in this relatively small expanse, there had once existed tens of thousands, perhaps even more, crimson-armored riders who had clashed with the demons and met their demise. To me, the 100,000 individuals represent nothing more than a group of heroic figures worthy of songs and tears. Yet, to General Zhang Tianzi, they might be his relatives, dear friends with whom he once fought side by side, and the daughter he lovingly cradled in his arms. The living inherit the will of the deceased, and the departed do not forget the oaths they made in life. The crimson-armored cavalry of Shiliang's Zhenhai Tower embodies this legacy, passed down from generation to generation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of heaviness and solitude washed over him when he gazed at Zhang Tianza's silhouette before him. Suddenly, amidst the charge of the 100,000 crimson riders, the monstrous beings of the sea were almost annihilated before they could even reach the shore. However, two great whale monsters, under the protection of several demon lords, broke through the encirclement and charged directly toward Zhang Tianza and Xu Taiping. "Thank you, Daoist Xu," Zhang Tianza said as he drew his iron spear, a note of gratitude in his voice, despite the fierce onslaught of the whale monsters and the demon lords. "Why do you thank me?" Xu Taiping asked, puzzled. "This time, I wish to express my gratitude to you personally. It is because of you that Xiaoman can depart without regrets," Zhang Tianza replied, his back turned to Xu Taiping. In that moment, his voice bore no trace of malice, resembling that of a sorrowful father mourning the loss of his daughter. At that instant, the two whale monsters and 4 demon lords launched their assault, sealing off every direction around Zhang Tianza. He raised his head, his gaze devoid of emotion as he surveyed the monstrous beings before him, then twirled his spear, unleashing a sweeping strike. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of spear shadows, each extending over 100 feet, erupted from the movement of Zhang Tianza's long spear. The 4 demon lords were instantly pierced through their skulls, their bodies exploding upon impact. Although the 2 whale monsters had yet to draw their last breaths, they collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Sensing Zhang Tianza's fury, Xu Taiping leaped forth and poured the heart-burning oil from his gourd onto the 2 whale monsters. Immediately, chilling cries of agony echoed across the battlefield. At that moment, Zhang Tianza, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, broke into a smile. "Daoist Taiping, would you like to hear the cries of the Mermaid Queen?" he asked lightly. His expression relaxed as he turned to Xu Taiping. "Is that possible?" Xu Taiping inquired with surprise. "Certainly. If you wish to hear the Mermaid Queen's lament, I can arrange it for you, though it may require a lengthy journey." Zhang Tianza replied earnestly as he moved forward. "Let us set aside the Queen for now and listen to the Mermaid Princess instead. We can discuss the Queen another time." Xu Taiping hurriedly followed Zhang Tianza's pace. Zhang Tianza appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his steps were remarkably precise, covering hundreds of feet with each stride. Xu Taiping, relying on the shifting of celestial bodies, barely managed to keep up. "Zhang Tianza, you are rather presumptuous." Just as they approached the coastline, the colossal octopus-like demon, which Zhang Tianza had previously severed 8 of its tentacles, surged once more from the depths of the sea. However, this time, it did not rise with its 8 tentacles planted firmly on the ground. Instead, it floated above the water, akin to a Buddhist monk in meditation, its 8 long tentacles coiling in a circular formation beside its body. Simultaneously, a multitude of demonic soldiers began to surge forth from the myriad tentacles of the octopus-like fiend. These soldiers, lined up in perfect formation, hovered before the 8-armed monstrosity, resembling an impenetrable wall. "Zhang Tianza, you possess 100,000 ghost soldiers, and I too command 100,000 demonic warriors." The 8-armed creature gazed at Zhang Tianza with an air of arrogance. "What did you just say?" Upon hearing the words of the octopus, Zhang Tianza's countenance suddenly turned icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the creature. "What I said is, you have 100,000 ghost soldiers." Boom. The moment the octopus uttered the word ghost soldiers, Zhang Tianza propelled himself skyward, riding upon the shadow of an enormous spear, shooting directly towards the creature. In response, the octopus swung all 8 of its tentacles in unison, sending forth thousands of demonic soldiers, a terrifying wave of destructive energy surging towards the spear's shadow. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the octopus's multitude of demonic soldiers failed to intercept the spear, allowing it to pierce straight towards the octopus's very core. In a swift reaction, the octopus positioned its 8 tentacles in the stance of a cultivator wielding a sword, bellowing, "Slay the immortal." As the words left its mouth, a resounding sword cry echoed, and a colossal sword plummeted from the heavens. Bang! The octopus was once again taken aback as Zhang Tianza, standing atop the giant spear, caught the colossal sword with a single hand. More astonishingly, with a firm grip, he crushed the massive sword with his bare hand. Xu Taiping, also perched upon the giant spear, felt a tumultuous wave of emotions wash over him as he witnessed this spectacle. Prior to this day, even though the fairy Lingyue had mentioned multiple times that the human physique, when cultivated to its utmost, could rival any treasure in the world. He found it hard to believe that anyone could truly achieve such feats. Could it be that General Zhang Tian's physique had reached the legendary Great Sage realm? A terrifying thought suddenly surged within Xu Taiping's mind. If not for the presence of Fairy Lingyue in the earth fruit, he would have eagerly sought her counsel on this matter. However, with another thunderous boom, Xu Taiping saw the giant spear he and Zhang Tianze stood upon pierce through the enormous head of the octopus. Quick-witted, Xu Taiping immediately poured half a gourd of burning heart oil onto the octopus. Boom! In an instant, flames of red and green erupted from the remains of the octopus. With a wail, the creature exclaimed, "You insolent brat, I am indestructible. One day, I shall turn your and Zhang Tianze's souls into wicks, enduring the torment of those raging flames daily." Chapter 185, Slaughtering the Shark Demons. Do you wish to witness the slaying of dragons, Taoist? Yet after that roar, the only sounds it could emit were those of its anguished cries. Zhang Tianze cast a dispassionate glance at the octopus before shifting his gaze towards the sea beneath. Having slain so many crimson-armored riders and innocent folk in Tianhai town, you think you can return to the abyss? Dream on. As he spoke, a radiant white light suddenly materialized in the palm of Zhang Tianze's hand, and he slammed it down upon the surface of the sea. Boom! Amidst the cacophony, a colossal shadow resembling a gigantic hand loomed over the sea, dispersing the turbulent waters beneath. Deep within the surging waves, a bewildered Xu Taiping beheld two mermaid-like figures, their fish tails glimmering with fury as they gazed up at him and Zhang Tianze. These enchanting yet fearsome beings were none other than the legendary shark queens. With a sudden, piercing sound that sliced through the air, two spears struck, pinning the shark queens to the seabed. However, just as the flames of the burning sea began to turn them to ash, one of the queens unexpectedly consumed the other. Almost immediately, a bulge formed in her abdomen, which then erupted with a resounding crash. A burst of golden light soared from her belly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal, winged dragon ascending into the sky. A dragon? Xu Taiping stared in astonishment at the black-scaled creature above him. Though a dragon of this kind paled in comparison to true dragons, it remained one of the most formidable beasts in existence. Once corrupted by darkness, its power far surpassed that of ordinary demonic creatures. Xu Taiping felt fortunate to witness such a spectacle today. Zhang Tianze, however, maintained an expression of indifference upon seeing the dragon. Fortunate? Xu Taiping pondered what Zhang Tianze meant by that. The last time he had slain a dragon was a century ago. Zhang Tianze turned to Xu Taiping with a faint smile before saying, "Please wait a moment, Taoist. I shall return shortly." With that, he vanished, appearing directly before the dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames upon Zhang Tianze. Unfazed, he deftly dodged the fiery breath and retaliated with a thrust of his spear. The moment the spear struck, a massive projection pierced through the dragon's formidable body. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable surge of inspiration as he observed Zhang Tianze, a seemingly diminutive figure, overpowering the dragon with ease. The thought that this general, like him, was merely mortal stirred something deep within Xu Taiping's heart. Perhaps, as Sister Lingyue had said, with determination, even a mortal body could rival the divine. A short while later, amidst a pained cry, the gargantuan dragon plummeted to the ground at the gates of Tianhai Pass. Xu Taiping and Zhang Tianze descended alongside it. Xu Taiping dutifully opened a gourd filled with burning heart oil, preparing to pour it over the dragon's carcass. However, upon noticing the shimmering wings and scales of the dragon, he hesitated, retracting the gourd and turning to Zhang Tianze. "General, I have an unusual request," Xu Taiping said, somewhat sheepishly. "Speak, Taoist. May I take the dragon's bones, tendons, and skin?" Xu Taiping inquired. "What purpose do you have for them?" Zhang Tianze asked, puzzled. "To exchange for money," Xu Taiping replied candidly. "Although it is a dragon of magic, its flesh and bones are not significantly different from those of an ordinary dragon, perhaps even superior, thus commanding a high price." Zhang Tianze was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, but when next we drink together, you shall cover the bill." "No problem," Xu Taiping readily agreed. "Revered Taoist, you claim to be a true martial practitioner. Are you also here to participate in the Golden Scale Conference?" Zhang Tianze inquired curiously as Xu Taiping was peeling the dragon's skin. "Indeed," Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. "Such matters need not be concealed. If I am free at that time, I shall certainly attend to bolster your reputation, Daoist, Zhang Tianze replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Excellent. I shall treat you to a drink then, General, Xu Taiping responded with a smile. Perceiving it merely as a courteous remark from a high-ranking official who likely had little time to lend him support. Suddenly, a brilliant white pillar of light ascended from the battlefield west of Tianhai Pass, accompanied by a resonant sound echoing through the heavens and earth. Xu Taiping and Zhang Tianze turned in unison to gaze upon the spectacle, where beneath the light stood a withered skeleton seated in meditation. Is that Master Xianji? Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment, mirrored by Zhang Tianze's surprise. As they watched, the flesh and blood of the skeleton gradually rejuvenated, ultimately transforming into a vibrant figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the monk Xianji. Revered Taoist Taiping, is this your acquaintance? Zhang Tianze asked, turning to Xu Taiping. Yes, but he had previously. Xu Taiping began, only to be interrupted by Zhang Tianze's inquiry. Your friend is a wandering ascetic, I presume? Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. That explains it, Zhang Tianze affirmed, subsequently elucidating. The lineage of wandering ascetics thrives on death to attain life. Your friend possesses a profound connection to the Buddha, transforming tribulations into blessings, and has now attained the status of an arhat. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart leaped with joy, setting aside the significance of the arhat status. The mere fact that Master Xianji was alive was a blessing in itself. 3 months later, in the capital of southern Shu, at the Shi studio. After 7 years away, I have finally returned. Xu Taiping gazed at the plaque of Shi studio, exhaling a long sigh. Just as he uttered these words, he suddenly pressed his palms against his eyes, grimacing in pain. Do not fret. I shall enter and fetch you some gold essence. Xu Taiping murmured softly, shielding his eyes. His supply of gold essence had long been depleted, and he had not nourished Lian Tong for quite some time, resulting in daily discomfort. Otherwise, he would not have come to Shi's studio upon entering the city instead of registering beneath the golden scale list. Beggar, step aside, do not obstruct our business. Just when Xu Taiping managed to alleviate Lian Tong's pain, he was suddenly shoved forcefully. Looking up, he found it was a shop assistant from Shi's studio. Beggar? Xu Taiping was momentarily stunned, then glanced down at his attire, quickly coming to an understanding. After departing from the Tianhai customs, he ventured once more into the Blood Rain Forest for training. Each day was consumed by rigorous practice and hunting magical beasts, leaving little attention for his attire. Hence he entered the city in such a state. In Chapter 186, titled The Curiosities of the Lost, one might ponder who truly lacks perspective. Good sir, I have just returned from the Blood Rain Forest, where I spent my time hunting magical creatures in the mountains. I must admit, my appearance may seem somewhat disheveled. Yet I have acquired numerous valuable items to offer at the Curiosities of the Lost, Xu Taiping earnestly explained to the shop assistant. He did not take offense at being judged by his appearance, for he knew that he indeed did not resemble a typical individual. As for changing into fresh garments and cleaning himself up, he was too preoccupied with his current state, and his lotus eyes could hardly wait. My friend, under ordinary circumstances, I might have overlooked your appearance and allowed you entry. But today I must insist that you first change into proper attire before returning, the assistant replied, his tone softening upon sensing Xu Taiping's sincerity. Today, the esteemed goddess Mu Yuchen of the absolute demon's celestial realm will grace our Curiosities of the Lost with her presence. The proprietor instructed that those in disheveled clothing shall not be admitted. The shop assistant spoke with a proud demeanor. Goddess Mu Yuchen. Xu Taiping was wholly unfamiliar with the absolute demon and thus heard this title for the first time, along with the name itself. However, the assistant's expression indicated that this was indeed a person of considerable importance. With the Golden Scale Conference imminent, it was only natural for such prominent figures to gather here. Having been haunted by shadows of the seventh-layer calamity inflicted by a leaf book, Xu Taiping instinctively grew wary, contemplating the wisdom of avoiding such commotion, lest he inadvertently attract misfortune. He glanced at the entrance of the Curiosities of the Lost and noticed several cultivators at nearby stalls packing up, which sparked a thought. The capital allows for stalls. Perhaps I could set up one myself. Given the number of experts present, surely there will be discerning eyes among them. Xu Taiping had always been frugal, a habit he had nurtured, collecting refuse. Throughout the past 7 years, in encounters with magical creatures, cultivators, or demonic entities, he had gathered everything he could into his gourd, particularly after the battle at Tianhai Customs months prior. He had collected all the corpses of deep-sea monsters and their treasures that he could manage, leading to White Feather's constant complaints about the foul odor emanating from the gourd. I recall that the hammerhead of the whale demon was quite exceptional. My demon-slaying blade could not sever it even after 7 strikes. And it possesses the ability to break restrictions. This should be sold to someone with discernment. It ought to fetch a handsome sum of gold essence. With this thought, Xu Taiping felt reassured. Given the current state of his lotus eyes, he would require no less than 3,000 to 5,000 gold essence to calm them. This was also why he had refrained from seeking loans from the Xuanyin Martial Pavilion or Master Chongda. The sum was too significant to justify. Then I shall not burden you further, my good sir. Xu Taiping clasped his hands in farewell to the assistant. However, before he could finish his words, a corpulent middle-aged man nearby delivered a heavy kick to the shop assistant. What is the matter? Can't even deal with a beggar? Do you still wish to work at the Curiosities of the Lost? A middle-aged man reprimanded the shop assistant loudly. Do you dare to argue with me, the owner? Just as the shop assistant was about to explain, the middle-aged man kicked him in the abdomen, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Are you the proprietor of the first floor of the Lost Items Pavilion? As the man was about to strike again, Xu Taiping placed his hand firmly on the man's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Although it was merely a gentle press, given Xu Taiping's formidable physique. Even in the mere dragon whale realm, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. The shopkeeper, though somewhat snobbish, was perceptive. Upon Xu Taiping's intervention, he immediately sensed the exceptional skill of his opponent. However, in order to maintain the dignity of the Lost Items Pavilion, he did not yield but instead coldly snorted. This is the capital of the Great Chu, the Lost Items Pavilion. Do not think that just because you possess some skill, you can act with impunity. Xu Taiping chuckled inwardly, thinking, isn't it you who have always acted with such arrogance? My good sir, we at the Lost Items Pavilion do not entertain guests who are poorly dressed. I kindly ask you to take your leave. At that moment, the shop assistant cast a pleading glance at Xu Taiping. He believed that even if Xu Taiping was not a beggar, but rather a capable cultivator or martial artist, he would stand no chance against the Lost Items Pavilion if a confrontation ensued. In such a case, not only would Xu Taiping be dealt with, but he too would likely be implicated and lose his respectable position. The stall outside your entrance is quite good. Xu Taiping turned to glance at the various spots available for setting up stalls in front of the Lost Items Pavilion before looking back at the rotund shopkeeper. Surely, you at the Lost Items Pavilion are not so domineering as to prevent stall owners from dressing as they please? Feeling a surge of indignation, he intentionally raised his voice, coupled with his somewhat fierce appearance, which startled the stout shopkeeper into a shudder. Please, make yourself comfortable, the shopkeeper said, forcing himself to remain composed. Xu Taiping chose not to linger any longer and directly walked toward one of the designated stall areas. It was likely that whatever could be sold there would not be of great quality. The shopkeeper of the first floor of the Lost Items Pavilion cast a disdainful glance at Xu Taiping's retreating figure and irritably instructed the nearby shop assistant. If we encounter such a person again, just call the guards inside. Understood, the sweating shop assistant replied. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping had already arrived at the stall location. Brother, come. Come. This spot is excellent. Before Xu Taiping could settle in, an elderly cultivator selling herbs waved him over. The scene of Xu Taiping being driven away by the Lost Items Pavilion had not gone unnoticed by the stall owners, who, having experienced similar dismissals from the pavilion themselves, felt a sense of sympathy towards Xu Taiping's plight. My friend, whatever you have, feel free to set it up here for sale.